The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing in Summerfield. A big round October sun arose at 6:30. A big round water commissioner arose at 7:30. Now, at 8:30, they're both beaming and ready to make their contribution to life on this planet.
Hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Da-da-dee-da-dum.
Hi-ho, it's off to school we go.
Little Leroy takes after me. Wish his voice would change, though. All right, everybody, all aboard for school.
I'm ready, Unc. What time does the prison train leave?
Leroy.
I'll be right down, Unky.
All right, Marjorie. Want to say goodbye to the baby anyway before I go to the office. I think she's in the kitchen with Bertie.
I'll get it.
Leroy's got it.
Oh, boy, a telegram.
Telegram. I'll get it.
A telegram?
Well, wonder if it's from Dewey. Wonder if he's answering my letter about appointing a federal water commissioner.
Let me sign for it, Unc.
Okay, well, all right. Hurry, Leroy. You don't need your middle name.
There you are. Tip the boy, Unc.
Oh, yes. Here you are. Thank you. Tip the boy.
The telegram says...
Leroy, I will read the telegram. You've got to sign for it.
Who's it from, Unc, huh? What does it say?
Well, let's see. It's from Aunt Hattie. She's on her way to see Aunt Josie, and she's stopping in to visit us for a couple of days.
Oh, for corn's sake. Who's coming? Aunt Hattie. Aunt Hattie? Aunt Hattie?
Now, Bertie, let's not get nervous before she even gets here. Oh, my goodness, there goes our happy little family.
Ain't no use you crying before you even meet her. Come on, I'm going to take you back to your crib. There's work to be done around this house if Aunt Hattie's coming.
Yes.
When's she coming, Unky?
On this afternoon's train, it says. Now, isn't that just like Aunt Hattie? Let you know so late you haven't got time to get out of it?
Can't we tack a measles sign on the door, Unc?
Leroy, we don't have measles.
I'll go out and get 'em.
You will not.
Aunt Hattie, she'll want me running around in middies and pigtails again. And the way she orders everybody around.
Now, Marjorie, we have to remember that during the war, Aunt Hattie was a block captain.
Wipe your feet, hang up your clothes, blow your nose. Why does she have to come snooping around?
It isn't that bad, Leroy.
Oh, no? Unky, remember how she used to sit on you? No Jolly Boys parties, no dates?
Now, children, we shouldn't be saying unkind things about your Aunt Hattie. She's always been interested in your welfare. And she undoubtedly wants to see the new baby.
Couldn't we send her one of the pictures?
It's too late for that. We'll all be happy to see Aunt Hattie. Let's try to remember that now. It's very nice of your aunt to want to come and visit us. Does everybody understand?
Sure. But I'm going to get my blankets tonight and move out in the packing box.
Leroy, we'll not abandon ship. You'll stay trapped in the house with the rest of us. This is a time when our little family must stick together.
What a character.
Oh.
Throckmorton, I knew that was you ringing my little old doorbell.
You did, Adeline?
Uh-huh. Always seems to ring so sweet and clear when you press the button. Come on in.
Well, I will, but just a minute. I just dropped by to tell you I won't be over tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, the children's Aunt Hattie is coming this afternoon, and I shouldn't go out her first night here.
I guess not. She won't be here long, will she?
We won't rush her, but we don't think so. She's on her way to visit Aunt Josie in Plainview. Well, better be off to the depot.
Oh, must you rush, Throckmorton? I've hardly seen you.
Train time, Adeline.
Maybe the train will be a little late.
You don't know Aunt Hattie. With her on it, that train doesn't dare be late. Now, sorry about tonight, Adeline. I'll be in touch with you.
Now, don't you get so busy with Aunt Hattie you forget little old Adeline, you hear?
Yeah, I won't.
Throckmorton. If your aunt's the kind that goes to bed with the chickens, maybe later in the evening you can call on you.
Well, Aunt Hattie's a light sleeper, and she might hear cackling in the hen house.
Oh, you.
Well, I gotta be off. I'll be in touch with you.
Well, all right. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Adeline. Sacrifices I make for Aunt Hattie.
For friends and health and daily food, we give thee thanks. Amen.
Marjorie, you said that very nicely.
Thank you.
Well, Aunt Hattie, it certainly is nice to have you around the little table again. Marjorie, Leroy, and I have been looking forward to this all day.
We certainly have.
Leroy, let's contribute to the conversation.
Huh? Oh, yeah, we certainly have.
Thank you. I always enjoy visiting relatives.
Too bad you can only stay 2 days, Hattie.
It certainly is. Yeah.
Leroy, let's not contribute so quickly.
Well, it was so convenient to stop on the way to Aunt Josie's, and of course I had to see the baby. Oh, what a darling she is.
Yeah.
Too bad her eyes are blue instead of brown like the family.
Well, Hattie, we can't expect too much. After all, I found her in the back seat of my car.
When do we eat? I'm starved.
Growing boy, Hattie. You may start the potatoes, Leroy.
Okay, let's go. Potatoes, Unc?
Well, why don't you pass them to Aunt Hattie first, my boy? I'll take them last.
Potatoes, Aunt Hattie?
Thank you, Leroy.
Is that all you're going to take?
Plenty of potatoes, Hattie. I've always been very fond of mashed potatoes.
But when we reach our ages, we all have to watch our diet. Don't we, Throckmorton? You seem to have gained a little.
Well, I haven't kept too close a check since somebody broke the bathroom scales.
And my, how you've changed, Marjorie.
I have?
You look very healthy. Rosy cheeks and red lips.
Well...
Marjorie's beginning to use a little makeup, Hattie. Yes. Just a little, mind you, to bring out the blush of her cheeks.
Well, young girls are so pretty they don't really need makeup. I'd think that over, Marjorie.
But Aunt Hattie...
What's happened to the potatoes?
Right under your chin.
Yes, I forgot to help myself. Well, I'll take one scoop.
Here's the gravy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Sorry, I'm late.
That's all right, Bertie. Will you serve Miss Forrester first?
Gravy, Miss Foster?
Oh, my, yes. Although I usually have just a little salt and pepper on my potatoes. This looks like Bertie's wonderful gravy.
Yes, ma'am.
Bertie, have you ever tried thinning it with water instead of milk?
No, ma'am. Mr. Gildersleeve likes it thick and rich.
Just the same, Bertie.
Now, Hattie, there are two ways of doing everything.
I agree. A right and a wrong way.
Yes.
Besides, Bertie, Mr. Gildersleeve is watching his diet now.
Yes, ma'am.
Aren't you, Throckmorton?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, Leroy, pass me a little salt and pepper.
More coffee, anybody?
Hattie?
No, thank you.
That'll be all then, Bertie.
You don't mind then, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll let the dishes go till I get the baby ready for bed.
Oh, fine, Bertie. Let's all go in the living room now and relax.
Throckmorton, now, before we leave the table, don't you think we should get organized?
Organized?
There are dishes to be done, a baby to be put to bed.
I'll take care of everything, Miss Forrester. You just go relax.
Yes, Hattie. Bertie's been taking care of these things very well.
Now, Bertie, a new baby in the house means a lot of extra work. We'll make a game of it. I'll assign little missions to everyone to accomplish.
Little missions? Well, not a bad idea, Hattie.
Marjorie, your objective will be to clear the table and crumb the cloth.
Marjorie will be happy to, won't you, Marjorie?
Yeah, start crumbing, Marge.
Leroy, you and Bertie are the task force in charge of Operation Dishwater.
What?
Yes. Start operating, Leroy. Little Leroy washing dishes. Well, Hattie, let's you and I go in the living room and relax.
Throckmorton, now you can be the task force in charge of Operation Garbage Can.
Oh.
No, we can't run a house without organization, can we? Yeah? All right, little army. Synchronized watches.
Yep.
We'll all be through within an hour, and then we can play authors.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Yeah. Watch it, Leroy. You want to end up in the guardhouse? Well, I see Aunt Hattie let the sun come up this morning anyway. Yeah, I was worried about it for a little while last night.
No use putting up the shades, Uncle Mort. She'll have them down again. Cold air seeps in, remember?
Oh, yes. It's like a morgue in here.
You're not kidding.
Why are you children eating so early this morning?
Well, I thought I'd get an early start for school.
She wants to get out of the house so she can put her makeup on.
Not so loud, you little weasel.
Yeah, children. Don't eat so fast, Leroy. Don't tell me you're in a hurry to get to school.
I'd rather get to school than get dishpan hands.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Bertie, good morning. How are things out in the kitchen this morning?
Before I answer that, where's General Foster?
Well, the general hasn't come down yet, Bertie, but I think you've been very understanding of Miss Forrester's little whims.
It ain't the whims that bothers me. It's that inspecting. I'm going to hide under one of them rugs, and when she looks under there for dust, I'm going to go boo.
Well, Bertie, that just happens to be Aunt Hattie's way of doing things.
Well, Bertie's got her way of doing things, too, but it ain't peeping under other people's rugs.
Yeah, I know, Bertie.
Or watering other people's grading.
Yes, well, we all have to try to understand, Bertie.
I'm trying to understand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's the spirit, Bertie.
But what Bertie can't understand is peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's grading.
Not so loud, Bertie.
Peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's grading.
Now, Bertie.
There's two things Bertie can't understand. You know what them two things are, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
That's right. Peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's grading.
Now Bertie's upset.
Well, who isn't? You must admit Aunt Hattie's being a little unreasonable.
A little? She won't even let a little kid keep a nice, clean mud turtle in his room.
Now, children, Aunt Hattie means well. Besides, she's only going to be here another day, we hope. Oh, good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Sleep well, Hattie?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Gosh, you had the best bed in the house.
Oh. Nothing's too good for our Aunt Hattie. What seemed to be the trouble? I hope the baby didn't keep you awake.
No, I was thinking.
Thinking?
That there's entirely too much to be done here in one more day. So, in fairness to you all, I'll have to stay at least a week.
Oh, did you hear that, children? Aunt Hattie's going to stay at least another week. Isn't that nice?
It certainly is.
Yeah.
Seems Bertie dropped something again. Sit down, Hattie. Let's all have a happy little breakfast. Prizes!
Yeah, Yes, there are 721 prizes in Parquet Margarine's big $50,000 contest. 20 beautiful 1949 Ford sedans will be awarded. That means 4 people are going to win brand new Ford sedans every week for 5 separate weeks. And the grand prize winner gets a $1,000 bonus in addition to his Ford. And listen to these other prizes. Each week for 5 weeks, Parquet will award
40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, you know the great Gildersleeve found a cuddly baby girl a few weeks ago, and he needs a name for her. Well, to enter this contest, send in your choice of a name. Just write your suggested name for the baby on an entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with contest rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with 1 red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Be sure to enclose name and address of your Parquet dealer. Make a bid for your new beautiful 1949 Ford tonight. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. This first week's contest closes October 16th. That's this Saturday, so hurry. Now let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. Several days have dragged by since Aunt Hattie dropped in to rearrange the nest of our plump bluebird of happiness. Blue and not so happy. We find him calling on his friendly neighborhood druggist.
Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Nice morning.
Is it?
Well, I could be wrong. There aren't any clouds in the sky. Weather's balmy. Sun shining. No, I'm not wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. It is a nice day.
All right, Peavy. As far as I'm concerned, it's a very dreary day. There's a big, gloomy cloud hanging over my whole household.
By the way, how is Miss Forrester?
She decided to stay on at least a week.
Well, those things can be very disturbing.
You bet. Bertie's threatened to quit. Marjorie's unhappy. Leroy isn't eating well. And I'm just wasting away to a shadow.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
What would you do in a case like this, Peavy?
Well, that's the question. Shortly after Mrs. Peavy and I were married, a similar situation presented herself at my house. An older sister.
Oh? How'd you get rid of her, Peavy?
As I recall, I turned to a quotation in Poor Richard's Almanac. Pretty sound advice in that quotation. She packed up and left.
She did? What was it, Peavy?
Let me think now. A rolling stone gathers no moss. No, that doesn't sound like the right one. Pretty sound advice, though.
Yes. Think, Peavy. You have to remember it.
A penny saved is a penny earned. No, that doesn't seem to fit. I don't seem to recall it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, my goodness.
But I remember how we applied it. We killed her with kindness. Well, I declare, I think that's the quotation.
It is, Peavy? Kill her with kindness, eh?
Figuratively speaking, you understand.
Oh, yes.
We went through some very trying times before we decided to do everything her way. Then things became so uninteresting around our house, she left.
It really worked, huh, Peavy?
Well, I'm here to tell you about it. If she wanted to save coffee grounds, we saved coffee grounds. And if she...
Thanks, Peavy. You've given me a great idea. By the way, how long did it take you to get rid of her?
Well, 2.5 years, but we got rid of her.
Well, I'll see if I can't do it a little quicker. So that's our strategy. Do you understand?
Quite a plot, Unc.
We're not plotting, Leroy. We're just trying to do everything her way so she can go on to Aunt Josie's and help her. We're really doing this for Aunt Josie's sake.
You can count on us, Uncle.
Fine. We'll all cooperate. Everybody understand?
I've been trying, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's 2 things I can't understand. You know what they are, Mr. Gildersleeve? Peeping under other people.
I know, Bertie, and watering other people's gravy.
That's right. But you can count on Bertie. Bertie's known as a big cooperator.
Now, I can see that, Bertie.
Uh-oh. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, hello, Hattie.
Hello, Aunt Hattie.
Hello, Aunt Hattie.
Hello, children.
Did you have a nice shopping trip downtown, Hattie? Nice warm day for it.
Yes, Throckmorton, I picked up quite a few things I thought you and the family needed.
Oh, very thoughtful of you.
And I charged them to you.
Oh, very thoughtful of you. Anything you think we need.
That's nice to hear, Throckmorton.
I've been thinking it over, Aunt Hattie, and I'm not going to use makeup for a while.
Now, that's sensible, Marjorie.
And I can't wait to get at those dishes.
Oh, I didn't think you cared much for washing dishes.
Oh, yes, I do. Keeps my hands so white and soft.
Let's not overdo it, Leroy. Well, Hattie, after that big trip, you must be tired. Let's everybody in the house be quiet now while Aunt Hattie goes upstairs and rests.
Oh, no, I feel invigorated, ready for work. Now, how about you?
Well, anything you say, Hattie, right, children?
Yep, that's our plot.
Watch it, Leroy. Well, what do we do first, Hattie?
First, I'd suggest that Marjorie bring in the wash, Leroy rake the leaves, and Throckmorton, you go...
The baby. I better go check. Excuse me, Hattie.
I better go in. Now, just peek in, Throckmorton. She may go back to sleep.
Right.
Now, you see, Throckmorton, you shouldn't have gone in so soon.
Guess you're right, Hattie. Hello, baby. Kitty, kitty, coo. Kitty, kitty. Say something nice to Aunt Hattie.
You shouldn't play with the baby at a time like this. You'll never get her back to sleep.
Oh, yes, I guess you're right, Hattie. Ta-ta, baby. I can't let her cry like that.
Throckmorton, don't pick her up. Humoring her is the worst thing you can do.
But the baby doctor says it's all right to pick her up. Makes him feel secure.
There must be a young doctor. Now, you don't mean to tell me I have to stay here and teach you how to take care of a baby.
Oh, no. We'll do it your way, Hattie, the right way. Back in your crib, baby.
Now, come along. He'll cry it out and go to sleep.
Yeah, ta-ta, baby. Have a good time. Poor Richard's almanac had better start working. That's all I got to say.
Oh, the week has passed fast, hasn't it, Throckmorton?
Oh, yes, it's flown by.
Don't you go to the office on Saturday morning?
Well, not this Saturday morning. Nothing so important as taking care of things for you, so you'll have plenty of time to pack.
Throckmorton, I feel this is a good time to say that I've noticed a very great change in you.
You have?
You've become so devoted to the baby, your family, and your home. I remember when you used to go gallivanting around town a little too often with girls.
Oh, who wants to do that?
That's the telephone. I'll answer it.
No. You run upstairs, Hattie. Packing, remember? It's probably business anyway. Water Commissioner Gildersleeve speaking.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Throckmorton, where have you been keeping yourself?
Aunt Hattie is still here.
Hasn't she gone to Plainview yet?
No, but it looks as though she might be...
Throckmorton, you're neglecting me. I don't think you care for me anymore.
That's not true.
Let me hear you say it then.
Now, Adeline.
Go on, say it.
On Saturday morning?
See, you don't care for me anymore. You've been avoiding me like I'm an old witch.
Throckmorton, who are you talking to?
Just an old witch, Hattie. She hung up. Now Adeline's mad at me.
Now, who'd you say that was?
Just an old customer, a little dissatisfied. Well, Hattie, don't you think it's time to go up and pack?
I suppose I should, but I told Bertie I'd give the house a thorough dusting before I left.
Oh, now, Hattie, don't you tire yourself out before your trip. Leave everything to me.
Well, if you insist, here's the mop.
Mop?
And my nice big apron. Here, I'll tie it around.
Yeah, but Hattie, don't we have an apron without ruffles on it?
Well, that's my nicest apron. Now start dusting while I go pack.
Great. Oh, well, Custer made a last stand. I guess I can, too. I'll bet Custer didn't have to wear an apron. Now, who can that be? Oh, Judge.
Well, hello, Mother Hubbard.
Stop bleeding like an old goat and come in, Judge, before somebody else sees me.
How'd you ever get tied up in one of those things, Gildy?
Not so loud, Horace. Aunt Hattie's here, and we're doing things her way.
Why?
So she'll leave.
Why do you want her to leave?
What's on your mind, Horace?
Well, the Jolly Boys are meeting tonight, and we want to be sure you'll be there.
Don't worry, I'll be there.
All right, Gildy, I'll tell the boys to deal you in.
Oh, I didn't know you had company.
You remember Judge Hooker, Hattie?
Oh, yes. How do you do, Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Miss Forrester?
Aunt Hattie's been visiting us, Horace. She's done a wonderful job helping us put our house in order. But now she has to go. We just hate to see her leave.
Oh, I can see that. Your contributions are in evidence everywhere, Miss Forrester. Of course, you seem to have an able assistant.
Yes, Throckmorton has been most cooperative. And Bertie and the children have been splendid helpers, too.
It's been our pleasure, Hattie.
In fact, everyone has been so nice to me these past few days, I find it difficult to say goodbye.
Oh?
That's what I came down to talk to you about. When I started packing, I sat down on the bed and I nearly came to tears. Nobody's been so nice to me in years.
No, Hattie.
You've all given me so much. I thought it would be selfish of me to pack and run, so I came down to tell you I'll stay.
But what about Aunt Josie?
Oh, she'll let me know when she needs me. Well, I guess I'd better get upstairs and unpack. I'm so happy I could almost cry.
I'm going to cry.
Don't forget, you may win one of the following big prizes by choosing a name for the Gildersleeve baby. 20 big, smooth-looking 1949 Ford sedans, 200 beautiful General Electric radios, 100 Corey coffee makers, 100 Toastmaster electric pop-up toasters, and all kinds of cash prizes. Why, in these parquet contests, there are 721 prizes in all. So, just write your choice of a name for the Gildersleeve baby on an entry blank obtainable at your dealers. Then, send entry with one red end flap from a package of parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. But hurry, this week's contest closes at midnight this coming Saturday.
Throckmorton, I thought that was your ring, but I didn't expect to see you tonight.
Yep, Adeline, I'm doing the town.
Well, good. Don't tell me Aunt Hattie left.
She's leaving in the morning. Funny thing happened, Adeline. She got a wire from Aunt Josie tonight telling her to come at once.
She did?
Yep. She has to leave. But you know, Adeline, she's a well-meaning soul.
Oh, I'm sure she is. She looked like it from the window. I'm almost sorry I sent that wire.
What's this, Adeline?
Wasn't that naughty of me? I guess only a little old witch would do a thing like that.
Well, so that's why she got 2 telegrams. I sent one, too. Good night, folks.
You thrifty homemakers have probably noticed that cheese prices have come down, and cheese is a protein food, a main dish food. In fact, ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. Yes, cheese is a bargain in nutrition. So for golden good, lower-cost main dishes, get Kraft's famous pasteurized process varieties. There's medium mellow Kraft American or sharp Old English. And for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, there's the delicious cheese food Velveeta. Remember to buy cheese the next time you shop. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's a pleasant Sunday afternoon in Summerfield. The kind of a day when it's nice to get out of the house and stroll in the crisp autumn air. And that's just what the great Gildersleeve and his niece Marjorie are doing, accompanied by the baby who's viewing the world with curious eyes from the carriage.
Let me push the baby for a while, Unky.
All right, my dear, if you want to.
Doesn't she look cute in her little beret? Just like a doll. Hello, baby. Enjoying your ride? Oh, I wish you were mine.
Well, you'll be married someday, maybe, when you're a little older than 16.
Gildy.
Huh? What was that? Oh, hello, Hooker.
Hello, Gildy. Afternoon, Marjorie.
Hello, Judge.
You know, Gildy, from the back, Marjorie and you look just like Beauty and the Blimp.
Very funny.
Good afternoon, baby. Kitchy-coo. Why, she's laughing.
Who wouldn't, looking at you in that green cape, you old goat?
Doesn't the baby look sweet today, Judge?
She certainly does, just like a little cherubim.
I just hope we can keep her forever.
Well, seems to me if the parents were coming back, we'd have heard from them by now.
Well, we'd sure like to keep her, Judge.
In that case, my recommendation is that you legally adopt the child.
Adopt her?
Yes. If you don't, she could be taken away from you at any time.
She could? Well, I'll adopt her then. I'll do it right away.
Just one thing, Gildy. To adopt a baby in this state, you have to be married.
Married? Guess I'll wait a little while.
That's what I thought.
There's no hurry.
Could they really take the baby away, Judge?
No, they could, my dear.
Uncle Mort, you've got to get married.
Huh?
Well, you've got to for the baby.
No, Marjorie, don't be ridiculous. Just don't rush into a thing like this. Besides, I'd have to find somebody to marry first.
That shouldn't be hard for you, Gildy. You've been engaged to every female in town.
All right, Judge. Anyway, I'm not getting married.
Unky.
And nobody's going to take the baby away.
Well, according to the law.
According to the law. This is Sunday, Judge. Why don't you relax?
Well, I see my legal advice is wasted. Good day.
Good day, you old goat. Old bad news tonight. Spoil the whole afternoon. Me get married. What an idea.
Uncle Mort?
Yeah?
You're right. I don't think you should get married.
Well, that's good.
I think I should.
Huh?
I'll make the sacrifice.
Now, Marjorie?
Well, it's all right. I don't mind. And the baby can come and live with me and my husband.
Husband? What husband?
Oh, that's a mere detail.
Oh, of course.
I'll marry Ben or somebody.
Ben, you'll do no such thing.
And after we settle down in a vine-covered cottage, you can come and see the baby anytime, Grandpa.
Grandpa? Thank you very much. I'll hobble over sometime.
Don't you worry, darling. Marjorie will look after you.
Yes. Come on, little mother. Grandpa's tired and wants to go home. Well, baby, don't you think it's about your bedtime? Oh? All right, you can stay up a little while longer then. You're cute, all right. We gotta pick out a name for you one of these days.
Uncle Mort?
Yes?
How do I look?
Huh?
Now, Unky, stop looking at the baby a minute. Look at me.
Well, you look wonderful, my dear.
Well, thank you. Do you like my hair up this way?
Sure. What are you all dressed up for? You going to a party or something?
No. Somebody's coming over.
Oh, who?
Ben?
Oh? You mean your future husband?
Maybe.
Little Marjorie with a family. The Bobby Sox bride.
It isn't funny.
Oh, well, Ben hears he's going to be a father. I hate to see you disappointed, my dear, but Ben is much too sensible to get involved in anything like this.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
Look at Marge, all dressed up.
Yep. Congratulations, Leroy.
What?
You're about to become a brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law?
Yeah? Haven't you heard? Marjorie and Ben are going to get married.
Are you kidding?
Of course, Ben doesn't know about it yet.
Oh, I get it. One of Marge's goofy ideas. Here comes the bride, wiggling from side to side.
Leroy Forrester, you stop that. Oh, that's Ben. I'll get it.
See, girls get funny ideas, don't they?
Well, we'll just have to humor her, my boy. She means well.
Oh, good evening, Ben.
Hi, Mark.
It's awfully nice to see you again.
It's awfully nice to see you again.
Quiet, Leroy.
Hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi, brother-in-law.
What?
Leroy, I think you better go upstairs now. Do your homework.
Yeah, okay. Good night, everybody. Ta-ta-ta!
Leroy!
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Nothing, Ben. Just got a silly streak, I guess. Growing boy, you know.
Oh,
Sit down, Ben.
thanks.
Uncle Mort,
Yes, my dear?
don't you have some work to do tonight in the den?
Work? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm going. Good night, Ben. I'm off to the den. Is somebody going to be surprised?
What's the matter with everybody tonight?
Oh, nothing.
Well, what do you want to do tonight, Marge? Go to the movies?
No, let's just stay here.
Well, if you want to.
I think when people get older, they get tired of running around to movies and things. They want to stay home and enjoy family life. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of like the movies myself.
Well, I think it'll be fun for us to stay home with the baby.
The baby? Oh, yeah. I didn't see her there.
Isn't she cute?
Yeah.
Hello, little darling. Ben, do you like baby girls?
Yeah, I like baby girls.
You do? That's wonderful.
It is?
Uh-huh. Would you like to hold the baby?
Well.
Oh, come on, Ben.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, you ought to learn sometime. It might come in handy. Here, I'll lift her up. Now, you take her.
Wait a minute. Gosh, I don't think...
Oh, go on. She won't bite you.
Well, which end do you take first?
Here, I'll put her on your lap. There. You look so natural holding her.
I don't feel natural.
You like Papa Ben, don't you, baby?
Papa Ben?
Doesn't that sound nice?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you'd better take her, Marge. Here, Now, what's the matter with her?
Well, she wants to stay with you, that's all.
Oh, okay. You can stay, baby.
Did I hear the baby crying?
Oh, she's all right now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that's good.
She just wants to stay with Papa Ben.
Papa Ben?
Funny how fast you can get attached to a baby.
Yeah, it certainly is. Papa Ben. I wonder if he's kidding.
Oh, you still here, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
I thought you'd gone to work. More coffee?
No, thanks.
You feel all right, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, I'm just thinking.
Oh?
I'm a little concerned about Marjorie. This idea of hers about marrying Ben.
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. She'll get over that. Girls that age change their minds every day.
Well, I don't know. The way those kids were acting last night. Ben bouncing that baby on his knee. Papa Ben, he says. He's got a good job at that gas station. They could get married.
Oh, I think Mr. Ben's too sensible to do that.
Bertie, a woman can make a monkey out of any man, I know.
Yes, sir. Well, cheer up, Mr. Gildersleeve. This will blow over. They always do. You remember last year when she wanted to marry her French teacher, Andre, whatchamacallit? And then there was that Yale leader, and then she had a terrible crush on that Wally Hoff.
Wally Hoff?
You remember him, kind of wild. The minute he'd come in, he'd roll up the rug and grab Marjorie and start jitterbugging.
Oh, yes, that one.
And then he'd sit down and start banging the piano.
Yes, I remember, Bertie.
He was a wild Indian, all right. But Miss Marjorie sure was crazy about him.
Yes, she was, wasn't she? Say, I wonder if it might work.
What's that, Miss Gildersleeve?
Bertie, you've given me a great idea. I think I'll just invite Wally Hoff over.
What?
Well, maybe a little jitterbugging is what Marjorie needs. Get her mind off this marriage idea. Yes, sir. I'll invite him over tonight. Surprise, Marjorie.
That'll surprise her, all right. Well, if he's coming over tonight, I better nail down all the furniture.
You know, I feel better already, Bertie. Guess I'll kind of jitterbug off to work. I'll get it. Yes, that must be Wally. Well, good evening, Wally.
Hiya, General.
General. Come in.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Well, glad you could come over, Wally. Haven't seen you for a long time.
That's right, General.
Yes, I didn't tell Marjorie you were coming, son. I wanted to surprise her. I know she'll be awful glad to see you.
Oh, sure. Leave his face it. The girl's mad about me. Well, what are we waiting for, General? Roll up the rugs and come on, chillin'. Yes, dance.
We better wait for Marjorie. I don't jitterbug myself.
Ha ha. That's a good one.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. Well, before Marjorie comes down, Wally, I'd like to explain why I asked you over.
Oh, sure. What's up, Doc?
Well, you see, Wally...
Go right ahead. I'll just feed out a little boogie while you're talking.
Yeah. Wally! Wally! Wally, stop that!
Okie dokie, General.
You just listen a minute.
Shoot.
You see, Marjorie wants to get married, Wally, and that's why I asked you over.
Married? See you later, General.
Come back here, Wally. It's not you. She wants to marry Ben.
Oh, Ben.
I thought maybe if she saw you again, she might forget about Ben.
Oh, I get it. Well, your worries are over. I can beat out that square from Delaware.
He's from Illinois.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Hiya, Marge.
Hello, Marjorie.
Wally Hoff, what are you doing over here?
Well, you see, my dear, I invited him.
You invited him?
Yes, I thought you might want to do a little jitterbugging.
Oh, sure. Let's get groovy, Smoothie.
Jitterbugging is puerile and adolescent, and for your information, I have a date with Ben tonight.
That character?
You look here, Wally Hoff.
That galoot in the corny suit?
No, Wally.
Well, at least Ben isn't a callow youth like you. He's the kind of a boy a girl could settle down with.
Who wants to settle down?
Well, don't worry. Nobody would with you. You're irresponsible and lazy, and you'll never amount to anything.
Is that so?
She's only kidding, Wally.
I am not. And after seeing you, I appreciate Ben all the more.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll leave.
Wally.
I wish you would.
Marjorie.
I will. Goodbye.
Wally, come back. I'll turn on the radio. Come on, children. Let's dance.
New Ford sedans, 1949 Ford sedans.
Yes, big, powerful 1949 Ford sedans are waiting for owners. 20 of those streamlined beauties are being won in Parquet Margarine's big $50,000 contest series. And the grand prize winner gets a $1,000 bonus to go with the Ford he wins. But here, you'll want to know about all of the 721 prizes.
Each week for 5 weeks, Parquet is awarding 4 beautiful new Ford sedans, 40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, all you do is help the great Gildersleeve get a name for the pretty little baby girl he found some weeks ago. Just write your suggested name for the Gildersleeve baby on a contest entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with one red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Be sure to enclose your Parquet dealer's name and address. Make a bid for your new beautiful 1949 Ford. But hurry. This second week's contest closes this Saturday. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois, now. And now let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. It's the following evening now. Marjorie still hears wedding bells ringing in her ears. So does the great Gildersleeve, and it's giving him a headache.
Now, my dear, please listen to me.
I'm listening, Uncle Mort.
Don't you think this marriage idea has gone far enough? I understand you're doing this for the baby, but nobody's going to take the baby away just because...
I'm not taking any chances. And no sacrifice is too great for that baby, Unky.
No, Marjorie?
You just don't understand. You've never been a mother.
Huh? Well, no, I haven't. But remember, I'm the one that found that baby in the parking lot. That makes me a kind of a stepmother.
You're quaint.
Quaint? Oh, my goodness. In the first place, you're not in love with Ben.
Oh, but I can learn to love him. And at least Baby and I will have a home.
Ye gods.
Ben can support us in what he makes at the gas station. And I can help out at the station, too.
Sure, and you can put the baby to work wiping windshields.
Oh, Unky.
Well, I just hope Ben isn't as silly about this thing as you are.
Well, he doesn't think it's silly.
He doesn't? You mean you asked him about this?
Well, I gave him a little hint. I asked him how he'd like to be married and have a little baby girl.
Some hint. What did he say?
Well, he didn't say anything. You know how bashful he is. He just blushed and changed the subject right away.
Marjorie, I think you're just building the whole thing up in your mind. So if you... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Ben.
Oh, I suppose you want to speak to Marjorie. Just a minute.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I want to talk to you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, awful important. About me and Marjorie.
You and Marjorie?
Yeah. I guess I ought to speak to you first. Can I see you alone if I come right over?
Alone? Oh, sure.
Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Goodbye.
Who was it, Unky?
Goodbye. I mean, Ben. He's coming over, and he wants to talk to me alone.
Oh, I knew it. He wants to ask you for my hand.
Huh?
Oh, I'm so happy.
So am I.
Miss Gildersleeve.
Come in, Bertie.
Miss Gildersleeve, Mr. Ben's waiting to see you.
Oh, yeah. Tell him to come right in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve's right here in the den.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Ben. Come in.
Thank you. Hope you don't mind me dropping in like this.
Not at all. Sit down.
Thank you.
Have a cigar. Oh, I forgot. You don't smoke, do you?
No, sir. Too dangerous on the gasoline pumps.
Yes, that's right. I'd hate to see gasoline go any higher.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know, I think a lot of Marjorie.
Oh?
And I like that baby, too.
Yes, I know, Papa Ben.
That's why I thought I ought to have a talk with you myself.
Yeah?
Well, last couple of days, Marge's been talking a lot about getting married. And I think she'd make a wonderful wife.
You do?
Yeah, but, gosh, I don't want to get married.
You don't?
No, sir. Gee, I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Not at all.
Oh, that's good. I thought you might be sore.
No.
Well, I'm glad of that. Marge is still pretty young, and, well, I'm trying to save my money so I can have a gas station of my own someday.
That's the spirit, Ben.
Of course, I might have to start with just one pump.
You know what they say. One pump is better than none.
I guess that's right.
Yeah. Stick to it, Ben. I want you to know when you get your station, I'll buy all my gas from you.
Gee, thanks.
Yeah, don't mention it. And that goes for your my grease job.
Thanks for everything, Mr. Gildersleeve. You don't know how relieved I am.
You don't know how relieved I am. Here, have a cigar. Oh, I forgot. Gasoline pump. I'll smoke it myself.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Ben.
Bye.
Oh, brother, I'm glad that's over. Hope Marjorie won't take this too hard. Oh, well, she'll get over this idea. Kind of cute of her, though, wanting to get married. These kids.
Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
There's somebody else here to see you.
Oh, who's that?
Mr. Wally Hall.
Wally? What does he want? Show him in, Bertie.
Yes, sir. There's a lot of traffic around here tonight. This must be huge week.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Wally. Come in and sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, how's the jitterbug champ tonight?
I've given up jitterbugging, sir. I think it's puerile and adolescent. Mr. Gildersleeve, you're looking at a changed man.
What's the matter with you, Wally?
Well, you know, Marjorie said some pretty rough things about me last night.
Oh, Wally, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure she didn't.
Oh, she was right. It's time I settled down and amounted to something. Started to think about the real things in life. A job, marriage.
Marriage?
I think it's wonderful, Marjorie, wanting to make a home for that baby. And if Ben won't marry her, I will.
What?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're looking at your future son-in-law.
I am not.
And don't worry, I can support Marjorie, all right. I just got a job at the mall shop after school.
Look, Wally.
I make $6 a week.
That's fine. Why, you couldn't even pay your rent.
I know, but we can move in with you.
Oh.
We'll get married right away, if you'll just loan me the $5 for the ring.
You won't need a ring. Young man, you leave the premises and don't come back.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't stand between me and Marjorie and the baby. No matter how you try to stop us, I'll find a way.
Then find your way out of here. Good night. Good evening, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can your neighborhood druggist do for you this evening?
Oh, nothing really. I just came in for a little visit.
Oh, it's 9 o'clock. I was just about to close up.
Well, I won't detain you. I suppose you're in a hurry to get home to Mrs. Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Sit down. Stay a while.
Yeah, thanks.
What's the trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, it's nothing serious.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell me.
Well,
maybe I could cheer you up a bit.
It's just that Marjorie's got some silly idea about getting married.
Oh?
Yeah, now she's giving that Wally Hoff the bug. There's nothing to worry about. Those kids will never get married.
I don't know.
What?
You might.
You think so?
On the other hand, you might not. So don't worry about it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Cheer up.
Yeah, thanks, Peavy. Anyway, they're much too young to get married. High school kids.
Yeah. Of course, you read every day about high school kids getting married.
You do?
Yes, but they probably won't, so don't worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Cheer up.
Yeah, thanks, Peavy. Anyway, they can't get married. I won't give my consent.
That's all right. Of course, they could elope.
Elope? Oh, they wouldn't do that.
I did.
You eloped, Peavy?
Yeah, I certainly did. Mrs. Peavy's father wouldn't give his consent either, so one night we just sneaked out of the house and ran off in my Stutz Bearcat.
You did?
Yes, sir. Her father didn't stop us from getting married. Sometimes I wish he had.
Oh, thanks, Peavy. This is all very encouraging.
Yeah, I'm glad. You know, it's funny how impetuous young people can be. Why, for all you know, Wally and Marjorie might be eloping right now.
What?
Yes, sir. Right this very moment while you're sitting on that stool. Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you going?
I'm going home, and thanks very much for cheering me up.
Oh, not at all. Glad to be of service.
Oh, for a good night. Peavy's a big help. Wonder if those kids would elope. Well, they might. If Peavy can elope, anybody can. They might be running away right now. I'd better hurry home. There's the house. I've got to stop them. Hope I'm not too late. My poor little Marjorie, a child bride. Marjorie! Marjorie!
Hello, Gildy.
Oh, Hooker! What are you doing here in that black suit? Where's Marjorie?
She's right here.
Oh, Unky.
Marjorie, then you didn't elope.
Elope?
I thought maybe you and Wally Hoff...
Well, he did call and propose. It was sweet of him, but of course I couldn't marry him.
What?
Well, I've changed my mind, Uncle Mort. I'm not going to marry anybody.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, it is.
You keep out of this, Hooker. You're the one that started this whole thing, you old busybody.
But it was the judge who made me change my mind.
It was? Well, I always said you were a fine fella, Judge.
Thank you, Gildy. I felt it was my duty to have a little talk with Marjorie. I've just explained to her that she couldn't adopt the baby, even if she did get married. According to the law, she's much too young.
That's good. I'm sorry, my dear. I appreciate you wanting to make the sacrifice, Marjorie.
That's all right, Unky.
You see, adopting a child is a very serious matter. And the husband can't be a boy like Wally Hoff. He must be a responsible adult.
Oh, yes, of course.
With a good position.
Now, that makes a lot of sense, Judge.
And he should be a man of some standing in the community.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
That's the kind of a man who should get married and adopt a baby.
You're right, Judge.
Someone just like you, Gildy.
Yeah, someone... Huh? Me get married?
Well, what do you say, Gildy?
Come on, children. Let's dance.
Don't wait. Enter Parquet's big $50,000 contest now. Send a suggested name for the Gildersleeve baby and go after one of those 721 prizes being awarded. 20 1949 Ford sedans, 200 beautiful General Electric radios, 100 Corey coffee makers, 100 Toastmaster electric pop-up toasters, and all kinds of cash prizes. But this second week's contest closes in 3 days. So, quickly write a suggested name for the Gildersleeve baby girl on an entry blank, obtainable at your dealers. Then, send entry with one red end flap from a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Don't forget that Parquet red end flap. But hurry, this week's contest closes this Saturday midnight. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry.
Good night.
It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Lady, when you buy cheese, you're getting a bargain in nutrition. Cheese prices have come down, and cheese is a main dish food, a protein food. Actually, ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. So cook with cheese often. The next time you shop, get one of Kraft's famous pasteurized process varieties. Medium mellow Kraft American, sharp Old English, or for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, get the delicious cheese food Velveeta. Yes, golden good, lower-cost cheese is a bargain in nutrition.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's Sunday in Summerfield. An aura of peace and goodwill surrounds Water Commissioner Gildersleeve as he strolls home from church in his Sunday best with a pretty lady on his arm.
Good morning, Jones. Glad to see you in church.
Who's he, Throckmorton?
Jones is a clerk in the city treasurer's office, Adeline.
Oh.
Always like to see those fellows in the treasurer's office attending church. Well, there's Mayor Terwilliger. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Glad you saw me in church.
Don't you just love to go to church on Sunday, Throckmorton? Dr. Prescott's sermons make you feel so good inside.
Well, Adeline, they make you feel pretty good when you get outside, too. Pretty long talker, Prescott.
Oh, you. I enjoyed every minute of it. I never saw so many pretty new fall hats. It was awfully sweet of you to invite me to go.
Well, I knew you'd want to hear Marjorie's first solo.
She sang beautifully, Throckmorton.
Yeah, little Marjorie in the choir. Family's growing up, Adeline. Before we know it, the baby will be going to Sunday school.
The poor little foundling. I don't think anybody's ever going to claim her. When are you going to adopt her, Throckmorton?
Well, the state law seems to think I should be married first.
Well, it's none of my business, but I agree the baby ought to have a mother.
That may be true.
Some other couple could come along and adopt her unless you get married. Of course, it's none of my business.
But who could I marry, Adeline?
Well, there's an old Southern expression. Sometimes you're so close to the forest you can't see the tree.
Yes. Well, here's your house and there's mine. Goodbye. I see the tree all right. She nearly had me out on a limb. Well, Bertie, sunning the baby?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Thought I'd bring her out in the yard for a while.
Good idea. And how are you, little baby? You like it out here? Well, I guess she does.
You care to watch her for a while, Mr. Gildersleeve? I ought to start dinner.
Dinner? Oh, go right ahead, Bertie.
Thank you, sir.
Come along, little baby. The sun's moving around. Let's move around with it. Yeah. That's it. Hold on to your hat, baby. Here we go, right out the driveway. Oh, there's a car coming in here. Bullard, always using my driveway to turn around. Why doesn't he use his own?
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve. Hope you don't mind my using your driveway.
Oh, no, anytime. That's what it's for, neighbor. Nice car you're driving, Mr. Bullard.
Well, it'll do until I get my 49 model. Late 48.
Oh, yes. I'm waiting for a 49 model, too. Been waiting since 1936.
That's a nice buggy you're pushing, Gildersleeve.
Buggy? Oh, yes. There's a baby inside.
Yes, I know. I've been noticing her. I'm very interested in babies.
You are?
Hello there, little Miss Baby. Remember me? I'm Mr. Rumson Bullet from across the street.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, we shook hands the other day, remember? Tickle, 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 tickle.
He doesn't seem very responsive today.
Well, maybe it's your gloves, Mr. Bullard. She might be frightened by the yellow suede.
Oh. You're lucky to have a lovely child like this, Gildersleeve. Mrs. Bullard and I have often discussed adopting a little girl to grow up with Craig.
That might help. Little Craig.
And this baby has aroused my interest.
She has?
Have you started adoption proceedings yet, Gildersleeve?
Well, no, Mr. Bullard. To adopt her, I'd have to get married, and that seems a little drastic.
Yes, I can understand why you wouldn't want to assume additional obligations. A water commissioner's salary being what it is.
It isn't that, Mr. Bullard.
Whereas with my income, I could easily support a little tax exemption. Yes, indeed. She'd be welcome in the Bullard home.
Now, look here, Bullard.
Well, ta-ta, little tot. But I'll be seeing you. Good day, Gildersleeve.
What he meant by that? Baby, how'd you like to have a stuffed shirt like that for a father? Yeah. Those are my sentiments exactly. But I'd better watch that guy. I may put a gate on that driveway, too. Just can't seem to get to sleep. Wonder if I ate too much of Bertie's roast beef. No, it isn't that. It's what old Moneybags Bullard was saying. Wonder what he meant by all those sly comments.
Have you started adoption proceedings yet, Gildersleeve?
Huh?
Yes, indeed. She'd be welcome in the Bullard home. Ta-ta, little tot. I'll be seeing you real soon.
Take that! Take that!
Neil, what's the matter? Wake up, Bunk!
What's it for? Beautiful?
Wake up, Bunk. You're dreaming.
I am?
Sure, you were squirming around and hitting the pillow like you were punching some guy in the nose.
I was, Leroy. Why did you wake me up?
Huh?
Bullard had it coming.
What a character.
What a night that was. Oh, well. I'll be at the office in a minute, where I can get some sleep. Bullard wouldn't try to adopt my baby. He's a neighbor and a friend. Well, a neighbor, anyway. Hey, there's Bullard now, going into the courthouse. Courthouse? I better follow him. There he goes down the hall. I'll stay a little ways behind him. He turned left. I'll bet that's where you go to take out adoption papers. I'll just peek around the corner.
Gildersleeve? Gildersleeve, are you following me?
Following? Just on my way to my office.
Gildersleeve, what are you up to?
Well, what are you up to? What are you doing down here?
I'm seeing a certain official about a certain matter, and it's certainly none of your business.
It certainly is. I'm going to see my lawyer. Judge, I've got to talk to you.
Now, let's re-examine the facts of the case, Mr. Garfinkel.
Judge, get off the phone.
Excuse me. Gildy, I'm conversing with a client, Farmer Garfinkel.
I'm a client, too.
Then sit down on the chair. Now then, Mr. Garfinkel, you allege that hunters trespassed on your property and shot 18 geese.
Geese at a time like this, John.
Which we shall hereafter refer to as the corpus delicti.
Judge, if you don't hang up, there's going to be a corpus hooker.
Pardon me, Mr. Garfinkel. There's a big commotion in the office. I'll call you back. I hope you're satisfied now that you've interrupted me on my biggest case this week, Gildy. What's on your alleged mind?
Judge, you've got to help me adopt the baby.
Well, Gildy, I doubt if I'm your solution.
What do you mean?
To adopt the baby, you have to get married. And I don't accept your proposal.
Judge, let's not be ridiculous. I have every reason to believe that somebody is trying to adopt the baby before I do.
Who, Gildy?
Rumson Bullard.
Rumson Bullard?
Just yesterday he said he admired her, and this morning I caught him sneaking into the courthouse. Judge, you've got to help me.
Gildy, I regret to say that if Rumson Bullard is taking steps, there's not much that I can do about it.
Judge!
And if you're not going to marry and adopt the infant, Bullard's home might not be a bad place for her.
Uh-huh.
Cultural and social advantages, opportunities to marry well, money. She'd never want for anything, Gildy.
Now I can see it. Hooker, you're on Bullard's side, too. I'll bet you even drew up his papers.
What?
You've turned against your friend and fellow jolly boy. You're nothing but an old goat in wolf's clothing.
Now, Gildy, you know I'm the best friend you and that baby have.
Horse feathers, Hooker, horse feathers. You can save that stuff for Garfinkel and his 8 dead geese.
Well, maybe Bullard should adopt the baby. At least she won't have a fathead for a father.
Oh, watch it, turncoat.
Fathead?
Goose lawyer, goodbye. Well, little baby, you don't know what's happened today, do you? You see that big house across the street? There's a big man in there, and he wants you. I couldn't bear to see this little girl grow up across the street. It would break my heart. But, as Hooker said, she'd never want for anything. Might be for the best. Well, little girl, the only way I can prevent it is to get married. But the prevention seems worse than the cure. It's not funny.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy.
Can I have my allowance 3 weeks in advance, 2 1/4, huh?
Why do you want $2 1/4, Leroy?
For a down payment on a dog.
A dog? Why do you want a dog all of a sudden?
I want to pet him and play with him.
Leroy, there are dogs running across our lawn every 5 minutes. You can pet them.
Gosh. They're just nuts. I want a pedigreed dog.
Pedigreed dog? Now, where did you get such an idea?
Well, nowhere. But, gosh, it's my allowance, Unc. I'll put the 2 1/4 with what I have and... Hey, Unc, why don't you buy it?
Leroy, pedigreed dogs cost a lot of money.
You can count it as my Christmas present. For 2 years.
Leroy, you know you'll want a dozen things between now and Christmas.
Well, all right. You don't want me to have it?
No, my boy, I didn't say that. Sit down. Let's talk this thing over. Your old uncle isn't made of money, you know.
It's all right, Unc. If a little kid can't have a dog, it's all right.
Oh, my goodness. A pedigreed dog. Well, I'd better go up and see if he'll settle for a pedigreed-looking mutt. Now, who could that be? It's nearly supper time.
Where's Leroy?
Craig Bullard.
Where's Leroy?
He's upstairs, Craig. He doesn't feel so good. What's that?
Tell Leroy to come down. I want to show him my pedigreed dog again.
Oh, so that's where Leroy got the idea, eh?
Leroy doesn't have a pedigreed dog.
Well, he may have one someday. I've been thinking of buying him a bird dog just like that.
He's not a bird dog. Like you know about dogs, he's a Welsh Terrier.
Welsh Terrier? Oh, yeah, it's getting a little dark out there.
He's got a pedigreed name a mile long. Van Hill's Redberry Nightcap of Willowell Farms.
They sound more expensive than I thought.
Why don't you let Leroy come down?
It's a little late, Craig. Go on home. I'm closing the door.
Don't you close the door on me. I'll tell my father. He doesn't like you.
I've got news for you. I don't like him either.
He buys me more than you buy Leroy. I'll bet you don't buy Leroy anything.
That's not true.
You're just a big fat water peddler.
Oh, Craig, you go on home now.
Water peddler?
You go on home to supper. And don't come back with that bird dog.
You call me Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, no, Bertie. I was just suggesting to Craig that he go home.
Oh.
Bertie, what would you think about letting some wealthy family like the Bullards adopt the baby?
Mr. Bullard?
Now, Bertie, I know it comes as a shock to you, but there are a lot of things in favor of it. There'll always be things the water peddler commissioner can't buy her.
Well, money ain't everything, Mr. Gildersleeve. Look how well you raised Miss Marjorie and Leroy. You know what you give them children that money can't buy?
Well...
You give them part of your heart.
Now, Bertie, you're just prejudiced.
You may not be a man with a big pocketbook, but you're a man with a big heart.
Well, but in the long run, the baby may be better off with Mr. Bullard.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't give this baby to that man. You don't want this sweet little thing to grow up like that snooty little Craig, do you?
Well...
Mr. Gildersleeve, that baby was left in your car, and it's your responsibility.
The only way I can keep her is to get married.
Married? Well, if that's the only way I'd take it, throw caution to the wind.
I may have to, at that.
Now you're talking, Mr. Gildersleeve. No sacrifice is too great when it comes to saving the baby.
I may save the baby, but who'll save me? Oh, my goodness.
$50,000 in prizes, including 20 brand new Ford sedans.
Think of it. 721 prizes, including 20 powerful, streamlined new Ford sedans, will be won in Parquet series of big contests. Why, those Fords alone are practically priceless today. And the grand prize winner gets $1,000 to go with the luxurious car he wins. Just listen to these prizes.
Each week for 5 weeks, Parquet is awarding 4 beautiful new Ford sedans, 40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, to enter, just help the great Gildersleeve get a name for the pretty little baby girl he found some weeks ago. Write your suggested name for the baby on a contest entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with one red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Be sure to enclose your Parquet dealer's name and address.
Make a bid for your beautiful 1949 Ford, but hurry. This third week's contest closes this Saturday. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, the first week's winners will be announced at the end of this program. Now, let's return to the great Gildersleeve. Arms locked behind his back, he walks the streets, baring his chest and thoughts to the wind and rain.
Marriage. Of course, I won't be able to go out nights with the jolly boys as much till after the first year. But I can adopt the baby, and that's what I want. No use kidding yourself, Gildersleeve. You've got to get married. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this blustery afternoon?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to stand over your floor furnace a few minutes.
Careful. A lot of hot air comes up through there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know that, Peavy. Peavy, I just made a big decision. I'm going to get married.
Yep, a lot of hot air comes up through there.
I mean it this time, Peavy.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Who is the lucky woman?
Well, that's what I'd like to talk to you about.
You've decided to marry without knowing who? That's living pretty dangerously, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I have a pretty good idea, Peavy, but I'd appreciate your opinion.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm no Dorothy Dix.
No, but you've been married a long time. You know what adds up to a happy married life.
I wouldn't say that. But I might be able to point out some of the bear traps.
Well, trap or no trap, Peavy, it's the best thing to do. For me, the baby, and Miss Fairchild.
Miss Fairchild, you say?
Yeah. What do you think of Adeline Fairchild, Peavy?
Well, she appears to be a fine, upstanding woman.
Oh, that she is. Now that I have a baby in the house, I have to have a wife.
You sure you're not putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, I have reason to believe that if I don't adopt the baby right away, somebody else will.
Well, I don't blame you for wanting to adopt a baby.
You don't? By George, Peavy, I'll call Adeline right now and make a date and propose tonight. And Peavy, thanks for your advice.
I didn't give that hothead any advice. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Peavy?
I wondered if you'd mind using the telephone booth across the street.
Huh? What's the matter, Peavy? Is yours out of order?
No, but you're a good customer, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd hate to have you come in here years later, look at that booth, and hold it against me.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to call from here, Peavy, and you can suffer the consequences same as me.
Unky, you look so nice tonight.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Your lotion smells devastating. And you've shaved so nice and close.
Yes.
But aren't you a little pale, Unky?
Pale? Oh, no, that's talcum powder, I think.
Hey, Unc, why the black suit? Another political rally?
Leroy, this is no rally.
Well, you look great anyway, Unc.
I don't know who you're calling on tonight, Unky, but whoever she is, I'll bet she can't resist you.
No, I don't suppose she will.
Here, wait till I straighten your tie. There. Now stand back. I want to take one last look at you.
You better take one last look, too, Leroy.
Why?
I want you to remember me the way I am. Well, can't stay out here all night. I better go in. Those policemen cruising around the block are getting suspicious. Well, better ring the bell, I guess. What if Adeline doesn't accept me? No, you're grabbing at straws, Gildersleeve. You've got to go through with it for the baby's sake.
Well, hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Won't you come into my parlor? Said the spider to the fly.
Oop. Adeline, what do you mean by that?
Well, nothing, silly.
Are you sure?
My, you're touchy this evening.
Well, had a hard day.
You must have.
I'm sorry, Adeline.
Sit down.
Thank you.
This afternoon on the phone, you sounded so eager and so romantic.
Yes, I guess I did.
You just going to sit there and whistle all night?
Whistle? Oh, no.
Why didn't I propose over the telephone? Would have been easier than this.
What's wrong with him? I'd have sworn he was coming over here to propose.
I could have written her a letter. No, never put it in writing, then you are trapped.
Throckmorton, what are you thinking about?
Huh? Oh. Adeline?
Yes?
Adeline? I wonder if you'd hand me one of those mints. My mouth seems a little dry.
All right.
I have a faint feeling I'm being a little hasty. The sacrifices I make for that baby.
Here's a mint.
Oh, thank you.
He looks a little green. Wonder if all that smelly lotion you poured on made him ill.
Adeline?
Yes?
You and I have known each other a long time.
Nearly a year.
That's long enough for people to make up their minds about each other. So, Adeline, I came over tonight to ask you...
Yes, Throckmorton?
To ask you to hand me another mint. My mouth's dry again.
All right.
Why doesn't the silly Billy come to the point? I can't propose to him unless he waits too long.
Here's the mint, Throckmorton.
Oh, thank you, Adeline. As I was saying, I seem to like you, and you seem to like me. So tonight, Adeline, I'd like to ask you to...
Yes, Throckmorton?
Pass me another mint.
Why don't you take the whole box?
Oh, thank you. Adeline, you're good-natured, nice-looking, always attractive when I come over in the evening.
Wonder how she looks in the morning.
I've always admired you, too, Throckmorton. You're a successful businessman. You're attractive and sturdy.
A little too sturdy, but I'll take that off of him.
Well, Adeline, now that we've talked it over, I'd like to ask you...
There aren't any more mints.
There aren't? Then I better go home.
Throckmorton T. Gildersleeve, you sit down.
Huh?
Could it be, you sweet little man, that you came over here to propose to little old Adeline?
Huh?
I accept.
You do? I've saved the baby.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Good night, Adeline.
You great, big, broad-shouldered husband-to-be.
That's me. Well, Gildersleeve, you have every reason to be a happy man. That sick feeling in your stomach is probably because you ate so many mints. Probably. Who's that? Oh, Bullard, out walking that dog. Well, I've got something to say to him. Bullard, wait a minute.
Quiet. Good evening, Gildersleeve.
Bullard, you can't have the baby.
What's that, Gildersleeve?
You thought you could double-cross me, didn't you? With all your money, you thought you could step right in and take my baby away from me. Well, Bullard, it won't work. I've taken steps. I'm going to get married.
Well, congratulations, Gildersleeve.
Don't you congratulate me, Bullard. It means I can adopt the baby.
I think that's wonderful. Congratulations again.
What? Aren't you mad because you can't adopt her?
Certainly not. Why should I be?
But, Bullard, what about this morning at the courthouse? What were you doing there?
Gildersleeve, it's none of your business, but if you must know, I was getting this dog a license.
A dog license? I've been double-crossed.
Now for the names of the 4 top winners in the first of Parquet's 5 big baby naming contests.
Oh, I want to hear that.
Each one of the following contest entrants has won a massive, powerful, streamlined 1949 four-door Ford sedan. Mrs. L.A. Morse of Long Beach, California. Lorne R. Kermith, Jr. of Detroit, Michigan. Mrs. Allie E. Truman of Portland, Oregon. Mrs. Luana Bassinger of Route 2, Box 33, Rockwell, North Carolina. Congratulations to all of you.
Yes, indeed.
Winners of 140 other prizes in the first week's contest will be notified by mail. 4 more winners of Fords will be announced next week. Remember, you can enter the big $50,000 contest as often as you want. Send in several entries, maybe 4 or 5 this week, and boost your opportunities to win a brand new Ford sedan.
Ladies and gentlemen, every year at this time, the Community Chest appeals to you for help. A single donation to the Community Chest means a donation to all health, welfare, and recreation organizations that serve your community. By giving generously, you can be sure that your money is helping where it's most needed. You give once a year, but the wonderful work of the Community Chest goes on all year round. So please give generously. Thank you, and good night.
Baby, you need the main dish food that won't play hob with your food budget. It's cheese, Golden Good cheese. It's a bargain in nutrition. Cheese is a protein food, a main dish food. In fact, ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. Tomorrow, get one of Kraft's famous pasteurized processed varieties. Medium mellow Kraft American or sharp Old English. For rich yet mild cheddar flavor, get the delicious cheese food Velveeta. For marvelous lower-cost main dishes cooked with...
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Hey, Unc, who'd you vote for?
Leroy.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. A week ago, something very important happened in the life of the great Gildersleeve. He became engaged to his charming next-door neighbor, Miss Adeline Fairchild. Let's go back to the morning after Adeline shyly accepted his proposal. The happy bridegroom-to-be is just arising from his couch.
Engaged? See? Well, I did it for the baby's sake. I can't adopt her unless I get married. Didn't have to rush into it, though. Suppose the parents come back and take the baby away. There I'd be, married for life. That's a long time. Say, nobody knows about it yet. We could keep our engagement secret a while. Then if the parents should come back... You're sly, Gildersleeve. Where's my other shoe?
Why, Throckmorton.
Good morning, Adeline.
My, you certainly came over early, lover boy.
Yeah, lover boy.
Just couldn't wait to see your little bride-to-be, could you?
No, I couldn't.
You're sweet.
Well, bride-to-be, Adeline, I've been thinking.
So have I. Why, I lay awake all last night making plans for our marriage.
Oh?
I can just see our cute little towels hanging on the rack together. He and she.
He, she.
Why, Throckmorton, what's the matter? You look pale.
Pale? Oh, nothing. Just haven't had my orange juice yet.
Oh, well, I've just been busy as a bee making plans. First, we'll have our engagement party.
Engagement party? Wait a minute. Do we have to have one of those?
Why, of course, silly. That's where we're going to tell the whole wide world the good news.
Adeline.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I...
Adeline?
Yes?
I just got a wonderful idea.
What's that?
How about keeping our engagement a secret?
What?
Well, just for a little while.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, you're not trying to get out of this, are you?
Get out of it? No. Just thought it'd be nice to keep it a secret, that's all. You haven't told anybody, have you?
Well, I sent just one little telegram to a relative down south.
Oh, well. I don't think we should tell anybody else.
I don't see why not.
Well, it's more romantic that way.
Romantic? What do you mean?
Well, to me, a secret like this is too precious to share. But if you want to tell every Tom, Dick, and Harry, go ahead.
Oh, Throckmorton, you little darling. I didn't realize that such a romantic heart beats underneath that gray business suit. I do believe you're right. After all, Romeo and Juliet kept their love a secret.
Yeah, that's right.
Why, they kept their secret till the very end. Then they both committed suicide.
Well, we wouldn't have to go quite that far. Well, I better be going, Adeline. Don't forget, it's a secret.
I won't. Goodbye, Romeo. Oh, promise me that someday you and I
wish you wouldn't sing that so loud.
That you, Unc?
Yes, Leroy.
Sit down, Unky. You're late for breakfast.
All right, Marjorie.
Where you been?
Ben? Oh, just thought I'd take an early morning walk, working up an appetite.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter with you, young man?
Nothing, Uncle Romeo.
Huh?
Yes. Congratulations, Uncle Mort.
What?
I understand you and Miss Fairchild became engaged last night.
Who told you?
Miss Fairchild, she just phoned.
God, she certainly kept it a secret. Couldn't even wait till I got home.
Well, she said you wouldn't mind if she just told the family.
Well...
Uncle Mort, I think it's the best thing that ever happened. Miss Fairchild's awfully sweet. She'll make a wonderful wife, and now the baby will have a mother.
Well, yes. But for the time being, I've asked Miss Fairchild to keep our engagement a secret.
What's the matter, Unc? Getting cold feet?
Let's show a little respect, Leroy. Now, thank you not to jump to conclusions. We're keeping this to ourselves for romantic reasons. Leroy? You understand? We just won't let it go beyond this room.
Sure.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie.
Well, I guess you're pretty happy this morning, Miss Gildersleeve.
Huh?
I think it's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
You and Miss Fairchild getting engaged.
Oh, my goodness. Bertie, did Adeline tell you, too?
Yes, sir. She told me just now over the back fence.
Oh. Why didn't she broadcast it over the radio?
Oh, she told me not to tell anybody. She said it was a secret.
Some secret.
Isn't it thrilling, Bertie?
It sure is. A nice man like you should be married, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you, Bertie, but this is a secret. So we're not going to talk about it, are we?
No, sir. Bertie won't talk about it.
Good.
But I know you're going to be mighty happy. Miss Fairchild's going to make a wonderful wife.
Now, Bertie, we said we would...
Yes, sir. Bertie won't talk about it.
Good. Now that's settled.
Just think. Pretty soon you'll be married for life.
Bertie?
Bertie won't talk about it.
All right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. You ran a good race, but the parson finally caught up with you.
Bertie?
But don't worry, Bertie won't talk about it.
I don't want any breakfast. Why did Adeline have to tell the family about this? Oh, well, as long as it doesn't go any further, I guess it'll be all right. Got a lot of work to do today. I'll just bury myself in the water report. Morning, Bessie.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. And congratulations.
What?
Oh, I didn't know you and Miss Fairchild would be very happy.
Bessie, did she tell you too?
Well, she said she didn't think you'd mind, since I was your secretary.
No, of course not. I don't mind. We might as well tell everybody. Send out a notice to all our subscribers.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll send them out right away.
No, you won't.
Well, I don't mind the extra work.
Forget it, Bessie. This is supposed to be a secret.
Oh.
Well, don't tell a soul. We'll just keep it between you and me and the lamppost.
Lamppost?
It's a figure of speech, Bessie. Now, let's forget all about this and get down to work. I'll get it. Summerfield Water Department. Commissioner Gildersleeve speaking.
Well, this is the police department. Chief Gates speaking.
Oh? Hello, Chief. What do you want?
I'm very happy for you, Commissioner.
What are you talking about?
Come on now, you know. Oh, promise me that someday you and I...
Chief! Adeline told you to?
Well, she said since I'm one of your closest friends.
Oh, sure.
And take it from me, Commissioner, you'll never regret this.
Now, look.
Marriage is a great institution.
Yes.
But who wants to live in an institution?
Very funny.
Only kidding, Commissioner. Take it from an old married man. Marriage is okay. It's a give and take proposition. You give and your wife takes.
Chief, if you'll just stop those corny jokes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, sincerely, I want to wish you both the best of luck.
Well, thanks.
And, Commissioner...
Yes?
May all your troubles be little ones.
Oh, but goodbye. For heaven's sakes.
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve? Does Chief Gates know the secret, too?
Secret? Adeline hasn't told many people. Only Leroy, Marjorie, Bertie, Chief Gates, and you. I wonder who else knows about it.
Hello, Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I...
Another one.
And may I be the first to congratulate you?
The first. Get in line. You're about the 10th.
Well, Adeline said it would be all right to tell me since I'm your lawyer.
Oh, sure. The more, the merrier.
Well, Gildy, Dan Cupid finally hit you with one of his little arrows. Of course, I don't see how he could miss. You make such a big target.
I'm just going to ignore that, you old goat.
And Gildy, Miss Fairchild said I'd be invited to an engagement party before long.
Oh, she did. Well, I told her that we were going to wait a while.
Well, you have to learn, Gildy, that a woman usually has the last word.
Well, Adeline's had her last word. Where's my hat? Adeline, I'd like to talk to you.
You know, Throckmorton, I've had the busiest morning.
Yes, I know that. Adeline?
Yes?
I thought we agreed this morning to keep our engagement a secret.
Why, of course we did, silly.
Well, a lot of people seem to know about it, and the little bird didn't tell them. What's the matter?
You're so cute when you're gruff. Woof, woof.
Oh, my goodness. Adeline?
All right, you masterful man, you. I won't tell another soul.
Good. And that's settled. But just keep it a secret.
Yes, until our engagement party.
Yeah. Huh? Adeline, I thought we were going to postpone our engagement party.
Postpone it?
Well, just a year. I mean, a month or two.
Well, all right. Throckmorton.
Yeah?
Guess who sent us congratulations on our engagement?
Who?
Cousin Leila.
Leila?
Yes, your old sweetheart. She answered my wire this morning.
Oh.
She says she hopes we'll both be very happy. Of course, she doesn't mean it. I bet she's tearing out her blonde hair by its black roots. Aren't I, little mink?
Leila and I were just good friends.
Now, Throckmorton. She said to tell you she'll never forget those moonlit nights by the reservoir.
Oh? She did?
Throckmorton?
Huh?
What are you blushing about?
Am I blushing?
You haven't forgotten her, have you?
I have too.
No, you haven't. You're still in love with her.
Adeline.
I see it all now. That's why you want to keep our engagement a secret, you bluebeard.
Adeline, please.
You never want to have our engagement party.
Yes, I do, Adeline. We'll have the party real soon. We'll have it any time you say.
Oh, that's wonderful. How about tomorrow night?
I don't think we could, Adeline. We don't have the invitations printed.
Oh, I ordered the invitations this morning.
You did?
Uh-huh. I've taken care of everything.
You certainly have.
Oh, Throckmorton, I'm so happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Oh, promise me that someday you and I...
Big prizes, 20 beautiful Ford sedans ready for delivery.
Did you hear that? $50,000 in prizes, including 20 sleek 1949 four-door Ford sedans, are being awarded in Parquet series of contests. And in addition to his Ford, the grand prize winner gets $1,000 in cash. Listen to this.
Each week for 2 more weeks, Parquet is awarding 4 beautiful new Ford sedans, 40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, as you know, the great Gildersleeve found a little baby girl a few weeks ago. All you do to enter this contest is suggest a name for that baby. Write the suggested name on a contest entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry, your name and address, and 1 red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Be sure to enclose your Parquet dealer's name and address.
Friends, go after the car that everybody wants, the beautiful 1949 Ford sedan. Hurry, though. This Saturday is the closing date in this 4th week's contest. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois, now. Names of earlier winners will be announced in a few minutes. Well, now
let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. The fatal day of the engagement party has arrived, and the condemned man did not eat a hearty breakfast. It's afternoon now, and we find our prisoner of love in solitary confinement up in his room.
Trapped by a woman's tears. It'll be all over tonight. Well, maybe it's all for the best. We'll be able to adopt the baby now. Adeline's really a fine woman. At least I won't have to buy an engagement ring. I'll use the one I got for Leila. Good thing she gave it back. Leila. What a girl. Well, it's all over now. I'll just forget about her. Now, where did I put that ring? I guess it's in this cigar box with Leila's letters. Let's see here. Leila's letters are getting a little faded, just like our romance. Look at this old dance program. That's the night we went to the Halloween dance at the Elks Hall. I remember Leila and I had the last waltz together. That was a wonderful night. I'll never forget our costumes. Leila went as Madame Pompadour and I went as Henry VIII. I remember I carried a chicken leg around all night. We danced cheek to cheek, and her hair tickled my nose. What's the matter with me? I gotta forget Leila. Now, where's that ring? What's this? That old blue ribbon I won at the 4th of July picnic. What's it say? Second prize, Fat Man's Race. Leila and I had a wonderful time at that picnic. I remember after lunch we took a walk down by the brook. We sat there on the bank and watched our reflections in the water. And I stole a little kiss, and she made me put it right back. And then we... Gildersleeve, you've got to stop this. Remember, you're getting engaged to Adeline tonight. You're supposed to be looking for a ring. Leila doesn't mean a thing to me anymore. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. So, whoop. What's this? Picture of Leila in a bathing suit. Gee, she looks cute. I think I'll look for the ring later. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Congratulations from Peavy's Pharmacy.
Huh?
On your coming marriage, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks, Peavy.
I suppose this is a happy day for you.
Happy? Oh, yes.
Well, Mrs. Peavy and I are looking forward to the engagement party at Miss Fairchild's tonight. And we'll be there with bells on.
Oh, that's fine.
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll never forget the wonderful parties we had at that house when Leila Ransom used to live there.
Leila?
Yes, you remember the night...
Peavy, that happened a long time ago. I've forgotten all about Leila.
You have? I can't understand that. She used to live right next door to you.
Peavy,
You must remember Mrs. Ransom. She was an attractive widow, about 5'2", freckles on her nose.
I know. I remember her, Peavy.
Oh, I thought you said you forgot her.
Yes. Let's skip it.
All right. I thought it was funny you'd forget her. You were quite fond of her at one time.
Yes, Peavy, but that's all over.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
She certainly made an impression on me. I'll never forget that birthday party at her house. We played post office. And I delivered a letter to Mrs. Ransom in the pantry. I certainly was a happy postman.
Peavy, let's get one thing straight. Leila is a thing of the past. Just a memory. She's gone with the wind.
Yes?
Yes, of course. Now, put yourself in my shoes, Peavy. Suppose you were getting engaged to Mrs. Peavy tonight. You'd forget all about a girl like Leila, wouldn't you?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Goodbye.
Sullivan ain't the commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Well, I got an invite to your funeral.
Yep.
I mean, engagement party.
We can dispense with the barbershop humor, Floyd. Just give me a haircut.
Sure. Hop right up in the chair, and I'll spruce you all up for tonight.
All right.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I...
Floyd, don't sing that.
Okay.
Gives me the willies.
Uh-huh. Say, commish, tell me something. Whatever happened to Leila Ransom?
Leila? Now, why should I know? I'd forgotten all about her.
Uh-huh. You used to have quite a pash for that Southern belle.
Floyd, that's ancient history. A thing of the past.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're right, commish. When a man gets engaged, he's got to forget all about other women.
That's correct.
So I'm glad to see you putting Leila out of your mind.
Well, I am.
That's good. She don't bother you at all no more, huh?
That's right.
But, commish, Leila sure did look cute in a bathing suit, didn't she?
She sure did. Goodbye, Floyd. I don't need a haircut.
Well, Gildy, what are you doing over here in the corner?
Nothing, Judge.
Come on, join the party.
I'll join the party in a minute.
Say, Gildy, it's almost 10 o'clock. When are you going to announce your engagement?
Pretty soon, Horace. Go finish your strawberry ice cream.
All right. We're all waiting.
We're all waiting.
Why doesn't he mind his own business, the old goat? Everybody is so anxious to push me into this thing. Adeline's been breathing down my neck all night. Why doesn't
Hello,
she...
Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Throckmorton, Cupid Pie.
Yes?
Don't you think it's about time we announced our engagement? The party's practically over.
Well...
The ice cream's almost gone.
I could run out and get some more.
Well, Throckmorton, if I didn't know you'd better, I'd think you were trying to back out of this.
Back out?
Well, come on now. Let's tell our little secret to the world.
Excuse me, Miss Fairchild. The Jolly Boys would like to sing a song in honor of the occasion. How about it, Commissioner?
Of course, Chief. Let's go.
Oh, but Throckmorton, what about our announcement?
Later, Adeline, after the song. Hurry up, Chief.
Well, here's the commish. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildy, we're going to do a song that's dedicated to you.
Thanks. What is it?
Wedding bells are breaking up that old gang of mine.
That's not very funny. I'll see you later.
No, Commissioner, don't go away. We need your bathtub baritone.
Well, all right, Chief. You couldn't do without me anyway.
Okay, troubadours, here we go.
Not so down on the corner at the pretty certain sign that wedding bells are breaking up that old gang of mine. All the boys are singing love songs. They forgot sweet Adeline.
Wish I could.
Those wedding bells are breaking up that old gang of mine.
There goes Jack, there goes Jim, down through Lover's Lane.
Now and then we meet again, but they don't seem the same.
We'll miss you.
Gee, I get a lonesome feeling when I hear those church bells chime.
Those wedding bells are breaking up that old gang of mine. Ding dong.
Oh, that was just beautiful.
Thank you, Miss Fairchild.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Yes?
Shall we make the announcement now?
Announcement? Well, in just a minute.
What?
I have to get the ring, Adeline. It's in my overcoat hanging in the hall. I'll be right back.
You hurry now.
Hurry now. This is it. Can't stall any longer, Gildersleeve. Farewell, Leila. Guess I'll never see you again. see the ring in one of these pockets here. Maybe I lost it. No such luck. Here it is. Guess I'll have to go in and face the music. I could just walk out the front door here, run away. I'd have to come back someday, get a clean shirt. Here. Huh, there's a taxi out in front. Somebody's getting out of it. A woman. She's coming in. That walk looks familiar. I wonder if... No, it couldn't be. Yes, it is. It's Leila.
Throckmorton.
Oh, Adeline.
Throckmorton, you're turning green. What's the matter?
What? Oh, nothing. I'm fine.
Oh, I wonder who's at the door.
It's...
Throckmorton! Why, I declare he's fainted. Throckmorton, speak to me.
Here they are, the names of the top winners in the second week of Parquet's $50,000 baby naming contest. Here are the entrants who have won 1949 four-door Ford sedans. Nancy McAnally of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mrs. H.D. Lashier of Box 107, College Station, Berrien Springs, Michigan. Mrs. S. Lewis Johnson, Jr. of Dallas, Texas. Mrs. Cecil R. Bollner of Frankfort, Kentucky. Accept our congratulations. Winners of 140 other prizes in the second week's contest will be notified by mail. Remember, $50,000 in prizes in all are being awarded, but next week's contest is the last. So, send in several entries, maybe 4 or 5, to boost your opportunities to win the 1949 Ford sedan. Above all, friends, hurry!
Throckmorton. Throckmorton, darling.
Oh, Adeline, what happened?
You fainted, Throckmorton.
I did?
They carried you out here on the front porch to get some fresh air.
Oh, better stand up. Clear my head.
Let Adeline help.
There you are.
There. You feel better?
Yeah. Adeline, did Leila really come?
Yes, she's upstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry we didn't get to announce our engagement tonight.
But we did.
Huh?
They couldn't revive you in time, so I made the announcement.
You did?
Yes, we're engaged, lover boy.
We are?
Throckmorton! Oh, well, I declare, he's fainted again.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's grand news for lovers of natural cheese. Now, after waiting many months, Kraft has plenty of aged American for you. Since before the war, the demand for natural American cheese has been so great that it's been very difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, Kraft has it. So if you've had a hankering for natural American cheese with the grand flavor that comes from aging, let your dealer know. Tell him you want aged American, the Kraft kind. Take home a big wedge cut from a golden wheel. Ah, there's a lot of eating enjoyment in a wedge of American cheese, especially if it's aged American by Kraft. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, there's an interesting social item in the Summerfield Indicator this morning. At a brilliant party last night, Miss Adeline Devereaux Fairchild, a former Savannah debutante, announced her engagement to Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Summerfield's most eligible bachelor. There was only one jarring note. When a taxi pulled up and Gildersleeve saw his old light of love daintily step out.
It's Leila.
Yes, Leila Ransom is back in town. But our hero took it as only a great man can. He fainted twice and had to be carried home. It's the next morning now, and the great Gildersleeve trudges downstairs to breakfast.
Can't wait to get some black coffee.
Morning, Miss Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie. Oh, I see you have the baby up already.
Yes, sir.
Hello, little girl.
She's had breakfast, and I'm taking her upstairs for a nap.
Oh, well, I hope you sleep better than I did last night, little baby. Do you know what you got me into? Do you know that I am now an engaged man just because I want to adopt you? It's not funny.
From over here, it sounded like you had a big party, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, we did.
I sure was surprised to hear that Miss Ransom came back.
I was a little surprised myself.
Well, anyway, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're all set to take the fatal step. That's the important thing.
I think I'll go have some breakfast.
Yes, sir, it's on the table. Eat hearty, Mr. Gildersleeve. You can't live off love.
Yes. Black coffee will taste good this morning.
Good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning, Marjorie.
Hi, Unc. We're waiting for you.
Yes, so I see, Leroy. Will you pour me some coffee, Marjorie, please?
Oh, sure, Unky. What did she have to say?
Who?
You know who I mean, Mrs. Ransom.
Well, I really didn't have a chance to talk to Leila last night.
Why did Mrs. Ransom come back to town, Unc?
Well, that's her house that Adeline lives in, you know. She has to check things. Winter's coming on.
Oh, sure. I bet she came all the way from Savannah just to see if Miss Fairchild had put on the storm windows.
Marjorie, let's not try to figure these things out.
All right. I think Mrs. Ransom did the most dramatic thing, Unky. Appearing just at the moment your engagement was announced.
Very dramatic.
What did she do, Unc? Run up the sidewalk yelling, "Stop the music"?
No, Leroy.
It must be embarrassing. The girl you're engaged to and your old sweetheart living in the same house.
It's not embarrassing at all.
If Mrs. Ransom corners you, Uncle Mort, how are you going to explain it to her?
Now, Marjorie, I'm under no obligation to Mrs. Ransom. None whatsoever. It was all over between us when she left town.
Of course.
However, I should happen to see her, and if she's curious about what happened, I'll just tell her what happened.
Poor Uncle. You're still fond of her, aren't you?
Marjorie, you forget that I'm engaged to Miss Fairchild. I can't be fond of another woman. Leroy eats a prune. This may be a little hard for Leila to understand at that. I don't know why I should worry about what she thinks. She walked out on me. Still, I'd feel better about it if I had a talk with her. I'll give her a jingle right now. Now, May as well wait till Bessie comes to work. And if Adeline answers, Bessie can hang up. Secretaries are great comfort. Where is that Bessie? She's 20 minutes late. Leila looked lovely last night. Coming up the walk, loaded with furs. Watch it, Gildersleeve. You have to remember Adeline.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie, you're late to work again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was reading about your engagement party on the bus.
Oh?
And it was so interesting, I wrote at the end of the line.
What a secretary.
And Mr. Gildersleeve, right next to that is a social item that Mrs. Leila Ransome is back in town. Isn't that a strange coincidence?
Very strange.
You don't suppose she came back to throw a monkey wrench in your engagement, do you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Monkey wrench?
Figure of speech, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know, Bessie. Hang up your coat and get ready to make a phone call for me.
Yes, sir.
Figure of speech.
Morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Hooker.
Is the water commissioner able to be up and around this morning? Well, there he is. And he's lovely. He's engaged.
All right, you old goat. What's on your mind? I'm busy.
I won't take a minute, Gildy. I merely thought you'd be interested to know that I had a little talk with Leila this morning.
Leila? You did?
Property matters, of course.
Oh?
Gad, what a woman. More exciting than ever. The grace of Diana. The charm of Helen of Troy. The allure of Cleopatra.
Yeah, that's Leila, all right. How is she, Judge?
Well, I can tell you more after lunch, Gildy. We're dining together this noon at the Summerfield Grill.
Oh?
Could it be, my fat friend, that you'd like to be sitting in my place?
Certainly not. Why should I?
That's too bad. Leila has invited you to join us.
She has? Well, no. I shouldn't do it. I think I'll just call her, Judge.
Calling Leila is never the same as seeing Leila.
But Judge, what if some old gossip sees me?
Leila thought of that. She had me reserve that cozy little private dining room, the Palm Room.
The Palm Room?
And I'll be there to chaperone. Well, we'll see you there at 1 o'clock, Gildy.
Fine. I do have some things to say to her.
I bet she has a few things to say to you, too.
Oh, I won't go. Well, I'm here. Where are they?
Table for one, sir.
I'm waiting for a woman, miss. I mean, a man and a woman. We reserved that little palm room. Guess I'm a little early. I'll wait for them back there.
Very well, sir.
Probably shouldn't be having lunch with Leila, but what the heck. Hooker will be with us. At least I should see her while she's here, just for old time's sake. It is private. A little dark in here.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
Oh! Leila! I didn't see you behind that potted palm.
I heard you coming, so I thought I'd play peekaboo.
Oh, yeah.
I'm awfully glad you could come, Throckmorton.
So am I, Leila. I didn't know if I should, though, but the judge said...
I know.
And by the way, where is the judge?
Oh, I'm afraid the judge will be unavoidably detained.
He will? How do you know?
Well, you know, little old addle-headed me. I got my property matters so mixed up this morning, the poor man had to take his lunch hour to get them straightened out.
He did?
So I guess you and I will just have to lunch alone.
Leila, you're a little devil.
You think so, Throckmorton?
Same old Leila. By George, it's good to see you. Say, you're doing your hair differently, aren't you?
Well, I was wondering when you were going to say something, and you haven't even looked at my new dress.
Well, I didn't... I didn't think I should, being an engaged man.
Oh, silly. When a woman gets all gushered up, she wants to be appreciated, even if it is only to meet an old ex-sweetheart.
Yes. I want to talk to you about that, Leila. Shall we sit down?
Let's.
I didn't get a chance to explain last night. Are you angry, Leila?
Oh, good gracious, why should I be angry? When a girl's best boyfriend becomes engaged to a girl's cousin, who can understand better than that girl?
Leila, you're true blue. I'm glad to see you taking it like this. Of course, I knew you would. You're such a sincere, level-headed girl.
Flatterer. Oh, Throckmorton, I'm afraid I forgot. Congratulations. I wish you every happiness.
Oh, thank you.
And I hope you can find it with Adeline. Of course, now that you're engaged to be married, I bet you'll never think of little old Leila again.
Oh, yes, I will.
I'm afraid I'll think of you, too, sometimes. Throckmorton.
Yes, Leila?
You're holding my hand.
I am? Oh, I'm still shaking it from the congratulations.
We can't carry on like we used to.
No, guess not.
Oh, remember that beautiful summer day? We packed a lunch and went boating up at Grass Lake, the two of us.
I was thinking about that just last night.
The boat got stuck on a sandbar, and big old strong you carried me ashore in your arms because you didn't want me to get my bathing suit wet. Throckmorton.
Huh?
You're holding my hand again.
Oh, sorry, Leila. I thought I was leading you back to camp.
You weren't leading. You were squeezing.
Sorry.
You naughty boy. Remember those snug winter evenings in my parlor when we'd sit on the rug in front of the fire and popcorn? And the nights we just sat there.
Yeah, I like them best.
Throckmorton, have you done that in my parlor with my cousin Adeline?
No.
Well, those were wonderful days.
Wonderful.
Of course, we did have our ins and outs. Like the time that hot-blooded Spanish dancer came to town. And then you got sweet on Eve Goodwin. My, you were the busy boy.
Well, you were engaged to that Dr. Julian Henry, and you nearly married Lightfoot Dupree. You weren't exactly idle, Leila.
Just listen to you. But every spring when my lilac bush bloomed, we fell in love all over again, Throckmorton. Head over heels.
Head over heels.
You'd sniff those lilacs a while, and then you'd sing to me so beautifully.
Yeah.
Throckmorton, will you do me a teensy favor?
Oh, anything you say.
Will you sing to me now?
Sing? But, Leila, we're in a restaurant.
Now, we're in a private dining room. Come along now. I'll play this little old Rotary Club piano.
Now, Leila?
Come on, sit right here on the bench with me.
Well,
Sing to me soft.
I don't feel like singing.
Please, for Leila, our song.
Well, I never could refuse Leila anything.
Oh, that's a dear. Now sing pretty like you used to.
Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Speak to me of love and whisper these words to me, dear. I adore you. Oh, Leila.
Well, I declare. What's the matter, Throckmorton?
Leila, I'm all mixed up.
Oh, you poor darling. Tell Leila all about it.
That's what I want to do, Leila. explain the whole thing to you. You know, I found the baby in the back seat of my car.
Yes, Throckmorton.
You just can't help loving a baby, Leila. But the law says I can't adopt her until I get married. And Adeline was near.
I'll bet she was.
And the next thing I knew, I was engaged.
Mercy, Adeline should be ashamed of herself. Why, that's like shooting a fish in a barrel.
Huh?
Now, it's noble of you to want to make a home for the baby, Throckmorton, but you shouldn't let just anybody talk you into getting engaged.
Well, if you'd been here, Leila, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Throckmorton, do you know what you're saying?
What'd I say?
That if I'd been here, you'd be engaged to me now.
Well, if you'd said yes.
Well, I'm here and I say yes.
Huh?
Now all you have to do is explain everything to Adeline.
Explain what?
That we're engaged.
I'm engaged to two women.
It's the last week you can win a big, beautiful Ford sedan.
Yes, if you want to share in $50,000 in prizes, enter Parquet's final contest now. 4 high-powered 1949 four-door Ford sedans are going to be awarded this week. And the grand prize winner gets $1,000 cash besides his Ford. So hurry up and enter. This final week, Parquet will also award
40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, to go after your share of prizes, just send us a suggested name for the Gildersleeve baby girl. Write it on a contest entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry, your name and address, and one red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Be sure to enclose your Parquet dealer's name and address.
Take advantage of this last opportunity to win the high-powered Streamline 1949 four-door Ford sedan. Mail it now to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. You still have a wonderful opportunity to win a new Ford, but only if your entry is postmarked by Saturday midnight. Well, let's rejoin the man with the ambidextrous heart. Last night, the great Gildersleeve had an engagement dinner with Miss Adeline Fairchild. And this noon, as it turned out, he had an engagement luncheon with Mrs. Leila Ransom. Now he's returning to the office trying to figure out what happened.
I have a faint suspicion that Leila tricked me into this. Of course, she has always been fond of me. What will Adeline say? Ye gods, what will the jury say?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bessie.
Did you and Mrs. Ransom have a nice lunch?
Lunch? I don't remember eating.
Oh-ho!
Bessie, watch it.
You were gone so long, I wondered what had happened.
Well, a lot has happened.
Water department. Oh, one moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm not talking to anybody.
Oh, I think you'll want to talk at this party. It sounds like your lady love.
Which one? I mean, who?
I'll give you a teeny-weeny hint. She has a southern accent.
Bessie, is it Mrs. Ransom or Miss Fairchild?
Oh, both of them do have southern accents, don't they?
Yes, Bessie. Which one is it?
Well, it can't be Miss Fairchild.
Why?
Because she's on her way down here.
Oh!
Aren't you going to take this phone call?
Tell her I'm not in. I'm not. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Peavy, fix me a double Coke.
Very well.
And Peavy, bring it to me in the back room.
Back room?
Yeah, and Peavy, don't tell anyone I'm back there.
Very well. Reminds me of Prohibition days. There you are.
Thanks.
Rob a bank, Mr. Gildersleeve?
It's much worse than that, Peavy. Keep a sharp lookout and warn me if any women I know come in.
Very well. I'm on the lookout anyway. I'm expecting Mrs. Peavy to drop in this afternoon. She came downtown to have her feet fixed.
Yeah. Oh?
Nice engagement party last night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hope nothing's gone wrong.
Everything's gone wrong, Peavy.
I was trying to explain to Leila how I got engaged to Adeline. I got engaged to Leila again.
Mrs. Ransom? My.
2 women. Isn't that awful, Peavy?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, I don't know what to do.
Well, if I were you, I'd just rest on my laurels.
Yes.
Got engaged to 2 women. You've had a busy 24 hours.
Now, Peavy, let's not be facetious. This whole thing's enough to make me want to go throw myself right in the reservoir.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, there's always the bright side. There are people who would consider you in a very favorable predicament.
How can you say that, Peavy?
Well, at least you have a choice.
You...
That's more than I can say. I was only engaged to 1 woman. Expect her along in a minute now. She's downtown having her feet faked.
Yes, I know, Peavy.
No, sir, I didn't have a choice.
Yes.
Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, you said to keep a sharp lookout for a woman.
Oh, I'm ducking out the back way, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, did you get your feet fixed, honey?
Floyd, while you're shaving me, do you mind standing between me and the window?
But, Commish, that cuts off the light. I might nick you.
Rather than have Adeline see me right now, I'll take that chance.
Commish, I gotta hand it to you. You have more fun than anybody.
Floyd, this isn't my idea of fun.
You ought to be proud of yourself, Commish. You ought to be the happiest man in Summerfield, engaged to 2 Southern chicks. You're really living.
Please, Floyd, I never should have told you.
And both of them cousins. Down south, is that what they call kissing cousins?
Floyd, I'm in no joking mood. I'll bet Adeline thinks I'm nothing more than a playboy.
So what? You'd rather marry the widow Ransom, wouldn't you?
Well, now, Floyd.
You know what, Commish? I don't think you want to marry either one of them dames.
Floyd, I don't go around proposing to women with the idea of backing out.
Okay. I just had an idea how you could get out of it. Of course, you're not interested.
Absolutely not. What is it?
Well, the dames has already got the impression you're a little fickle. Why don't you go all the way?
All the way?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Really prove to him you ain't to be trusted. Go to him with a big confession, Commish, that you're engaged to 6 other women.
Floyd, that's ridiculous. I don't even know 6 other women.
So what? Make 'em up. Tell him you got a manicurist, 2 waitresses, a traveling saleswoman, and a lady car hop from California.
Oh. I've never been to California.
Ah, makes a good story, Commish. And believe me, the dames will run from you like it was poison.
Floyd, I couldn't stoop to that.
Okay. But for a guy over his head as deep as you are, it's either stoop or be a stoop. I'd hustle on over there and burn my bridges.
Finish me up, Floyd.
Hey, I got another great idea.
Huh?
I just seen that William Powell picture. Tell him you're also engaged to a mermaid out at your reservoir.
Floyd. They'd never believe that. Floyd has a tendency to carry things too far. But he did help me see myself as I really am. I wouldn't make a good husband. I'm too fickle. Maybe Floyd's right. As much as it hurts, I'll just have to tell him what a heel I am. And neither of them will want me. Oh, hello, Adeline. May I come in?
Are you sure you want to come in?
Well, I'd like to.
You'll find Cousin Leila in the parlor. You know the way.
Oh, yes. Right along the hall here. You come along, too, though, Adeline. This concerns you. It concerns all of us. I have a big confession to make. Hello, Leila.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Nice to see you back in town.
Cousin Leila's told me all about it, Throckmorton.
She has?
She certainly has. All about lunch and what happened.
Well, you know how luncheons are. One thing leads to another. Leila.
I just had to tell my sweet little old cousin. I wouldn't do anything behind Adeline's back. You know that.
Oh, no. Me neither.
I admit that I did lose my head when you swept me off my feet in that private dining room. You sounded so sincere.
No, Leila.
Don't you think he sounds sincere when he proposes Adeline?
I certainly do.
Always singing love songs. What did he sing when he proposed to you, cousin?
Now, wait a minute, Leila.
Well, he didn't sing that night. In fact, he hardly talked.
Adeline, Leila, how can you do this to me?
I'm sorry, but this is a case where blood cousins are thicker than water. Water, Commissioner.
But
it grieves me to say, Throckmorton, that the only reason I came up here was to protect my dear little unprotected cousin.
Well, I may as well admit it then. That's what I came over here to tell you, that I'm not to be trusted. I'm fickle.
You've certainly proven that.
You bet I have. I'm not worthy of either one of you. I'm just a heartbreaker.
I don't think you've broken so many hearts, Throckmorton.
You just don't know, Leila. How do you know that you're the only two women I'm engaged to?
What?
Why, I can think of at least 6 other women. A manicurist, 2 waitresses, a traveling saleswoman.
That's 4.
Why, I haven't even mentioned the lady car hop from California.
A lady car hop? Really, Throckmorton?
So, girls, save yourselves. Break the engagements. Both of them. I'm just a gigolo.
I don't care. We're staying engaged.
We are? But, Adeline, why?
You need me to protect you from all those women. The husband.
Oh, my goodness.
Throckmorton.
Yes, Leila?
I used to think you were pretty dull, but you've uncovered a shot I didn't know you had.
Oh, I have?
You he-man, you. Oh, I just love bold, dashing Yankees. I'm going to stay engaged to you, too.
But, Leila.
Leila Ransom, you've got your nerve. Now, honey, I was engaged to him long before you ever saw him.
I don't care. You just trot on back to Savannah.
I will not. This is my house.
You take your old house. I'll soon be moving over to Throckmorton.
Oh!
We'll see about that.
Oh, friend, I'm still engaged to 2 women.
And now, the names of the entrants who have won 1948 four-door Ford sedans in the 3rd week of Parquet's big series of $50,000 contests. Mrs. Ben Rasmussen of Waukesha, Wisconsin, Mrs. Clara Bryant of P.O. Box 534, Wetumpka, Oklahoma, Dorothy L. Magri of Cleveland, Ohio, Miss Irene Thayer of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Congratulations to all of you. 140 winners of other prizes will be notified by mail. Remember, please, the 5th week's contest is the final one.
Yes.
And it closes for good this Saturday. It's now or never if you want a 1949 four-door Ford sedan. Step up your opportunities to win by sending several entries. Above all, send them now. This is the last time we can announce this contest.
Mr. Gildersleeve, that barber is on the phone.
Floyd Munson?
He seems upset about something.
Thanks, Bessie. Hello, Floyd?
Commissioner Gildersleeve, what kind of a water department are you running? I get a guy all soaked up with the shampoo, and then I turn on the water, and nothing happens. How come?
That was just a little reminder, Mr. Munson.
Look, I paid my water bill.
That's got nothing to do with it. Hereafter, keep your bum advice about women to yourself.
What?
Good night, folks.
Folks, here's an announcement Kraft hasn't been able to make until right now, since way back in 1941. Now, at long last, Kraft has plenty of aged, natural American cheese for you. The mellow golden wheels dealers cut in wedges. Since before the war, the need for cheese has been so great that it was difficult to set aside enough for curing. Just this past year, Kraft could send plenty of fine cheddars to the curing rooms, guarded for months and months. Now, this pre-war treat is back. Ask your dealer for a wedge of the mellow, grand-eating natural cheese aged so carefully for you by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. When the average man becomes engaged, it's usually to just one woman. But leave it to the Great Gildersleeve to be a little different. He now finds himself betrothed to two women, his new sweetheart, Adeline Fairchild, and his old flame, LEILA Ransom. At the moment, he's discussing his predicament with the new member of the family, the baby.
What am I going to do, baby? I can't marry both of them. If you were in a situation like this, what would you do? Oh, thanks. You're a big help. How do I get into these things? What are you laughing at? The only reason I got into this marriage business is because I could adopt you. You know, baby, you've caused me a lot of trouble since I found you in that parking lot. Yes, but you're worth it, baby. I have to make up my mind pretty soon. I've been stalling them both for a week now. I'm getting a little impatient. But which one do I want to marry? Adeline's sweet, but so is LEILA. And LEILA's awfully cute, but so is Adeline. Right back where I started. Just have to stall them a little longer. Well, better get down to the office. See you tonight, baby. Yeah, goodbye. Guess I'll go out the back way.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I'm going to work now, Bertie. You better watch the baby.
Yes, sir, I will.
Hope I can get the car out without LEILA and Adeline seeing me.
You poor man. Haven't you made up your mind yet, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I haven't, Bertie.
My goodness, it's bad enough being engaged to two women without having them both live in the same house right next door.
Yes, well.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're trapped.
Bertie, shh, not so loud. I'm trying to get out without them hearing me.
Oh, I get it.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good luck.
Well, shades are still down next door. Guess they're still asleep. I'll just sneak by their window. Made it. I'll open the garage door real easy. Oh, my goodness. Must oil that someday. Well, so far, so good. Shh. I'll back out real quiet. Looks like I'm going to make it. Ta-ta, girls. Have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch Gildersleeve. Oh, they're shooting at me. A blowout.
That you, Throckmorton?
Hello, Adeline. You, LEILA. Good morning, girls. Sorry I woke you up. Just had a little blowout. Old retread. Goodbye.
Throckmorton, now, you wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Yes, and I want a few words with you, too.
You do? What about?
You know very well what about. You've been dodging me for days now. I want to ask you a personal question. Just a moment. I want to ask Throckmorton a question.
Girls?
Pardon me, Cousin Leila. I'm talking to Throckmorton. Well, excuse me, Cousin Adeline. I'm talking to Throckmorton.
Don't fight, girls.
Well, I happen to be engaged to him. Well, I happen to be engaged to him, too. too.
Of course, you're both engaged to me. I mean...
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, do you intend to marry your Adeline or not?
Marry you, Adeline? Why, certainly.
Throckmorton, how can you marry Adeline when you're going to marry me?
That's a very interesting question. Well, gotta go to work.
Throckmorton, you come back here. I want an answer right now. So do I. We're going to settle this. You wait there, Throckmorton. I'm coming right down. I'm coming down, too. We're going to have a long talk.
That's what they think. They'll have to catch me first. Oh, morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, you seem a little out of breath.
Yes, I decided to run to work this morning.
Well, some people say it's much healthier to run than to walk.
Certainly was this morning.
By the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, how are your two fiancés?
What? Oh, they're fine.
Have you decided yet which one is to be the future Mrs. Gildersleeve?
No, I haven't, Peavy. I just can't make up my mind.
Well, I've been giving your problem quite a bit of thought.
You have?
Yes, and I've come to one conclusion.
What's that?
You're in an awful mess.
Well, you're certainly a big help, Peavy. A fine friend you are. Now's the time I really need some advice.
Well, I was in a similar predicament when I was young. You might benefit by my experience.
Peavy, don't tell me you were engaged to two women.
No, not exactly. But while I was betrothed to Mrs. Peavy, another woman came into my life.
Really?
I hope to tell you.
Well, who was this other woman?
Well, her name was Fifi Latour. She was an actress.
Huh?
And she was crazy about me.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say. She was a soubrette in the road company at the Red Mill. She came out in the second act in black tights. And she sang that song, Just Because You're You, Dear. Just because...
Okay, Peavy. How do you know she was crazy about you?
Well, right in the middle of the song, she leaned over the footlights and winked in my direction.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Is that all?
I couldn't sleep all that night. I knew it was either Miss Latour or the future Mrs. Peavy. So the next day I went back to the theater, and what do you think?
What?
The show had left town and gone to Peoria.
Oh,
But I'll never forget her singing that song. Just because you're you, dear.
Peavy.
Just because you're you.
Peavy.
And then she winked at me. And the darn fool sitting next to me thought she was winking at him.
Ye gods, I should have known better than to come to you for advice. You're just married to one woman. You don't have any problems.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh!
You, Unky?
I don't know.
It's about time you got home. I was getting worried about you.
Worried, Marjorie? I phoned you that I was having dinner downtown. Then I decided to go to a movie. Just felt like being alone.
Oh, I see. What picture did you see, Unky?
Picture? I don't know. I guess I didn't notice.
Oh. Well, the phone's been ringing all evening.
Oh, it has?
First Mrs. Ransom called, and then Miss Fairchild, and then
Mrs. Ransom called. Yeah.
And they both left messages for you to call them back.
Thank you, my dear. Well, I'll call them sometime. Next month, maybe.
Poor Unky. You're really in trouble this time, aren't you?
Well, sort of.
Uncle Mort, you'll have to face them sometime. Haven't you decided yet which one you want to marry?
No, but I'm working on it.
You know, you remind me of the character in this play I'm studying.
Who's that?
Hamlet.
Who?
He couldn't make up his mind either. He wouldn't marry Ophelia, and then everybody thought he was crazy.
He wasn't so crazy.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, it's almost 10 o'clock. Why aren't you in bed?
I was waiting up for the latest news flash. Have you decided who you're going to marry yet, Unc?
No, I haven't.
Gee, I wish you'd hurry up. The suspense is killing me.
Leroy, I will decide this in my own good time.
Well, if you can't make up your mind, why don't you flip a coin?
This is a serious matter, young man. Flip a coin. That's ridiculous.
Don't mind Leroy, Uncle Mort. I understand. It isn't easy to decide something important like this.
That's right, my dear. It takes a lot of thought. I'm the cautious type. That's why I haven't made many mistakes where women are concerned. Leroy. I don't want to hear another word about this.
Well, you gotta make up your mind. What...
Leroy, go to bed.
Okay, good night.
I think I'll go too, Unky. Good night. And don't worry.
I won't. Good night, my dear. Wish I could stop worrying. I'll have to work this out some way. But how? Maybe I could flip a coin. No, that's a coward's way out. Now, let's see. When you pick a wife, you have to think about the future, too. Now, who'll be the best companion in later life? Now, just suppose I married Adeline. She's the stay-at-home type. I can just see us. 30 years from now, we'd be sitting by the fireside after dinner.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Adeline?
Isn't this nice, just sitting here together?
Yes, 'tis. I'm a little tired tonight.
I know, darling. You work so hard down at that water department.
Would you like to go to a movie tonight, dear?
No, let's just stay home. And tomorrow we'll go visit Leroy and his wife. And Leroy Jr.
All right.
I declare the little boy looks just like Leroy.
Yes, he does. Poor kid.
Oh, you.
We've had a wonderful 30 years, Adeline. Our children grown up and married. We have our health and our friends. And Truman's still president.
Yes, Throckmorton, we've been happy.
It's been wonderful. Yep. Guess I'd be pretty happy with Adeline, all right. I wonder about Leila. She's sort of a gadabout. Likes a good time. Wonder how we'd be 30 years from now.
Throckmorton.
Yes, Leila?
Are we staying home tonight?
Well, darling, I'm a little tired. Why don't we just stay here and watch the movies on the television?
Now, I'm tired of television movies. Every night the same thing. Hop along, Cassidy. I want to go dancing and have fun.
We went to a dance last night.
Yes, and you just sat in the corner. Judge Hooker danced with me all evening.
Yes, but today the old goat can't get out of his wheelchair.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Leila. Help me up. Oh, my back. For 30 years, nothing but dances and parties. Why didn't I marry Adeline? That's it. Adeline's the one, all right. My worries are over. But wait a minute. How do I get rid of Leila? That fella Hamlet thought he had worries. The piker.
You know, Parquet... Oh, hello, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Wall. That's Leroy.
What's the matter, Bertie?
That boy says I'm always saying what I'm saying.
You're always saying...
About Parquet margarine, Mr. Wall.
Oh, you mean about what a grand flavor Parquet has and things like that. And how it's just as nutritious as the most costly spreads, even though it costs about half as much.
That Leroy. He don't like talking, but he sure likes tasting.
Well, we probably all do a lot of talking about how Parquet is like a rare luxury food. After all, Parquet is prepared like a luxury from selected products of American farms. And it tastes like a luxury. We all know it has that wonderful, sweet, light flavor, whether you spread it on waffles or biscuits, pancakes or bread.
That ain't what Leroy says I'm always saying.
Well, what are you always saying, Bertie?
Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, that's just the plain truth. What's the matter with saying it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's say something to our audience, Bertie. Friends, try Parquet. See if you don't find that you agree with Bertie, that it tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. the great Gildersleeve has finally made up his mind he wants to marry Adeline. But there's one catch in his matrimonial plans. He still has to break his engagement to Leila. There's only one thing to do in a case like that, and that's see a lawyer.
Well, Gildy, I must say this is a very interesting situation.
Yes, but how do I get out of it, Judge?
Well, let's review the case. You've gotten yourself engaged to 2 women.
I don't need a lawyer to tell me that.
Not only that, you became engaged to them at the same time.
All right, Hooker, what does that prove?
Proves you're the biggest boob in Summerfield.
Now, look here, you old goat. There's nothing funny about this. I'm in serious trouble. And since you're an alleged lawyer, I thought you might...
All right, my fat friend. Since you got yourself into this, I suppose I'll have to help you out.
Okay, start helping me.
Well, there are 2 ways to handle this. One way would be for you to be a man about it and simply go to Leila and tell her you've decided not to marry her.
What's the other way?
Or you might persuade her to break the engagement.
What? Leila'd never do that.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose you were to get Leila interested in another man. Then she might break her engagement to you.
I don't know, Judge. Who could we get?
Well, it should be a man who's younger and handsomer than you. Of course, that shouldn't be difficult. I would suggest myself, but I'm afraid I can't spare the time.
Oh, that's too bad.
Say, what about that young bank teller?
Who's that?
You know, Barney Caldwell.
Barney?
Leila used to go out with him when you and she were spatting.
That's right, Judge. She did kind of like Barney.
He has all the necessary qualifications. He's young, looks like a collar ad. It might work.
By George, Hooker, you're all right. Yes, sir. You've got something under your hat besides hair.
Well, I guess my upper story is occupied all right.
Certainly is, old friend. Well, see you later, Judge. I've got a little business to attend to at the bank. Yeah, glad I got here early. No crowd yet. Wonder what window Barney works at. Let me see. New accounts, loans. Oh, there he is. At that teller window over there. Oh, well, this won't take long. Just one woman ahead of me. Barney looks like a collar ad, all right. Look at those eyelashes. Well, I'll act like I just dropped in. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
$35, $40, $45, $50, and 53 cents. There you are, Miss Scott. That makes it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Barney.
Haven't seen you for a long time.
No, that's right. Just happened to be passing by. Thought I'd drop in and transact a little business.
Oh? Well, I thought you banked over at the Farmers and Merchants.
Well, I do, Barney, but there's no reason why I can't give you a little of my business.
Well, thanks. What can I do for you?
Well, I wonder if you'd give me $1 worth of nickels.
Why, of course.
A little short of nickels at my bank this morning. Guess everybody's making phone calls.
I see. Well, there you are.
Thank you very much, Barney. Nice to see you again, Barney.
Thank you.
We ought to get together sometime.
Well, all right.
And Barney, an old friend of yours is back in town.
Who's that?
Leila Ransom.
Oh, she is?
Yeah. And there's a certain person she'd like to see. Guess who?
Who?
A handsome young bank teller.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought Leila was sort of interested in you.
Me? No.
Oh.
Leila like me? That's ridiculous. She'd naturally prefer a man like you. You're younger than I am. You're better looking.
I guess you're right.
Well, Leila's staying with her cousin right next door to me. Why don't we drop over and see him sometime?
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sometime real soon.
Well.
How about tonight?
Tonight? Well, I suppose
Good. You come by my house about 8, and we'll go over and see the girls together. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
You forgot your nickels.
Nickels? Oh, yes, thank you. See you tonight.
Throckmorton.
Good evening, Leila.
And who's this? Why, it's Barney Caldwell.
Hello, Leila.
Well, how on earth did you
two ever get together?
Yes. Aren't you going to invite us in, Leila?
Well, of course. Come right in.
Thank you.
After you, Barney.
Throckmorton, where have you been hiding? I want to talk to you.
Some other time, Leila can't talk in front of company. Where's Adeline?
Oh, she'll be down in a minute. Sit down, Barney. And, Throckmorton, you can sit here with me on the sofa.
No, I think Barney ought to sit next to you.
What?
Well, after all, Leila, he's a guest. Go on, Barney.
Well, all right.
That's a boy. I'll just sit over here in this big chair. My, you look beautiful tonight, Leila.
Why, thank you, sir.
Don't you think she looks beautiful, Barney?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir. And you look mighty handsome yourself, Barney, in that gray herringbone suit.
Well, thanks.
Don't you think Barney looks handsome tonight, Leila?
Deed I do.
In fact, you make a very handsome couple.
Throckmorton, what's gotten into you tonight?
Me? Why, nothing. What makes you ask that?
Well, it seems to me that
Well, it's nice of you to call, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Mercy.
I didn't know we had company.
Cousin Adeline, may I present Mr. Barney Caldwell? Barney, this is my older cousin, Adeline Fairchild.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Barney's sort of an old friend of Leila's.
Well, Cousin Leila, how on earth did you ever get such an attractive friend?
Adeline, want to come over and sit down by me?
Adeline can take my place next to Barney.
No. I mean, Leila, where'll you sit?
Why, Throckmorton, darling, I'll just come right over and plump myself down on the arm of your chair.
But...
Now, isn't that cozy?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Caldwell, I believe I will sit down by you.
Of course, Miss Fairchild.
Why don't you just call me Adeline?
All right. And you call me Barney.
All right. Barney.
What's the matter, Throckmorton, darling? Aren't you comfortable?
What? Oh, yes. Very comfortable, Leila. Adeline.
What line of work are you in, Barney?
Well, I'm connected with the Summerfield First National.
Oh, a banker.
Well, I'm just a teller at present.
Adeline.
Throckmorton, now you just pay attention to your Leila. You haven't said boo to me.
Oh? Well, boo. Adeline.
Barney, I'll bet it won't be long before you work yourself right up to vice president.
Well, I am trying to advance myself. Right now I'm taking a correspondence course in first and second mortgages.
Oh, why, that's wonderful. I've always wanted to know about first and second mortgages.
You have?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'd be glad to explain them to you.
Adeline, Leila, get your head out of the way. Adeline, Barney, I just had a wonderful idea. Let's all go to a movie.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Throckmorton.
Sure, we'll all go. Leila and Barney and Adeline and me.
Well, I'd rather just stay at home and hear about first and second mortgages.
Yep.
That is, if Barney doesn't mind.
But Adeline...
Mine? Why, I'd be delighted. You don't often find a girl that's interested in the banking game.
But Barney...
I know. Why don't you and Cousin Leila run along to a movie without us?
Oh, what a marvelous idea. Come on, Throckmorton.
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm sure you'd like to be alone with Leila, Throckmorton. After all, you two are engaged.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're engaged to Leila?
Well, sort of.
Well, congratulations. Well, you two lovebirds just run along. Adeline and I'll stay here.
But I'm engaged to Adeline, too.
What?
Well, not anymore, you're not, Throckmorton.
Huh?
You can just stay engaged to that girl that's practically sitting on your lap.
But Adeline...
Come on,
What movie do you want to see, Leila?
Oh, I don't want to see any movie, Throckmorton.
What?
I just wanted to get you alone where we could talk.
No, Leila.
Throckmorton, there's something I wanted to tell you.
What's that?
Our engagement is off.
Off?
You don't want to marry little Leila? Cousin Adeline's the girl of your choice. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face.
Well,
Yes, poor Leila knows she's lost you. So, I'll just make a little curtsy and gracefully step aside. After all, we're old friends, Throckmorton, and it's your happiness that counts. So I'm leaving town.
You are? Gosh, Leila, you're true blue.
And Throckmorton,
Yes?
I have a teensy-weensy confession to make.
What's that?
Well, all the time I was engaged to you, I was sort of promised to somebody else, too.
You were? Who?
Wildcat Hathaway. He's been down in Texas looking for oil.
Oh?
I got a wire from him today. One of his wells came in. So I'm going back to him. He needs me.
Sure, Leila, you just go right ahead.
And Throckmorton, I hope you find every happiness with Cousin Adeline.
Thanks, Leila. I'm sure we... Wait a minute. Adeline's back there with that collar ad. See you later, Leila. Adeline, turn up those lights.
Now, more names of winners in Parquet's $50,000 baby naming contest. Here are the 4 entrants who won 1949 four-door Ford sedans in the 4th week's contest.
I want to hear this.
Mrs. Willie Lou Taylor of St. Louis, Missouri. Mrs. Buford W. Tucker of Donaldson, Tennessee. Mrs. Rudy Blaha, Jr. of Los Angeles, California. Mrs. A.N. Prestoff of Westfield, New Jersey.
Great.
Our congratulations and best wishes to the 4 of you, and to the 140 other prize winners who will be notified by mail. We hope that all of you will continue to use Parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Well, I guess I let you down, baby. Yeah, yes, I did. Adeline wouldn't even talk to me last night. And now I've lost her. How am I going to adopt you if I don't...
Oh, Throckmorton.
Adeline.
How's my cute little old husband-to-be?
Husband-to-be? But Adeline, I thought our engagement was off.
Oh, I was just pretending, lover boy. It never hurts to make a man jealous.
But I thought you and Barney, he's so handsome.
I don't want a handsome man, Throckmorton. I just want you.
Yeah. You do? You hear that, baby? I'm engaged again. That's what I think, too. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline by Miss Una Merkel, and Leila by Shirley Mitchell. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Cheese lovers, make a note of this. Now, just in time for Thanksgiving feasting, Kraft has plenty of aged natural American for you. Since before the war, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough to send to the curing rooms. But for the last year, Kraft has been selecting fine golden wheels, guarding them for months while they develop that mellow goodness that comes only from aging. So now, Kraft has plenty of aged natural American, and it's waiting for you at your dealers. Tomorrow, ask him for a big wedge of aged natural American, the Kraft kind.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing with the great Gildersleeve. It's the morning before Thanksgiving. There's a white blanket on the ground, a brown turkey in the oven, and our rotund water commissioner is in a holiday mood.
Up and at 'em, Leroy. Time for breakfast.
Okay, Unc, wait till I tie my shoelace.
Well, hurry up. Time and untied shoelaces wait for no man. Well, not bad before breakfast.
Uncle Mort?
Yes, Marjorie?
Uncle Mort, just look at my hair.
My goodness, is that your hair? What happened to it?
I shampooed it, and there isn't enough water to rinse the soap out.
Oh, well, I have noticed the pressure's down a little.
I wanted to look pretty for the Thanksgiving game tomorrow. What's wrong with the pressure?
Yeah, it was so low last night I couldn't even take my bath.
Leroy, let's not say that like it's the only thing you have to be thankful for.
Well, you just have to do something about it, Unky.
I'll call Charlie Anderson at the reservoir as soon as I get to the office.
But the soap's drying. How will I wash it out?
Why do you want to wash the soap out, Marge? It looks better all gooed up.
Quiet, you.
Which one has the soap suds, Tony?
Oh, shut up.
Now, Leroy, I'll look into it, my dear.
Please do.
Oh, my goodness. Nobody seems to realize how busy I've been lately. Engaged to Adeline and Leila at the same time, and trying to get disengaged from Leila. I've been a busy man.
I'll say.
Leroy, your opinion has not been solicited.
Okay. Water pressure's pretty bad, though, huh, Unc?
I don't want to hear any more about it from anybody. Pass the toast.
Sure.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve, Leroy.
Hi.
Morning, Bertie. How are you this morning?
I'm okay, but the water's sure low.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, and with all this cooking for Thanksgiving, we need a lot of water.
I know, Bertie.
It sure is slowing up things in the kitchen.
I understand that, Bertie.
I turned on the faucet full force this morning. All I got was trickle, trickle, trickle.
I'll take good care of it, Bertie, believe me.
That's good, because yesterday I got a big trickle. Today, just a little trickle. Who knows what kind of trickle I'm going to get tomorrow?
Yeah, just leave everything to me, Bertie, and don't worry.
Oh, I ain't going to worry. Working for the water commission, it'd be silly to worry about water.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
You sure is slowing up things in the kitchen. Trickle, trickle, trickle.
Sounds like a complaint. These things should be handled through the office, not at the breakfast table.
Hey, Unc, it's Thanksgiving vacation. Can I go down to the office with you?
Leroy, why do you want to go down to the office?
Gosh, Craig's got a cold and Piggy's got the measles. I don't have anybody healthy to play with.
Leroy, the pressure's down, and I'm going to be busy.
Well, that's why I want to go. How's a little kid going to learn anything if he doesn't learn it from his uncle?
What?
I want to see how you handle those big problems.
Well, it is something to see.
Sure, like you say, it's time I knew how to do things. I'm not going to be in school forever.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Leroy. Well, I guess you can come along.
Oh, boy. It's swell of you to let me come to the office, Unc.
You won't enjoy it, Leroy. People will be calling me all morning to ask about the water.
What makes water pressure go up and down, Unc?
Well, Leroy, it could be any one of a number of things.
Like what?
Well, perhaps the snifter valve isn't working or something.
What does a snifter valve do?
What does it do? Well, that's sort of top drawer information, Leroy. You tell too many people what a snifter valve does, and pretty soon everybody has a water plant of his own.
Gosh, you have to know a lot to be a water commissioner, don't you, Unc?
Well, you can't be a dunderhead. The door's locked. Where is that Bessie? What a secretary. Can't even remember to come to work.
Last night you said you gave her the weekend off.
Oh, yes. Bessie's going over the river and through the woods to her grandmother's house for Thanksgiving.
Here, I'll pick up your mail and newspaper off the floor, Unc.
Yeah, just give me the newspaper, Leroy. Those letters with those little windows don't look very important from here.
Here you are. Hey, Unc, since Bessie isn't here, can I be your secretary and answer phone calls?
Well, I guess it won't do any harm.
Gee, thanks, Unc. And let me know if you want me to take a letter, Mr. Commissioner Gildersleeve. I'll be right in with my pad and pencil.
Yeah, just answer the phone, my boy. If there are any complaints, tell them I'll call them back. Who came in? Oh, the judge.
Hello, Gildy. Greetings of the season.
Yeah, hello, Judge.
And Leroy, felicitations.
Hi.
Felicitations.
Care to have a chair, Judge? I'm Bessie this morning.
Thank you, Leroy. You make a very handsome Bessie.
Oh, brother.
And now, if you don't mind, Bessie, I'd like to have a word with the commissioner about the water situation.
What? You too, Hooker? Leroy, step into the outer office.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy?
But, Unc, I'm your secretary. I get to hear these things like Bessie does.
Well, here's a quarter. Go get a malt like Bessie does.
Gee, thanks. So long, Unc. Judge, you take the phone calls. You can be Bessie till I get back.
All right, Leroy. I'm Bessie.
Bessie. Look more like Bessie's grandmother. Or the wolf. Close the door, Leroy.
Gildy, you seen this morning's paper?
What do you mean?
Let me read you this editorial.
Huh?
Quote, what has happened to Summerfield's water pressure? Citizens ask Mayor Terwilliger for answer.
Citizens? Oh, for...
Is the slow trickle out of water faucets due to big drip in water department?
Oh. Let me see that.
Wait a minute, Gildy. Wait a minute. Look at this cartoon on the next page. It's a picture of you and the mayor.
It is?
Dressed up like Jack and Jill, carrying a water pail.
Give me that paper. Well, does look a little like me at that. I'm not quite that fat around the knees, but what does it say?
Jack and Jill are going over the hill if they don't fetch a pail of water. Not very far from the truth, Gildy. Has the mayor called you yet?
Well, no. I guess I'd better go see him, Judge, and beat him to the punch.
I'd do it right away, Gildy, without a moment's delay.
Quit rushing me, Horace.
Just trying to build a fire under you, Gildy. Now it's up to you to get enough water to put it out. Happy Thanksgiving!
Be careful of that gobble, Hooker. Everybody doesn't have his turkey yet. What'll I tell the mayor? Better call Charlie Anderson and find out. I always hate to call Charlie when there's trouble. He's such a cantankerous old rooster.
Hello, Summerfield Reservoir speaking. Jerry Nichols, start talking.
Charlie, Commissioner Gildersleeve. Charlie, have you read the paper this morning about the water pressure being down?
I don't have to read the dad-blasted paper to know that, Commissioner. I'm on the job.
Yeah. Charlie, let's show a little respect. What's the matter with the water pressure?
We're going dry, that's what's the matter. Water's so low in the reservoir, every time a duck lands, he scrapes his fuselage on the bottom.
This is no time for jokes.
Well, it ain't the problem the paper's painted to be, Commissioner. All you got to do is drive up the hills and open the floodgates of the storage reservoir.
Oh, yes, storage reservoir.
You know we got one, don't you? You're the water commissioner. Says here in fine print.
No, Charlie.
You better give me some water down here, Commissioner. Your name's going to be mud, like the bottom of the reservoir.
Watch it, Charlie.
Let's get on the ball, Commissioner.
Oh. He hung up. Shouldn't have called him in the first place. Fine day you picked to come to the office with me, Leroy. Everything's gone wrong.
This is fun. What are you going to tell the mayor, Unc?
Well, the water commissioner's figured out a plan already. Don't you worry. You wait here in the mayor's reception room, my boy.
Hey, magazines, just like a dentist's office.
Yeah, they're older, Leroy. Terwilliger's been in office a long time.
Oh, Democrat.
Little Leroy.
That you out there, Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor. Thought I'd drop in for a little chat about things.
Who came in with you?
A little nephew, Leroy.
Oh. Gildersleeve, that cartoon in this morning's paper was very embarrassing to me. Very embarrassing.
Well, let's not take it too hard, Mr. Mayor.
Why, just look at this, Gildersleeve. You as Jack, and me, the mayor, made up like Jill with a dress on.
Well, I'm in knee pants.
Well, Gildersleeve, this is bad publicity. It's so humiliating, I'm going to take charge of this water situation myself.
Now, Mr. Mayor, that won't be necessary. All I have to do is drive up to the storage reservoir and release more water. That'll take care of the situation.
Naturally. Any dunderhead knows that.
Yeah.
But it won't answer the press, Gildersleeve. We've got to do something spectacular, something dramatic, something that will make headlines for the city water department.
I could go up there on snowshoes.
No, Gildersleeve. I have a real stunt in mind, and I'm going to handle it personally.
But, Mr. Mayor, I'm the water commissioner.
Yes.
Water is my responsibility, and I insist upon meeting my responsibilities.
No, Gildersleeve, this is quite a daring plan. It calls for a lot of nerve.
Well, if there's anything I've got, it's nerve. And I'm willing to do anything for the good of the water department.
Very well, then, if you insist.
I insist.
Splendid spirit, Gildersleeve. Under the circumstances, I think you deserve the limelight.
Well, that's very nice of you.
So you can fly up there in the helicopter.
Helicopter?
Yes, I've hired one to come over here from the Hub City Airport. You and Charlie Anderson will take off tomorrow morning at 7 for the upper reservoir.
But, Mr. Mayor, is this trip necessary? I mean, in a helicopter.
Oh, they're getting a lot of publicity, Gildersleeve. Landing on buildings, delivering mail, doing stunts.
Stunts? But, Mr. Mayor...
Hey, Uncle, you going up in a helicopter? Oh, boy, Keen.
I don't know, Leroy. I'm not sure I know much about them.
Why, you've seen them, Gildersleeve. Those planes with 2 propellers.
Yeah, no wings.
No wings? Oh, yeah.
They're swell, Unc. Can I go along with you?
I'm afraid there won't be room, Leroy.
Come to think of it, I hate to have you miss this trip, Mr. Mayor. You sure you don't want to reconsider and go up in my place?
Now, Gildersleeve, the newspapers will make a lot of your flying over the reservoir. You'll make a big splash.
That's what I'm afraid of.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Well, hello, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Everything all set for Thanksgiving Day dinner?
Yes, sir. You ought to see how I'm going to fix that turkey.
Bet it'll be good. Going to have parquet and biscuits?
Sure am. And that turkey...
Nice part is, with parquet, you can be sure the spread you use is just as nourishing as it is delicious.
Going to use scabs of parquet on my mashed potatoes, too. And about that big roast turkey...
Sure, parquet's wonderful on potatoes as well as biscuits. After all, it's prepared like a rare luxury food from selected products of American farms. And you can pile it on those potatoes because it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads.
Mr. Wall, there's something I want to say about basting that turkey.
Basting the turkey? Oh, I thought we were talking about tasting parquet.
I'm talking about good tasting basting, that's what. I'm saying that turkey's going to be good tasting because of the basting I give it with parquet.
Oh, I get it.
I'm saying it don't make no difference how you use parquet because it tastes so good. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, friends, why not put parquet on your table? That's Parkay, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Good tasting every which way, basted or biscuit.
Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, the man who's never been higher off the ground than when he got a hot foot at the Jolly Boys Club, is slated to go up in a helicopter tomorrow morning.
No wings, eh? Of course, Marjorie, if you children don't want me to go.
What?
My first obligation is to my little family, not to the water department. A lot of families feel funny about their breadwinners going up in the air.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Unky.
You do? Of course, some families don't care what happens to their breadwinners, I guess.
Unky, don't be silly. We love you dearly.
I don't know.
If helicopters weren't so safe, we'd never let you go up. Besides, we want to see your picture in the paper.
Oh, yeah, big splash. What's that noise?
Sounds like a plane.
Hey, Unc, come on outside. It's your helicopter.
Oh? Didn't think they were flying it over here tomorrow.
Oh, let's go out and see it, Unky.
Yeah, I guess I better go out and have a look at it.
Look, Unky, it's just hanging there right over the street.
Leroy, don't stand under it.
Okay.
And put that slingshot away. You come up here on the porch.
Look, Unky's bending sideways, standing
silly daredevil.
Look, he's waving down at somebody.
Oh, Marjorie, you go inside.
Oh, Auntie.
Fresh show off. The idea. And to think I have to go up with that maniac.
What's going on out here, Miss Gildersleeve?
Just watching the helicopter, Bertie.
Patty who?
Yeah. Helicopter.
Oh, what's that thing doing around here? Has the Cold War got hot?
No, Bertie.
That's the plane Unky and Mr. Anderson are going up in tomorrow.
Hey, look at it go. I'm going to chase it. You going up in that thing, Miss Gildersleeve?
Well, I'm considering it.
You must be a brave man. You wouldn't catch Bertie stepping into that thing, no, sir.
Nothing to worry about, Bertie. Looks safe, doesn't it?
Safe? What happened to the wings, Mr. Gildersleeve? They fall off?
No, Bertie. That's the way it's built. No wings.
Then what holds it up?
Well, that big propeller holds it up.
Oh, so that's what that thing's for. Looks like an egg beater gone crazy.
Now, Bertie, it's not that flimsy. I don't think.
You wouldn't catch Bertie risking her life limb in pursuit of happiness in that thing, no, sir.
It's not that bad, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what do I do with your turkey dinner if you don't get back?
Bertie!
In time to eat it, I mean.
Just save me the wings, Bertie. No wings, eh? Fine Thanksgiving tomorrow's gonna be. Think I'll stop in and get a Thanksgiving cigar and smoke it tonight. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Give me a cigar, Peavy.
Your customary brand, El Lobo?
No, not today. Give me a Havana.
Well, the festive type cigar. I imagine you're having a big turkey at your house tomorrow, huh?
Oh, yeah, big turkey.
Well, Mrs. Peavy and I thought we'd stuff a small duck.
Oh?
We don't particularly care for turkey, so when Thanksgiving comes around, we always duck the turkey. Duck, turkey, that was a little witticism, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That was a very little witticism, Peavy. And I'm in no mood for it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve. You do seem a little out of sorts. Care to have a Coke on the house?
Thanks, Peavy. Guess I am a little upset. Excuse me. The mayor wants Charlie Anderson and me to go up in the hills to the storage reservoir tomorrow to release some water. Have to get the pressure up.
Oh. Well, I didn't want to complain, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I've noticed at the fountain all I get on fizz drinks is fizz.
Now, we'll take care of it, Peavy, if all goes well with the helicopter.
How's that?
That's the way we're going up there. How do you feel about helicopters, Peavy?
Well, I was reading about them in a magazine just the other day. Said the average U.S. housewife can fly one.
Well, that may be, but I'm not the average U.S. housewife.
No, I guess you're not.
I've never been up in the air, Peavy. I'm not so sure I want to leave the ground.
Oh, you'll come back to it, all right. There's the old saying, all that goes up must come down.
Oh.
Law of gravity.
I'm aware of gravity. That's what bothers me.
Flying up there should be an exhilarating experience. Like the song goes, off we go into the wild blue yonder.
Peavy! You seem to think this is nothing but a lark. I suppose you'd grab at the chance to fly up there.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, just as I thought.
Well, I don't know if I could stand the altitude, huh? I'm not a young man anymore.
Peavy, you're no older than Charlie Anderson, and he's going up. Say, maybe Charlie Anderson shouldn't try to stand that altitude either. And if the engineer can't go, there's no use in me going. Peavy, I'm going out and see Charlie Anderson.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. We forgot to drink our Cokes.
Oh, yeah. Well, bottoms up.
I'd like to propose a toast.
Oh?
As we lift our Cokes on high, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may...
Oh, put me on. So, Charlie, as you know, I've always prided myself on thinking of my employees first. I don't think you should go. Of course, if you don't go, I won't get to go either.
But, Commissioner, I want to go.
You're an old man, Charlie. What if something happens?
I've lived my 70. I kind of hope something does.
Charlie, don't say that. At your age, you don't dare take chances.
You'll be surprised some of the chances I've taken in my young life, Commissioner. Oh, you kid.
All right, Charlie.
Could it be, Commissioner, you're a little afraid to go up?
Charlie.
Of course, I can understand why. Be pretty hard to get you off the ground with all that ballast you carry.
All right, Charlie, I'll see you out there at 7 o'clock. We'll see who's afraid. No wings, eh? That's 7 o'clock in the morning. Hate to go up at that hour. Hate to get up at that hour. Wonder what Adeline will think about this trip. She has something to lose, too. Say, maybe she'll try to talk me out of it. And the mayor can't blame a man if his wife-to-be won't let him go. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Come in, lover boy.
Thank you.
Oh, just think, Throckmorton. It won't be long now.
Huh?
Until we'll be married, and you won't have to ring the doorbell to come in.
Oh, yeah. Adeline, when you come over tomorrow for Thanksgiving, I want you to promise you'll enjoy the dinner, even though I may not be there.
Why won't you be there, Throckmorton?
Well, I'm going on an expedition for the water department. An emergency has arisen.
Oh, I read what they said about you in the water department in this morning's paper, and I resent it.
Well, I'll make them eat their words if it kills me. Did you hear what I said, Adeline?
What?
I said if it kills me.
Good, Throckmorton. I'm all for you.
What? But, Adeline, you don't understand. I'm flying to the upper reservoir.
You're flying up there?
In a helicopter. First thing in the morning.
Good gracious. Have you thought of the danger involved?
Well, no, but I thought you might.
Oh, you have responsibilities, Throckmorton.
Well, yes, there's Marjorie and Leroy. But you know how children are. They never think of the future.
Well, I'm thinking of my future. And let's not forget that sweet little baby we're going to adopt.
I know, Adeline. But it's my job and my duty. I must go up.
Oh, Throckmorton.
I know you don't want me to go, but I'll be back. I'm pretty sure of it.
Oh, you're so brave, Throckmorton. You sound just like my grandfather Bedford Devereaux when he stepped into the basket of that balloon.
Balloon?
He told Grandmother Devereaux he'd be back for lunch, and he didn't show up until supper 2 weeks later.
Of course, Adeline, if you don't want me to go, I won't.
What?
I shouldn't just think about my duties at the water department. It isn't fair to you and the little baby.
But, Throckmorton, I want you to go.
Huh?
I'll make the sacrifice.
You will? But, Adeline...
A good woman should never keep her man from doing his duty. I'd rather have a deep respect for your memory.
Well, there's my little helicopter warming up. Still no wings.
Well, good morning, Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
I see you're here on the dot, 7 o'clock.
Well, I could have been here at 5. I was awake. Where's Charlie Anderson?
Oh, he'll be along. Come over here, Gildersleeve. I want you to meet your pilot.
Pilot? Oh, yes. I've seen him in action.
Mr. Clark, this is Water Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve. How do you do? Makes a lot of noise, don't it? What happened?
The motor cut out. It's a little cold this morning.
Wonder what'll happen up there where it's really cold.
Well, don't start it again till we've had our pictures taken for the press, Mr. Clark.
Right.
Gildersleeve, you stand on that side, and I'll stand over here with my arm around the pilot.
Yeah, all right.
Take about 5 of them, boys. That's why we're doing this, isn't it, Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's why we're doing it. Say, Clark, you're a little young, aren't you?
Young? I'm 21.
21?
Oh, you've got nothing to worry about, Commissioner. I can turn one of these hot rod spiders inside out.
Well, don't do it while I'm up there.
Besides, if anyone should be nervous, I should.
Huh?
Of course, I've flown a lot of freight, but you're my first human passenger.
I am?
What's going on there, Gildersleeve? Smile for the camera.
Oh, yeah. Smile. I'll try.
Hold the camera! Hold the camera! You've got to get the engineer in them pictures. Well, here's Charlie. Oh, what's the matter, Commissioner? You look a little white around the gills.
Gills? Oh, I'll be all right, Charlie. I think I'll step over to the fountain and get a drink of water before we take off.
Hey, Commissioner, don't turn on the water.
Charlie, my mouth's dry. I have to have a drink. It may be my last.
Oh!
Right in the face. Charlie, what's happened to the water pressure? That's more than we ever had.
Dad, blast it, Commissioner. Why'd you have to go and spoil everything?
What's that, Charlie?
We got so low on water last night, I hiked up there and opened the gates.
You mean the pressure's up? Charlie, why didn't you tell me before?
What, miss a trip in this newfangled helicopter? Think I'm crazy?
Yes. Hey, you hear that, Mr. Mayor? The pressure's up. We don't have to go.
What's this, Gildersleeve?
Yeah, but let's take some more pictures, this time with my arm around the pilot.
One taste of crisp toast topped with parquet margarine, and you'll be convinced that this margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food. For parquet tastes like a luxury. It's delicious on rolls, pancakes, crackers, as well as bread. It's nutritious and economical. Though parquet costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, it gives you all their nourishment, plus 15,000 units of vitamin A. Tomorrow, get parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Be sure to listen next week. We're going to announce the winners of Ford sedans in Parquet's final contest.
So you didn't have to go up in the helicopter, huh, Unc?
No, Leroy. But I would have gone up. I was all prepared. Help me off with this overcoat. It's heavy.
Oh, gosh, Unc, you're putting on weight, aren't you? You sure look fatter in this overcoat.
Well, Leroy, I wouldn't want you to tell anybody, but there's a parachute back there.
What a character.
Yeah. Now, let's go eat the turkey. Good night, folks. Happy Thanksgiving.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin.
Oh?
Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Good night, John.
Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you had a hankering for some of that old-fashioned, aged, natural American cheese? Then you'll be glad to know that now, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has plenty of those mellow golden wheels and longhorns. For the past several years, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, at long last, Kraft has enough to supply your dealer with all he wants. Ask him for a big wedge cut from a golden wheel of mellow, good, aged, natural American. Just be sure to get the kind that's been carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. It's one of those gray, chill December days in Summerfield. The kind of a day when it's nice to stay in and bask in the warmth and comfort of home. And that's where we find the great Gildersleeve this Saturday morning, contentedly toasting himself before a warm fire in the living room.
Guess I'm about done on this side. I'll turn around. This is nice. Wish I didn't have to go to work this morning. Why did I have to be a water commissioner? Just a slave to the public.
Oh, you still here, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
Aren't you going to work this morning?
Yes, I'm going. I don't have to be there at the crack of dawn, you know.
No, sir. Did you know it's 10 o'clock, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I can see the clock.
Yes, sir. 10 o'clock's pretty late to be going to work.
Bertie, you just run the house and let the commissioner run the water department.
Okay, Commissioner, but this house would sure be a mess if I didn't start to work till 10 o'clock.
Guess I should get started. Well, a few more minutes won't hurt.
Oh, hello, Unky.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. Oh, who's your little friend crawling on the floor there? Hello, baby. You certainly get around these days. Where do you think you're going?
I better put her on the couch.
Yeah, good idea. I'll do it. Come on, baby. My, you're getting heavy. There. Sit still now.
Uncle Mort, aren't you going to work this morning?
Work? Of course I am.
Well, aren't you going pretty soon? It's 10 o'clock, and you only work half a day on Saturday.
I know that. Why is everybody trying to push me out of my own house? Of course, I'm not entitled to any rest. I'm just the man who pays the bills around here, that's all.
Oh, Unky.
Well?
Can I see the paper a minute?
Yeah, certainly, my dear.
I want to look at the ads. You know, it's time to start thinking about Christmas shopping.
Hi, Unc.
Good morning, Leroy.
Hey, aren't you going to work this morning?
No, Leroy. I've quit my job. We're going to live on my pension from the Spanish-American War.
What? Oh, you're kidding. Can I have $12.75?
What?
I just figured out my Christmas list, and that's what I need to buy presents. $12.75.
Is that so?
Yep. I'm not going to wait like I did last year. I'm going to do my Christmas shopping early.
Well, that's fine.
So if you'll just give me the money.
Just a minute, young man. Has it ever occurred to you that you might try to earn a little money yourself?
Huh?
You heard me. You don't have to run to me for every penny. Wouldn't hurt you to go to work.
Go to work? A little kid like me?
Leroy, I'm not sending you to the coal mines, you know. I'm just talking about a part-time job.
Oh.
That's the only way you'll learn the value of money, my boy. It'll build your character. Why, George, I worked when I was your age. You want to grow up to be like me, don't you? Leroy?
Oh, sure.
All right, then. It'll be good for you. Lots of boys work after school.
Of course. Francie's brother does.
Francie's brother does.
No. What do you say, Leroy?
Well...
You don't have to work forever. Just earn your Christmas money. Working will be a lot of fun. The feeling of independence, the pride of accomplishment.
Gee, I don't know where to look.
Well...
Here's the paper. You can look in the want ads.
Great idea, my dear.
Marge, why don't you mind your own business?
I don't have to.
No, infants. Let's see here. Personals. Lost and found. Here we are. Help wanted. Accountant. Bartender. No. Oh, yeah, this sounds just like the thing. Boy wanted to deliver telegrams part-time. Must have bicycle. See Mr. Marshall immediately. Summerfield Telegraph Office. That's just the job for you, Leroy. Good, healthy outdoor work. And you love to ride a bicycle.
Gee, I don't know, Unc.
Well, Leroy, it's up to you. I'm not going to force this on you. Just thought you'd like to assume a little responsibility. Earn some money of your own. But if you want to take a job, you don't have to.
All right, I won't.
You will, too. Come on, young man. I'm going to deliver you to the telegraph company. Well, here we are, Leroy.
Yeah.
There's the telegraph office. All the bicycles out in front. See it?
Yeah.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, can't you come in with me?
Leroy, don't be a fraidy cat. Just walk in the door like a little man and ask for Mr. Marshall.
Maybe he already hired somebody.
Now, we don't know that, so go on now. He won't bite you.
Okay.
That's a boy. Good luck, Leroy. My goodness, walk faster than that, Leroy. They don't hire snails to deliver telegrams, you know.
Okay.
Can't blame him for being nervous. Just a kid. There he goes in the door. Little Leroy. Little Leroy going to work. Well, every little bird has to leave the nest someday. And you can't tell. A lot of great men started as messenger boys. But if he works hard, minds his P's and Q's, someday Leroy might be president of the telegraph company. Think of that. We'll be able to send all our telegrams free. Oh, here he comes. He's running. Must have good news. Yes, sir. Here comes the future president. Well, Leroy, did Mr. Marshall give you the job?
Nope. I didn't ask him.
What?
When I got in there, I was too scared.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, gee, Unc, he made me nervous. I got all tongue-tied.
Didn't you say anything to him?
Yeah. I asked him what time it was.
What? Ye gods, what's the matter with you, Leroy? Well, you're not going to get out of it this easy, young man. If you won't go in and ask for that job, I'll go in and get it for you. Will that be all right?
Sure.
That's fine. You wait here, Leroy.
Okay.
I don't know what kids are coming to, afraid to ask for a job. Well, I'll help them out this time. Show them how to handle a situation like this. Here goes. Guess that's Mr. Marshall behind the counter there. No wonder Leroy was scared. Old bushy eyebrows. Mr. Marshall?
Yes?
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you like to send a wire?
Huh?
Just write your message on the blank there. And please, print plainly.
But, Mr. Marshall, I didn't come here to send a telegram.
What?
I want to talk to you about a job.
Job?
Yes. You advertise in the paper for a messenger boy. No. Now, you see,
You're a little old for a messenger boy, aren't you?
I know that.
We did hire some old fellows during the war, but they didn't work out very well.
What? Now, look here.
Some of them had rheumatism so bad they could hardly ride a bicycle.
For your information, I don't have rheumatism.
Well, maybe not, but anyway, you're too fat.
Oh!
We don't have a uniform big enough to fit you.
I only wear a 44. Now, see here, you.
If I were you, I'd try some other line of work. Tubby?
Oh, goodbye. Tubby. If I didn't have my overcoat on, I'd have punched him right in the nose. Wouldn't have Leroy working for a man like that if he never... Huh?
Did you get me the job?
Well, no. I changed my mind, Leroy.
Huh?
I don't think that's the right job for you.
Oh, boy, then I don't have to go to work, huh?
I didn't say that, Leroy. There were a lot of other jobs advertised in the paper.
Oh.
The nerve of that fella calling me Tubby.
What'd you say, Unc?
Yeah, nothing, Leroy. Hand me the want ads. Wonder how Leroy's making out. Should be an easy job for him, wrapping packages. Been there quite a while now. Maybe he's... Oh, here he comes. Did you get the job, Leroy?
No.
Well, what happened?
Well, he wanted to try me out, so he had me tie a package.
Then what'd he say?
Get out.
Yeah. Well, let's try another place. Well, did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was too small.
Did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was too big.
Did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was...
I know. Never mind. I'll take you home. Peavy?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
Well, you can give me a hot cup of coffee. I've been driving around in the cold all morning.
Very well. It is a little nippy out today. There you are.
Thanks. Yeah, thought it wouldn't hurt Leroy to earn a little Christmas money, so I've been out with him trying to find him a job.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Funny he couldn't get one. You'd think anybody would jump at a chance to hire a boy like Leroy. Don't you think so, Peavy?
You care for some cream, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Thanks. Say, Peavy, I just thought of something.
Yes?
Leroy worked for you last year, didn't he?
Well, he was down here.
Yes, sir, by George, and if he worked for you last year, there's
have
no
a
reason...
donut, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy?
They're very good with coffee.
Peavy, I'm trying to talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
The Christmas rush is just starting, and you're going to be pretty busy around this drugstore.
Well, I hope so.
And you certainly could use some help around here the next few weeks, couldn't you?
Yes, I believe I could.
And a schoolboy would be just the thing. Young, active.
Yes, sounds like the type, all right.
Well, what about Leroy?
What about him?
He's looking for a job.
Yes, I hope he finds one.
Oh, Peavy, what's the matter with you? Leroy is just what you need around this drugstore.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
No, you tell him, Mr. Wall.
Oh, go ahead, Bertie.
But, Mr. Wall.
Oh, come on, Bertie. You tell him.
But, Mr. Wall, you ought to tell him. That part about Parquet's nutrition, that's your specialty.
Well, those nourishing qualities in Parquet margarine are pretty important, you know, Bertie.
Sure, Mr. Wall, sure. Parquet's just busted with units and essentials.
You mean that it contains 15,000 units of essential vitamin A?
I knew you'd say it much better, Mr. Wall. That's your specialty.
And, friends, nourishing as it is, Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. Now, that's something when you consider that Parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. But you know, the really important thing is the delicious Parquet flavor.
And the real important part, that's my specialty.
Parquet's got a light, delicate taste.
Tastes so good. That's what you mean. Tastes like it should cost twice as much. Hot bread, waffles, toast, biscuits, pancakes. Parquet tastes scrumptious on all of them.
Friends, why not try Parquet margarine this week? That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. That delicate Parquet flavor will be your specialty once you try Parquet. Once you find out, it tastes like it should cost twice as much. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so busy this morning trying to find a job for Leroy that he never got to work himself. It's lunchtime now, and we find the great man, cold and disgruntled, clumping up the front walk.
Looks like Leroy will never get a job. Guess I'll just give him the $12.75 and forget about it. Getting colder. I'll be glad to get in the house.
Hiya.
Oh, hello, Leroy. I'll be right there, Leroy. Wait till I take off my overcoat. Huh? You eating already?
Yeah. Say,
Leroy, I think we'll just forget about you working. I'll just give you the money.
I don't need it, Unc.
What?
I got a job.
You did? Where?
Selling papers for the Summerfield Indicator.
Well, little Leroy got a job. I'm proud of you, my boy.
Thanks.
I'm glad you didn't give up. How'd you get the job? Just go in and ask for it like a little man?
Well, no. Piggy got sick and he asked me to take his place.
Oh. Well, anyway, you got a job. When do you start?
Right away, Unc. I'm going right down and pick up my papers. I got the corner at 8th and Main.
8th and Main? Well, that's fine. Choice location.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort. Is lunch ready?
Yeah, just about, I guess. Leroy's eating early. He has a job, you know.
Yes, I know. And I don't think you ought to let him go.
What?
I think it's too cold for him to stand on that corner all day.
Well, do you think so, Leroy?
No, I'll be okay.
It's going to be awfully windy down there.
Who cares about a little wind? I'm no sissy.
Well, all right, my boy. Want me to drive you down? I'm going to Floyd's for a haircut pretty soon.
No, thanks, Unc. I'll ride my bike.
Leroy, a little working man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bertie.
Here's your pie, Leroy.
Thanks. I'll leave it on the way. I gotta get to work.
That's right. Leroy's a little working man now.
Yes, sir. Leroy, you bundle up good now if you're going to stand on that cold corner all day.
I will.
And don't forget your muffler.
I won't. Well, here I go. Extra, extra. Read all about it.
Oh, dear.
Extra, extra.
Leroy, maybe you better save your voice when you get down there.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye, my boy, and good luck.
Extra!
There he goes. I'm glad he's down on 8th and Main, though. A little breadwinner. He's all right, that boy.
Yes, sir. I hope he stays that way.
What?
This ain't no day for a little boy to be standing out on a cold corner.
No, Bertie, he'll be all right.
No, sir. Freezing out there on that corner just to make a few pennies.
Bertie, it's not the money. It's the principle of the thing.
Principle of the thing ain't going to stop him from catching pneumonia, and that's what he's going to get standing on that cold corner.
It is awfully cold today, Unky.
Now, Marjorie.
I can just see him shivering there on that cold corner.
Now, Bertie.
And it looks like it's going to snow.
Poor little fella standing on that corner covered with snow.
Now, Bertie, it isn't snowing, and Leroy is going to be all right. Let's forget about the whole thing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, what am I going to have for lunch?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're going to have hot soup, hot meat, hot gravy, and hot cornbread. And while you're eating it, Leroy's going to be standing down there on that cold corner.
Oh, my goodness. This is one of my bad days.
Commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Well, if it isn't our esteemed water commissioner.
And look who's in the barber chair, the Honorable Judge Hooker. What are you doing? Getting your whiskers trimmed, you old goat?
That was supposed to be a humorous remark, Floyd.
Just take off your overcoat, Commish. You're next.
Yeah, thanks.
Kind of cold out today, huh?
I don't know. I don't feel it.
You know what they say, where there's no sense, there's no feeling.
Yes, I suppose that was a humorous remark.
Well, there you are, Judge. That ought to hold you till next time.
Thank you, Floyd. There you are.
Thanks, Judge. All right, Commish.
Come on, get out of the way, Judge.
Well, Gildy, I suppose you're getting all prettied up to see your intended Miss Fairchild.
Well, I am going to see her after a while.
Be sure to give her my best. And say hello to your family. I suppose they're all home around the fireside on a day like this.
Well, all but Leroy. He's working today.
Working?
Yes. Just got a part-time job to earn a little Christmas money. He's selling papers at 8th and Main.
He's down on that corner on a cold day like this?
Judge, don't you start that. A little cold isn't going to hurt anybody.
Well, it seems to me, Gildy, a boy of his age.
It seems to me, Gildy. Just keep your 2 cents out of this, Hooker. I know what's best for my family.
Now, fellas.
Well, I was only making a comment.
The trouble with you is, Judge, you comment too much, you old windbag.
What? Who are you calling a windbag, you fathead?
Oh, fellas, gee whiz. I'm Leroy's uncle, Judge, and when I want any advice from a shyster lawyer like you, I'll ask for it.
Shyster? Now, look here, Gildy.
Oh, go chase an ambulance.
Yeah. Good day.
Good day. I sure told off that old Budinsky, didn't I, Floyd?
Huh?
I don't know what everybody's worrying about. Leroy will be all right. Don't you think so, Floyd?
Well, like you say, you're the kid's uncle. It's up to you.
But, Floyd...
If you want to let Leroy freeze out there, it's none of my business.
He's not...
I guess the kid's health don't matter as long as he makes a few measly bucks.
What? Now, Floyd, do you think I'd do anything like that?
Well, if the pants fit, put 'em on.
I wouldn't do anything to hurt Leroy. You know that.
Ha!
Honest, Floyd, I didn't think it would hurt him.
Oh, I suppose it's good for the kid, shivering on some corner, standing in the snow.
Snow?
Take a look out the window there. What do you think that white stuff coming down is? Goose feathers?
Oh, my goodness. It is snowing. Let me out of here, Floyd. Get my coat. See you later. It is cold. Look at that snow. Glad I wore this heavy coat. Poor little Leroy. Standing on that corner. I better get down there right away. It's all my fault. I let him go. He's probably frozen blue by now. Leroy! I'm coming, my boy! There's the corner. I wonder if he isn't here. That's funny. He said 8th and Main. He might have... No, his papers are here on the stand. What's that sign say? Back soon. Please put money for papers and tin can. Leroy printed that sign all right. Nobody else would spell please with a Z. Probably went someplace to get warm. Poor little fellow. Just wait here for him. Better straighten out his papers. I'm getting a little wind blown.
Boy, give me a paper, please.
Huh?
I want to buy a paper.
But, madam...
Never mind, slowpoke. I'll help myself.
Yeah.
Here's your nickel.
Yep.
Slowest newsboy I ever saw.
Oh, my goodness. She thinks I'm... Well, anyway, I made a sale for Leroy. Wish he'd hurry back.
Hello there.
What?
Remember me? I'm Mr. Marshall from the Telegraph Company.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I see you finally got a job.
Yep. Mr. Marshall, I'm not...
Don't apologize. There's nothing wrong with selling papers. It's good, honest toil.
Yes, I know.
Many of our great men got started that way.
Mr. Marshall,
Anyway, this is better work for you than being a messenger boy. Here's a dime for good luck.
Now, look here.
That's all right. Glad to help you, Tabby.
Oh, bye. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I wonder where Leroy is. I'd like to get in a warm place myself. When he gets back here, I'm going to take him home. Wonder how much he's made today. I can get my hand in this little can. Pretty tight squeeze.
Just a minute there, Bud.
What? Oh, hello, officer.
What are you taking that money out of there for?
Well, I was just going to count it.
Yeah?
You see, it belongs to my little nephew.
Tell that to your Aunt Minnie.
Who?
Get your fist out of that can.
What? Oh, sure.
Well, hurry up.
No, I'm trying to. It's a little tight. There.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, stealing pennies from a newsboy?
Now, just a minute, officer.
With Christmas coming, too? Oh, that's pretty low. I ought to run you in.
Now, just a minute. I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
So what?
I happen to be water commissioner of this town.
Sure, and I'm the governor of Idaho.
You must be new on the force, so you'd know that. Why, every policeman in town knows me.
I'll bet they do.
Oop. I tell you that Well, here comes a friend of mine. He'll identify me. Oh, Judge Hooker.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, thank goodness you've come along, Horace. I was waiting here for Leroy, and this policeman tried to accuse me of taking his paper money.
He did?
Yes, isn't that silly? He refuses to believe I'm water commissioner.
Is that so?
So, Horace, old friend, if you'll just tell this greenhorn flatfoot who I am.
Oh, do you know this man, sir?
I never saw him before in my life.
What? Judge!
I'm not a judge. I'm just a shyster lawyer.
I was only kidding, Horace. Judge, where are you going?
Sorry, I must be off. I've got to go chase an ambulance.
Well.
So I'm a greenhorn flatfoot, eh?
You are? Did I say that?
I think I will run you in, stealing pennies from a...
No, just a minute, flatfoot. I mean, officer. Why would I take a few pennies? I've got money. See? There's a $5 bill.
Well,
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give it to the newsboy. I'll put it in a little can here. There. How's that? $5.
Well, okay, I'll let you off this time, but get moving.
But I'd like to wait here for my...
Beat it! Water commissioner.
Oh, my Oh.
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Leroy come home?
No, sir.
Wonder where he is.
Guess he's still down there standing on that cold corner.
Well, no, he isn't, Bertie. I was just down there. He was gone.
Gone? Poor little fellow probably got pneumonia and they carried him away.
Now, Bertie.
Down there, that cold corner.
Oh, my goodness. Hope nothing has happened to Leroy. I wonder if...
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, you all right, my boy?
Sure.
You didn't catch cold or anything?
Catch cold? Of course not. I was in a nice warm movie all afternoon.
What? You were?
Sure. You know, selling papers is a cinch, Unc.
It is?
Sure. It got kind of cold, so I just left a tin can for people to put their money in. And I went to a movie. Pretty slick, huh?
Yeah.
I sold a lot of papers. And what do you think, Unc? I found a $5 bill in the tin can.
Oh, really?
The policeman said some fat guy put it there. Wasn't that nice of him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Bertie.
Yeah. Wonder if I ought to take that $5 back. Nah. Let him keep it. What the heck?
Here they are, winners in the final week of Parquet's $50,000 contest. 4 more entrants who won 1949 Ford sedans. Mrs. Robert Bowers of East Aurora, New York. Mrs. Harry Rogers of Miami, Arizona. Mrs. J.C. Walker of Birmingham, Alabama. Mrs. D.M. Greenland of San Francisco, California. Congratulations to all of you.
Yes, indeed.
And to the 140 other winners. By next week, we'll be able to announce the name actually chosen for the Gildersleeve baby. And we'll also be able to tell you who submitted that name and won the grand prize. Be sure to listen next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are interested in planning for the future. There's that home we want to buy someday, or that trip we want to take, or that college education for our children. Well, the way to make those plans come true is to start saving now. And one of the best ways to save is to buy United States savings bonds regularly. Savings bonds are safe, they're profitable, and for every $3 invested, you get back $4. And they're convenient to buy. Use the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Pave the way to your future with United States savings bonds. Thank you, and good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do that.
Say, do you like mellow-aged, natural American cheese? You know, the kind that comes in the big golden wheels? If so, then you'll be happy to hear that now, at long last, Kraft has plenty of this taste-tempting, old-fashioned cheese. For the past several years, people have been wanting so much cheese that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, Kraft can supply your dealer with all he needs. So ask him for aged, natural American, the Kraft kind, the next time you shop. Take home a big wedge cut from a golden wheel. The whole family will enjoy the mellow goodness of natural American cheese that has been so carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's early evening in Summerfield, and we find the great Gildersleeve tiptoeing up his porch steps with a twinkle in his eye and Christmas packages in his pockets.
Hope I can sneak in the house and hide these presents without the little family catching me. So far, so good. Shh. Nobody in the living room. Just Bertie out in the kitchen, I guess. I think I can sneak by to the stairs without her seeing me.
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Oh! Yes, Bertie.
What's that you say?
Bertie, please.
What's the matter, Miss Gildersleeve? You got laryngitis?
No, Bertie. Just some Christmas presents. I want to hide them.
Oh, sounded like you had laryngitis. Did you say Christmas presents?
Yes, Bertie.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Bertie!
What's going on down there?
Oh, my goodness. No, nothing, Marjorie.
Hey, you home, Mom?
Apparently I am, Leroy.
Hi, Unc. Hey, what's in your overcoat pockets? Christmas presents?
Oh, dear. Guess I'd better put this off till after dinner. Why does everybody want to catch Santa Claus? Yeah, little baby, you seem to enjoy romping down here on the floor. Yeah. But, baby, we better get up. It's almost your bedtime. Yeah. But, baby, I have to hide those presents from the kids.
He doesn't want to go to bed, Unc.
That may be, but I've been down here long enough.
Oh, but you look so comfy flat on your back. Put her up on your knees again.
Yeah, I like to watch you slide down and bounce on your stomach.
All right, it's one way to settle my dinner.
Next time I get to slide down.
Leroy, I don't want to settle it that bad. You're too big. Well, here we go, baby. Up. Are you ready? Yeah. The slide for life. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4 to go. Ooh. That'll have to do for now. You're getting a little big for this game yourself, you know, baby. Hop down on the floor now. Hey, wait a minute. Give me my tie clasp before you go crawling off.
Look how fast she can crawl, Unky.
Yeah. I guess we have Bertie take over now, huh? Bertie! Bertie!
You called me, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Better take the baby up to her crib. She's too active for me.
Yes, sir, she's all over the house these days.
She certainly is.
Come to Bertie now.
Well, I have things to do.
Going over to Miss Fairchild's, Unky?
No, I don't think I'll go over to Adeline's tonight. Judge is coming over to play checkers a little later. Well, have to go upstairs now.
What for? Are you going to take a nap?
No, I thought I'd check the house.
Check the house?
Check the house.
What for?
Well, I have to see if all the windows are closed. See if the house is secure for the night. I do that every once in a while.
You're cute.
What?
Unky, you're so transparent at Christmas time, but so nice. Go ahead and check the house.
No, Marjorie, don't try to make anything out of this. It's just routine.
Yeah, it's a routine he goes through every year about this time.
No, Leroy.
Why go to all the trouble of hiding the presents, Uncle Mort? We'll find them anyway.
We always do.
You won't find them this time unless you've got radar. The presents under Marjorie's dressing table, behind those ruffles. Darn wrappings coming off this one already. Oh, well, I'll have to rewrap them before Christmas anyway. Well, there's an idea. I'll ask Adeline to come over tomorrow night after the children are in bed, and we'll sit close to the fire and wrap Christmas presents. Nothing like a woman's touch when it comes to wrapping presents. What's that noise? Sounds like somebody outside the door.
Oh, hi, Unc.
Leroy, what are you doing peeking through the keyhole?
I wasn't peeking, just tying my shoelace.
Yes. Well, he's wise to that spot. I'll cross him up and hide him in his room. You're sly, Gildersleeve. Oh, never find him under all this junk in Leroy's closet. And nobody saw me except Leroy's turtle. Now remember, Elmer, keep this under your shell. Yeah, I guess he will. He winked at me. I can just sneak out of here now. Oh, Marjorie, what are you doing standing out here in the hall?
Me? Well, I just came upstairs to get a book.
A book? Yes. Now I'll have to hide them all over again. George, I'll never find him here in the baby's room. What's that? Somebody outside the door again? Who could that be?
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Bertie!
What's the matter, Miss Gildersleeve? They put me up to it.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Throckmorton, I think this is a wonderful idea of yours, inviting me over to help you wrap Christmas presents.
Well, Adeline, we only have 2 to wrap, but we can make the job last all night.
Oh, you. I missed you last night. I rather expected you to come over to my house.
Well, I would have dropped in, but Judge Hooker came over to play checkers, and I thought he'd never go home. I waited 20 minutes for the old goat to figure out a move, then I discovered he'd fallen asleep.
When you're around, Throckmorton, I never fall asleep.
Sit down next to the fire, Adeline. I'll go upstairs and get the presents.
Oh, wait a minute, lover boy. Haven't you forgotten something? Well, we're engaged, and I've been here 5 minutes, and you haven't even kissed me hello.
Well, guess I had Christmas on my mind.
Then just pretend I'm Santa Claus. You close your eyes. I have a little present for you.
All right. My eyes are closed. I wonder what it'll be. The heck with going up after the presents. I want to stay down here with Santa Claus.
Oh, you go on now, you hear? I want to see what you've got for the children.
All right. Of course, I haven't bought everything yet, Adeline, but I got a little silver cowboy belt buckle for little slop-along Cassidy. That's Leroy.
Wonderful.
And I got a beautiful charm bracelet for Marjorie.
Oh, I just love charm bracelets. Go get it, Throckmorton.
I'll be right back. Oh, Adeline.
Yes, Throckmorton?
While you're resting, toss another log on the fire. Throw another log on the fire. There, now then. I stuffed the bracelet right here in the toe of this old pair of tennis shoes. Great place to hide things. Nobody goes near an old pair of tennis shoes. Wait a minute. It's gone. And the belt buckle is gone, too. How did the kids find that stuff in here? I'll bet Leroy does have radar. Oh, well, I'll find them in the morning. Let them have their fun. It's the holiday season. What the heck?
Well, where are the presents, Throckmorton?
Well, somebody thinks they're playing a little joke on their old uncle, Adeline. I hid them from the kids, now they've hidden them from me.
That's too bad.
Yeah, happens every year. Well, I guess we won't get to wrap packages tonight, Adeline.
Well, then, what will we do?
Well, it's only 9:30. Let's throw another log on the fire. searched this whole house. Where did the kids hide those presents last night? Wonder who that is so early in the morning. I'll get it, Bertie. I'm right here. Judge.
Morning, Gildy. How about a game of checkers?
Checkers? At this hour?
Only kidding, Gildy. I just dropped by from a briefcase. I left it here on the hall table the other night.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. You care for a cup of coffee, Horace?
No, thank you. I have to get to court. So I'll be brief, since I just came from a briefcase.
Judge, so early in the morning?
See you later, Gildy. Sorry to bother you, but my rebuttal is in the briefcase.
Yeah, well, an old goat shouldn't be without his rebuttal. Goodbye, Judge. Yeah, certainly is spry early in the morning. No wonder he falls asleep so early at night.
Hiya. Good morning, Unky.
Good morning. Well, children, congratulations.
What are you talking about, Uncle Mort?
You know very well what I'm talking about. Let's have the presents.
Presents?
Now, children, don't you think you've carried this little joke far enough?
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here's your coffee.
Good morning, Bertie. Thank you. Bertie, you seemed to be in cahoots with the children the other night. Perhaps you can tell me where the presents are.
Me? I don't know where you hid them.
Well, they aren't there, and somebody in this house knows where they went.
Cross my heart, I don't.
Leroy?
Cross my heart and hope to die honest Injun, so help me, I'll sign it in blood. I don't know where they are.
Leroy, this is no longer funny. Whoever took the presents has worked at great inconvenience. Not only upon me, but upon Miss Fairchild. She came over here last evening to help wrap the presents. We couldn't find them. Consequently, our whole evening was wasted. Leroy. If you kids didn't take them, who did?
Maybe this wasn't an inside job, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's this, Bertie?
I got a feeling we've been burglarized.
Now, Bertie, let's not let our imaginations run away with us.
No, sir, but I know what I'd do. I'd call the police.
Let's not get excited, Bertie.
Wouldn't hurt to call the police. A lot of burglarizing been going on around Christmas. Just last week, they ransacked the house where Lily B works from top to bottom with a gun in fact. So you know what I'd do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
That's right. I'd call the police. We've been burglarized.
Burglarized? That's ridiculous. Now, get this, everybody. I'll give whoever hid the presents exactly 5 minutes to put them back.
But none of us took
Get
them.
going now. 5 minutes by my watch.
What's the matter, Unky?
My watch is gone.
It is? You know what I'd do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You're right, Bertie. Call the police. We've been burglarized.
Most women are pretty careful about the things they buy for the family table. But when they do find something extra good, well, there's no changing them. And that's why so many women keep on using Parquet margarine once they've tried it. Well, it's natural that anybody'd like Parquet. It tastes so good. Tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parquet, you see, is prepared as carefully as a luxury food. Only the selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why Parquet has such a delicate, light flavor and makes such a delicious topping for rolls, waffles, and pancakes as well as bread. And Parquet is as nourishing as it is delicious. Every pound is packed with food value, plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. But the real reason most people prefer Parquet is it's just grand food to eat. It tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Tomorrow, try Parquet. Enjoy its delicate flavor. See if you don't agree that it tastes as though it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's return to the problems of the great Gildersleeve. What would you do if you hid 2 Christmas presents and they mysteriously disappeared? And then your watch vanished? That's right, call the police. Or, if you were the great Gildersleeve, you'd go direct to the chief himself.
Those are the facts, Chief. What do you propose to do about it?
Well, you sure you didn't forget where you put them?
I did not forget. Somebody stole them.
Well, it's just hard for me to believe that any criminal would steal children's Christmas presents. He'd have to be a very ill-mannered person.
I don't expect him to be a secretary of the YMCA.
Oh, it couldn't be old Mr. Mooney.
Chief, I'm not accusing Mooney. I'm not accusing anybody. All I know is that Summerfield is full of burglars.
Now, Commissioner, is that a nice thing to say?
And I demand that you send somebody out to investigate.
But, Commissioner, I can't spare a man during the holiday.
Why not?
We're operating on a staggered schedule the way it is.
And ask the mayor for more cops.
Oh, we have enough policemen, but like everybody else, the boys have to do their Christmas shopping sometime. But I'll tell the boys to be on the lookout.
Yeah, I know. On the lookout for a bargain. I'll handle this myself. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can your friendly neighborhood druggist do for you today?
Peavy, I've been burglarized.
How's that?
My house has been ransacked from top to bottom.
Oh, I declare. Anything taken?
Anything taken? Marjorie's charm bracelet, Leroy's silver belt buckle, and sometime last night or this morning, my watch was taken.
Your watch?
Yes. You remember it, Peavy. The one you jolly boys gave me on my birthday.
Oh, yes.
I'm sick about losing that watch. It would have lasted me a lifetime.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
What?
I imagine you'll put the police on the trail, Mr. Gildersleeve.
The police? Chief Gates and his Keystone cops couldn't trail a circus through a swamp. Looks like I'll have to be my own detective.
You don't say. Have you seen any suspicious characters in your neighborhood?
No, but somebody's been around with sticky fingers.
Well, perhaps there's a kleptomaniac among your acquaintances.
Kleptomaniac? Hadn't thought of that.
They drift into the pharmacy here every once in a while.
They do? Well, how do you spot them, Peavy?
Well, most of them carry something to put the loot in, you know. An empty shoebox is a popular item.
Oh?
So if I suspect them of shoplifting, I always ask to see their new pair of shoes.
Pretty sly, Peavy.
Of course, a merchant has to be very careful whom he accuses.
Hmm?
Now, Judge Hooker was in today. He picked up a box of aspirin and walked out without paying for it. But you'd hardly call the judge a kleptomaniac.
Of course not.
Then, on the other hand, you can't tell who they are. Your best friend might turn out to be one.
Is that so, Peavy? Hooker is my best friend.
Yes, sir. A friend of mine used to come into the store every evening to help me lock up. And I began to suspect the pharmacy had a pack rat. Till one evening I put on my friend's overcoat by mistake. There was more merchandise in his pockets than there was in the store. Fine friend.
Hooker was over the morning I missed my watch, and his briefcase was pretty heavy. But what would he do with a charm bracelet?
What did you say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? And just thinking out loud, Peavy. Be silly to suspect somebody of taking things they don't even need, wouldn't it?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's a klepto characteristic.
It is. Poor judge.
Once they get the disease, they just can't help themselves.
Guess not. Well, so long, Peavy. And here's a dime.
What's that for?
For Judge Hooker's aspirin. Oh, my dear old friend, Judge Hooker. Well, I won't prosecute. All I want to do is recover the goods. I'll try to be tactful with him for once. Perhaps I can get the old fellow back on the straight and narrow. Hello, Judge. All right to come in?
Hello, Gildy. Have a chair. I'll be with you as soon as I sign these letters.
No hurry, Judge. Look at that sweet old man in there at his desk. The picture of dignity and respectability. Who would ever think that life is an enigma?
I'm nearly through, Gildy.
You sure are, brother. Take your time, Horace. Poor old fellow's been working too hard. He probably doesn't even know what his trouble is.
Now then, Gildy, what can I do for you?
Judge, sit down.
Sit down?
Judge, I think at some time or other, everyone needs a little sound advice.
Oh, I agree.
Fine. So, Horace, I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
Oh? What about?
Well, Horace, promise that whatever I say, you won't hold it against me, because it's something only a best friend would tell you.
What are you getting at, Gildy?
Judge, old friend, perhaps nobody has ever talked to you about kleptomania?
Kleptomania? Oh, yes. I've always considered it a most fascinating subject.
Uh-huh. So I gather.
As a magistrate, I make quite an exhaustive study of kleptomania. In fact, I often wish I had a little of that in me.
A little of it.
Yes, instead of picking up things, I'm always leaving them someplace.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, my rubbers, my umbrella, my briefcase.
Oh, yeah.
Say, that reminds me, I forgot to pay Peavy for a box of aspirin today.
Yeah.
But here I am rattling on about myself, and you came to me with a problem.
Huh?
Now tell me, old friend, how long have you been troubled with this insatiable urge to pick up things?
Let me out of here. Well, maybe the chief was right. Maybe I did mislay the presents. I'm not infallible. Well, sure, they'll show up.
Uncle Mort, oh, I'm so glad you're home.
Marjorie, what's all the excitement?
Guess what happened?
Don't tell me. I know you found the presents.
No, my earrings are gone.
Your earrings?
Uh-huh, and I had them just this morning.
Well, I was right all the time. There is a burglar around.
What are we going to do?
Let me get at that telephone. Chief Gates and his force are going to get on a job if they never get their Christmas shopping done.
Catch the burglar?
No, Leroy. Just leave that to me and Chief Gates. He should be along any minute now.
What makes you think the burglar will come back again, Unky?
He struck 3 times, so he'll strike again. There's nothing to be afraid of, you understand?
That's all right for you to say. You got a shotgun.
Mm-hmm. Just to scare him with, Bertie. I'm out of shells.
Well, I'm taking the frying pan to bed with me. After he hear a loud bong, he tried to come in the window.
Now, Bertie, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, it must be the chief now. Don't anybody get excited now.
Well, good evening, Commissioner.
Chief, it's about time you got here. Come on in.
Hello, folks. Now, don't anybody get excited. The police have taken over. I've got a dragnet around the house.
No, you're on the ball. What do you want us to do, Chief?
Well, you might put that shotgun away, Commissioner.
The Chief?
And the rest of the family should act perfectly normal. Go up to your rooms, turn out the lights, and go to sleep.
You hear that, children?
All right, Unky. Let me know if you need any help.
Leroy, you get under the covers.
Well, what about the baby up there? Want me to take her in my room?
No. Don't disturb the little tyke. And don't worry. I'm inside and my men are outside.
Sure glad about that, but I'm still taking my frying pan to bed.
Bertie's a little nervous.
Now, Commissioner, if we expect to catch the burglar, we'll have to set a little trap.
Trap? Anything you say, Chief.
Well, first we'll turn out all the lights.
Turn out the lights? Oh, yes.
Then we'll sit here in the living room, back to back.
Back to back?
So we can see both entrances. Pretty quiet night, isn't it, Commissioner?
Yeah. What time is it, Chief?
Well, if I can see the dial. 12:05.
Nothing exciting has happened since Bertie's frying pan fell out of bed.
No. Everything must be all right outside, or we'd have heard from the dragnet.
How many men do you have out there, Chief?
2. Officer Haney and my father-in-law.
Your father-in-law?
Swore him in to give him a little Christmas money.
Oh, my goodness. Chief, the way you run that department... Did you hear that noise?
No. Can't say that I did.
Must be imagining things. You know, Chief, you keep listening for noises long enough, and pretty soon you think you hear them. I did hear it that time.
So did I.
Sounded like it came from upstairs.
Well, we better take a look.
You go first, Chief, if you want to. Hey, coming from the baby's room. One side, Chief. Let me out.
After me, Commissioner.
Hurry up, Chief. I've got the lights. Hands up.
Well, what do you know? It's the baby rattling her crib.
Baby, were you making all that noise? Now, baby, don't cry.
We didn't mean to frighten you, little Charles.
Well, wait a minute. I know how to stop that, Chief. She loves to get down on the floor with me. Yeah, baby. Show the Chief how you can crawl.
Come to Chiefy, baby.
Hey, baby, come back with my tie clasp. She's always grabbing things.
Oh, look. Oh, she's throwing it in the waste paper basket.
Yeah, get it for me, will you, Chief?
All right, Well, is this where you keep the family jewels, Commissioner?
Jewels? What do you mean?
Oh, one pair of earrings, belt buckle, charm bracelet.
What?
Commissioner, I think we've rounded up the burglar.
Baby, are you the burglar? You little rascal. Chief, is my watch in there?
Is this it? No crystal and one hand missing?
Baby! Yeah. Oh, well, maybe Santa Claus will bring me a new one for Christmas.
Now for the biggest news to come out of Parquet's baby naming contest. The final news you've all been waiting for. The winning name for the great Gildersleeve's little baby girl was suggested by Mrs. J.C. Walker of Birmingham, Alabama. Our special congratulations to you, Mrs. Walker. You not only get a 1949 Ford sedan, you also get the grand prize of $1,000 in cash.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations, Mrs. Walker. Friends, we certainly want to thank everyone who sent in names for the baby. Yes. You bet, baby. We're sorry that all of you couldn't win prizes. 720 of you did. But I know we're all happy for the winners. Yeah? What's that? Oh, yes, of course. The folks want to hear your name. Well, get ready. It's Romery. Yes, that's right. Romery. Romerry. Seems to fit, too, doesn't it? You've certainly been roaming around tonight. Thanks again from all of us and from the Kraft Foods Company, the makers of Parquet margarine. We hope all of you will keep using and enjoying Parquet on your table. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meacham. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's news that will send cheese lovers hurrying down to their dealers. Now, at long last, Kraft has plenty of aged, natural American cheese, the kind that comes in big golden wheels. Since 1941, the demand for cheese has almost exceeded the supply, and as a result, it was difficult to set aside much for aging. Just this past year, Kraft could send plenty of fine cheddars to the curing rooms, guard it for months and months. And now, aged American is back. So ask your dealer for a wedge of this mellow, grand-eating, natural cheese, the kind that is aged so carefully for you by the master cheesemakers of Kraft. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, like a lot of us, the great Gildersleeve hasn't done much of his Christmas shopping yet. With only 8 more shopping days to go, he's finally grappling with the situation. It's after dinner now, and we find the great man hunched over his desk in the den.
Skates, cowboy belt buckle, table tennis set, basketball. Guess that takes care of Leroy. A coat for Bertie, that wristwatch for Adeline. Then there's the Jolly Boys. Oh, my goodness, I've got a lot of people to buy presents for. Got a lot of extra expenses, too. The baby, getting married. Well, I'll just have to cut down a little on every present, I guess.
Oh, there you are, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie? Oh, hello, baby. Little Romery.
Just brought her in to say good night. It's her bedtime.
Yeah, good night, little darling. Sleep tight. Just been figuring out what I'm going to get the baby for Christmas, Bertie. I'm going shopping tomorrow.
Oh, that's nice.
The time I get all the things for her and Leroy and Marjorie, it's going to cost me a small fortune.
Yes, I guess so.
Well, worth it, though. But I'm going to have to cut down somewhere this year.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to economize on somebody, Bertie.
Oh. Well, you don't have to say no more, Mr. Gildersleeve. I understand.
What?
If you can't afford to buy me a present, it's okay with me.
But, Bertie, I didn't...
It's all right, I understand.
But I want to buy you a present.
I know you want to, Mr. Gildersleeve, but if you can't afford it, don't you worry. I understand.
But you don't understand.
Yes, I do. I just want to see those children's happy faces when they open their presents. That's all I want.
That's very nice of you, Bertie, but...
No, sir, you don't have to buy me no present. Christmas morning, when the family comes downstairs and says, Merry Christmas, Bertie, that's enough for me.
But, Bertie...
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve, and don't worry. I understand.
Oh, dear. Good old Bertie. Well, she's going to get that coat anyway. I'd like to save someplace, though. Let me see. I'm getting Leroy and Marjorie an awful lot of presents. Maybe they wouldn't mind giving up just one thing. Every little bit helps. Now, Leroy doesn't have to have that basketball. Sure. I'll just explain to the boy I have to save some money. He's old enough to understand. Leroy.
Yeah?
Oh, you in the living room? Well, how are you this evening, my boy?
Huh?
I said, how are you?
I'm okay.
Well, that's good. And how's school?
School? I'm on Christmas vacation, Unc.
Oh, yes, of course. Christmas. Say, that reminds me, Leroy. I wanted to talk to you about something. You know, Christmas is a wonderful time of the year.
Sure is.
Little families gather around the Christmas tree. Everybody gives each other presents.
Yeah.
But remember, Leroy, it isn't how much you give. It's the spirit in which you give it.
Oh, sure.
I'm glad you understand that, my boy. So I know you won't mind if I don't give you that basketball.
What?
Now, Leroy.
You promised me.
I know that.
Leroy.
Okay, Leroy, I'm sorry. You get your basketball.
I will. Gee, thanks.
Yeah.
You got the real Christmas spirit, Unc.
Yeah. See you later. Well, Leroy is just a kid. Can't expect him to understand. I'll go up and talk to Marjorie. She's older. I can explain these things to her. Won't be the end of the world if she doesn't get those silver slippers. Sure, she'll understand. Well, Marjorie sounds happy. Marjorie!
Yes? Oh, come in, Unky.
Thank you. Marjorie, what are you all dressed up for? Are you going out tonight?
Oh, no. I was just trying on my formal. Make sure it looks all right for the school dance New Year's.
Well, you look beautiful, my dear.
Do I really, Unky?
Mm-hmm. Waltzing in front of the mirror. Isn't that cute? Marjorie, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I know I'm going to have a wonderful time at that dance.
I'm sure you will, but...
I'll be dancing on air all evening. I just can't believe it.
What's that?
I'll be wearing my first pair of silver slippers. I've always wanted a pair, and now you're going to get them for me.
Yeah.
You're just the most wonderful unkie in the whole world. Here's what I think of you. Now, Unkie, what was it you wanted to ask me?
May I have the next waltz? I didn't do so well with Leroy and Marjorie last night. Well, Christmas is really for children anyway. Gotta save on somebody, though. Maybe the Jolly Boys. After all, they're adults. Except the judge, he's in his second childhood. But what if they get me expensive presents? I'll try to find out. I can start with Peavy. I'll just drop in the drugstore a minute. Santa Claus is coming into town. Well, good morning, Peavy.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Nice morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Peavy, I'm going to do a little Christmas shopping today.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah, I'm taking the day off. Guess the office can get along without me for one day.
Yes, I believe it can.
Yeah. Go right down to Hogan Brothers and finish up. Have you done your Christmas shopping, Peavy?
Yes, I have.
Oh? You bought all your presents?
Yes. Mrs. Peavy and I wrapped them last night and put them under the tree.
Well, then, I guess you wrapped mine.
Yes, we did.
Was it a big package?
Well...
No, it was a small package.
I didn't say that.
And I guess it was about medium.
I didn't say that either.
Well, I guess you didn't get me anything too fancy.
How's that?
I mean, I don't suppose you got me anything expensive.
Why not?
Well, I mean...
Mr. Gildersleeve, no one has ever called me a cheapskate.
Peavy, I didn't say that...
I don't toss my money to the winds, but I do have a reputation as a moderate spender.
Of course you do.
No, sir. There aren't any fish hooks in my pocket.
I know that, Peavy. I didn't mean that at all. I just didn't think that you should spend too much money on my present.
Why not?
What?
I can afford it.
Oh, my goodness.
In fact, I'm buying bigger presents than ever this year.
You are?
Certainly. Peavy's Pharmacy may not be a gold mine, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it's a good living.
Peavy,
Of course, I'm just a little businessman, not a city official. I can't take the day off and go shopping on the taxpayers' time.
Oh! Look here, Peavy. I'm earning my salary. I'm worth every cent the taxpayers pay me.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Merry Christmas. Brother, the store is sure crowded. Looks like everybody's doing their shopping today.
Mr. Bentley, cash! Mr. Bentley!
Every time I come in here, they're looking for Bentley. Well, let's see. Where shall I start? Where's that list I made out?
Gildy.
Huh? Oh, hello, Judge.
I thought I saw your rotund figure pushing through there.
Yeah, it is jammed in here. Has it been crowded like this all morning?
No, Gildy, just since you came in.
Now, look, Judge, I've got a lot of shopping to do.
I've just about finished mine.
Good for you.
Yes, I just made a purchase at the tie department. Now I'm
The tie department?
Yeah, I bought a present there for a friend.
Oh, you did? Anybody I know?
Daisies don't tell, Gildy.
Well, just give me a hint, Petunia.
Now, don't be nosy, Gildy. You'll just have to wait till you look into your stocking Christmas morning.
Oh, for goodness.
Goodbye. Noel.
He's not fooling anybody. I bet he bought me a cheap tie again, just like he did last year. Well, that's all right with me. At least I can save some money on his present. I can get through this. Excuse me, madam. Here we are.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to look at your dollar ties.
Yes, sir.
This counter right here.
Oh, yes. Pretty bright patterns, aren't they? Peppermint stripes, pinwheels. Here's one with big yellow sunflowers on it. Just the thing for the judge.
Would you like the one with the sunflower, sir?
Sure. If the old goat doesn't want to wear it, he can always eat it.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. And they put it in a box, please. It's a gift.
Third floor, sporting goods, menswear.
Out, please. Out! Thank you. Let's see. Got Leroy's basketball up here.
Yes, that one's rather nice.
Oh, my goodness, there's Hooker again. What's he doing, following me around? Wait till he sees that dollar tie.
May I see the blue silk robe again, please?
Yes, sir.
Wonder who he's buying a dressing gown for.
That's very nice. Do you have that in a larger size?
Oh, yes, sir. What size did you want?
The largest you have. It's for a very fat dog.
Oop. I wonder... Oh, he couldn't be buying that for me.
It's someone I've known for years. I'm really very fond of him.
Could be.
I know it's more than he'll get me, but after all, he has a lot of expenses with his family.
By George, it is me. I misjudged that fine old fellow. He's true blue. And I got him a necktie with sunflowers on it. I'm going to take it right back and get him something nice. Down, please, down. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to return this necktie. The one with the big sunflowers, remember?
Yeah, but, sir, you just bought it.
I know that, but I just remembered that the friend I bought it for can't stand sunflowers. And he's got hay fever.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so if you'll just give me my money back.
But, sir, that means I'll have to make out an entire credit slip just for $1. Couldn't you exchange the tie?
No, I can't. You've got a lot of nerve anyway, selling me a cheap tie like that from my very good friend, the judge.
All right, I'll make out the credit slip. I'll be right back.
I'll make it snappy. Guess I told him. Who does he think?
Well, Gildy.
What? Oh, hello, Horace, old friend.
Gildy, are you buying me one of those dollar ties for Christmas?
An old friend like you? I wouldn't think of it, Judge. I'm going to get you something much more expensive, Horace.
Well, it's very nice of you.
Don't mention it.
But you really shouldn't.
Oh, forget it. And I want to assure you, Judge, that it has nothing to do with what you're getting from me.
Well...
But, of course, if I find a blue silk dressing gown in my stocking, I'll know Santa Claus didn't bring it.
What?
Don't you pretend now, Judge. I saw you buying that robe, you know, for that fat fella.
Oh, you did?
I know, Horace. You wanted to surprise me on Christmas.
I've got a surprise for you right now, Gildy. I didn't buy that robe for you.
Huh?
I got it from a cousin in Wichita.
You did?
Yes. You know, the one that's a butcher. Sorry to disappoint you, Gildy. Well, I've got to be going. Bye. No. Well, no.
Yeah, the old goat. What does a butcher need a dressing gown for? You probably wear a straw hat with it.
Well, here you are, sir.
What?
Here's your credit slip for the tie.
I don't want it.
What? But, sir, you said you wanted to get something else for your friend.
He's no friend of mine. Give me that tie back.
Mr. Walt, we going to talk now?
Sure, Bertie, if you'd like to.
Well, to tell the truth, I like eating what we talk about more than I like talking about it.
Well, friends, as you may have guessed, Bertie is on her favorite subject, parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. And the reason parquet tastes so good is it's made from the selected products of American farms and prepared with all the care of a rare luxury food. It has the fine, delicate flavor. It has the nutritional value plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Yes, it's a luxury in every way but one. Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads.
Well, Mr. Wall, anybody can tell that by just looking around at the store. But if you want to know how good parquet tastes, you got to take some parquet on a knife.
Uh-huh.
Spread it on something, maybe hot cornbread.
Hot cornbread.
Or muffins or pancakes or toast. Then pop it right into your mouth. Mr. Wall, when you get that parquet flavor you like so much, you don't care whether you do any talking or not.
Well, why not take Bertie's suggestion, friends? Get Parquet, and tomorrow enjoy this margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay. Well, it's afternoon now, and the great Gildersleeve is still fighting the crowds in Hogan Brothers department store. So far, his plans to economize on his Christmas shopping haven't worked out very well. Right now, he's on the 4th floor in Toyland, where he's just finished buying the presents for the baby.
My feet are certainly tired. I think I'll go down to Floyd's pretty soon, relax for a while, and get a haircut. Certainly haven't saved any money so far, except on the judge. Him and his fat cousin in Wichita.
Mr. Bentley, cash! Mr. Bentley!
My goodness, haven't they found Bentley yet? Well, I guess I'll... look at that cute little music box. Wonder what it plays. The Big Bad Wolf. Well, isn't that cute? Certainly have wonderful things for kids nowadays. And look at those little mechanical toys. What's this? A little toy barber shaving a customer. I'll just wind it up. Look at that little razor go up and down. Reminds me of Floyd. Yeah, only 99 cents. Say, that wouldn't make a bad Christmas present for him. It's just 10, but I bet Floyd would get a kick out of it. He's not very sentimental about Christmas anyway. It's the thought that counts. And only 99 cents. Yeah, clerk. Oh, clerk.
Hi, Commish.
Hi, Floyd.
In the market for a haircut?
Yeah, went down to Hogan Brothers all day. Just thought I'd take a little breather.
Okay, just take your coat off and hop right up here in the chair.
All right, Floyd.
Gee, you must have been doing some heavy shopping. See a lot of presents sticking out of your pockets.
Yeah, and one of them is yours, Floyd.
Oh, gee, thanks, Commish. That's swell of you.
Don't mention it.
Just tuck this under your chin.
Funny how he makes so much fuss about Christmas every year, isn't it, Floyd?
Well,
Of course, it's great for the kiddies, but it doesn't really mean much to us grown-ups.
Well, I don't know, Commish.
What?
Christmas is the one holiday that really gets me.
It does?
Yep. You go along all year just taking your friends for granted, and Christmas comes, all of a sudden you realize what wonderful people they really are.
Oh, yes.
Does something to you right here inside. Well, you take a guy that's a cheapskate 11 months out of the year, Christmas comes, and he'll give you the shirt right off his back.
Yes. I guess you're right, Floyd. Of course, it isn't the present that counts. It's the spirit in which it's given.
Well, I don't know. Seems to me what you give a fellow for Christmas shows what you really think of him.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, I think it does. I'll show you what I mean. I got a present from out of town today from a so-called friend of mine.
You did?
Yeah. And of all the cheap, trashy Christmas presents I ever got, this one takes the cake.
Huh? What is it?
I'll show you. I got it on the shelf here. There. Now, look at that piece of junk. A tin barber shaving a customer. He must think I'm a moron or something. Yeah, look at it. What's he expect me to do, stand around and watch it all day?
Well, I'm...
Yeah, how do you like that? Busted already. That thing must have cost all of 98 cents.
99.
What?
Nothing.
Now, I ask you, Commish, would you buy a thing like that for a friend?
No.
Of course you wouldn't. By the way, Commish, if you want to lighten your load there, you can drop off my present now.
I think I'm going to have to exchange it, Floyd. I got the wrong color. last, I'm almost through shopping.
Mr. Bentley.
Sweet gods, I wonder where Bentley hides all day. Hope Floyd likes that sweater I got him. I've certainly done a fine job of saving on my Christmas presents. Hello, Adeline. You shopping, too?
Yes, darling. How's my chubby hubby-to-be?
I'm fine.
You poor man. You look all worn out.
Well, I am a little tired, but I'm almost through. All I have to buy now is little Adeline's present. Right over there in the jewelry department.
Oh, I'm glad you haven't got my present yet. I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, you did?
I've got an idea. You know, darling, we're going to be married pretty soon.
Uh-huh.
And we ought to have some new furniture for the house.
Oh?
And I just saw the cutest living room set in the furniture department. Only $750.
$750? Is that what you want for Christmas?
Oh, of course not, silly. I'd like to have it someday when we can afford it.
Oh.
But I think we ought to start saving for it right now, and that's why I don't want you to buy me that wristwatch for Christmas.
You don't?
No, it's entirely too expensive. You just get me some little old doodad for about $1.
But, Adeline, you wanted that wristwatch so badly.
Well, I just thought I did. I can get along without
Well,
it.
gosh, I don't know.
Well, now I insist. After all, we've got to be sensible, Throckmorton. And I believe a wife should help her husband every way she can.
Gosh, Adeline, you're all wool and a yard wide.
Besides, you'll be my Christmas present, you great big Cupid doll, you.
Yeah.
So you just run along now and get me some little token, and remember, nothing expensive.
Well, all right, if you want it that way.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. See you tonight. Oh, Adeline's wonderful. Imagine her helping me to save money like that. She's right, I guess. It's the sensible thing to do. Let's see, I saw some inexpensive earrings at the jewelry counter the other day. Here we are. Let's see.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello there.
Well, I suppose you've come for that watch you were looking at the other day.
Well...
I've got it laid aside right here. There you are. It's a beauty, all right. I'm sure it'll make your fiancée very happy.
I'm sorry, but I've changed my mind. I'm not getting her the watch.
Oh?
I thought I might get her some earrings. Something about $1.
$1?
Well, I might go as high as $1.50.
I see. Just a moment. I'll bring you the tray.
The watch certainly looks beautiful, all right. Adeline did have her heart set on it. Well, we do have to be sensible.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Let's see. This pair looks rather nice. Green butterflies with a big red stone in the middle. Don't you think so?
Mr. Gildersleeve, may I say just a word?
Oh, sure.
I know it's none of my business, but won't you please reconsider getting the wristwatch for your fiancée?
What?
Believe me, I just work here. I wouldn't make a cent more if you bought the watch. But I hate to think of your fiancée being disappointed at Christmas.
But you don't understand. It was her idea. She wanted me to save money.
She may have said that, Mr. Gildersleeve, but deep down I know she didn't mean it.
But
I remember last year, my wife had her heart set on a gray coat with a little fur collar. She told me not to get it because we couldn't afford it. I let her think I wasn't going to buy it. And then Christmas Eve, I brought it home and surprised her. She was so happy, Mr. Gildersleeve, she broke down and cried.
She did?
Yes.
Well, this is different, though. There's no use getting sentimental.
Very well, sir. I just thought that since this was Christmas time...
No, I'm going to be sensible about this. After all, Christmas is no different from any other time of the year. And I'm not going to... what's that?
The employees' Christmas chorus is going to sing. Up there on the mezzanine.
Oh, well, that's all very nice, but I'd still like to pick out a pair of...
They're going to start.
Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sea, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark street shine
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wrap up the wristwatch. Who wants to be sensible on Christmas?
Have you had a chance to enjoy the full parquet flavor? That flavor that's so light and delicate on the tongue. The flavor that can, well, turn a plain piece of bread into an experience in real taste enjoyment. Parquet margarine is nourishing, too, of course. As nourishing as the most expensive spreads, even though it costs only about half as much. It's fortified with vitamin A to make sure you get even more of the nutritional essentials. But the flavor, that's the thing. Whether you prefer it on pancakes or waffles, biscuits or bread, parquet tastes so very good. Actually, like it should, cost twice as much. Tomorrow, ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
What a day. Well, anyway, I finished all my shopping.
Gildy.
Judge, you still here?
I want to talk to you.
All right, what is it, you old goat?
Well, you looked awfully disappointed when I told you I was giving that blue dressing gown to my cousin.
So what?
So I decided to give it to you.
You have? Well, thank you, Horace.
Not at all. We're old friends, Gildy. And after all, you got me an expensive gift.
I did? I mean, oh, yes. Well, thanks a lot, Judge. Excuse me. See you later. Well, here I go, back to the tie department.
Mr. Banksley? Mr. Banksley?
Yes?
Oh, there you are.
Well, they finally found Bentley. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Are you a cheese lover from a way back? If so, you'll be glad to know that now Kraft is supplying your dealer with plenty of aged natural American, the old-fashioned kind that comes in big golden wheels. Aged natural American has been pretty scarce since before the war. People have been eating so much cheese that it's been difficult to set aside much for aging. But during the past year, Kraft has been sending fine cheddars to the curing rooms, carefully aging them to bring out that deep-down mellow goodness. Now your dealer has this grand cheese. Be sure to get a big golden wedge of it for the holidays. Ask for the natural American Kraft has aged so carefully for you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what's doing at the great Gildersleeve's house this morning.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la.
Well, the great man seems as jolly as Santa himself as he and his niece and nephew move the furniture around the parlor to make room for the Christmas tree.
Leroy, give me a hand with this couch. I'll lift and you shove.
Okay, Unc. I'll hold down the rug, Unky.
All right, Marjorie. Leroy, on the count of 3, push. 1, 2... Leroy, I thought you were going to push.
You never got to 3.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that's far enough anyway, Unky. It's more room than we had last year.
Well, we need more room. It's Baby's first Christmas, so we're going to have a bigger tree than we've ever had.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
You bet. Her real parents may not be around to provide these things, but by George, it's going to be a Christmas she'll remember.
At 9 months? I don't remember anything till I was 6 years old.
I could answer that, Leroy, but I feel too good this morning. Well, better get going after that tree.
Hey, Unc, can I go along?
Sure, Leroy. We'll need a lot of hands to get this tree home.
Oh, boy.
Well, if you get a larger tree, we'll need an extra string of lights.
Lights? Oh, yes. I'll pick them up at Peavy's when I go downtown.
Unky, can I invite Francie and the gang over when we light the tree? We'll have a party.
Yeah, and can I ask Piggy and Craig?
No, children, this Christmas Eve is going to be different. It's going to be just for the little family and Miss Fairchild.
Miss Fairchild?
Well, of course, Leroy. We're engaged, you know. She's almost a member of the family.
I think a little family party is a good idea. And, Unky, when you get the tree, don't forget to buy some mistletoe.
Mistletoe? Well, if you think it'll make a nice decoration around the house, I'll get some. Of course, it doesn't make any difference to me. Leroy? Get your overshoes on and let's get going after that tree.
Okay.
See you later, Marjorie. Better say goodbye to the baby before I go.
Bertie's giving her a bath upstairs.
Yes, I know. Deck the halls with boughs of mistletoe, fa la 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 la, la 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 la.
Hold still now, baby. Let Bertie wash your back.
Well, you seem to have your hands full, Bertie.
I sure have, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, baby. Kitty-coo. Are you enjoying your bath this morning? You're getting to be quite a splasher, aren't you? Oh! Good, right in my eye. I better get out of here before I get the bath. Bye-bye, baby. I'm on my way to get your first Christmas tree.
I saw some fine trees down at the corner market, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, thanks, Bertie, but Judge Hooker asked me to buy our Christmas tree from a friend of his. Young man he's helping to get started here in town.
Well, that's nice of the judge. How many people are you going to have over this Christmas Eve, Mr. Gildersleeve? I'd like to know how many to fix for.
This year, Bertie, there'll be just the family and Miss Fairchild.
You mean none of your downtown friends are dropping in?
I'll ask them over sometime during the holidays, but I'm not inviting any extra people for Christmas Eve.
I didn't think they needed much of an invitation.
Well, Christmas Eve is going to be different this year, Bertie. Just for the little family. Even Santa Claus won't get in, unless he has a pass.
Gee, Unc, look at all the trees.
Yeah, the lot's full of them.
What color are we going to get this year? White, blue, purple, or pink?
We're going to get green, Leroy. It's Baby's first Christmas, and we don't want to scare her. Now, where is the judge's friend?
Maybe that's him waiting on that lady.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Hey, how about this tree, Unc? It's a whopper. How about it?
Our tree doesn't have to be that tall, Leroy. They charge by the foot, you know.
But, Unc.
All right, let's see the price tag. $7. They must be charging per needle.
Too high, huh?
Yeah, well, after Christmas, we want to feel that we can afford to throw it away, Leroy. Come on, my boy. Let's get out of the tall timber.
Gosh, I want a big tree.
Well, leave it to me, Leroy. Now then, here's one that looks about right for our little parlor. Not as tall, but it's nice and chubby. Well filled out in the top. How about it, Leroy?
Yeah, not bad, Unc.
Sure, this is the one for us. And the price is only... Still, Leroy, when you stand back and look at it, maybe it isn't quite the tree for us.
What did the tag say?
$10. It's a prettier tree, though.
Well, did you find one you like?
Oh, you Bob Clark?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, City Water Commissioner.
Yes, I know.
You do?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Pleasure to meet you. This is my nephew, Leroy.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Judge Hooker asked us to come down and have a look at your trees.
Well, that's a fine tree you're looking at. It's a silver tip.
For $10, it must be silver-plated.
Well, like everything else, tree prices are a little high, I guess.
Let's take it, Unc. What do you say, huh?
Well...
I think it's a pick of the lot, Mr. Gildersleeve. The judge said you should have a tree like this.
Oh, the judge did he?
I think the judge is right, Unc.
Oh, can't the judge let me pick out my own Christmas tree? What an old busybody.
Well, you see...
Well, I'll take it. Here's your $10.
Oh, no. No, that's been taken care of, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It has?
Judge Hooker asked for the bill. He said to say Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Well, fine old fellow, the judge.
Well, I certainly think so. It isn't everyone who'll do as much for a fellow as the judge has done for me.
Oh?
He's even found me a good job in the market starting the first of the year.
Yeah, that's the judge, all right. None better.
I'll carry the tree over to the car for you, Mr. Gildersleeve, and help you tie it on.
Thank you, Bob. He's a nice fellow, isn't he, Leroy?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice thing the judge did, too. But he shouldn't have bought our tree. He's always so helpful around the holidays when he gets lonesome. Leroy, I told you and Marjorie we weren't going to invite anybody over at Christmas Eve, but what do you say we make one exception and invite the judge?
Sure. He always brings swell presents.
Yeah. Leroy, that's not the spirit. Wonder what he'll bring me. Hurry up, Floyd. I could shave myself faster than this.
What's a rush, Commish? Rome wasn't burned in a day.
I have things to do, Floyd. I want to get some lights for my Christmas tree before they're all gone.
Hey, well, let me catch that stray whisker on your chin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Got a pretty nice tree, Commish?
You bet. I can't wait to see the baby's eyes light up when she sees it. It's her first Christmas, you know.
Sort of like the kid, don't you, Commish?
Well, she'll do.
How long's it been since you found her in the back of your car?
It's been about 3 months now, I guess. She's about 9 months old, Floyd.
That's a great age. Funny you never heard anything from the parents.
It'll be all right with me if we don't. You're just like a member of our little family now.
Yeah, kids kind of get you all right. Okay, Commish, you're finished. That's all we can do for that face without plastic surgery.
Yes.
You have an open house this year, Commish?
No, Floyd. I decided this Christmas Eve would be just for the family. You understand?
Oh, sure, yeah. Kind of hoped we'd get together and sing carols, but if you ain't having any outsiders in, I understand.
Well, I may as well tell you, Floyd. The judge is coming over.
Oh? Judge, huh?
Well, you see, Floyd, I just had to invite him. He gave us the tree.
Uh-huh. Hey, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're through.
But, Floyd, the judge paid $10 for that tree. I couldn't ignore that.
Of course, I'm just a hard-working barber.
What?
We always got together in the past, but if you're throwing a party and just letting in the upper crust, $10 cover charge, I guess that lets me out.
Floyd, it isn't that at all.
It's okay.
Floyd, don't look so sad.
Well...
You know how it is with the judge. He never has any place to go on Christmas Eve.
Well, the missus has a choir rehearsal at the church that night, and I don't have any place to go either. But that's okay. You don't find little Floydie Munson crashing in where he ain't wanted.
Oh, my goodness. Floyd, how would you like to drop by my house Christmas Eve?
Well, if you really want me.
Sure.
Okay, Commish, what time?
Gildersleeve, the trouble with you is you can't say no. While I'm at it, I guess I should invite Peavy and Chief Gates. No. Peavy's mother-in-law's in town, and if he brought her, I'd... No, sir. Peavy's out. I just won't say anything to Peavy and the Chief. Nothing at all. I'll invite him over New Year's to listen to the Rose Bowl game. Oh, hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this morning?
Peavy, I need a string of Christmas tree lights.
Oh, you must be going to have a Christmas tree.
Yes, Peavy. Leroy and I got to find one this morning. Have you bought yours yet?
Well, we're not having a tree this year. We're having Mrs. Peavy's mother instead.
What?
We always have to forego a tree when Mother Higgins comes for the holidays. They make her sneeze.
That's too bad, Peavy. Now, let's see your lights.
Very well. They're over at this counter, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, I always like to be around a tree for a little while come Christmas Eve. You're going to have one, you say?
Well, yes, Peavy. Say, you have quite a collection of lights. Which type do you recommend?
Well...
How about these round ones?
They're very nice if you like the round ones.
Mm-hmm. How about these pointed ones?
They're nice. They have their points.
Oh, brother. Oh, Peavy, here's something new. Bubble candles. Are they any good?
They bubble.
Peavy, you're quite a salesman. I can't resist you. I'll take a string of the ones that bubble. The baby will like those. But I'd like to test them first.
Very well. You hold up the string and I'll plug you in. There.
Yeah, look, Peavy, they bubble.
That's what I say.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Judge.
Oh, hello, Judge.
Gentlemen. My, that's a pretty sight, Gildy. With all those lights draped around you, you look just like a big fat Christmas tree.
Horace, I don't know how you can be such an old goat and such a nice guy at the same time. That was wonderful of you to buy the tree for our little family.
Happy to do it, Gildy. And by the way, I saw Leroy, and he extended me your kind invitation to come...
Judge, we'll discuss that later.
What's the matter, Gildy? Is it such a big secret that you've invited me over for Christmas Eve? Isn't everybody coming?
Would you gentlemen like me to step in the back room?
Yeah. Peavy, we're having just a quiet family Christmas Eve. But the judge presented us with a tree, and we appreciate it, so we invited him over. Well, how much are the lights?
How much? It's Christmas, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd like to present you with these lights compliments of Peavy's Pharmacy.
Oh, Fred. Peavy, how would you like to drop in for a little while Christmas Eve?
Are you sure I won't be one too many?
Oh, no. In fact, I might as well invite Chief Gates, too.
By the way, Gildy, I wonder if I could bring someone.
Judge, this is just a family party for the baby and the kids. And Adeline, of course. And you and Floyd and Peavy and the Chief. Oh, well, bring him along. Who is it?
If I may, I'd like to bring the young man you got the tree from.
You mean Bob, whatchamacallit?
Bob Clark. Splendid young man. Veteran. Recently lost his wife. Has no friends in the community as yet, and it'd be a nice gesture, Gildy, if you admitted him to your family circle on Christmas Eve.
Well, all right, Judge. I sort of like Bob. Bring him along. What the heck? It's Christmas.
That's very nice of you, Gildy.
The more the merrier, they say.
Yes, yes. Peavy, I suppose you want to bring your mother-in-law, too.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You know, it'd be interesting to know how many of the people who use parquet margarine are listening to us tonight.
Millions of them, I guess. Just millions of them.
There certainly are millions of parquet users, Bertie. I was just wondering how many of them are listening now.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Wall. You can't listen to a flavor. You got to taste it. The way I look at it, soon as you take some parquet, spread it on a hot muffin or a slice of bread and taste it. From then on, that's the spread you're going to want on everything. Rolls, pancakes, waffles, just everything.
It's delicious, all right, but that's natural. After all, parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. And it's as nutritious as it is good to taste. The best of ingredients plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A go into every pound of parquet that you buy. Now, friends, in case you haven't tasted parquet, why not decide to try it tomorrow? I'm sure you're going to like parquet's light, delicate flavor.
You sure will, because it tastes even better than it listens. tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So ask for Parkay, Parkay, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He'd planned to confine this Christmas Eve just to the family circle. But, as usual, he has widened the circle to include all his friends. It's after dinner now, and the great Gildersleeve sits before the tree with baby Romery on his lap, enjoying a quiet hour before the guests arrive.
By George, there's no time like Christmas. And it certainly is nice to have you with us, baby. You're cute. I don't know how we'd ever get along without you. See all those presents there under the tree? A lot of them are for you. There's some for Leroy, some for Marjorie and Bertie. But do you know what my Christmas present is this year? Yeah, that's right, you. Yeah. Yes, sir, baby, you're the biggest thing that ever happened to me.
What's going on in here? A private party?
Oh, no, Marjorie. We're waiting for you and Leroy. Where is he?
Hi, Unc. What's up?
It's time for our little family get-together, Leroy, before the guests arrive.
Unky, who's this Bob Clark the judge is bringing over?
The young fellow the judge is helping to get started. He's a little old for you, Marjorie. Well, hand me the book, my dear. It's time to read "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" to you children.
You're going to read that again, Unc?
Of course. Naturally, Leroy. I do it every year, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. It's a tradition in this household, and we're going to observe it. Anyone who doesn't want to hear it can just leave.
Okay, I'll go upstairs.
You will not. You stay right here and listen, and you'll enjoy it. You understand?
Sure. Here's the book.
Thank you. You see, baby? There's a picture of Santa Claus. Yeah, you sort of like chubby fellows, don't you? Now then, are we all settled?
I am.
Leroy?
Sure. If you get stuck, let me know.
Yeah. All right, my boy. Now, 'twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care.
Hey, I wonder if Bertie would lend me a pair.
Leroy, please. Well, then, where were we? Oh, yes. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew, like the down off a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Well, thank you, my dear. By George, that's a great poem.
I love it.
Yeah, not bad, Unc.
Look, the little baby's asleep. Better take her up to bed, Marjorie. We'll bring her down when we light the tree, huh?
All right, Unky. Come to Marjorie, baby.
Uh-oh, here they come.
Well, don't open the door till I get her upstairs.
All right, Leroy, go put your coat on. The guests are coming.
Okay, Unc.
Coming.
Well, is this where St. Nicholas lives?
Come on in, Judge. Nice to see you. Look at all the packages. And Bob. Well, I didn't see you back there. Merry Christmas, my boy.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's awfully nice of you to invite me. Are you sure I won't be one too many?
No, the more the merrier. Besides, you can help me, Bob.
I can?
You bet. We need a tall young fellow to put the star at the top of the tree.
Well, fine.
Judge, you know where to hang your earmuffs.
Yeah.
Take Bob's coat. And, Bob, you come with me.
Sure thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, say, where do you want me to put this little present I brought for the baby?
A present for the baby? Oh, you shouldn't have done it. Business is getting good. Excuse me, Bob. By George, this is the way to spend Christmas Eve.
let's light the tree.
Yes, Commissioner, I have to get down and relieve the desk sergeant so we can go home and play Santa Claus.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief, but Adeline isn't here yet.
Hey, that's right.
By the way, Gilda, before everyone arrives, I'd like to have a word with you about Bob.
About Bob?
Yes, Gilda. The reason I'm so interested in this young man...
Tell me later, Judge. That must be Adeline.
Hey, gang, it's Miss Fairchild. Let's everybody get under some mistletoe and see which one she smacks first.
Yeah. Careful, Floyd, or you'll get the smack from me. Adeline, come in.
I'm sorry I'm late, Throckmorton, but I wanted to get all prettied up for the party.
Yeah, don't be sorry about a thing. It's Christmas Eve. All together now.
To you.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Peavy. Gracious, what a reception.
Why, certainly. Very pretty young lady. Come on, Adeline. I want you to see the tree.
Care to stand over here by me, Miss Fairchild?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Munson, but I see that mistletoe behind your ear.
She's on to you, Floyd.
I think I'll just sit over here by Mr. Peavy, where I'll be safe.
I wouldn't say that.
Now, Peavy.
Oh, Throckmorton, I think the tree is beautiful.
Yeah, silver tip. It's pretty all right. We have the old judge to thank for that.
Hey, come on. Come on, everybody. Let's have another song.
Okay, one chorus for Adeline. Come on, fellas.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la.
Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. Yeah, great, Chief. We'll have to learn that sometime. Okay, let's light the baby's tree now, huh?
Well, shall I get her for you, Uncle Mort?
No, Marjorie, I'd like to bring her down myself.
Well, I think Mr. Clark's up there with her now.
Bob? He is?
Uh-huh. He asked to see her, and she was awake anyway, so I thought it'd be all right.
Oh, sure. Well, gather around the tree, everybody. I'll be right back.
Here's another batch of popcorn balls.
Oh, boy, come and get it.
Yeah, Leroy, save one for me. Yes, sir, there's no time like Christmas. Great little party.
Gildy.
Huh? What is it now, Judge?
I want to talk to you about Bob.
Judge, you've already talked to me. He's a fine young fellow. And after the first of the year, I promised to trade at his market. Now, are you satisfied?
Gildy.
You better get back to the party before the popcorn's all gone. Just listen to the fun they're having down there. Gildersleeve, you're a mighty lucky man. Good friends and a fine little family. Marjorie, little Leroy, and our little baby. Yes, sir, this is the best Christmas Eve I've ever had. Well, Bob must have brought her a music box. I'll peek in and see how they're getting along.
Well, baby doll, I'm glad you like the music box.
Well, look at him in there.
I hope I can give you a lot of presents as you grow older. That is, if Mr. Gildersleeve will give you back to me.
Give her back?
And I think he will. He's a swell fellow, baby doll. If I hadn't been sure of that, I never would have left you in his car. It sounds like a terrible thing to do, doesn't it? But after we lost your mother, I didn't know what to do. All I could think of was to get you in a good home where you'd be loved and cared for. While I went away and tried to get straightened out. Well, when you get a little older, I'll try to explain it to you.
So that's what the judge was trying to tell me.
I hope Mr. Gildersleeve will see it our way. It'll be pretty much up to him whether or not you come back to your daddy. But I can make a home for you now. And your grandmother's coming. You'll like her.
My little baby. He can't take her away from me. Why did he have to come back here?
Are you ready, Yucky? We're waiting.
Gildy, where are you going?
I'm going for a walk.
Gildy, wait for me. after the most thorough investigation of Bob and the circumstances surrounding the case, bringing you together seemed the only thing to do, Gilder. The hard part, of course, was trying to tell you. I'm sorry, Gilder.
You've been very considerate, Horace. Of all of us.
Now it's up to you to decide what you want to do about it.
I know, Horace. I know.
You could put up a fight for her.
Let's go back in the house, Judge, before we both catch pneumonia. I know what I'm going to do.
Hey, Unc, where you been?
I needed some air, Leroy.
Well, hurry, Unky. Bertie's going to sing her lullaby.
Oh, well, fine.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Oh. What is it, Bob?
Wouldn't you like to hold the baby?
Yes, Bob, I think I would. Thank you. Little baby.
Now lay thou, little tiny child, thy lolly, lay thou, little tiny child, bye, lovely,
Bertie, that was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yes, very wonderful, Bertie.
Well, let's light the tree, huh?
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Come on, Gilder, let's light it.
One moment, everyone.
Long time.
Please. Before we light the tree, there's something I'd like to say. All of us wanted to make sure our little baby had a wonderful first Christmas. Well, it's turned out to be more wonderful than any of us ever anticipated. The baby's father has joined us on this Christmas Eve. He's a fine young man, and I know he'll provide a good home for the baby. Here you are, Bob. Your little daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, for everything. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Bertie, it isn't as though we won't be seen. She'll be right here in town. Well, what's everybody so quiet about? This is a very happy Christmas for all of us. Father and his daughter have just been reunited. Let's light the tree and sing our carol.
Anything you say, Commissioner.
Gildy, this is a big thing you've done tonight.
Oh, Unky, I'm so proud of you.
Now, my dear.
Gosh, I'm going to miss the little kid.
Leroy, stay close to me.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas, and God bless you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, the great Gildersleeve is facing the new year with a big problem on his mind.
Adeline.
Yes, that's his problem. Adeline Fairchild, his charming bride-to-be. One of the reasons the great man and Adeline decided to get married was so they could adopt the little baby girl the Gildersleeve family's been taking care of lately. Well, the baby is back with her father now, but Adeline is still very much there. So, to marry or not to marry, that is the question.
Yes.
It's enough to make a man pace the floor.
Adeline's a wonderful woman. She'd make a fine wife. But do I really want to get married? I don't know. Anyhow, it wouldn't be fair to back out of it right now, just because the baby's gone. It'd be nice to be married, I think. But I've been a bachelor too long to change now.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Bertie.
You all right, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What? Oh, sure, I'm all right.
Oh, thought I heard you walking up and down in here.
Walking up and down? Well...
I hope dinner didn't disagree with you.
No, I feel fine.
Yes, sir. But you look kind of worried. Sure there's nothing bothering you?
Bother me? Of course not.
Well, you sure look worried. Something wrong with the water department?
Bertie, there is nothing wrong.
Yes, sir. But you sure look worried. Must be something bothering you.
Believe me, Bertie, there is nothing bothering me. In fact, I'm all right. I'm happy.
Yes, sir.
I'm very happy.
Yes, sir.
I'm just about the happiest man in the whole world.
Yes, sir. For the happiest man in the world, you sure look worried.
I sure feel worried, too. I'll have to make up my mind pretty soon. Adeline must think it's funny I haven't mentioned the marriage all week. She hasn't said anything either. Guess she's waiting for me.
Hi, Aunt.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you walking around the room for?
I'm in training, Leroy. I'm going out for the low hurdles in the Olympic Games.
What? Oh. Say, Aunt, can I talk to you about something?
Not right now, Leroy.
It's awfully important.
Not right now, I told you.
I've got a problem.
You've got a problem.
Huh?
Nothing, my boy. What's your trouble?
Well, Elmer's lonesome.
Elmer?
My turtle.
Oh, my goodness.
He hasn't been eating lately. I think he's lonesome up in my room all day by himself.
What do you want me to do? Go up there and sit with him?
Well, I thought I might buy another turtle to keep him company.
Well, we'll see.
I saw a swell turtle downtown for only 75 cents.
Leroy, we'll talk about it some other time.
But,
The subject is closed. I've got other things on my mind right now.
Well, what about Elmer?
Elmer will just have to work this thing out for himself.
But,
Leroy.
Okay.
A turtle. A lonesome turtle. Elmer doesn't know when he's well off. I better stop this. I'm wearing out the rug.
Unky.
What?
Have you seen my movie magazine? I left it down here somewhere.
No, I haven't, Marjorie. I don't read movie magazines.
Oh, maybe it's under the sofa pillows. It had Gary Cooper on the cover.
That's very interesting.
He was wearing a checkered shirt.
Good for him.
Are you sure you haven't seen it, Unky?
No, I haven't. And Marge, will you please stop tearing up the room?
My, but you're jumpy tonight.
Well,
Don't you feel well?
I feel fine.
Well, there's something on your mind. Is it Miss Fairchild?
What? Adeline? Of course not. What made you think that?
Well, something's the matter. She still wants to marry you, doesn't she?
Huh? Why shouldn't she?
Well, I just thought now that you two can't adopt the baby, she might have changed her mind.
You think so? Say, that would be awful, wouldn't it?
Well, I know you have a fatal fascination. But it's just possible Miss Fairchild might be able to resist your charms.
Well, it's possible, all right.
Of course.
You know, Marjorie, you may be right. Adeline hasn't said anything about our marriage all week. By George, maybe she has changed her mind.
Why, Uncle, you sound happy about it.
Happy? Who's happy? See you later, my dear.
Where are you going, Uncle
Over to
Mort?
see Adeline. Want to make sure she's changed her mind. I mean, she hasn't changed her mind. Where's my coat? Oh! Didn't see the coffee table. And look what's under it. Your movie magazine, Gary Cooper. He looks wonderful in that checkered shirt. Hiya, Gary. Goodbye.
Sometimes I wonder about Unky.
Funny. Never occurred to me that Adeline might not want to marry me. Maybe I've just been worrying about nothing. Sure, it'll be better this way. I'll just let her break it off and then... Oh, hello, Adeline.
Throckmorton, come in.
Thank you.
Didn't expect to see you tonight.
Well, just thought I'd come over and surprise you.
I'm glad you did. Sit down.
Thank you. How have you been, Adeline?
Just fine, sir. How have you been?
Fine. Yeah, just fine. Well, here it is, Adeline, almost New Year's.
Yes.
You know what they say about New Year's? Gives you a chance to start over. Correct last year's mistakes.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, off with the old, on with the new. That's what they say.
Throckmorton, what's the matter with you tonight?
Me? Why, nothing. Nothing at all. Adeline.
Yes?
Adeline, we haven't talked much about our marriage lately.
No, we haven't. I'm glad you brought it up, Throckmorton. There's something I wanted to tell you about that.
There is?
I've been thinking things over, Throckmorton, and I...
Yes?
Oh, nothing.
Go on, Adeline. What were you going to tell me?
Well, maybe you wouldn't like to hear it.
Oh, yes, I would.
Well...
That's all right, Adeline. If you're thinking of changing our plans, I'll understand. Of course, I'll be heartbroken.
But Throckmorton...
Believe me, I wouldn't blame you for anything you do. After all, I'm no prize. I'm just a middle-aged water commissioner. I'm fat. Well, stylishly stout.
Oh, now, Throckmorton...
It's really up to you. Don't try to spare my feelings. It won't be easy ending my days as a lonely old bachelor. But I'll be brave. Now, what was it you wanted to tell me?
Why, darling, I just wanted to tell you that I think we should get married right away.
Huh? Is that what you wanted to tell me?
Yes, you sweet old thing. I'll marry you, even if you're all middle-aged and fat. So you just go right on down and see the minister tomorrow so we can set the date.
The minister?
Yes, and don't you worry, Throckmorton. You'll never be a lonely old bachelor.
No, I guess I won't. Yeah.
We're in the living room.
All right.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy.
Well, hello, Gildy.
Oh, you here, Judge.
Yes, I came over to challenge you to a game of checkers, but it seems you were over calling on your light of love.
Yes, yes.
So I decided to stay and play parcheesi with the children.
You didn't stay over at Miss Fairchild's very long, Unky.
Well, I thought I'd come home early and get some sleep.
What's the matter, Gildy? Don't you get enough sleep down at the water department?
Very funny, you old goat.
Now, Gildy, we all know you're a very fine water commissioner.
Everything work out all right, Uncle Mort?
What?
You know, with Miss Fairchild. What happened?
Well...
What's this all about?
Well, you might as well know it now. Adeline and I are going to be married right away.
Well, that's wonderful news.
Gee, no kidding?
Oh, Uncle Mort, so you talked Miss Fairchild into it.
I sure did.
When's the happy day? When's the happy day going to be, Gildy?
Happy day? Oh, the wedding. Well, pretty soon, I guess. I'm going to see Reverend Prescott tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait for the wedding. I'll be a bridesmaid.
And I'll be a flower girl.
The bells are ringing for you and your guest.
All right, Judge.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's going on in here?
Bertie, Auntie, and Miss Fairchild are going to get married right away.
Isn't that wonderful? Congratulations, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie.
Well, you won't look right no more now, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll be happy.
Yes, of course.
Yes, sir, you'll be happy.
Well, Gildy, old friend, this is one of life's golden moments. So I'll let you savor it with your little family. I'll just say congratulations, old friend, and adieu.
Thank you, Horace. Good night.
Good night, Judge. Good night.
Good night, all. The bells are ringing for you and your guest.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm so glad it turned out this way. Congratulations.
Thank you, my dear.
Yeah, I guess you're pretty happy, Unc.
Oh, yes. Yes, I am. I'm very happy. I've never been so happy in my life.
Boy, what a character.
Mr. Wall, you know what I think?
What's that, Bertie?
I think we ought to have a slogan for parquet. Because everybody's going to like parquet margarine once they try it. But they got to remember to try it.
Well, a slogan like
Like parquet tastes so good, tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, whether or not that's a slogan, Bertie, it certainly is true. And parquet tastes so good because it's made from the carefully selected products of American farms. It's actually prepared by Kraft with all the care of a rare luxury food. The nice part is, though every pound of parquet gives you all the nutritional value of the most expensive spreads, plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A, parquet costs only about half as much.
That's right, Mr. Wall. And as good as that cost is, the taste is even better.
And wonderful on hot rolls.
Or muffins, Mr. Wall, or waffles, or pancakes. And wonderful for cooking, too. It's just good eating no matter what way you use it. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, friends, why not serve parquet on your table this week? Ask for some tomorrow. That's parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, now back to our happy bridegroom. The great Gildersleeve seems to be spending a very sleepless night.
Wish I could get some sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that music. There it goes again. Why doesn't it stop? Maybe if I turn over, it'll go away. It's gone. Now maybe I can get some sleep. Sure. I just close my eyes.
Do you, Adeline Fairchild, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't. What a night. I don't want to get married. I like being a bachelor. How am I going to tell poor Adeline? Well, I'll just have to do it. I'll tell her the first thing in the morning. Courage, Gildersleeve. You're not afraid. Courage. Well, what are you waiting for, Gildersleeve? You said you were going to tell her this morning. Just knock on her door and get it over with. All right, by George, I will.
Why, good morning, Throckmorton.
Good morning, Adeline. Here's your morning paper. Goodbye. Good morning, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's this? I suppose the judge told you.
And how is the happy bridegroom this morning?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess. Peavy, I just came in for a cigar, and I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes. I suppose you can't wait till you see the minister.
Mm-hmm. That's what you think.
How's that?
Nothing, Peavy. You just give me the cigar.
Oh, of course. There you are.
Thanks.
And, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can light it when you get home. You and Miss Fairchild make such a good match.
Heaven's sake, Peavy.
That was a little witticism, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know, Peavy.
You make a good match. Don't you get it?
Yes. Peavy, that joke is older than you are.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, I'll see you later.
Just a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. I have something to tell you.
What's that?
Well, it's my pleasant duty to invite you to the Jolly Boys tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, we're having a little celebration in honor of your coming wedding.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sir. We're going to give you a real send-off.
But, Peavy, I don't want you to do that.
Oh, we're glad to do it.
Yes, I know.
It's the least we can do for a fellow Jolly Boy. It'll be a night you'll never forget, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, you don't understand.
There'll be speeches, singing, all the cokes you can drink.
Peavy, I don't want a party.
Now, you just go see the minister and leave the party to us.
But
there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Oh, what's the use? Over the barber shop. The Jolly Boys are all waiting for me, I guess. Just have to tell them I'm not going to see the minister. I'm not going to get married. I'll tell Adeline tomorrow. Positively. Listen to them. They're a swell bunch of fellows. They went to all this trouble, too, just for me. Well, I've got to tell them.
Well, if it isn't the guest of honor.
Hello.
How are you, Commissioner?
I'm all right.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Chief.
So you're about to take the fatal step.
Well...
Marriage isn't a step. It's a big jump. Ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Well, gentlemen, shall we begin the festivities in honor of our bridegroom-to-be?
Sure.
Judge, there's something I want to say to all of you.
Now, Gildy, let us make the speeches first. You get your turn later.
But, Judge...
Gather around the table, everybody, and bring your coat.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. I really want
to... Now, Gildy, you sit here as guest of honor. Quiet, everybody.
All right.
Hello, Jolly Boys, on this auspicious evening.
Judge, I've got to say something.
Gildy, I told you get your turn later.
Now, look, the commission wants to talk now. He knows after he gets married, he won't get a chance.
That will do, Floyd. Hello, Jolly Boys, on this auspicious evening, it is only fitting we start with a toast to our dear friend who is leading the ranks of bachelorhood.
Mm-hmm.
This toast will be rendered by Summerfield's leading pharmacist, Mr. Richard Peavy. Peavy?
Thank you. They say when you wed, you can't go wrong. You settle down in a flat. They say married life is just a song. Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Oh.
Well, we thought you wouldn't mind a little humor, Gildy. We all know you'll be very happy with Miss Fairchild.
Of course, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was only joking.
Well, enough of frivolity. Now, my friend.
Judge, if you'll just let me say
Quiet, Gildy. I have the floor. Friends, I have just a few words to say.
Good.
I heard that, Floyd.
Go on, Judge.
Thank you. Jolly boy Gildersleeve, I have a confession to make.
Hmm?
I must admit that there are those of us who doubted that this marriage between you and Miss Fairchild would ever take place.
You did?
Yeah. You're such a confirmed bachelor. We feared that at the last moment you might evade this marriage.
Well,
and disappoint this fine young Southern woman who has put her trust in you.
Yeah, we should have known you wouldn't be a skunk, Commish.
Yes, we apologize for misjudging you, Gildy. You've proven yourself a gentleman and a jolly boy. We're proud of you.
Fellas, I don't deserve this.
No, you do, Commish. You're a great guy. All together, man.
What are you going to do?
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow.
Wait a minute.
For he's a jolly good fellow. Hey, Commish, where you going?
See you later, fellas. I have to see a minister about a wedding. Hope you don't mind my dropping in this late, Dr. Prescott.
Why, not at all. I was just working on my sermon for next Sunday.
Oh? Well, don't let me interrupt you, Reverend. Doctor.
It's quite all right. I was looking for an excuse to stop for a while anyway. What can I do for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, you see, Adeline, that is, Miss Fairchild and I are planning to get married.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. And we'd like you to officiate at our wedding.
Why, I'd be delighted, Mr. Gildersleeve. When did you and Miss Fairchild decide to get married?
Well, we became engaged several weeks ago. That's when I was taking care of the little baby girl.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So we thought we might get married and adopt the baby.
I see. I understand the baby is back with her father now.
Yeah, that's right. But there's no reason why I shouldn't marry Adeline anyway. I mean, I want to. Very much.
Oh. Yes.
Adeline will make a good wife, all right. She's understanding, friendly, companionable.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to set the date. Get it over with. That is, get it all settled.
Mr. Gildersleeve, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you quite sure you want to get married?
What? Certainly. Of course I am.
You're really in love with Miss Fairchild, deeply?
Well...
You're not just going through with this marriage from a sense of duty?
Well, Dr. Prescott, you see...
Yes, I think I do see. Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe you're trying to do something that's very honorable and fine. But I'm not sure that you're being fair to either yourself or Miss Fairchild.
Oh, but I can't disappoint Adeline. Wouldn't be right.
Sometimes it's hard to know just what is right. But I sincerely believe that a marriage based only on duty or an obligation can never be a happy one.
You're right, Dr. Prescott, but what am I going to do?
I think you owe it to Miss Fairchild to be honest, don't you?
Yes.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Oh, good night. And thanks.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Evening, Adeline.
Come in.
Thanks. I'm glad you're still up.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd come over tonight.
Yeah, well, here I am.
Please, sit down.
Thanks. Adeline?
Yes?
There's something I want to tell you.
Yes?
Adeline, rather warm in here, isn't it?
Throckmorton, when two people are planning to get married, I think they should be very honest with each other, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do.
If you had something to tell me, I'd want you to say it.
Oh, yes, of course. Adeline?
And if I have something to tell you, I should say it, too.
What?
I'm going to be honest with you, Throckmorton. I really don't want to go through with our wedding.
Huh? You don't?
You're a wonderful person, and I'm very fond of you, but, well, I've been thinking about it a lot this past week, and I realize now I'm not really in love with you.
Oh.
I guess when we were making all those plans to adopt the baby, I just got carried away.
You did?
Oh, I know I should have told you before. I tried to tell you last night, but I felt so sorry for you when you talked about ending your days as a lonely old bachelor.
Lonely old Oh, yeah.
Oh, I hope you won't be heartbroken over this.
Well, this is quite a shock, Adeline.
I know I gave you my word, and I'll still go through with the marriage if you want me to.
Oh, no, I mean, it's all right.
I'm sure this is better for both of us.
It sure is. I mean, you're so right.
And, Throckmorton, there's no reason why we can't go on being good friends.
No, of course not. Adeline.
Yes?
Since we're not going to get married and we're just good friends, how about a little kiss?
Throckmorton!
Yeah, it's much nicer this way. And Happy New Year.
Do you ever serve your cooked vegetables topped with golden, delicious parquet? There's nothing better on creamy mashed potatoes or hot 7-minute cabbage. And you can use parquet margarine generously because it costs less. Yes, nutritious as it is, reinforced with important vitamin A as it is, parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. Try this margarine with a light, delicate luxury taste. Try it in cooking as well as a delicious spread for bread. See for yourself that parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
All of us who bring you this program each week would like to wish you the best of everything during the coming year. Yes, sir? A Happy New Year from...
Una Merkel, Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph,
Earl Ross, Dick LeGrand, Arthur Q. Bryan,
Ken Christie,
John Wald,
and me, Harold Perry.
And from Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, who wrote tonight's show.
Oh?
John Elliott and Andy White, our other writers.
Oh, yeah.
From Jack Meakin and the orchestra. Monty Fraser, our sound effects man.
Oh, Monty.
Ray Ferguson, our engineer. Fran Van Hartesveld, our director.
Yeah.
And from our sponsors, the Kraft Foods Company. We all hope that our shows will bring you a lot of pleasure during the coming year.
Good night.
Have you had a hankering for that old-fashioned, aged, natural American cheese? If so, you'll be glad to know that now, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has plenty of those mellow, golden wheels. Since 1941, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, at long last, Kraft has enough to supply your dealer with all he needs. Ask him for a big wedge cut from a golden wheel of mellow, good, aged, natural American. Just be sure that it's the kind that's been carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is.
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's the first week of January. Let's see what's doing this evening at the home of the great Gildersleeve. His nephew Leroy is sprawled on the living room floor helping Dick Tracy solve a case.
Oh, boy.
His pretty niece Marjorie is curled up on the sofa with a movie magazine.
Oh, Gregory.
And the great man himself is in his study going over his first of the year bills.
Oh, brother. 9 and 7 are 16, and 5 makes 21, plus $64.34 makes $85.34. In Christmas bills alone. Certainly is more blessed to give in December than to receive in January. Let's see how I came out in 1948. Adding the 85.34 to the year's total makes 9 goes in there. Zeke. We've spent $500 more than we did the year before. No wonder I can't keep any money in the bank. Time to have a talk with the little family. Marjorie, Leroy.
What's up, Unc?
My bank account's down. That's what's up, Leroy. We have to figure out where we can start saving. Marjorie, are you listening?
Oh, sorry, Unky. I was reading about Gregory.
Well, drop Gregory unless he wants to pay some of these bills.
Oh, all right.
Marjorie, this is important. I've been going over my books, and your old uncle is getting in deeper all the time. At the rate we're going, we can't live on my salary anymore.
Oh, that's too bad, Unky. I was about to ask if you'd let me take advantage of the January clearance sale.
Oh, my goodness.
I need a sweater and a new flannel skirt and stockings.
Well, go easy, Marjorie, please.
I don't need any clothes, Unc. I'm fixed.
Oh, that's fine, Leroy.
So could I have 20 cents for a cheap Western?
Leroy? I see I can't cut down on expenses in here. I'll go talk to Bertie. They say the woman who buys for the house spends 80% of the money. Oh, Bertie.
Yes, Miss Gildersleeve?
Bertie, I've just been having a little talk with the children about cutting expenses.
Oh. You like to sit down, Miss Gildersleeve?
No, thanks, Bertie. Somebody in this house is spending entirely too much money.
Yes, sir.
We got to figure out where we can economize. Suppose we take a look at some of your grocery slips.
Yes, sir. Got them right here in the drawer.
That's good. There must be someplace we can start saving.
Yes, sir. Pretty hard to save in the kitchen.
In the kitchen, yes. Look right here at this first item. Coffee. 57 cents. Bertie, perhaps if you'd shop around a bit.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I walked my legs off to find it that cheap. Bertie's a good shopper.
Oh, yes. Well, let's take another item. 10 cans of grapefruit juice. Bertie, there's an extravagance.
Well, little Leroy has to have his citrus. We don't want him to have colds all winter and grow up spindly-legged and no teeth.
Yeah, no, of course not, Bertie. We've got to cut down where it's possible.
Yes, sir, that's what I've been doing. There's one thing I'll say for Bertie. She's a good shopper, walks her legs off.
I understand, Bertie, but...
Of course, if you don't think Bertie's a good shopper...
Oh, that's not it at all, Bertie.
Bertie don't spare no shoe leather. There ain't a storekeeper in town don't know Bertie because she walks her legs off.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you like that rump roast we had tonight?
Oh, it was very nice, Bertie.
So was the price, only 69 cents a pound. You know how I got it that cheap, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
That's right. Walk my legs off.
Guess the only way I can save is to give up cigars again. This is certainly the hard way to save money. Walking through a foot of snow to get downtown.
Morning, Gildy.
Oh, hello, Judge.
If you're on your way downtown, would you mind walking in front of my car?
Walking in front of your car?
Yes, you're built so close to the ground, you'd make a wonderful snowplow.
All right,
hooker.
Hop in, Gildy. I'll give you a lift.
Well, you might drop me at the barber shop. The snow is pretty heavy this morning.
Isn't it, though? I've been having a lot of fun hitting the drifts and watching it fly.
Yeah, sucking childhood.
Why aren't you driving this morning, Gildy? Wouldn't your car start?
I'm going to walk to work from now on, Judge. I'm going to save some money. I've even given up cigars.
Uh-huh. Sounds as though you've been trying to balance your books.
Trying is right. Judge, my salary just doesn't reach anymore.
If you can't make ends meet, Gildy, why don't you look for some way to supplement your income? Find a profitable sideline.
Sideline? That's easier said than done.
You're a man of imagination, Gildy. Think of a way to make money and then do it. What man can imagine, man can do. You may have undeveloped talents.
Mm-hmm.
At least if you have any talents, they're undeveloped.
All right, you old goat. Here's where I get off. Stop this cement mixer.
Oh, yes. You wanted to get out at Floyd's, didn't you?
Oh, watch it, Judge. What a driver.
I think it over, Gildy. What man can imagine,
Yeah,
man...
thanks for the ride, hooker.
Uh-oh. I seem to be stuck in the snow. Gildy, would you mind giving me a little push?
Judge, don't you imagine you can get out of there by yourself?
What?
What man can imagine, man can do.
But Gildy!
Oh, all right. I hate to see an old man cry.
Sit right up there in the chair, Commish. I'll be with you as soon as I shave myself.
Why don't you barbers shave at home?
Wasn't expecting anybody this early. Here, read a magazine while you're waiting.
Thanks.
Then what's it going to be? Haircut and shampoo and massage? Time for the works, ain't it?
Just be a haircut, Floyd. Those extras all cost money.
Since when you started pinching pennies, Commish? You always been known as a good spender in a barber shop.
Well, I was balancing my books last night, Floyd.
Oh, that.
It's getting harder and harder to keep my head above water.
Getting rough, huh, Commish? Maybe you ought to get a sideline. Take like my wife's sister. She's got chickens in the garage.
Please, Floyd. I've just had a lot of bum advice from the judge. Those big ideas for making extra money always fizzle out. Yeah, look at this now. Learn to write. Make big money at home in your spare time. Isn't that ad ridiculous?
Would be for me.
You, too, may become a successful writer after 13 easy lessons.
Yeah?
And listen to this. Mrs. Emma Henshaw, housewife, pictured above, sold her first story for $600.
What a lot of malarkey.
I don't know, Floyd. Look, she's holding up the check. Looks bona fide. Says here, anybody with imagination can write.
Uh-huh.
Come to think of it, that's pretty important to a writer. Imagination. How could writers think up those things if they didn't have imagination? It just happens to be one of my talents.
It does?
Oh, yeah. The judge was just saying what a good imagination I have. And what man can imagine, man can do.
Well, maybe you could make the grade writing at that, Commish. You come up from nothing to be a water commissioner.
Floyd.
I was only kidding, Commish. I will say this for you. You write a good letter.
Oh, you think so, Floyd?
Yep. Remember that delinquent notice you sent to my and Lovey's house that time? Very well worded. Of course, it made us so mad we tore it up, but very well worded.
Thanks, Floyd.
Sure, and you got that literary air.
I have?
Sure. Why, you'd look just like that gent I seen autographing books down at Hogan Brothers if you let your hair grow and you... What am I saying? Well, I'm ready to give you a trim, Commish.
Never mind the trim, Floyd. I may just let my hair grow.
But, Commish...
And if you don't mind, I'll take this magazine along. By George, I might just mail this coupon. 13 easy lessons for $25 with constructive criticisms. $600 for a short story, eh? I wonder what they'd pay for a continued story. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Peavy, do you have one of those magazines for writers?
How's that?
You know, the ones that tell you how much they pay for stories.
Let's see. I think we do have a magazine here on the stand that deals in such things. Yeah, here it is. Writer's Market, it says.
That's what I want. Let me see that.
That'll be 25 cents.
Yep. I just want to look at it, Peavy.
Well, I can't charge for that. Anything else?
Well, you might give me a couple of El Lobo cigars.
Yeah, well, El Lobos it is.
I was going to give up cigars, but... Well, what's this? Bestseller sold to movies. Betty McDonald's first novel, The Egg and I, sold for $50,000.
Here are your El Lobos, Mr. Gildersleeve. That'll be 16 cents.
50. Take them back, Peavy. Bring me Coronas.
Coronas? My.
And I'll buy this magazine.
Very well. Wrap it as a gift?
No, Peavy. I'm going to use it myself.
You don't say.
Nothing wrong with a man increasing his income at home, writing, if he has a talent for it.
No, not if he has the talent. I often wish I had a knack for writing. By Ned, I've had some experiences that'd make pretty thrilling reading.
Oh, that's so, Peavy?
I'm here to tell you. Mr. Gildersleeve, if you should ever need material, it just might be you'd like to weave a story around the time Mrs. Peavy and I went to the Grand Canyon.
Oh? What happened?
Very thrilling sights, Mr. Gildersleeve. Then there was the time the tent show came to town and the romantic lead got sick and couldn't appear.
I suppose you took his place.
No, the ticket seller did. But I sold the tickets.
Oh, for Peavy, if I need any material, I'll take it from my own experience.
Very well.
I'm sure I've led a much more interesting life than you have.
Have you ever seen the Grand Canyon?
Well, no, but...
Ever sold tickets in a tent show?
Well, no, but...
Well, then don't tell me who's had the experience.
Peavy, I may write a book about you at that. You are a character.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
This is the time of year when most of us feel a need for plenty of good, solid nourishment from our food. And one way to help get that nourishment is to eat plenty of parquet margarine with your meals.
Sure is easy because parquet tastes so good.
Well, it's easy in another way, too. With all its nutritional value, plus the 15,000 units of essential vitamin A you get in every pound, parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads.
Sure, it's easy to buy, but it's even easier to taste is all I'm saying.
Well, there's a reason parquet tastes so good. It's prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms.
Reasoning ain't as important as tasting, Mr. Wall. You put some parquet on hot breakfast waffles and you forget all about reasoning. Same way with hot biscuits, buns, and bread. Any way you try it, parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Friends, why not make sure you get the nourishment you need in this delightful way? This winter, buy light, delicately flavored parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, they say necessity is the mother of invention. When the great Gildersleeve figured his income against his outgo for 1948, it seemed necessary to earn more money. A learn-to-write ad in a magazine caught his eye. And, not one to shilly-shally, we find him up bright and early this Saturday morning, eagerly bent upon a literary career.
No use waiting for those lessons to arrive. May as well start writing my first story now. Let's see. What'll I write about? Wonder what Mrs. Emma Henshaw wrote about. Say, maybe I should get a set of encyclopedias. I'll bet they're full of ideas. I'll telephone the bookstore. Well, no use waiting for the encyclopedias to arrive. I can get an idea. I could write about Peavy selling tickets at the No. I know what my trouble is. I don't have a typewriter. A good author thinks with his typewriter. Where's that phone? use waiting for that typewriter. I'll keep busy in longhand. Chapter 1. By Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Well, I better stop for a while. Don't want to write myself out the first day. Yeah, I think I'll go over and see Adeline. No, she wouldn't want to discuss books like I do. I think I'll go over and chat with Eve Goodwin. She's a school principal. Hello, Eve.
Why, Throckmorton, what a surprise. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
It's been such a long time. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
Come into the parlor.
Parlor? Oh, thank you.
It's a little topsy-turvy, but Saturday seems to be the only time a school teacher has to clean house.
Looks fine, Eve. Very bohemian.
What?
Nothing. You sure I'm not interrupting too much?
Well, of course not, Throckmorton. I'm delighted you came. Sit down.
Thanks. Eve, guess what I've been doing?
What you've been doing?
You'll be surprised.
Is something exciting down at the water department?
No, Eve. I'm doing a little writing these days.
You're writing, Throckmorton?
Yep.
Oh, an article about the water department?
No, a story. Continued type.
Well, this is a surprise. What are you writing about?
Well, life and things.
Throckmorton, you haven't changed a bit.
What?
Oh, and I think this sudden interest in the finer things is commendable. But, what made you settle on writing?
The money. I mean...
Of course. But think for a moment. How well are you qualified to become a writer?
Qualified? Well, a lot of people without experience sell their first story, Eve. And I can write as well as them.
They, Throckmorton.
They?
I'll grant there are some isolated success stories, but on the whole, writing is very hard and disappointing work.
Oh, I'm willing to work.
I know you are. But a writer must read good books, study and exchange ideas with well-informed people.
Well, that's why I came over.
Well, thank you, Throckmorton, but that's not quite what I had in mind. For instance, have you attended any meetings of our literary club on Saturday evenings?
Oh, no, that's Jolly Boys' night.
Mm-hmm. Well, it so happens there's an important writer in Summerfield now, a Mr. Clement.
There is?
Mm-hmm. He's going to lecture to our club this evening.
By George, Eve, that's wonderful.
You'll attend the lecture?
You bet. I'd like to meet this Clement fellow. Say, maybe I should invite him over to my house for tea. Yeah, I might learn a few angles.
Well,
That's it, Eve. I'll give a tea. Crumpets and everything. You'll come, won't you, Eve? How's Sunday afternoon?
Well, I'd be delighted, Throckmorton.
Great. I'll go invite him right now. Where's he staying?
He's the house guest of our club president, Mrs. Pettibone.
Mrs. Pettibone, huh? That old biddy and I never have been on the best of terms.
I know.
Yeah, but what the heck? I'll invite her, too. She likes to bite into a free crumpet the same as anybody else. Here she comes. I can see her through the little window. What a strut that Mrs. Pettibone has. And look at the tilt to her nose. Whoa! Hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Trouble with the water pipes in this neighborhood again?
Oh, no, indeed, Mrs. Pettibone. I came to invite your house guest, Mr. Clement, over to my house Sunday afternoon.
Oh?
You and Dr. Pettibone come, too, of course, for tea.
Tea, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, crumpets, too, of course. We'll talk about literary things. In fact, it's going to be a literary tea.
Oh, this is most extraordinary, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't know you had the slightest appreciation of the aesthetic.
Well, I've kept it pretty well covered up. But I'm doing some writing now.
Oh. Well, Well, due to Mr. Clement's crowded schedule, I regret to say I don't see how we can possibly attend your tea.
But Mrs. Pettibone...
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, Mr. Clement.
I was in the study, and I couldn't help overhearing this gentleman's invitation to tea on Sunday afternoon.
Will you see Mr. Clement?
I don't believe I've met Mr.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve? Writer, you say?
Well, just getting started. I'm city water commissioner on the side.
I see. Mrs. Pettibone, I believe with a little juggling of commitments, I can attend Commissioner Gildersleeve's tea.
You can? Oh, great. Sorry you and the doctor can't come, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, we'd be delighted.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
I'm overjoyed that you wish to attend, Mr. Clement, because Mr. Gildersleeve is one of our favorite people.
Oh, yeah.
Splendid. What is the hour, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it's now 10 minutes past... Oh. You mean for Sunday? Well, shall we say 4 o'clock? Very fashionable hour.
Then until Sunday at 4. Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Clement.
Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mrs. Pettibone.
Yes?
Yeah.
Who's coming this afternoon, Unky?
Well, a guest of honor and a lot of literary people. Mrs. Pettibone, Eve Goodwin.
Oh, joy, a tea. I can hardly wait.
Leroy, you get going out of here. You keep out of sight till the tea's over.
Teach me. Who wants to stick around?
Leroy.
Does my lace cap look all right, Mr. Gildersleeve? Ain't wore one of these in a long time.
Looks fine, Bertie. And the parlor looks wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Them encyclopedias sure are off the bookcase.
Uncle Mort.
Yes, Marjorie?
Don't you think you're going a little overboard? All these encyclopedias and the typewriter.
Well, I don't have to pay for them right away. By the time I do, the royalties will be rolling in.
I'll bet.
You bet. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Will you meet Mr. Clement? You'll see what I mean. He became a successful writer, and now he just tours the world lecturing to women.
Well, if that's what you want.
Wouldn't be bad.
I'll get it.
Yeah, I'll get it, Bertie. It's just the judge.
Hello, Gildy.
Well, come on in, Judge. The reason I invited you...
I know. You wanted dignity, culture, and brains at your tea party.
Oh? Did you bring somebody with you, Horace?
Touche. Gildy, I wish to extend my compliments and best wishes upon your new endeavor.
Well, thank you, Judge. Here, have a cigar. A Corona.
Well, I thought you gave up cigars the other day to save money.
That was the other day, Judge. Oh, and Bertie, you get it this time. It's they.
I'm coming. A cap on straight, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie. Come on, Judge. Let's start talking about something. Grab an encyclopedia.
It's been a lovely tea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Pettibone. Sorry you have to rush off.
Goodbye, Throckmorton, and congratulations. It's been a very successful party.
Oh, thank you, Eve.
Gildy, let me shake your hand. This has been a most inspirational afternoon.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Judge. There'll be a lot more like it.
Mr. Clement, are you coming with us?
Mr. Clement has agreed to stay for a little private chat, Mrs. Pettibone. He may even give me a little professional advice.
Mr. Gildersleeve has offered to drop me by later, Mrs. Pettibone.
Yes. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Au revoir. Bonsoir. These teas tire me. Well, Mr. Clement, shall we go into my study?
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You know, I appreciate your coming over to my house for tea, Mr. Clement.
I was very anxious to come.
Oh, I'm honored. Care to sit down? Take the stuffed chair.
Thank you.
I'll take this one by the typewriter. Nice cane you carry there. Is the head real gold?
Well,
Nice, expensive-looking suit you're wearing, too. English tweed?
Yes, it is.
Herringbone. It's easy to tell that you've written quite a few books in your time, Mr. Clement.
Quite a few.
Yeah. Well, I'll lay my cards on the table, Mr. Clement. The reason I arranged this tea was to learn a few trade secrets from you.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, you seem to have a good thing here as water commissioner. Are you certain you want to get into writing?
I see through you, Mr. Clement. You don't want anybody to cut in on that big money, do you?
Oh, it isn't that at all. In fact, I came over here to make you a proposition.
Me? Wonderful.
Yes. You'll recall that I presented my lecture last evening without benefit of slides because they failed to arrive.
Oh, yes. Well, what's your proposition?
Would you mind lending me $20 so I can have my trunk sent on from Omaha?
Lend you? So that's it. Get out. Get off the property, you writer.
The real test of a good meal is its flavor, of course. And you add a light, delicate, delicious flavor to any meal you serve if you use Parquet. A flavor the family will love, whether you use Parquet margarine in baking and cooking or as a spread for hot rolls or bread. And incidentally, when you buy Parquet, you spend only about half as much as you would for the most expensive spreads. Think of it. Half as much for this fine, nourishing margarine that tastes like a rare luxury food. Why not ask for Parquet tomorrow? Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This January, serve the spread that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, Peavy, I sent back the encyclopedias and the typewriter and the 13 easy lessons. There's no money in this writing game.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Huh? What's this, Peavy?
You remember my little tent show experience you didn't think was worth writing about? Take a look at this.
What? A check for $36.
Don't tell me there's no money in this writing game.
Oh, my goodness. Say, Peavy, how about coming over to my house some evening for tea and discussion? Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Arthur Q. Bryan, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Say, are you a cheese lover from away back? If so, you'll be glad to hear this good news. Now, at long last, Kraft has plenty of aged, natural American cheese for you. The mellow golden wheels dealers cut in wedges. Since before the war, the need for cheese has been so great that it was difficult to set aside much for curing. Just this past year, Kraft could send plenty of fine cheddars to the curing rooms, guarded for months and months. Now, this pre-war treat is back. Ask your dealer for a wedge of the mellow, grand-eating natural cheese, aged so carefully for you by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield this wintry Saturday morning. Things are unusually quiet in the Gildersleeve household. Leroy and Marjorie at the breakfast table are speaking in whispers. Bertie's walking around on tiptoes.
You want some more pancakes, Leroy?
Yeah, I sure do, Bertie.
Shh, Leroy, keep your voice down.
Oh,
Yeah, you hadn't better wake up your uncle.
Okay. How come Unc didn't go to work this morning?
I don't know. All I know is he left orders, do not disturb.
He had to work late at the water department last night, so I guess he's taking the day off.
All I know is we better be quiet.
Okay. Can I have some more pancakes?
Okay. You want some more, Miss Marjorie?
Please, Bertie.
Okay.
What was that? I don't know. It came from outside. Hey, look out there!
Uh-oh, Mr. Bullet backed up over our can box again.
Oh, dear. Cans all over the street. Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't gonna like this.
Unc sure got mad last time he did it.
He sure did.
Maybe he'll punch Mr. Bullet in the nose. Oh, Leroy.
This could lead to a lot of trouble. I hope Mr. Gildersleeve didn't hear it.
What was that?
Uh-oh, he heard it. Here comes trouble.
Bertie, children, what was that noise?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you see,
Everything's all right, Unky. Why don't you just go back to bed?
I would still like to know what that noise was.
It was Mr. Bullet, Unc. He ran over our can box again.
Oh, is that all? Guess I will go back to bed.
Huh? Unc, aren't you mad at Mr. Bullard?
Why, no.
But you said if he did it again, you were going to punch him in the nose.
Well, that was in 1948, Leroy. I've decided that this year I'm going to be more friendly with Mr. Bullard, more neighborly.
Well, for corn's sake.
It's true we've had our little arguments in the past, but after all, he lives right across the street, and there's no reason why we can't be good friends.
I think that's wonderful of you, Unky.
It sure is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just being sensible, that's all. No reason why Mr. Bullard and I should be quarreling all the time. He's sort of a stuffed shirt, but he's really not a bad fellow. I'll just be friendly to him, and I'm sure he'll be friendly to me.
Hey, Unc, Mr. Bullard's coming up the walk.
Oh?
He doesn't look very friendly to me.
He sure don't.
Well, that's nonsense. He's probably just coming in to apologize. Love thy neighbor. Step up and say, how be ya? Good morning, Mr. Bullard.
Gildersleeve.
I know you want to apologize for running over my can box. Well, accidents happen in the best of families.
Gildersleeve, I do not want to apologize.
Oh?
When I take my car out, you know it's necessary for me to back into your driveway. I have such a long car.
Well, yes, of course.
And I've asked you repeatedly not to leave your can box on the edge of the driveway where I'm liable to back over it.
Yes, I know.
Has it ever occurred to you that I might puncture a tire that way?
Well, I never thought of that.
No, you wouldn't. Furthermore, your disreputable old can box is an eyesore.
Well...
You know, this is supposed to be a first-class neighborhood.
Careful, Bullard.
What's that?
Yeah, nothing. I'll pick up the cans.
Yes, the exercise certainly won't hurt you. You might work off some of that stomach.
Bullard? Bullard,
Yes?
You... I'm sorry about the can box.
Well, just see that it doesn't happen again. Good day.
I made it. This is a nice way to spend a winter day, all right. Sitting with your little family around the fireside. Pretty nice, all right. Don't you think so, Marjorie?
Yes, Unky.
Don't you think so, Leroy?
Yeah, it's okay, I guess.
Hmm?
Unc, I'm tired of staying in. Can I have a quarter to go to the movies?
Leroy, you went to the movies last night. If you're restless, why don't you go out and play in the snow?
No, there's nothing to do out there.
Well, you could pick up those cans and put them back in the box. That'd be wonderful exercise.
I thought you were going to do it, Unc. Mr. Bullard said you were the one that needed it.
Never mind, Leroy. Well, go out and play anyway. There's little Craig Bullard across the street. Go over and play with him.
He's a twerp.
Now, he's not so bad for a Bullard.
Oh, I don't like him. He's a twerp.
Oh, Leroy, that's not the right attitude. Remember, we're going to be friendly with the Bullards now.
Gee, I liked it better when we were fighting with him.
If... That will do now. Go out and play with Craig, Leroy.
Okay.
And put your little coat on.
Okay.
Love thy neighbor.
Uncle Mort.
Yes?
You look awful funny with that halo around your head.
What?
I can't get used to you being so sweet and gentle with the Bullards.
Well, I'm just starting my own good neighbor policy, that's all.
You certainly are. I thought sure you were going to blow up this morning when Mr. Bullard talked to you that way.
Well, frankly, so did I for a minute. It just takes a little self-control, Marjorie. Bullard has his little faults, but so do we all. There's no reason whatsoever why our two little families can't live peacefully side by side. Love thy neighbor, step up and say... What's that?
It's Leroy.
Leroy, what's the matter?
He hit me in the nose with a snowball.
Who?
Craig.
Oh, dear.
He hit me in the nose with a snowball.
There goes your good neighbor policy.
Well, I'm sure little Craig didn't mean it.
He did, too. He hit me when I wasn't looking, little sneak.
Now, Leroy.
And then he ran in the house before I could hit him, little sneak.
Now, Leroy, it isn't that serious. A little snow never hurt anybody.
Well, it's not your nose, it's my nose.
Yeah, well.
Little sneak. Say, there he is out in the yard again. Wait till I get my hands on him.
Leroy, you come back here. I'll take care of Craig.
You will?
Yes, I'll go over and have a little talk with him.
Oh. Can't I hit him with a snowball first?
No, you can't. I will handle this. You just wait here. Oh, cold out here. I'll just explain to Craig that he shouldn't do things like that. No reason why these little things can't be settled amicably. So, Craig. Craigie.
What do you want?
Come here a minute.
I will not.
Well, okay, then I'll come over there.
You keep away from me.
I'm not going to hurt you, my boy. I just want to have a little talk with you.
You keep away from me.
Craigie, I just wanted to... Craig, what are you going to do with that snowball? Now, Craigie, you wouldn't... Craig, put that thing down. Don't you throw that. Craig! Oh! Oh! Leroy is right. You are a little sneak. Just wait till I make a snowball. I'll show you.
You let me alone.
I'll teach you this old snowball.
Craig, what's the matter? What are you doing here, Gildersleeve?
Oh, hello, Mr. Bullard.
What's going on out here? Are you annoying Craig?
What? Oh, no. No, you see, Craig hit Leroy in the nose with a snowball, and then he hit me in the nose with a snowball.
Well, he has a good aim, hasn't he?
I ought to throw this at him. That stuck-up nose of his would make a wonderful target. No, control yourself, Gildersleeve.
Now, come on, Craig. After this, Gildersleeve, I suggest you play with someone your own size. Good day.
How can you love a neighbor like that? All the people in Summerfield and I had to live across the street from Bullard. I guess he was right about that old can box of mine, though. Well, Peavy ought to have a box I could use. Good afternoon, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can your friendly neighborhood druggist do for you today?
Well,
You might want to take advantage of our weekend sale on toothbrushes.
No.
Or you might be interested in our bargain offer on nail files.
Well, no, Peavy. I'm looking for a box.
How's that?
I'd like to get a box.
A box of what?
An empty box.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Look, Peavy, I need an empty box, a large one. A carton to put my cans in.
Oh.
Do you have one to spare?
Well, I believe I have one in the back room.
Good. Mr. Bullard ran over mine this morning.
Oh, Bullard ran over your can box again? Now, Bet you raised Ned with him, huh?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No. No use starting arguments over these little things. Bullard really isn't such a bad fellow, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are you sure you feel all right?
Of course I do. There's no reason why neighbors shouldn't get along with each other.
Just not.
It's just a matter of controlling your temper, that's all.
Well, you have a point there, all right.
Sure.
I remember when I was a young man, I had a terrible temper.
You did, Peavy?
Oh, yes, I was a regular wildcat.
Is that so?
Positively. I'll never forget the time I went on a picnic with the future Mrs. Peavy. The town bully was there, and he started teasing her. He kept flipping olive pits in her potato salad.
He did?
Yes, and I warned him he'd better stop or he'd have to take the consequences. But he kept on, and finally I couldn't control myself any longer.
What'd you do, Peavy? Punch him in the nose?
No, when he wasn't looking, I put a spider in his lunchbox.
With that terrible temper of yours, I'll bet Mrs. Peavy doesn't dare open her mouth when you're around.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I wouldn't either. Can I have the box, please? Didn't know there were so many of these darn cans. I don't mind a little exercise, but this is overdoing it. Here's some more over here. Tomato soup. Sliced peaches. Artichoke hearts. Oh, that's the night we had the judge over to dinner. It's a wonder he didn't eat the can, too, the old goat.
Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
Need any help?
Yeah, thanks a lot. You managed to time it just right, Leroy. I'm all through.
Oh, that's too bad.
You can help me move this box over a little.
Sure.
Let's see how Bullard can back into this thing now. Well, come on, Leroy. It's cold. Let's go in the house.
Hey, Unc, there's Crate across the street. I'm going to get him.
Leroy, you stay right here.
I've got a snowball on me.
You heard me, young man. We're not going to fight with the neighbors.
Hey, Unc, there's Bullard backing in here again.
Oh, well, he certainly won't back over the can box this time.
He's heading right for it.
What? He missed it. Well, hello, Mr. Bullard.
Well, I see you got a new can box.
Yeah, Peavy gave me a cod liver oil carton, and I moved it over so it wouldn't be in your way.
If you'd done that in the first place, I wouldn't have hit it.
Yeah.
Look out, Unc, duck!
Huh? Boom! Who threw that snowball?
Craig did, the little sneak.
Why, that little...
Temper, Gildersleeve. Boys will be boys.
That does it. Leroy, hand me that snowball.
Gildersleeve, don't you dare throw that snowball at my son.
I wouldn't think of it. This one's for you.
Gildersleeve!
You hit him right in the nose, Unc.
I did? Leroy, keep passing the ammunition.
I like it best on biscuits. I like it best on bread, especially on that rich pumpernickel, Bertie.
Hot bread is the way I like it best.
Well, I'll have to admit it's awfully good on pancakes, too.
Sure is, Mr. Wall, 'cause when parquet starts melting, you get all that luxury taste. Every last smidgen of it.
Luxury is the word, Bertie, because parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. And whether you like it best on waffles or bread, every pound of parquet is brimming over with nourishment and reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
Then bring on them reinforcements, I say. Bring on them vitamins, just as long as they taste so good.
And cost so little. I guess you know this, Bertie. Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread.
Bring it on, I say, 'cause it tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Friends, next time your family sits down to dinner, serve them delicious parquet. The whole family will enjoy the light, delicate taste of this spread, this luxury spread that tastes like it should cost twice as much. Tomorrow, ask for parquet. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Yes, ma'am. You'll get your whole family saying, bring it on.
Bring on that party.
Well, the temperature has dropped sharply in Summerfield, and things are especially chilly in the Gildersleeve Bullard area. Yes, and there's a big wind blowing, too.
And we're not going to have any more to do with the Bullards, you understand?
All right, Unky.
Do you understand, Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
All right. And Marjorie, I don't even want you to speak to him on the street.
Oh, Unky.
Well, I don't.
But yesterday you wanted us to be friendly with him.
That was yesterday. You can't be friendly with a stuffed shirt like Bullard. It's like trying to pet a porcupine. It's not funny, Bertie. I don't want you talking to their cook anymore.
No, sir.
The next time she comes over to borrow a cup of sugar, put some salt in it.
Oh, that good neighbor policy sure didn't last long.
Unky, aren't you being a little bit silly about this?
No, I'm not being silly. I try to get along with Bullard. I extended the hand of friendship, and he bit it. Well, I don't have to take anything from him just because he's got a new DeSoto. Say, I could let the air out of his tires.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Yeah?
I'll get him.
I'll get it. I hope that's Bullard.
Hello, Gildy.
Oh, hello, Judge. Come on in.
Just thought I'd drop by. Oh, hello, Marjorie.
Hello, Judge.
Well, Gildy, how's the good neighbor today?
What?
Peavy told me about your new attitude toward Mr. Bullard. I think it's very commendable.
Don't you mention Bullard's name to me. That's Silk Hat Harry.
What? Well, Gildy, what's happened? I thought you were full of the milk of human kindness.
I was, but it curdled.
Yes, things are back to normal, Judge.
Oh, from what I heard, my chubby friend, I thought you'd sprouted wings. Of course, it'd take pretty big wings to get you off the ground.
I don't care what you thought, you old goat. Anyway, from now on, I'll go my way and Bullard can go his. And I hope he trips.
Gildy.
I mean it. If I never see Bullard again, it'll be too soon.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, Leroy.
Well, have you been having a jolly time playing in the snow?
No, I was talking to Craig.
Craig? Leroy, didn't I forbid you to have anything?
Wait a minute, Gildy. Can't you see something's troubling the boy?
Huh? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Yes, there is, Leroy. Now, what is it?
Nothing. I didn't want to go anyhow.
Go where?
On the sleigh ride this afternoon.
Sleigh ride? What are you talking about, Leroy?
Well, Mr. Bullard hired a big sleigh. He's taking all the kids out for a ride.
Oh.
They're going out to the lake, skate, and roast wieners and stuff. But who cares?
Did they invite you, Leroy?
No, Craig said I couldn't go. But who cares?
Sure. You wouldn't have any fun with old Prissy Pants Bullard along anyway. He'd probably charge you for the wieners.
Yeah.
I bet they won't have a good time at all.
No, guess not. Well, I think I'll go upstairs. Excuse me. I'll go up with you, Leroy.
Glad Leroy's being sensible about this.
Uh-huh.
After all, he's not missing much. Just a sleigh ride? Sure, he doesn't care.
Gildy, why don't you be honest with yourself?
What?
You know very well Leroy's dying to go.
Well...
And if you weren't on the outs with Bullard, he would have been invited.
Well, maybe he would.
Gildy, why don't you be a good sport about this?
What?
Why don't you go over and make up with Bullard right now for Leroy's sake?
I will not.
Gildy.
I've taken enough from Bullard. By George, I can be pushed just so far. Then I become a raging lion.
If you ask me, you're acting more like a mule, a long-eared one at that.
Hooker, why don't you mind...
Now, if you'll take my advice...
Save your advice for your jury, you old windbag.
Who are you calling a windbag, you pumpkinhead?
Ambulance chaser.
Gildy.
Oh, go stick your head in a briefcase and zip it up.
Well, good day.
Good riddance.
Uncle Morris.
Yes?
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Well, I'm trying to read the paper, but all right.
Unky, Leroy's still up in his room.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Bertie just brought him up a sandwich, but he wouldn't eat it.
Oh?
Oh, it's too bad he can't go on that sleigh ride.
Yes.
Unky, couldn't you go over and make up with Mr. Bullard just this once?
No, I'm not going over to Bullard's, Marjorie. I thought I made that clear.
But, Uncle...
I'm sorry about Leroy, but it just can't be helped.
But, Uncle Mort...
That will do, Marjorie. The subject is closed.
All right. I'm going over to Francie's for a while. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear. Children are certainly a problem. Now, where was I? I've read Truman's speech 3 times, and I still don't know what it says. Hello, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You been up in Leroy's room?
Yes, sir.
Guess he's feeling all right, huh? Too bad he can't go on that sleigh ride, but it can't be helped.
No, sir.
What's Leroy doing up there, Bertie? Reading? Playing his little radio?
No, sir. He's just sitting and staring.
Oh.
That's all he's doing, just sitting and staring.
Oh, I see. Well...
He ain't reading, he ain't playing the radio, he's just sitting and staring.
I understand, Bertie.
That's what he's doing, just sitting and staring.
Yes, Bertie.
He ain't jumping up and down.
I know that.
He ain't singing a song.
All right, Bertie.
He ain't doing a dance.
Bertie.
No, sir, he's just sitting and staring.
Poor little fellow. Guess he feels pretty bad. All right. These things mean a lot to a kid. Maybe I ought to go over and see Bullard. No. Some fellows would weaken at a time like this. Swallow their pride. Eat humble pie. That's what some fellows would do, all right. But not me. No, sir. I won't. Yes, I will. Control your temper now, Gildersleeve. Remember, this is for Leroy. I'll be nice to Bullard if it kills me. Hello, Miss... Oh, Craig.
What do you want?
I'd like to see your father. Would you call him, please?
No, I won't.
Go on now, Craigie. I want to see your father.
Well, he doesn't want to see you.
What?
My father says you're an ignoramus.
You mean ignoramus. What?
Yeah. That's what he called you, a big fat one. And he didn't want you around here either.
You tell your father to go jump in the lake.
I will not. You're a big fat ignoramus.
Look here, you little snob. Well, he's not so smart. Can't even pronounce ignoramus. Hello, Leroy.
Hello.
Oh, so you decided to come downstairs for a while, huh, my boy?
Yeah.
Leroy, I just went over to make up with the Bullards.
You did?
Yeah, but I'm afraid it didn't do any good.
Oh.
It's too bad about the sleigh ride. But don't you worry, my boy. We can have a wonderful time right here at home. Sure. I'll tell you what. I'll get some wieners and we'll roast them right here in the living room. Won't that be fun?
Thanks, son. But I'm not very hungry.
Oh. Well, I know. How about going to the movies?
I don't feel like going right now.
Oh? Well, it should be something you'd like to do. Yes. Let's see. Now, what's that out there?
There's some of the kids.
Huh?
Red and Chuck. And there's Piggy. I didn't know he was going.
Leroy, why don't you come away from the window now? There's nothing more to see.
Okay.
I know how you feel, my boy, but there'll be other sleigh rides.
It's okay, Unc.
There'll be plenty of good times ahead, Leroy. There'll be other things. I get it, Bertie.
Gildersleeve?
Bullard.
Where's Leroy?
What?
We're waiting for him. We're all ready to start our sleigh ride.
But Leroy isn't going. I mean, Craig said he wasn't invited.
What? Why, Craig knew better than that. Of course he's invited.
Well, I thought that since you and I have been having a little disagreement, you wouldn't...
Oh, nonsense. I'm not that small, Gildersleeve. Leroy is most welcome to come.
He is? Well, thanks, Leroy.
Here I am, Unc. Got my skates and everything. Thanks, Mr. Bullard.
That's all right, son.
Have a good time, my boy.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Bullard. We've had our little difficulties, but, well, I just want you to know I think you're a fine fellow.
You do? Well, I still think you're an ignoramus. Good day, Gildersleeve.
Oh, my neighbor. Step up and smell.
Hot toast on a winter morning. Hot toast covered with melted parquet. There's nothing better. And the nourishment you get from parquet is as welcome to your system as parquet's light, delicate flavor is welcome to your taste. Serve parquet for breakfast tomorrow. And as you enjoy helping after helping of this delicious food with a luxury taste, remember, it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. You'll like its light, delicate flavor on waffles, pancakes, muffins, as well as on toast or bread. No matter how you use parquet, we think you'll agree it tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Did you have a good time on your sleigh ride, Leroy?
I sure did, Unc. It was swell. We skated, roasted wieners, and everything.
That's good.
And then we sat around the fire, and Mr. Bullard gave us a little talk.
A talk? He would. What did old frozen face have to say?
He talked about thrift, Unc. He said it was important to get the saving habit when you're young.
Oh?
And he said the best way to save was to buy United States savings bonds.
Well, I hate to agree with Bullard, but for once in his life, he's absolutely right. Savings bonds are the best way to save, Leroy. I've been buying them for a long time.
Uh-huh.
They're very profitable. For every $3 you put in, you get back $4. And they're easy to buy. I just have mine taken out of my salary down at the water department every month. People who aren't on a payroll can buy them wherever they bank. Everybody ought to take advantage of one of these automatic saving plans, Leroy.
Unc?
Yes, my boy?
I'd be glad to take advantage of one of those plans if you just raised my allowance a little.
Well, I'm sure we can arrange something, Leroy. Remember, folks, save for your future now. Buy United States savings bonds regularly. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Arthur Q. Bryan, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve parquet because it tastes so good. Why, parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's a chilly evening in Summerfield. On the lawns, little snowmen huddle close to the ground, droopy and gray. Also a little droopy after a hard day's work at the water department, the great Gildersleeve gets out of his car and trudges up the front walk.
Another day, another dollar. Unless Congress raises taxes again. Hey, there's a lot of ice on the sidewalk. More slippery than I thought. Hey, this is like glass. Now I can just get up these steps without falling. Gee, that was close. Hope I can make it to the front door. Made it. Safe at home. Marbles all over the hall floor. Leroy!
Mr. Gildersleeve, you hurt yourself?
I don't know yet, Bertie.
Marbles. I bet you slipped on them.
Well, that could be, Bertie. Where's Leroy?
He's upstairs in his room. Said he ain't feeling so good.
When I get through with him, he'll feel a lot worse. Leroy? Ready or not, here I come. Young man, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times not to leave your things scattered all over the floor.
Oh, hi, Unc.
Someday somebody's going to fall and break his neck.
Was that big noise you?
Yes, it was. And it's going to get noisy around here if you don't get downstairs this very minute and pick up those marbles.
But, Unc, I'm not feeling so good.
You're not? Oh, yes, Bertie did say something about that.
No.
What seems to be the trouble?
I got a toothache.
You have?
Yeah. Oh.
Leroy, a tooth can't ache that much.
Yes, it does. Every time I bite on it. Oh.
Stop groaning, Leroy. You're not biting on it now.
But I'll have to at supper time.
Leroy, supper's an hour away. Now, straighten up, open your mouth, and let me see that tooth. Which one?
Right there.
Don't try to talk, Leroy. Just point.
That one.
Where? Dark in here. They all look alike to me. Oh, yes, there it is. Leroy, that's probably just your last baby tooth. It's being pushed out by your second teeth. That's nothing to be concerned about.
You don't have to chew on it.
Well, my boy, it may bother you a little today, but tomorrow it'll be all right.
It will?
Yes, because the dentist will have it out in a jiffy.
Hey!
Now, Leroy.
I don't want to go to the old dentist.
Leroy, but that baby tooth has to come out. You know that. If you won't go to the dentist, I'll have to pull it.
You?
Oh, my goodness. I can pull it out just as well as the dentist, Leroy. All I need is a piece of string.
But, Unc, it'll hurt.
That's nonsense. Let your old uncle pull it.
Oh,
or go to the dentist.
Okay, you pull it.
That's the spirit, my boy. Now, all we need is a piece of string. I'll go get one.
Why go to all that bother, Unc? Doesn't hurt a bit now.
Leroy, don't you try to get out of this. I'll be right back. Open your mouth, Leroy.
Okay, Unc, let's go over fast.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll slip this knot right over the little tooth. Pretty big one. Maybe not as easy as those tiny front ones I used to pull.
What are you waiting for?
Don't rush me, Leroy. Have to get the knot over the tooth first.
Well, stop shaking and hurry up.
I'm not shaking. Just trying to be gentle. There. Now, don't snap down on me, Leroy. Let's see, I think I'll stand about a foot away. Ready, Leroy?
Sure, go ahead.
You sure you're ready?
What's the matter with you, Unc? You afraid to pull it?
Of course not. What makes you think so?
Well, let's get it over with. Pull.
Pull. Yes, of course. Leroy, I've got a better idea. Why don't we tie it around the doorknob? I'll get some more string. You see, Leroy? This will make it easier on everybody. Now, all I have to do is slam the door. Wonder if Marjorie would like to do that.
Now, this is the night she's staying at Francie's.
Hurry up, Unc. You're making me nervous.
All right, my boy. Get set.
I'm set. Gosh, slam it.
Yeah, slam it. Now, slam it on the count of 3. 1, 2... We'll start over. 1, 2... Bertie!
Oh, for corn's sakes.
Leroy, your appointment with the dentist is all set now. 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, do I have to go?
The tooth has to come out. Don't try to get me to pull it again. That's a dentist's job.
Well, Unc, it was your idea.
Pass the toast, Leroy.
Okay.
Have some yourself?
I don't want any.
Now, Leroy.
More coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, thank you, Bertie. Bertie, Leroy doesn't want to go to the dentist this afternoon. Isn't that silly?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Bertie don't like a dentist's office no more than Leroy.
But, Bertie, this fear of a dentist's office is silly. It's nothing but a nightmare you build up in your own mind.
Yes.
There was a time when people had reason to dread going to the dentist. Nowadays, with all the modern equipment, there's nothing to it.
If you don't mind dentist, will you go with me?
Leroy, I have a job. I can't leave the office every time you have a toothache.
Like a little kid like me going up there all alone.
My boy, you're 12 years old. It's time you learn to face things by yourself. Your old uncle can't hold your hand all the way through life. Cheer up, my boy. Run along to school. Just forget about your tooth till 4 o'clock.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, then have it out. Now, bet the good fairy will leave a dime under your pillow tonight.
A dime? For a tooth this big, couldn't the good fairy make it a quarter?
Yeah. Leroy, this is no time to bargain. It's costing me $5 to send you to the dentist.
Okay.
Have a good time at school. I'll talk to the good fairy about the quarter.
And I'll have some hot soup for you when you come home to lunch, Leroy.
Okay, goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Leroy. Leroy, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness. Bertie, you might pour me another cup of coffee. This has been a trying morning.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Bertie, how about some more scrambled eggs? I seem to have developed quite an appetite this morning.
Yes, sir. Plenty of eggs. Little Leroy couldn't eat any. He didn't have much of an appetite.
Well, Leroy will be all right.
I sure hope so.
What?
That poor little boy going up there to that dentist's office all alone.
Now, Bertie.
I can't help thinking about that poor little boy sitting up there in that big chair, looking at that big grinder in the face all alone.
Bertie, there won't be any grinding. He's only having a little loose tooth pulled.
Yes, sir, but he still has to sit there and look at that big grinder all alone.
Bertie, he doesn't need anybody with him. Let's not make a big thing out of this.
Yes, sir. Like you say, you can't leave the office every time Leroy has a toothache. Of course, some people would.
Well, it's not that, Bertie. It's time Leroy grew up.
He don't look growed up to me. He's just a little boy in that big chair, looking that big grinder in the face, all alone.
Oh, all right, Bertie. Tell him I'll meet him at the dentist's office at 4 o'clock. Well, I'm going to spend part of the afternoon with Leroy so he won't be all alone. Bessie and I had better get the water report out this morning. Good morning, Bessie. Bessie? Bessie? Where is that girl? Oh, here's something in her typewriter. At least she started working on the report. Let's take a look and see how much she's done. Yeah. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, I've gone out for malted milk. Oh, my goodness. At 9:15 in the morning? You suppose she drinks those for breakfast? Ooh. No wonder she never gets any work done around here. I'm going to have to do something about that girl. There she is now. Bessie, come in here and take a letter.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Gildersleeve. Care to have me sit on your lap?
Hooker, what are you doing pussyfooting around my office so early in the morning?
Well, I was wondering if you'd care to step out and have a cup of coffee with me, Gildy.
Judge, Bessie's already out having a malted milk. What kind of a water department do you think I run around here? Well... Wait till she comes back, then we'll go out for coffee.
Just as you like, Gildy.
And I've got to come back and clean up a lot of work, Judge. I'm taking Leroy to the dentist this afternoon.
Oh? Is the boy having trouble with his teeth?
No, he's going to get his first shave.
What?
Skip it, Judge, skip it. Just having his last baby tooth out, and he was a little nervous about going alone. Isn't that silly?
Not at all, Gildy. I remember I hated to go to the dentist when I was a boy.
Are you trying to tell me they had dentists in those days?
Gildy? What are you laughing at? You're right at that age when your dental work is about to begin.
What do you mean?
How long since you had a checkup, Gildy?
Checkup? Well, I have a checkup every 6 months. Unless something comes up. Business or something.
Answer the question, Gildy. How long has it been?
Well, I've been pretty busy.
You big fat faker, you. Gildy, I bet you haven't been to the dentist in 5 years.
4. I mean...
My. I'd hate to be in your shoes. A lot can happen in 4 years.
Oh. Bessie, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve? Is that you?
Yes, Bessie. And this is Judge Hooker.
I know. Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Morning, Bessie.
Bessie, you and your malted milk have been keeping me waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry I took so long, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it was so thick I had to eat it with a spoon.
Yes. Let's get down to business. What are my appointments, Bessie? The judge and I want to step out for a cup of coffee.
Oh, I have them all written right down here on my pad.
Well, you have a very efficient secretary, Gildy.
Judge, how did you ever get to be a lawyer? Go ahead, Bessie.
Yes, sir. Now, let me see. At 10 o'clock, you have an appointment with the Commissioner of Streets, Bridges, and Sewers.
Well, let's postpone that till tomorrow.
And at 11 o'clock, you have an appointment with the mayor.
I'll be there. Anything else, Bessie?
No, sir. Oh, except at 4 o'clock, you have an appointment with the dentist.
Bessie, that's Leroy's appointment. I'm just going along with him.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, the dentist called this morning and made it your appointment, too.
Huh?
Well, he said you were overdue for your own checkup, so he could take you both at the same time.
What? Shut up, you old goat.
Hello there, Bertie.
Howdy, Mr. Wall.
Say, Bertie, the other day I heard you giving Leroy some special instructions.
Yes, sir. I was telling him that a growing boy is something like a furnace. You got to keep him stoked up with plenty of nourishment during these cold days. Now, parquet margarine. Now, there's one of those real nourishing foods, Mr. Wall.
Ah, certainly is, Bertie.
And parquet tastes so good. It's one nourishing food I don't have any trouble getting Leroy to eat.
Well, I guess that luxury flavor is what everybody notices when they try parquet. It has, well, such a light, such a delicate flavor, even though parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. No matter how you prefer to use parquet, for cooking or on hot vegetables or as a delicious spread on rolls or bread, that luxury taste is what you notice and you remember.
Sure is. That parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, friends, next time you go to the store, why not ask for parquet? Enjoy the light, delicate flavor of a margarine made from the selected products of American farms. The delicious luxury spread that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He agreed to take Leroy to the dentist this afternoon, but he didn't know the dentist was going to take him. He's thinking it over now as he walks past Peavy's drugstore.
What am I worrying about? Some people would let a trip to the dentist upset their whole day. Not me. No, sir. I think I'll step on these scales here and see if I've lost any weight. Here's a penny. Let's see what's on the card. I've lost 1 pound. What does my fortune say? You're about to face a painful experience. Move cautiously. Maybe I'd better try it again. These machines are always a little off. Let's see. What's on the back of this one? You are about to face a painful experience. Move cautiously. Don't worry, I will. think I'll go in Peavy's for an aspirin. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I noticed you weighing yourself out there.
Yes, Peavy.
In fact, I noticed you weighed yourself twice.
Right again.
Well, if our scales didn't prove satisfactory, the pharmacy would be glad to refund your penny.
Yeah. That won't be necessary, Peavy. Give me a Coke.
Very well.
Give me some aspirin, too.
Aspirin, you say?
That's what I said, Peavy.
You didn't take them both at the same time?
Yes, Peavy.
My, you must be taking this trip to the dentist seriously.
What do you know about my trip to the dentist?
The judge was in.
You know, that old busybody.
Mr. Gildersleeve, speaking for Peavy's Pharmacy, may I extend our sympathies?
What?
And if you should need any medication, sick room supplies...
Please, Peavy, I won't need any of those things. My teeth are all right.
And then why are you still worried?
Well, I just don't like the dentist's attitude.
How's that?
He called my office at the last minute when I had a lot of work to do and disrupted my whole day. I might just take my business somewhere else.
Well, if you're in the market for a new dentist, there's that fellow on the second floor across the street, Dr. Hatfield.
Oh, yes. Is he any good, Peavy?
Well, he's got somebody always in the chair. You can see him working up there at the window now.
Oh, yes.
Well, he's got his sleeves rolled up. Looks like an extraction job from here.
Extraction?
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, when things are slow here in the pharmacy, I spend many an afternoon watching Dr. Hatfield in action.
What a pleasant pastime, Peavy.
Well, it does pass the time. Saw a fellow up there just the other day. He was in the chair 4 hours.
He was?
Yes, he and Dr. Hatfield had quite a tussle. Looked like a regular wrestling match.
You must have needed a lot of work.
I understand the poor fellow hadn't been to the dentist in 2 years.
2 years?
How long has it been since you visited the dentist, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I think it's... Never mind, Peavy. It's none of your business.
The judge already told me 4.
But that doesn't make any difference. I'll bet I'll be out of the dentist's chair in 15 minutes.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh! I'm getting out of here. Hello, Bessie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't look very well.
I don't feel very well either.
Oh, you'll feel better after you go to the dentist.
What? I'm going into my office and I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Can't frighten me. My teeth are all right. I think. Let's see, where's that little mirror I keep in my desk drawer? Here it is. Well, let me see. Oh, for bugger. Yes, Bessie?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I forgot to tell you. Miss Fairchild telephoned while you were out.
Adeline?
Yes. Shall I call her back?
Not now, Bessie. I'm busy.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. Oh, my teeth look pretty good. Sure. I don't know, though. 4 years is a long time. Could be trouble underneath. Wonder if he'll have to drill. Well, what if he does? Dentist drill don't bother me. Wonder what Doc Cobb will do to me this afternoon.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, climb right up here in the chair.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Cobb. Nice, soft chair.
We believe in making our patients as comfortable as possible.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen you for about 4 years, have we?
I'm sure you won't find anything wrong, Dr. Cobb. I take very good care of my teeth.
Open wide.
Brush them twice a day, up and down.
Good for you. Open wide, please.
Wide, oh, yes. I'm sure you won't find anything.
Well.
Huh?
What do we have here?
Oh, that tooth's a little sensitive, Doc. It's your cold hands. But I'm sure you won't have to drill. You see, Doc, what are you doing?
This won't hurt a bit.
But... Oh, stop that! What the... Bessie, get your hand off that buzzer.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, I always buzz you when someone comes in. Leroy's here.
Leroy?
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, what are you doing down here? What's the matter?
Nothing. Everything's great. I just saw Dr. Cobb and canceled my appointment.
What?
Look, Unc, no tooth. You came out while I was chewing some taffy. Neat, huh?
Well, yes, Leroy. Did Dr. Cobb say you're all right?
Sure. He said he's glad it turned out this way. Now he can spend the extra time on you.
What?
Sorry, Unc. I know how you feel.
Yes.
Well, so long, Unc. I want to go show Bertie.
Leroy.
Yeah?
Never mind. Go ahead, my boy. He wouldn't want to go with me. 3:15. 45 more minutes, then I go to the chair. Come to think of it, why should I be going? I have my water report to get out. It's silly of me to neglect my work. By George, my first obligation is to the water department. Teeth or no teeth. Bessie, get Dr. Cobb on the telephone for me. I'm canceling my appointment.
What? You are?
I have to get my water report out this afternoon. You know that.
Oh, I'll be glad to do it for you, Mr. Gildersleeve, so you can go to the dentist.
Bessie, let's not try to assume too much authority around here. I'll do my work, you do yours.
Yes, sir. When I get him, I'll buzz you.
Never mind, leave that buzzer alone. I'll pick up the receiver now.
Dr. Cobb speaking.
Dr. Cobb? Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I suppose you know Leroy got rid of his trouble all right.
Oh, yes. Well, now, about my appointment for 4 o'clock.
I'll be all ready for you, Gildersleeve, and it's nice of you to call and confirm it.
Huh?
Time is very important to a dentist, and you'd be surprised at the number of people who call up and cancel at the last minute, claiming they're busy.
Well,
And I hate to have anyone cancel unless it's very important.
Oh, naturally.
So I'm happy to hear you're coming.
Well, that's what I called to tell you. I'm happy. I'm coming.
Bye. Goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Trapped. Bessie.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the dentist after all. You may get out the water report.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought you said...
Get busy on the report, Bessie. It's time you assume some responsibility around here.
Yes, sir.
Well, Adeline, come in.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Oh, Adeline, you look wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
It's good to see you. How you been?
Oh, I'm as busy as a little bee redecorating my house, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I haven't got much time, Adeline. Have to keep a little appointment.
Why, Throckmorton, have you forgotten about little old Adeline? This is the afternoon you promised to help me pick out my new kitchen sink.
Sink? Oh, sink. Oh, yeah. How could I have forgotten?
I don't know. She was so cute the other day, insisting that you help pick out the sink, you being the water commissioner. But since you have another appointment, you just go right ahead. Probably much more important than picking out a sink.
Well, now, Adeline, maybe it isn't. I promised you first, and a man shouldn't break his promise to a woman.
Well...
Where's my hat? Bessie, I'm going out. Call and cancel my appointment.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, what do I say?
Well, just say I'm out buying a reservoir.
A reservoir?
Well, a small one. Sink.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve...
Bessie, just say some important business came up.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Adeline. Well, Adeline, we've got the whole afternoon. Well, we look first for your sink.
How about Hogan Brothers?
That's too easy. We'll find it there. I'll tell you what. Let's go across the street to Peavy's and have a soda. I feel like celebrating.
My, Throckmorton, but you're happy?
Yeah, I just got a reprieve. Don't have to go to the chair this afternoon.
What?
Nothing. Joke. He's worse than Bessie. Better take my arm crossing the street, Adeline. Pretty slushy.
Well, thank you, kind sir.
Watch out for the puddles.
Gracious. How'll I ever get across this big one?
Well, I'll carry you across.
Throckmorton!
Deeper than I thought.
No mercy. You're strong. Put me down now.
I don't think I will. Let's go look for another puddle.
Oh, you.
Well, Lippy, this is Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Dr. Cobb. Hey, hop down, Adeline. Dr. Cobb, meet Miss Fairchild, my neighbor. Adeline, this is Dr. Cobb, my dentist.
How do you do, Miss Fairchild?
How do you do, Dr. Cobb? Isn't Mr. Gildersleeve gallant, Doctor?
Yes. He seems to have a remarkable faculty for combining pleasure with business.
Hasn't he, though? He's taken the rest of the day off just to help me buy a sink.
Oh?
Yes, Adeline.
Did I say something wrong?
Dr. Cobb, I guess I can pick out a sink some other time. I've just decided I'll be at your office at 4 o'clock.
Well, I won't be there.
You won't?
I thought I'd take advantage of your broken appointment and go see Dr. Hatfield.
The dentist?
Yes. My lower right bicuspid started aching this afternoon. I guess I've been putting it off too long.
You have?
Frankly, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hate to go to the dentist.
You do? Come on, Doc. Let's all go out and pick the sink.
When it comes to using delicious spreads on piping hot rolls or crisp toast, you can't get too much of a good thing. And Parquet margarine is a perfect spread to use. Every touch of Parquet makes baked goods and hot breads taste better. That's because Parquet is prepared with all the care of a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. Yet the same margarine, so light, so delicate in flavor, costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. Tomorrow, get a pound of Parquet. It's nourishing. It's reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. And it tastes so good. It tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Folks, my old friend, Dr. Cobb, has something to say to you.
See your dentist twice a year.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cobb. That's what I'm going to do, too, from now on. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White, with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do you ever get hungry for a piece of mellow good aged American cheese? You know, the kind that comes in the big golden wheels? It's been a long time since there's been much on the market, but now Kraft has plenty of it. Just this last year, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has been sending lots of fine American cheese to the curing rooms, aging it to a mellow perfection. And now it's ready for you at your dealers. The next time you shop, ask him for a big cut of old-fashioned, natural American cheese. The kind that's been so carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's look in on Floyd Munson's barbershop this morning. That plump form under the barber sheet is none other than Summerfield's distinguished water commissioner, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
While strolling through the park one day in the merry, merry month
Floyd, never mind the concert. Just get on with the shave.
Okay, Commish. Steady now. I'm going around your second chin.
Very funny.
There you are. Smooth as a newborn babe. Hey, Commish, as long as you're in the chair, how about a haircut?
No thanks, Floyd.
Massage?
No.
Mustache trim?
The answer is no, Floyd. N-O. I've got to get down to the office. I'm late.
Late? You never get down there before 10 o'clock.
Well, sometimes. Anyway, I'm a little behind in my work.
Oh. Mayor after you again?
Well, no, not exactly. I just don't want to push him too far.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, Commish, you got the wrong attitude.
What?
The mayor's the one that ought to do the worrying.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, you've done a pretty good job as water commissioner.
Well, not so bad, I guess.
And where would the mayor find another man with your experience? Well, you're so much at home in the water department as a whale in the ocean.
Well...
When you come right down to it, Commish, you don't need him. He needs you.
Well, I never thought about it that way.
Sure, water commissioners don't grow on trees, you know.
No, guess they don't.
You don't have to rush to the office. Let the mayor wait for you. He'll appreciate you all the more.
All right, George Floyd, maybe you got something there.
Sure. Commish, as long as you're not in a hurry, how about a haircut?
Well, okay.
Maybe a massage? Massage, huh? Mustache trim?
Sure, what the heck. Give me the works. Let the mayor wait.
That's the stuff. Let him wait. While strolling through the park one day in the merry, merry month of May, I was taken by surprise.
Guess I shouldn't have stayed at Floyd's quite so long. Why let him talk me into that egg shampoo? I'm really going to be late. 10:30. That courthouse clock is always slow. I'd better hurry. What's that? Oh, they're working on that new building. Gosh, interesting the way they catch those rivets up there. If I had time, I'd watch them for a while. I gotta be... Just a minute, Gildersleeve. What are you rushing for? Floyd's right. Let the mayor wait. I'll take my own sweet time. Just sit on this fire plug here. They ought to make these hydrants a little bigger. Might as well light up a cigar, too. Always fun to watch somebody else working.
Well, Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
What are you doing on that water hydrant? Is that your new office? Gildy, why aren't you down at work?
Oh, I'll get there.
You realize what time it is?
Yes, it's time for you to retire, Judge.
Gildy, you should have been down at the water department a long time ago.
Oh, I don't know about that.
What will the mayor say?
If the mayor doesn't like it, he can lump it.
Gildy, you better get right down there or you're going to lose your job.
Don't worry that feeble old brain of yours, Horace. The mayor won't fire me.
What?
Water commissioners don't grow on trees, you know.
Well, nuts do, and you're the biggest one I ever saw.
Get that skinny finger out of my face, Hooker. You're spoiling the view.
Just remember, I warned you.
Why don't you go nibble on some weeds, you old goat?
Gildy?
Gildersleeve. I'm glad you got here.
Why?
Oh, it's very important. The mayor's been calling you.
Oh, is that all? I thought you said it was something important.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, I said it was the mayor.
I heard you.
Oh, he says he wants to see you as soon as you come in.
I'll see him when I'm good and ready.
Huh?
Bessie, close your mouth. And stop staring at me.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing to worry about. Water commissioners don't grow on trees, you know.
What? Oh, that must be the mayor.
Let me handle this, Bessie. Well, go ahead, chum. It's your nickel.
What? This is Mayor Terwilliger speaking.
Well, this is Water Commissioner Gildersleeve speaking.
I've been calling your office all morning, and I couldn't get you.
Guess that's because I wasn't here.
Gildersleeve, I want to see you in my office right away.
Okie dokie, Mayor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Shorty.
Was he mad, Mr. Gildersleeve?
A little hot under the collar, but I'll go in and cool him off. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Gildersleeve.
I didn't know you had company.
Yes, I want you to meet this young man. Gildersleeve, this is Charles Alexander.
Oh, hello, Charles.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Charles is a friend of the family.
Oh, is that so?
He just graduated from State University. In fact, he was their star halfback last year.
Well, he's certainly husky enough. Well, son, I suppose you'll be looking for a job now.
Well, I have a job lined up, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that's nice. Going to work in a gas station?
Well, no, that's not in my line.
Oh? What'd you study in school, Charles?
I took hydraulic engineering. We studied water systems and things.
Water systems? Oh, yes, of course. Right in my line. If I can give you any pointers, my boy, don't you hesitate to call on me.
That's why I called you in, Gildersleeve. I want you to show Charles around our water department.
Our water department?
Yes, I want him to become thoroughly acquainted with the Summerfield water system.
You do?
Yes. When you get through, I want him to know how to run the entire department.
Run the department?
That's right. We need youth in this business, Gildersleeve. We old fellows can't go on forever.
Well, but Mr. Mayor...
Charles will meet you in your office tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, sharp.
But...
That'll be all. Good day.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope I won't be putting you out.
I hope so, too. I mean... Goodbye. I don't like the looks of this. Why does he want me to show that young squirt how to run my department? If I were a worrier, I'd say I was going to be fired. I was so happy this morning. That Floyd and his ideas. Mayor said we old fellows can't go on forever. Maybe I am slowing down a little. It does take me longer to tie my shoes in the morning. Well, I'm getting tired of walking around this block. Guess I'll drop into Peavy's. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do?
Just give me a cup of coffee.
1 cup of coffee coming up. There you are.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, how's everything down at the water department?
What? What made you ask me that, Peavy?
Oh, nothing. Just furnishing a little conversation with your coffee. No extra charge.
I don't feel like talking about the water department.
All right.
Peavy, do I look old to you?
How's that?
I said, do I look old to you?
No, you don't look very old.
I don't?
On the other hand, you don't look very young either. You're not exactly a spring chicken.
All right, Peavy. An older man can do a better job than a younger man any day.
Well, you know.
What?
I had an old fellow here once, helping me make up prescriptions. But he didn't work out so well.
He didn't?
No, he was too slow. For instance, a lady came in for some headache powders. By the time he got them made up, her headache was gone. Lost a lot of sales that way. Finally, had to let him go.
Well, by George, I'm not too old to hold down my job.
No, I didn't say you were.
I'm valuable down at that water department.
Oh, of course you are.
They need a man of my experience.
Yes, they do.
No young college boy could take my place. Why, it would take him 10 years to learn what I know about the water department.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You know, you ought to see the Gildersleeve family sit down to a big home-cooked meal, with Bertie looking mighty pleased because everybody likes her cooking so much.
You talking about me, Mr. Wall?
Only about how good your cooking is, Bertie.
Well, I always make sure to use parquet. Not that I'm taking any credit.
Oh, it's wonderful on that crusty homemade bread of yours.
Bread is only one way we like it, Mr. Wall. I ain't taking any credit, but I use parquet from the time I start my meal. I use parquet when I'm cooking and when I'm flavoring, and I use parquet as a spread for all my baked goods. Not that I'm taking any credit.
I know, Bertie. You use parquet because it tastes like it should cost twice as much. And thousands of good cooks all over the country use it for the same reason. They like the delicate flavor parquet has because it's made from the selected product of American farms. And they like the economy of using parquet. It costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread. Friends, why not join the happy women who always use parquet to make good food taste even better?
That's what I do. Not that I'm taking any credit, but if I was, I'd give lots of it to parquet.
That's P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. The great Gildersleeve has had a sleepless night. He's finally accepted the cruel fact that youth must be served, and his days as water commissioner are numbered. We find him now, bowed but brave, having breakfast with his little family.
Want some more toast, Unky dear?
No, thank you, Marjorie.
You can have the rest of my egg, Unc.
No, thanks, my boy.
You haven't eaten very much.
I've had sufficient.
Uncle Mort, I think it's the meanest thing I ever heard of. Letting you go after all the years you've been down there.
Well, too many years, I guess. Your Uncle Mort is getting old, my dear.
Nonsense. You're not old at all. He has no business doing a thing like this without any warning.
Yeah, the mayor's a sneak.
No, Leroy. We don't speak of our elders in those terms. After all, he is the mayor of our fair city, even if he is a sneak.
But what are you going to do when you leave the department?
Yeah, do you know where you can get another job, Unc?
Oh, I'll find something, I guess.
What will you do, Unky?
Well, I don't know exactly. Most of my experience has been concerned with water.
Maybe you can get a job in a laundromat.
Leroy? I'm sure I can find something more appropriate, Leroy.
Well, until you do, I'll economize, Unky. I won't buy any more clothes.
Well,
Say, Unc, I could quit school and go to work.
that won't be necessary, Leroy.
I could drop out today if you want me to.
Don't be so anxious, young man. Just stop worrying, both of you. We'll get by, all right. You better run along now. You'll be late for school.
All right. See you tonight, Uncle Mort. You sweet old darling.
Goodbye, my dear.
Bye.
Unc,
Yes?
sure you don't want me to quit school today?
No, Leroy.
Okay. Gee, I guess I'll have to take that history test. So long, Unc.
So long, my boy.
And don't worry, I'll get a job and support you as soon as I graduate.
Thanks, but I'm afraid we can't wait that long. Yeah, goodbye. Sure nice to have a little family to rally around you at a time like this. We'll get along somehow. Well, better get down to the office, I guess. Teach that smiling halfback how to run things. I shouldn't, so I'll be faithful to the water department to the last drip.
Want some more coffee before you go, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Coffee? No, thank you, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just want you to know I sure feel bad about this.
Well, that's nice of you, Bertie. I'll be all right. Of course, it'll feel a little strange not being water commissioner anymore.
Mr. Gildersleeve, no matter what happens, you'll still be the water commissioner to me.
Thank you, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Even if the mayor does throw you out, you'll still be the water commissioner to me.
Well, I appreciate that.
No matter what you wind up doing, driving a milk wagon, cleaning the streets, you'll still be the water commissioner to me.
Bertie.
Yes, sir. Even if you're out selling pencils on some corner.
Bertie, I have no intention of selling pencils.
Well, if you do sell them, I'll buy them, and you'll still be the water commissioner to me.
Oh, Ferb. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, water commissioner.
Life is certainly funny. Yesterday morning, I was carefree as a bird. Thought the mayor couldn't get along without me. Now I'll be out looking for another job pretty soon. Wonder if I could get a job in a laundromat. Looks like easy work. Just sit around all day and hand out soap chips. Gonna miss the old water department. Well, that's my own darn fault, I guess. I was a grasshopper when I should have been an ant. That's Floyd's barber shop. Fine advice he gave me. I'd go in and punch him in the nose if I were a younger man.
Hey, Commish.
Don't talk to me, Floyd.
What's the rush?
I'm going to the office, and I'm in a hurry.
What? Like I told you yesterday, Commish, relax. Let the mayor wait.
Floyd?
Stop worrying about your job. You're set for life. Commish, what's the matter? Who are you going to hit with that briefcase?
Guess who?
Just a minute. Something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm just losing my job, that's all.
What? No kidding?
Yes, no kidding.
Gee, that's tough, Commish. I mean, ex-commissioner. Who's taking your place?
Well, if you must know, some college boy. I'm going down to break him in right now.
A college kid. How do you like that? I suppose you'll be making out the water bills in Latin. You're going to show him the ropes, huh?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Teach him how to run the department?
Yes.
Well, don't give up the ship, Commish.
What?
I just got an idea.
Floyd, you can keep your ideas to yourself. I'm in enough trouble now.
Okay. Just thought you might want to know a sure way to get rid of this guy.
Well, I don't. Get rid of him? Floyd, I should have more sense than to ask you. But how?
Well, just suppose you was to make your job at the water department look so tough this guy wouldn't want to take it.
Look tough?
Yeah, put it on thick. Make it look like you get nothing but complaints down there.
Well, I do get quite a few.
Yeah, no, but put on a big act. Make him think it's the toughest job in the world. Of course, you and me know an educated chimpanzee could really do it.
Floyd?
Well, that's my advice. Scare the guy off.
Oh, Ferb.
Well, think it over, Commish. I'll see you later. Bonjour.
Bonjour. It's a bum idea, too. Scare the fellow off. Now, that's silly. Well, you never know, though. Might work. I've got nothing to lose. By George, I'll try it. I'll show that rah-rah boy. When I get through, he'll wish he'd never seen a water department. I'll run him ragged. I'll work him 24 hours a day. No time off for lunch. We'll clean out the files. Check the collections. Make out the water report. Good morning, Bessie. No, she's not here yet. Well, I'll just go in my office. Be all set when that half.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Charles. You're here already?
Yes, sir.
Sitting in my chair, too. Taking over already, eh? Well, glad you got here early, young man. We've got a lot of work to do today. I mean, we have a lot of work to do every day. We're always busy in the water department.
What shall we do first?
Well, I'll take my coat off here and get down to work. If I can have my chair, please.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Yes, Charles, that's all we do in the water department. Work, work, work. Now, let's see. What are all these letters on my desk?
I brought those in, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's the morning mail.
Oh. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's open it.
Yes, sir.
That's the way we do things around here, Charles. No time for thinking. I mean, quick decisions. Every minute.
I see.
Yes, sir. Well, let's see what this letter says. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, you know as much about running a water department as my little nephew, and he's in the first... We'll read the mail later.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I want you to know I appreciate you showing me how to run the water department. It's very kind of you.
Quite all right, my boy. Of course, I can't understand a young man wanting to be a water commissioner. Nothing but trouble, drudgery, long hours. Damp, too. But, of course, it's up to you. That you, Bessie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good morning. Oh.
Bessie, this is Mr. Alexander. I'm showing him around the water department.
Hello, Bessie.
Hello.
Bessie, close your mouth. This is mosquito season. Mr. Alexander, Charles.
Yes?
Would you mind checking the water cooler in the outer office?
Checking it?
Yes, checking it. Make sure there's plenty of water in it.
Oh, all right.
Bessie, Charles is going to be around here all day, so let's be on our toes.
Yes, sir. Is he going to work here, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, looks like it.
Oh, I'm glad. Gee, he's cute.
Well, in a way, if you like crew haircuts. But you wouldn't want to have a college kid like that for a boss, would you, Bessie?
Well...
Bessie, stop standing around and get to work.
Yes, sir.
That's loyalty for you.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Charles?
The water cooler's full.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, very good, very good. Very important in the water department. Well, Charles, we can't just sit around here. Oh, if you can keep up with me. First, let's get on the water reports. There. Well, Charles, that brings our card files up to date.
That's right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Gosh, you certainly have done a lot of work this morning.
Oh, I don't know, just routine.
Well, you got out all the water reports, corrected those invoices, sent out all those bills. Do you always work this hard?
Why, this is nothing, son. You should see me on a busy morning. Why, I have to work every night till midnight, just to keep even.
Really?
Yeah, of course. In fact, I never take time out for lunch. I don't know how I stand it. It's wearing me down.
You don't look very thin, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hmm? Well, I drink a lot of water. Water commissioner, you know. Well, 12 o'clock. I'll make an exception and go to lunch today. You're probably pretty hungry.
Oh, I don't want you to break your rules for me. If you can go without your lunch, I guess I can, too.
Huh? You can?
What shall we do next, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Next? Well, let's make out those requisitions. Charles, maybe we better stop for a while. It's 6 o'clock.
It is? Time sure flies when you're working.
Yes, well, I don't want to wear you out, son. Maybe we'd better go to dinner now.
But there's still so much to do. I know. Let's work straight through till midnight.
Huh? Don't you want to eat something, boy? You're growing, you know. You're probably pretty hungry.
Oh, I can hold out if you can.
You can?
Sure. And just lucky I brought along something to eat. A package of mints. Here, have one.
Mints? Oh, thanks.
Well, shall we get on with our work? I feel fresh as a daisy.
Maybe I'm getting too old for this job. Charles.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
It's midnight. You can quit now. You must be all worn out.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I just got my second wind.
I hope it chokes him.
Tell you what, let's work all night.
All night? Charles?
Yes?
Can I have another mint? hours sleep. I don't know how I get up this morning. Well, I know when I'm licked. I'm going right in and tell the mayor he's right. Maybe this job is for a younger man.
Well, good morning, Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Mayor.
Sit down.
Thank you. Mind if I take this easy chair?
Gildersleeve, Charles tells me you did a fine job teaching him the operations of our water department.
Thanks.
It'll be very helpful to him in his new job in the state water department.
State water department?
Yes, he left this morning. He's going to be an assistant there.
He is, but I thought...
Why, we need young men like him in this work. Of course, it'll be a long time before he'll be a water commissioner. That calls for an older, more experienced man like yourself.
It does? I mean, oh, yes, of course.
You know Gildersleeve water commissioners don't grow on trees. Anyhow, I just want to say I'm proud of you. Those reports you made out yesterday are the finest I've ever seen. Yes, Gildersleeve, you've proved that you can be a great water commissioner. You showed initiative, stamina. You're wide awake, energetic, have a full grasp of Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve. You're going to sleep.
I am. Mr. Mayor, would you mind untying my shoes? Good night, folks.
It's sort of nice when you find out your favorite food is really good for you. When you learn, for example, that parquet margarine is so nourishing, besides being reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Now, the careful and painstaking way it's prepared accounts for the nutritional value in parquet. And it accounts for something else, the flavor, the light, delicate flavor that has led so many to agree that parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much. Try parquet on buns or waffles, pancakes or bread. I think you'll like that luxury flavor so much that you almost forget that parquet is so good for you. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
What'll it be this morning, Commissioner Shave?
Give me the works, Lloyd. And you were right. Water commissioners don't grow on trees. Whilst rolling through the park one day, in the merry, merry month of May, we were taken by surprise. Good night, folks.
Have you had a hankering for that old-fashioned, aged, natural American cheese? If so, you'll be glad to know that now, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has plenty of those mellow golden wheels. Since 1941, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, at long last, Kraft has enough to supply your dealer with all he needs. Ask him for a big wedge cut from a golden wheel of mellow good, aged, natural American. Just be sure that it's the kind that's been carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve parquet because it tastes so good. Why, parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on at the great Gildersleeve's house this evening. It's after dinner now, as the great man lowers his overstuffed figure into his overstuffed chair and gives forth with his sage comment.
Oh, ate too much sage dressing. Just can't resist Birdie's stuffed pork chops.
You weren't trying too hard, Unky.
I guess not. Marjorie, would you mind pushing that hassock under my heel?
Oh, of course not.
Unc, you want me to lift him up while she slides it under?
I can do that, Leroy.
Okay. Can I run upstairs and get your smoking jacket for you?
No, thanks.
Cigar? Matches? Glass of water?
Leroy, you're just looking for an excuse to drop your homework, and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
You're staying home this evening, Uncle Mort?
Well, I thought I would, my dear. Might just sit here by the fire and read. My book of the month selections are beginning to pile up a little. Marjorie, will you hand me A Tree Grows in Brooklyn?
It's growing over at Miss Fairchild's now.
What?
She borrowed it months ago, but I'll run over and get it for you.
No, don't bother. I'll find something else.
Oh, but I'd like to go over anyway and see how she's coming along with her new hats.
New hats?
Uh-huh. Miss Fairchild makes all her own hats. Didn't you know that?
Well, come to think of it, I might have suspected it.
Unky, she's very clever at designing. She had her own millinery shop down south.
Yeah, I know. Adeline Chapeau Chateau.
And she's opening a shop here.
She is? Why haven't I heard anything about this?
Well, you haven't been over to see her in such a long time. She probably doesn't think you're interested in what she's doing.
I don't know why she should feel that way. I've always had a casual interest in what Adeline is doing.
Casual?
Leroy. That was last month. What Miss Fairchild does now is no concern of mine. She wants to open a hat shop, that's her business. Doesn't interest me one iota. Where's she opening this shop?
Next door.
What?
Right in her own home.
Oh, my goodness. Adeline can't do that.
Well, why not, Unky?
This is a residential district. She can't open a store on the street.
But, Unky, all she's doing is turning her living room into a salon.
Well, she might have consulted me. What does she want to do, turn this neighborhood into a shopping district? Women running in and out all day, cars parked all over the place. And you know how women park cars.
Hey, Unc, I got a great idea.
What?
If Miss Fairchild is going to have a crowd of women buying hats on her side of the fence, we'll sell hot dogs on our side.
Leroy.
Just an idea.
Well, forget it. I'm going to see Judge Hooker in the morning and find out what the zoning regulations are around here.
Well, I'm off through in the kitchen. Good night.
Good night, Bertie. Good night.
I know, Adeline. She hasn't even bothered to look into these things. But by George, I'm... Oh, good night, Bertie.
Uncle Mort's upset, Bertie, because Miss Fairchild's opening her hat shop.
She gonna do that for sure? Well, she sure makes nice-looking hats.
That may be, Bertie, but I'm not going to allow a hat shop next door.
Of course, that's up to you. But you ought to see that hat she made over for me. Want me to go put down?
And that won't be necessary, Bertie.
You remember that old coolie straw I used to have?
Coolie? I don't believe I do.
She put a ribbon and a feather in it, took the coolie out, and you ought to see it now. Yeah, want me to go put down?
Please, Bertie, let's forget about the hat.
I just can't forget about that hat, because everywhere I wear it, people say, Bertie, where did you get that hat? Want me to go put down?
Bertie, I'll take your word for it. Must be beautiful.
Must be, because people always say, Bertie, where did you get that hat? Why don't I go put it on?
Bertie, I wouldn't want to put you to all that trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Gildersleeve. All I have to do is go put it on, and then you'll see what nice hats she makes.
I don't care if she makes the nicest hats in the world, Bertie.
Oh, she does, because wherever I wear that hat, you know what people say.
Yes, Bertie.
That's right, Bertie, where did you get that hat? I'll go put it on.
Now I know I'm going to spike this hat deal. Judge, are you in?
Morning, Gildy. Come in.
Thanks.
My, you're an early bird.
Well, I'm a little concerned about something.
Oh?
Judge, what are the zoning laws in my neighborhood?
What's the matter, Gildy? Are your neighbors trying to get you to move?
Horace, this is a serious matter. Adeline Fairchild is about to open a hat shop in our block, right next door to me.
Well, don't get excited. I know all about it.
You do? Oh, my goodness. She's told everybody but me.
She consulted with me, and I advised her to go ahead. It'll occupy her time, and I think she'll make some money.
Adeline doesn't need the money, Judge. And there's the neighborhood to think about. What does the city ordinance say?
Well, as regards this matter, the city
I don't want to do
ordinance
anything to
says-
hurt Adeline. There's nothing personal about this. But nobody has a right to start a business out there.
As regards that, the city ordinance
Give a
says-
woman a toehold with a hat shop, and we'll soon have a filling station on every corner.
As regards that...
Stop interrupting me, Judge. What does the city ordinance say?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, get to the point.
City ordinance says that so long as a place of residence is not so altered or remodeled as to change the character of the neighborhood, one may conduct a business insofar as said business does not constitute a public nuisance.
Well, a lot of women's hats could come under that.
You're being facetious, Gildy. There's nothing to prevent Miss Fairchild opening her hat shop unless the neighbors petition against it.
Oh?
Gildy?
Well, I wonder how Rumson Bullard and the rest of the neighbors would like the idea of a hat shop.
You wouldn't start a petition.
Oh, wouldn't I? Thanks for the idea, Judge. It might teach Adeline a lesson. She didn't consult any of us.
Gildy, you're a bigger fathead than I thought.
Oh, watch it, Hooker.
And it's only fair to warn you. If you try to fight Miss Fairchild, I'll fight you.
What? But you're my lawyer.
I'm hers, too.
Why, you Benedict Arnold, you turncoat.
And since she came to me first, I'll defend her to the last. Now, what do you think of that?
I think you're a double-crossing old goat. What do you think of that?
I think you're a fathead.
Be careful what you call me, Hooker. Lawyers can be sued, too, you know. Well, if Adeline's got my lawyer on her side, I'll get Rumson Bullard on mine. He's a big stuffed shirt. This is something we'd better get together on before the neighborhood falls apart. He won't want his house squeezed in between a tack factory and a glue works any more than I do. There's Bullard sitting in his study with his nose in the air. You'd think the glue works was operating already. Pretty cold out here. Hope he invites me in this time.
Yes?
Good morning, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hello. If you have a minute to spare, I'd like to talk to you about something.
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
The hall.
The hall. Oh, yeah. My shoes are a little snowy.
Well, Gildersleeve, what can I do for you?
Mr. Bullard, you and I are two of the biggest property owners in this neighborhood. You're the biggest.
Yes.
Well, it surprised you to know that one of our neighbors is trying to open a business on our street without even consulting us.
If you mean Miss Fairchild, Mrs. Bullard was telling me about her plans last night.
She was?
Strange you didn't know about it, Gildersleeve. You and Miss Fairchild have been so chummy, I thought perhaps you'd be modeling her hat.
That's very good, Mr. Bullard, but let's not take this too lightly. Miss Fairchild and I have been good friends and still are, but business is business. Perhaps you and I should protest this hat shop, Bullard. Circulate a petition among the neighbors.
A petition?
Yes. You have a heavy investment in this neighborhood. A hat shop across the street next to my house wouldn't be a pretty sight.
Well, I can't see how one more eyesore over there can hurt much.
Huh? Now, see here, Bullard. I may not have a big as house as you have, but I work hard for what I get, and I'm not going to stand idly by and wake up some morning in the middle of a shopping district.
Well, you might have something there, Gildersleeve.
You bet. These businesses can spring up fast, Bullard. Why, I've already heard rumors of a hot dog stand going up.
Hot dog stand? Where?
Right in my front. I was approached by a young fellow.
Then that settles it. Hot dog stands I will not tolerate.
That's the way I feel.
Gildersleeve, I've always considered you a boob about business matters.
Oop.
But this time I think you're using your head. You start the petition, Gildersleeve, and if you need any help, I'm behind you 100%.
Great. Glad to have you aboard, Bullard. We'll block this hat business or know the reason why. Of course, I wouldn't want to start a petition without warning Adeline. I'll tell her she has to give up this hat shop idea, or Bullard and I will go into action.
Why, Throckmorton, come in.
Thank you, Adeline. I want to talk to you about something.
Oh, I want to talk to you about something, too. Have I told you what I've got in my silly little old head? It's a surprise.
Well,
I'm going to start a hat shop.
What a surprise. Adeline, that's exactly what I came over to talk to you about.
Really? I didn't know you were interested in women's hats.
Me?
Sit down. You can help me with this one that I'm working on.
Now, Adeline?
Here, you hold the ribbon while I tie the field flowers on this cartwheel.
This what?
Cartwheel. One of my new spring designs.
Yeah, it's cartwheel. Well, Adeline, before you get too far along with this project, I think I should have a talk with you.
Well, you just go ahead and talk, and don't step on that leghorn body.
Leghorn body?
That piece of straw on the floor by your foot.
Oh, guess I was thinking of something else.
Silly.
You mean you can make a hat out of that old piece of straw?
Oh, now you'd be surprised what Adeline can do with that old piece of straw. I'll use 10 cents worth of ribbon to tie on 50 cents worth of violets and sell the hat for $20.
$20? Can you do that?
Or welt the edges, load it with veiling, and sell it for $25.
What?
Isn't the millinery business fascinating, Throckmorton?
$25? Well, yes, it seems to be.
You know, everybody at the garden club admires my hats. I think every woman in Summerfield will buy one.
They will?
The only trouble is in getting ready for my opening, I'm running low on cash.
Oh?
I hate to touch my bones and things, but if I had another $200, I could make $2,000 with a new hat before Easter.
$2,000? At that rate, you'd soon be a rich woman.
Well, you never can tell. Look at Hattie Carnegie and Lily Deshay.
Oh, yeah.
I might become that successful, unless some of the neighbors object to a hat shop here.
Well, now, with a chance to make that much money, I wouldn't worry too much about the neighbors.
You wouldn't? Then, Throckmorton, what did you come over here to talk to me about?
Well...
Yes?
I came over to see if I could lend you $200.
What?
How'd you like to take on a silent partner?
A silent partner with $200? Why, Throckmorton, that'd be wonderful. Oh, but I don't want to take your money.
No, Adeline, I want you to.
But I don't need $200 that bad.
But I could use the Adeline, I insist. Please.
All right, then. It's a partnership. I can make the hats, and you can handle the money.
Sounds fair to me. And Bullard thought I was a boob about business.
Bertie, did you ever try that parquet margarine on hot cornmeal mush on a cold February morning?
Sure did, and that's the way it tastes.
Or on warmed-up rolls when you've come in after shopping?
Yes, sir, and that's sure the way it tastes.
Or on waffles and... Hey, Bertie, you keep saying that's the way it tastes. I don't quite get what you mean.
I mean parquet tastes like a luxury food. Tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's what.
Oh, well, it's prepared like a luxury. That's why. Only the selected products of American farms go into the making of delicious parquet. And you know, Bertie, every pound of that good-tasting spread is full of real nourishment and reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
You take the vitamins, Mr. Wall. I'll take the taste.
Bertie, you'll take the vitamins, too, when you take parquet. And you'll get parquet at half the price of the most expensive spreads. Friends, make tomorrow night's dinner a parquet dinner. You'll all enjoy the light, delicate flavor of this delicious spread. Ask your dealer for parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Yes, sir. That's the way it tastes.
Let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who was a property owner, became gravely concerned about Adeline Fairchild's plan to open a hat shop next door. A day has passed since he stormed in to stop it and waltzed out a silent partner in the business.
I had a little trouble rounding up that $200 without dipping into my bonds, but what the heck? A man can't pass up $2,000. I can hardly wait till Easter. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it. Nope, they're not singing so loud. There's Bullard coming out of Peavy's. Hello, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, good morning, Gildersleeve. I've been meaning to call you.
You have?
How are you coming along with the petition?
Petition? Petition. Well, I've been pretty busy since yesterday.
Oh? Well, don't let this get out of hand, Gildersleeve.
Oh, no. I've got it in hand, all right.
Good. Well, I must be going. I have a meeting at the bank. Good day, Gildersleeve.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Bullard. Well, I'll just conveniently forget about the petition. Bullard's so busy he'll forget about it, too. If I just keep it quiet. After all, I am a silent partner. George, I should have gotten into a little business long ago. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Well, you might give me a half a dozen cigars, Peavy, Coronas.
A half a dozen Coronas?
On second thought, you might just as well make it a box.
A box?
That's what I said, Peavy.
Very well. A box of Coronas it is.
I'll be smoking a lot between now and Easter.
There you are. One box of Coronas. That'll be $17.50.
$17.50. Charge it, Peavy.
Yeah, very well.
$17.50 is pretty steep, but I like to see a businessman make a tidy profit.
Tidy profit.
Now, Peavy, I know all about markups. I'll bet you make plenty on everything you sell here.
Well, a few pennies here and a few pennies there.
Pennies. I'll bet this little business has been a gold mine for you.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy?
Well, even if it has, I wouldn't say it.
Peavy, when it comes to business, you're a foxy old codger. And confidentially, I'm not so dumb myself.
How's that?
What would you say, Peavy, if I told you that I invested in a little business that's going to make $2,000 for me between now and Easter?
$2,000? My. What kind of business?
Well, it's a legitimate big profit business. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Well, I wouldn't want to pry into your private affairs. By the way, how is Miss Fairchild's hat shop coming along?
Huh?
I understand she's meeting with quite a little opposition in your neighborhood.
Well...
I understand you and Mr. Bullard are against it.
Well, Bullard has been pretty narrow-minded about it, Peavy, but who pays attention to a sore head?
Oh, you've withdrawn your opposition, I take it.
Me? Well, Peavy, I don't believe in standing in the way of progress. We property owners can't be selfish about these things.
Oh, I know.
Well, gotta be running along, Peavy. I'm a busy man these days. So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I wish you luck in your, what did you say your new business was?
I didn't say, Peavy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, before I forget, I was supposed to give you a message from Miss Fairchild if you stopped in.
Oh?
Drop by Hogan Brothers and buy 10 yards of black veiling for the hat shop.
10 black, a yard's... thanks very much. Goodbye. That Peavy. I have a feeling he suspects I'm in the hat business. Oh, well, he's close-mouthed. He won't tell Bullard. Of course, I'll have to tell everybody eventually. People will wonder where I'm getting all my money.
Hey, Commish.
Floyd. Hello, Floyd.
What's your hurry?
I'm on my way to Hogan Brothers.
Well, come on over. I want to talk to you.
Well, what's on your mind, Floyd?
How's the Lily Touche of Summerfield?
Oh. What's this?
Come on in the shop. I want to have a talk with you.
No, thanks. I'm busy.
I got a copy of Vogue inside.
Please, Floyd. I don't know where you get your information, but I'll thank you to keep this hat shop to yourself.
Oh, sure. You know me.
Yes. I just assumed certain people in this town didn't know about it. Right now, anyway.
Oh, sure. I know how you feel. The water commissioner designing hat.
Now, Floyd?
What's your first creation going to be, Commish? A papier-mâché fire plug dripping with watercress?
I have nothing to do with the designing, Floyd. I'm just handling the business end. And you'd be amazed if I told you how much money we're going to make between now and Easter.
Yeah? Well, good for you, Commish. You deserve it.
Thanks, Floyd.
A blind pig has to stumble onto an acorn once in a while.
I didn't stumble onto this, Floyd. I figured it out.
Oh, no offense, Commish. I know you got what it takes.
Well, I know a good thing when I see it.
Of course you do. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if you ended up like them Hogan brothers at the department store.
Hogan Brothers?
Sure. They started on a shoestring with $25 worth of neckties.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they parlayed it into gents' furnishings, and look what they got now. A store half a block long and 4 stories high.
Well, started out with neckties, eh?
Yep. That's America, Commish. Free enterprise. And if they can do it, you can do it.
Well, that could be, Floyd.
And when you get up there, Commish, how about giving the missus a job as one of them hat mannequins?
Lovey? Mannequin? Well...
Yeah, she's always wanted to be one of them live dummies.
Well, that's a thought, Floyd. That might be just the thing for Lovey. Tell her to get in touch with me after Easter. Around Halloween. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it. La-dee-da-da. Let's see. The veiling Adeline wants will probably be in the millinery department. Well, it's a pretty nice business Hogan Brothers built up here from a necktie. Or was it a shoestring? Well, anyway, if they can do it with $25, think what I can do with $200. Yeah, listen to that cash register hum. Say, here's the same type hat Adeline was making. Wonder if I can sneak a look at the price. Must have hidden it in the lining. Oop, ripped it loose.
Please don't handle the merchandise.
What? Oh, I'm just looking for the price.
$34.95.
$34.95?
Do you want it?
Oh, no. I want 10 yards of black veiling.
Very well. I'll show you what we have.
$34.95, eh? Adeline was going to sell it for $25. We'd better raise our prices. We don't want to be known as a cheap hat shop.
Well, if it isn't our little character from Alice in Wonderland.
What?
The Mad Hatter.
All right, Judge, stop cackling before you attract a crowd.
Gildy, whatever happened to that petition you were going to circulate against the hat shop?
Well...
What made you change your mind?
You change your mind, too, Judge. Take a look at what they're getting for this hat.
Huh?
Where is that price tag?
Are you looking for something again?
I just wanted to show the judge.
But if you continue pawing that hat, I'll have to call the manager.
Now, see here, madam. You're not indispensable around here.
I beg your pardon.
I may just buy this little place someday, so watch it.
What?
Perhaps you don't know, my friend, young lady. This is the poor man's Marshall Field.
Oh! He's an old goat, lady, so keep him away from your straw hats. Adeline, you're a regular Betsy Ross with that needle. That's a beautiful hat you're making there. Bertie was right.
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
I'll bet those things sell like hotcakes.
Oh, they're already selling. You know that Leghorn cartwheel I made?
Oh, yeah. The one with the field flowers.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. Terwilliger stopped in today and practically took it away from me for $25.
Oh, that's great. But let's not sell them too cheaply, Adeline.
What?
You could have gotten $34.95.
Gracious.
Yes, indeed. Let's not be afraid to think big, Adeline. And I've been thinking, if we can turn a $200 investment into $2,000 by Easter, imagine what we can do when we reinvest the $2,000.
Oh, that'd be a lot of hats, Throckmorton.
Well, there are a lot of women. And after Easter, there's Mother's Day coming up. We'll do some advertising. A hat for every mother. And then there's Labor Day. A hat for every working girl.
Oh, Throckmorton, you have been doing some thinking.
You betcha. And then there's Thanksgiving. And Christmas. And New Year's. Holidays are great for business. And then we're back to Easter again. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it,
You'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
Oh, just listen to you.
Here's the part I like best.
And I'll be all in clover.
Oh, you certainly are enthusiastic about the millinery business.
Well, why not?
Oh, my hands are full. Can you answer the door, partner?
Yeah, sure. Probably a customer, Adeline. Just storming the house before we even open for business. Watch me sell a hat.
Hello, Gildersleeve.
Well, Mr. Bullard, this is a surprise.
Gildersleeve, I could tell when I met you on the street today that you weren't doing much about a petition to stop this hat shop nuisance.
Oh, yes, the petition. Well, you see, Mr. Bullard...
Never mind, you can forget it.
I can? Well, that's a good idea.
Yes, because I'm circulating the petition.
What?
You started this. Now sign it.
We'll see if Gildersleeve can wiggle out of that one in just a minute. Friends, if you haven't already tried it, why not serve Parquet margarine this week? Make your own test of that luxury flavor. Serve Parquet for breakfast, on hot toast or crisp waffles. Use it for the children's luncheon snacks and for your big evening meal. And as you put Parquet on the table and tell the family to help themselves, remember, every single pound of Parquet is brimming over with nourishment and reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A, and it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread. Ask for Parquet tomorrow. Parkay. Parquet, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
No, I'll get it, Bertie. It's Bullard again. Bullard, I won't sign that petition, and that's final.
Well, that's not exactly why I came over, Gildersleeve. This time I'm dropping the petition.
You are? But I thought
I know, but it doesn't seem cricket for me to oppose the hat shop and still let my son Craig proceed with his idea.
Oh?
Mrs. Bullard and I don't like to discourage any display of initiative on his part.
What's this?
And he wants to open a hot dog stand on our lawn.
He does? I wonder who gave little Craig that idea. Shh. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Do you ever get hungry for a piece of mellow good aged American cheese? You know, the kind that comes in the big golden wheels. It's been a long time since there's been much on the market, but now Kraft has plenty of it. Just this last year, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has been sending lots of fine American cheese to the curing rooms, aging it to a mellow perfection. And now it's ready for you at your dealers. The next time you shop, ask him for a big cut of old-fashioned, natural American cheese, the kind that's been so carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, we never expected to find Summerfield's water commissioner, the Great Gildersleeve, in ladies' hats. But that's where we find him today, in the ladies' hat business. Yes, he and Adeline Fairchild are about to open a fashionable millinery shop in her house, right next door. It's the morning of the grand opening, and the Gildersleeve family is at home, busily preparing for the great event.
Marjorie!
Yes, Unky?
You take those decorations over to Adeline?
Yes, Unky, and her living room looks awfully cute. Just like a hat store.
Well, that's nice. Well, we got a lot of things to do if we're going to open by 3 o'clock. Let's see. Marjorie, you can call the florist.
All right.
Can't have a big opening without flowers. And tell them to send plenty of roses. If we have any left over, we can sew them on a hat. Did you call the musicians about wearing their tuxedos?
Yes, but the cello player doesn't have one.
Oh, well, he can hide behind his cello.
Uncle Mort, don't you think it's a little silly to have a string trio?
Silly? No, I don't. Your old uncle knows what he's doing. Adeline's Hat Salon is going to be a fashionable hat shop. So we've got to have a fashionable opening. Just like those stylish stores in New York.
Oh, sure. Aren't you going down to the water department today?
No, taking the day off. In fact, I may not be at the water department much longer.
What?
Well, this hat business might grow into a pretty big thing. Before long, we might have a whole chain of hat stores. I might even change my name. Chapeaux by Pierre Gildersleeve.
Oh, Unky. I'll go make those phone calls.
Paris in the spring, tra-la, tra-la.
Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Did you get all your little jobs done over there, my boy?
Yeah, carried in all those hat boxes, helped Miss Fairchild move the tables around, and burnt the trash.
Oh, well, that's good. Now you can sweep the front walk.
Oh, Unc, I'm tired. Gee, it's your hat store. Why aren't you doing some of the work?
No, my boy, that's not the right attitude. Don't forget I'm doing the brain work, and that's the hardest job of all. Leroy?
Okay, I'll do it.
That's the spirit. And when you finish that, I'm going to give you $1.
A whole dollar?
Yeah. Will that make you feel better?
Sure. I'm not tired now.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, my boy, this opening could lead to big things. You may not know it, but you're gazing at the future hat king of America.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Chapeaux by Pierre Gildersleeve. Oui, oui, madame. Oui, oui, mademoiselle. Ooh, la la.
Boy, what a character.
Yeah. Better see how Mademoiselle Bertie's getting along with the refreshments. Paris in the spring, tra-la, tra-la.
Oh, hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Bonjour, Bertie.
Huh?
Yeah. How's everything coming out here?
Just fine. Got the sandwiches all made. Little bitty ones like you told me.
That's right, Bertie. Canopies. That's what they always serve at fashionable openings.
Sure sounds like it's going to be a fancy affair.
Well, that's the way you have to do these things, Bertie. I figured it all out. By having a ritzy opening, I got a big social leader like Mrs. Pettibone to come.
Miss Pettibone? I thought you and her didn't get along so good.
Well, she is a little on the stuck-up side, but business is business, Bertie. She's president of the Women's Club. Carries a lot of weight in this town.
Yes, sir.
If we get her for a customer, the women will be flocking into our hat shop. We'll be selling hats like hotcakes. And some of them look like hotcakes.
Now, you sure were smart to figure that all out, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, you have to use your head in the hat business. Glad you liked it. Well, guess I better get over and see if Miss Fairchild needs any advice. Yeah, she's a lucky girl to have Pierre Gildersleeve for a partner. Paris in the spring, tra-la, tra-la.
What a man!
Hello, Throckmorton.
Good morning, partner. Well, looks like we're ready for business.
Does it really look all right?
Wonderful, Adeline. And those hats you made are really beautiful. Yes, sir. You've certainly got the artistic touch.
Well, it sort of runs in the family, I guess. My Aunt Clementine was a famous artist in Savannah.
She was?
Yes, she used to paint rosebuds on teacups.
Oh, that's all. Well, Adeline, with your talent and my business ability, we'll make a fortune in this place between now and Easter.
I suppose so. I am a little nervous, though. I didn't know my little hat shop was going to have such a fancy opening.
You just leave everything to old Uncle Throckmorton. A big opening like this will start us off with a bang. Why, Mrs. Pettibone alone will bring in half the women in this town.
Throckmorton.
Yes?
Mrs. Pettibone isn't coming to the opening.
What? Why not?
We had a spat at the women's club last night.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, she started it. I didn't.
But, Adeline, what happened?
Well, I overheard her make a remark about my dress. You know, my old-fashioned organdy with the bows.
What did she say?
She said it looked like something left over from Gone with the Wind.
But, Adeline, this is no time to quarrel with Mrs. Pettibone.
Throckmorton, that's an insult to the entire South. So I told her in her Yankee clothes she looked like General Grant's grandmother. She thinks she's so stylish, I can outdress her any day.
But, Adeline, this will ruin the opening if she doesn't come.
I don't care.
But you're upsetting all my plans. We'll lose a lot of customers.
If we have to depend on that Yankee for customers, I'd just as soon close up.
Close up? We haven't even opened yet. Adeline, you can't do this. Remember, I've got $200 in this hat shop. We need Mrs. Pettibone.
Well, I just don't want to hear any more about it. If she doesn't want to come, she doesn't have to.
But
I haven't got time to stand around here talking about it. I've got some work to do out back. See you later, Papa.
What a partner. I wonder if Sears had this much trouble with Roebuck. Just got to patch things up with Mrs. Pettibone some way. Let's see. I wonder if I took her over one of these hats as a little peace offering. It might work. I'll pick out a nice one. Here's one. Got an ostrich feather on it. Just the thing for Mrs. Pettibone. She's got a neck like an ostrich. Yeah. Well, I'll try it. I got nothing to lose. Onward, Pierre Gildersleeve. Hope Mrs. Pettibone is home. I'll just flatter her a little bit. Make her think. What's that? Oh, Mrs. Pettibone's dog. His nose is turned up just like hers. Get away, dog. Get away from that hat box. Let go of that. Let go of that, you little punch.
Gildersleeve.
What? Oh, hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
What are you doing to my dog?
Oh, nothing. He won't let go of my hat box.
Well, you must have frightened him. Come here, Rollo.
Rollo.
Did the big fat man scare you?
Oop.
Well, here's your hat box, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good day.
Oh, Mrs. Pettibone.
Yes?
Guess what's in the hat box?
What?
A lady's hat.
Really? Are you selling hats door to door now?
Oh, no. No. It's a gift for you.
A gift?
Yes. I thought, that is, Miss Fairchild thought you might like to have it.
Miss Fairchild? No, thank you.
What?
After the remarks she made at the club last night.
Oh, well, Adeline's sorry about that.
I look like General Grant's grandmother.
You do? I mean, no, you don't. Adeline was only kidding. In fact, she insisted that I bring over this little peace offering.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're not just saying that, so I'll attend your opening this afternoon, are you?
No. But I want you to just look at this hat. Here, I'll open the box. There. Isn't that a beauty?
Well, it is rather nice. Oh, and it has an ostrich feather.
Yeah. Came from a real ostrich. Looks like it was just made for you. Why don't you try the hat on, Mrs. Pettibone?
Well, all right.
Why, Mrs. Pettibone, it looks beautiful on you.
It does? Well, I just look at myself in the window here. Well, it does look rather chic, doesn't it?
Chic? Oh, yes. Mrs. Pettibone, it's a mighty good thing you're not coming to the opening this afternoon.
What?
Why, you look so beautiful in that hat, our customers would spend all their time admiring you.
Oh. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, on second thought, I will attend your opening.
Well, if you insist. See you at 3 o'clock.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Mrs. Pettibone. I made it. Adeline, where is she? Adeline!
Is that you, Throckmorton?
Yes.
I'll be right there.
All right, take your time. Well, Gildersleeve, you did it again. I certainly have a way with women. Look at all these hats. Money, 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 money. Women sure put some strange things on their heads. Well, if they're silly enough to buy them, we're silly enough to sell them. Look at this one. Looks like a soup strainer with a veil on it. And I think I'll try this on just for fun. Here, take a look in the mirror here. Very chic. Well, I look as good as Mrs. Pettibone anyway.
Anybody here?
The judge.
Well, pardon me, madam. Haven't I seen you someplace before?
All right, Hooker.
You look very fetching in that hat, Gildy. Would you care to go to the movies with me tonight?
All right, you skinny old goat. Stick around. We can use you for a hat rack.
Very amusing. Well, I see you're all ready for the grand opening.
Yes.
I understand it's going to be quite a social event. Newspaper photographers, a string trio, everything very ultra.
Naturally. When I do something, I do it right.
Oh, too bad Mrs. Pettibone isn't coming.
What?
I hear she and Miss Fairchild had a little spat at the women's club last night.
Is that so? Well, that's ancient history, Methuselah. I just went over to Mrs. Pettibone's, gave her a hat with an ostrich feather on it, and the whole thing is patched up.
Oh, it is?
You bet. Nothing to it. I just happen to have a way with women, Judge.
Throckmorton. Oh, hello, Judge.
How do you do, Miss Fairchild?
Throckmorton, I don't know where I put that hat. I've been looking all over for it.
What hat?
The one with the ostrich feather.
The one with an ostrich feather?
Yes, I made that one especially for myself to wear to the opening this afternoon.
Well, you did?
When my picture's in the paper tomorrow in that stylish hat, Mrs. Pettibone will just turn green.
Oh?
Have you seen it, Throckmorton?
Gildy, isn't that the hat you gave to Mrs. Pettibone?
What? You gave my hat to Mrs. Pettibone?
Well, it was just a little gift, Adeline. That's how I got her to come to the opening.
She's coming here?
Well, yes. You see...
I'm warning you, Throckmorton. If that Yankee woman comes here wearing my hat, my Savannah temper's gonna boil right over.
Oh, but Adeline, you wouldn't make a scene, would you?
Oh, wouldn't I? I'm liable to rip that hat right off of her head.
Gods, Adeline, you'll ruin the opening.
I don't care. There's gonna be another civil war, and this time the South's gonna win.
Well, Gildy, you certainly have a way with women.
Why did I ever want to get in the hat business?
Bertie, do you know what taste buds are?
Taste buds? I never heard of them.
Well, it's like this. When you take one of your crisp homemade rolls from the oven and spread some parquet on it to try out the flavor.
I sure love testing them rolls with parquet. Sometimes I test 2 or 3 at one sitting.
Well, it's your taste buds that tell you the flavor is okay.
Okay, Bud. Okay, Mr. Wall. I don't know what you call them, but...
Taste buds, Bertie.
Well, they ought to call them taste like it should cost twice as much, Bud, because that's the way parquet tastes to me.
It's a luxury flavor, all right, Bertie. Light, delicate, and delicious. And the reason is parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. Yet with all its flavor and with all the nourishment and the 15,000 units of essential vitamin A you get in every pound of parquet, with all that, Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread. Friends, if you want to have a real treat, serve Parquet tomorrow.
Sure, you just sit down at the table and say, okay, bud, here comes that parquet.
That's Parkay, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much. Well, the great Gildersleeve is learning that every hat does not have a silver lining. In fact, the hat with the ostrich feather on top is giving him a headache. Right now, he's nervously ringing Mrs. Pettibone's doorbell in a last-minute attempt to avert a civil war in the hat shop this afternoon.
Yeah, pretty bell. I can just talk her into taking this hat with a veil. Maybe she'll give me back the one with the ostrich feather. Guess she's not home. What am I going to do? I just got to get that. Hey, what's that in the window there? On the table. It's a hat. The one with the ostrich feather. The window's open, too. Wonder if I could reach in. No, that wouldn't be right. I don't know, though. I can put this hat in its place. A fair exchange is no robbery. This will fix everything. I'll just bend down here and reach in. Can't quite make it. Have to lean in a little farther. Feathers tickling my nose. Come to Throckmorton, you little...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Pettibone. Oh, you're back.
What are you doing with your head in my window?
I was just looking for the water meter. Time to read it, you know.
The water meter is under the house.
Oh, yeah. Newfangled invention. Mrs. Pettibone, I've been thinking. That hat with the ostrich feather doesn't quite suit your personality, so I brought you this hat instead. I think you'd look much better with a veil. I mean, it's more stylish.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I simply adore the hat you gave me.
You do?
Oh, yes, indeed. The ostrich feather seems to do something for me.
Oh, then you wouldn't consider giving it back.
Oh, no. Why, no one could take that hat away from me now. I'd just like to see them try.
You will.
Well, good day, Mr. Gildersleeve. See you at the opening in my new hat.
Wonder if they will fight over that hat. Adeline sounded awfully determined. So did Mrs. Pettibone. Could be another battle of Bull Run. Well, maybe I'm worrying about nothing. I always worry so much. Adeline will calm down, I think. Yeah, better drop into Peavy's. Check on that ice cream. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I suppose you're all ready for the grand opening this afternoon?
Yes. Just wanted to remind you, Peavy, don't forget to send out the ice cream.
1 gallon of vanilla, 1 gallon tutti frutti. It'll be there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good.
Like me to send out anything else for the opening?
Hmm?
Some iodine and bandages might come in handy.
What?
Just in case there's any trouble.
Oh. I see the judge has been broadcasting again.
Well,
Peavy, I don't think Adeline and Mrs. Pettibone will make a scene. Do you?
Well, I guess they won't.
No. Mrs. Pettibone is a refined society lady.
Yes.
Adeline is a charming southern woman.
Yes.
And two women like that wouldn't fight over a little thing like a hat.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
They would not, Peavy. I know women.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either.
Let's be logical about this. Now, you take your own wife. Would Mrs. Peavy fight about a hat with an ostrich feather?
No, I don't think she would.
There.
She doesn't like ostrich feathers.
What?
They give her hay fever.
Oh, my goodness. Peavy, the opening of this hat shop means a lot to me. I've got $200 invested in that thing.
Yes?
If anything happens this afternoon, it'll be awful. Peavy, if you were in my shoes, what would you do?
Well, I'd take along the iodine and bandages.
Oh, goodbye.
Well, if it ain't the commish.
Hello, Floyd. Give me a quick shave.
Okay, hop right up in the chair. There you are. All set for the big opening today, commish?
Huh? Oh, yes.
Just before the battle, Mother.
Floyd.
I bet that'll be a lulu of a scrap, all right. What are you going to do, commish, referee?
All right, Floyd. Just get on with the shave.
Okay. Too bad you got to close up the hat shop the same day you open.
We're not closing. In fact, the opening is going to be a huge success.
Commish, did you ever see two dames fight over a hat?
No, I haven't.
Well, I did once. Down to Hogan Brothers. Two gals got their eyes on the same hat, and they started tussling over it. Boy, you should have seen them. They almost wrecked the whole store.
They did?
Yep, knocked out two floor walkers, too.
Two floor walkers?
Yeah, I can just see what's going to happen at your opening. Everybody acting very refined and high class, and them fiddles playing soft music. Da-da-da-dum, dum-dum, da-dum. And then, bang, Mrs. Pettibone walks in and the fight starts.
Floyd.
Before you know it, the joint's in an uproar. Hats flying through the air, dames screaming. Then the riot squad comes.
Floyd, stop that.
Then tomorrow it's all over the front page. Riot in hat shop. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve found unconscious with an ostrich feather in his hand.
Oh.
Hey, where you going, Commish? I didn't finish your shave.
Never mind. I'll shave myself. Almost 3 o'clock. I could better go in the hat shop. Can't stand out here in front all day. Customers will start coming in a few minutes. This frock coat's kind of tight. Well, guess I'll have to get another one anyway. This one will probably get torn up when the fight starts. Well, here goes. Might as well go in and face the music. Hello, Leroy.
Gee, you look swell in that outfit. Just like a floor walker.
Leroy, don't say that.
Hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bertie.
I got all the food ready.
That's nice.
Yes, sir, I'm ready. Just let them come.
Yeah, let them come.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I know this is going to be like a real society opening.
Yeah.
And when Miss Pettibone walks in, that'll be the finishing touch.
It sure will.
Yes, sir, it's going to be a knockout.
I wonder what round. Bertie, have you seen Miss Fairchild?
She's out in the kitchen fixing some flowers.
Oh. Oh, well, I better go out there, I guess. Oh? Musicians are here, huh? Yasha Mitz and his ensemble. Better go out and see Adeline. Maybe she's forgotten all about this Pettibone business.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
I'm just fixing this last vase of flowers, and then we'll be all ready for the opening. I'm so thrilled, aren't you, partner?
Yeah. Partner.
Yes?
I suppose you've forgotten all about your little tiff with Mrs. Pettibone.
I've done no such thing.
Huh?
I'm going to take care of her, all right.
Well, what are you going to do?
She'll wish she'd never seen that hat with the ostrich feather.
Hey, Aunt.
What is it, Leroy?
A lot of women are out there, and Mrs. Pettibone just came in.
Where are you going, Adeline?
Out of my way, Throckmorton, and I hope she's wearing that hat.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong, Aunt?
Oh, no, everything's fine, Leroy. Say, was Mrs. Pettibone wearing a hat with an ostrich feather on it?
Yeah, she sure looked funny.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll see you later, Leroy.
Hey, Aunt, what are you going out the back door for? That's the wrong way.
That's what you think. Hi. Goodbye. Here I am, Adeline, in the den.
Throckmorton, where have you been? And why did you run over here to your house?
Well,
We had a wonderful opening.
We did? Who won? I mean,
We had an awfully big crowd, took pictures for the newspapers, and we got a lot of orders for hats.
But didn't you and Mrs. Pettibone have a fight?
Of course not, silly.
But she wore your hat with the ostrich feather.
I know that. And she looked so nice, I talked her into wearing it in the Easter parade.
Well, then everything's all right between you two?
Well, I didn't say that.
Huh?
I'm going to get even all right. I have a little plan. I'm going to make 24 hats with ostrich feathers and sell them for Easter.
You are?
Mm-hmm. Just wait till the stylish Mrs. Pettibone sees all those other women wearing hats just like hers. That Easter parade will look like an ostrich farm.
Yeah. Adeline, you're a little minx.
Maybe I am.
You know, you were right about Mrs. Pettibone.
What?
She does look a little like General Grant's grandmother.
A cup of steaming coffee and golden brown waffles covered with parquet. There's a combination that would be hard to beat on any February morning. And parquet margarine is as nourishing to your system as it is delicious to your taste. Get some parquet tomorrow, or at the latest before those big leisurely Saturday or Sunday breakfasts you'll probably have this weekend. And as you take big, generous helpings of parquet, remember, it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread. That's all the more reason for enjoying that light, delicate flavor, that luxury flavor you get when you eat parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That Parkay, parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Well, looks like this hat business is going to be all right. We had a wonderful opening yesterday after all.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Pettibone. Oh, hello, Rollo.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, a terrible thing happened this morning.
Oh, what's that?
Naughty little Rollo got hold of my hat with the ostrich feather and chewed it all up. Isn't that a shame?
Oh, yeah.
Now I won't be able to wear it in the Easter parade. I know Miss Fairchild will be dreadfully disappointed.
You don't know the half of it.
What's that?
Nothing.
Rollo, did you sneeze?
I guess that ostrich feather gave him hay fever. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Here's a real bargain. An all-aluminum Silent Butler. $1.50 retail value, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabst label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now today, just get either regular Pabst or the new Pabst 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler valued at $1.50 for only 50 cents.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, after his little flyer in the ladies' hat business, the great Gildersleeve has finally settled down to earth again. Yes, he's given up his interest in Adeline's hat salon, and he's decided to plunge back into the water department. We find our man of action up bright and early this morning, charging down the stairs.
Bertie! Bertie!
Yes, sir? You up already, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Of course, Bertie. Is breakfast ready?
Breakfast? No, sir. It ain't due for a half hour yet. You didn't tell me you was getting up early.
Well, it is a little earlier than usual, but I've got a lot of things to do, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
I woke the children up, too. They'll be right down. So if you'll just hurry breakfast along a little.
Yes, sir. I'd have had it ready now if you just let me know. You can have breakfast any time you want it. All you got to do is let me know.
Yes. Well, this is a great idea, getting an early start like this. I'll really make up for lost time. Good morning, children.
Hi. Unky, why do we have to have breakfast at this unearthly hour?
Now, Marjorie, it's only half an hour earlier than usual.
Yeah, I need my sleep, Unc. I'm just a growing boy.
Yes, indeed, Leroy. Won't hurt you children to get up early once in a while. It's good for you.
Oh, sure. Gee, breakfast isn't even ready yet.
Well, it will be in a minute. Come on now. Let's sit down at the table.
Okay. Uncle Mort, what's gotten into you all of a sudden?
What? Nothing, my dear. It's just that I realize I've been neglecting my duties as water commissioner these past few weeks. Well, that's all over. From now on, I'm going to devote my full time to the water department. I'm going to be a water commissioner that Summerfield can be proud of.
Hooray!
Thank you. Leroy, watch it, young man. I'm serious about this. I'm even going to work before I get to the office. On my way down there, I'm going to collect a water bill.
You are?
Yeah, it's 3 months overdue. Some singing teacher, a Madam Bertha Kimmel, probably very bohemian, can't be bothered with water bills. Well, I'll show her. She'll either pay this bill or she'll have to dig a well in the backyard.
That's great, Unc. When do we eat?
Eat? Oh, yes. Wonder what Bertie's doing out there. Bertie!
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, we're waiting for breakfast.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it ready yet?
No, sir, it ain't ready. But it would have been if you told me beforehand. All you got to do is let me know.
Yes, well.
I ain't got no way of knowing when you want breakfast unless you tell me. All you got to do is let me know.
Okay, Bertie.
I ain't no mind reader.
I know that.
I ain't no gypsy fortune teller.
Bertie,
I ain't got no crystal ball.
I understand, Bertie.
All you got to do is let me know.
Please, Bertie.
You can have breakfast anytime you want it.
Thank you, Bertie.
If you want it, I can get it ready in the middle of the night. All you got to do is let me know.
Guess I should have let her know. That's Madam Kimmel's place, I guess. That little cottage in there. Place looks pretty run down. Singing teacher, huh? Oh, my goodness, listen to her. Sounds like the noon whistle down at the sawmill. Come on, Madam Kimmel, stop gargling and answer the door.
Yeah? What is it, please?
Oh, Mrs. Kimmel. I mean, Madam Kimmel?
Yeah?
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. What a funny name.
Yes, well, I wanted to talk to you about the water.
Water? Thank you, I don't need any. I have plenty.
No, I want to talk to you about your water bill. You owe us some money.
Oh? I owe you money.
Yeah. In fact, I've got your bill right here. You owe us...
Come in. I do not understand these things. You can explain it, no?
I can explain it, yes.
Good.
thank you. You see, Madam Kimmel, you owe for 3 months. That comes to...
Sit down, Mr. Gildersleeve. Make yourself comfortable.
Well...
Here, I take the bird cage off the chair.
Oh, yeah. Can't sit on the birdcage. Madam, I'm a very busy man, and I'm in a hurry to get to my office. Unless you want us to... Well, if you want the service, I must ask you to pay this bill in full. $9.50.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll tell you a little secret.
What's that?
I do not have any money.
You don't have any money?
No. Oh, but do not worry. I have plenty soon. Then I get my call from the Metropolitan Opera Company.
Opera Company?
Yeah. I'm a singing teacher only temporarily. I am really a star of the opera.
You are?
But yeah, I sing them all in my day. The Cigarette Girl in Carmen. Yeah.
Madam Kimmel.
Oh, Mimi in La Boheme.
Yeah.
Oh, this I could sing all day.
Yes, but Madam Kimmel, about this water
And
bill.
then I sang Brunhilde in Siegfried. I say, Why, when they heard to me all over Europe.
I'll bet they did.
So, when they make out the contract, send me the money. I pay your water bill like nothing. Okay?
Yeah, no, it isn't okay. That is, if you can't pay your water bill, we'll simply have to disconnect your service. It's a rule of the department.
Oh?
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Kimmel, but business is business.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you American men, all you talk is business.
Well...
And you have the face of an artist, too.
Huh?
I knew a tenor in Naples who looks just like you. A very handsome man.
Really?
But, of course, you don't sing.
Well, I sing a little. Indian love call, things like that.
You do? Oh, I might have known it. Mr. Gildersleeve, sing for Madame Kimmel.
Oh,
Come on, stand up. Now, sing.
Well, just one chorus. When I'm calling you, will you answer too?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Why, you have a wonderful voice. Why, you could sing opera.
Me?
Of course. Why, you even have a stomach like an opera singer.
Well, I could never really sing opera.
Not now, but if you work and study, I have an idea. I could give you singing lessons.
What?
I make you another Caruso.
Well, thank you, but I don't think...
I can see you now, at the Metropolitan. You are the toreador in Carmen, in the red cape. You sing. You are a sensation. When you finish, the audience applauds wildly. Bravo, Gildersleeve! Bravo, Gildersleeve!
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to take just a few lessons. If Margaret Truman can do it, I can.
Good. Now, why don't we start right now?
Well, I ought to get down to the water department, but what the heck?
All right, we commence. Oh, I almost forgot. I charge $10 per lesson in advance.
$10?
Yeah. For an opera lesson, that is nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, here you are.
Thank you. Now, I give it back to you.
What?
For the water bill. $9.50, was it not?
Yes, but...
There you are. You may keep the change.
Change.
Now, we commence the lesson. Sing after me, please. From the diaphragm. Good. Now this time, watch your legato.
Huh? Oh, yes, my legato. Well, Madam Kimmel told me this morning I should practice for an hour after dinner. Better get right on it. I'm going to be an opera star someday.
Don't you feel well?
Huh?
Oh, what's the matter? You got a stomach
Leroy, I feel fine.
You got indigestion, Mr. Gildersleeve? I'll get the baking soda.
For heaven's sake, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just practicing my singing lesson.
Huh? Singing lesson?
Yes, it's just possible that I may go in the Grand Opera.
Opera?
Uncle Mort. Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. Someday you'll all be shouting, "Bravo, Gildersleeve!"
Oh, for God's sake. Opera? What next?
Good morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you? Cigars?
No, thank you, Peavy. I've given up cigars.
Oh? Economizing again?
No, it isn't that. I just don't want to take any chances of spoiling my legato.
How's that?
Yeah. Skip it, Peavy. I want you to listen to this. Well?
Yeah? What?
How does that sound?
Sounds like the scale.
Yep. I know it's the scale, but doesn't it sound different?
No, sounds like the same old scale to me.
I'm not talking about that. Didn't you notice something different about my voice? Peavy, I'm singing from the diaphragm now.
Oh? Well, every man to his own choice, I guess.
Yes, but I'm taking singing lessons.
Well, that's a good idea. I've noticed you've been sounding a little flat lately.
Is that so? Well, for your information, Richard Q. Peavy, one of these days I may be singing in Grand Opera.
Opera? My. What are you going to sing? The trolley song from Carmen?
Oh.
You get it? Trolley song from
Carmen, yes.
That was a little witticism. Trolley, car.
I know, Peavy.
I thought it was rather humorous.
Oh.
Well. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Hello, Hooker.
Gildy. Well, if it isn't our esteemed water commissioner.
Yes,
Well, I'm glad I found you two jolly boys together. I have some wonderful news.
Oh?
What's that?
Our quartet has been asked to sing at a big social affair at the Moose Hall next Friday night.
Well.
You ought to be a big hit there, Gildy. You look like a moose.
Very funny.
They've asked me to take charge, so I'm calling a rehearsal at our clubhouse tonight. We'll go over some of our quartet numbers. So I'll see you both there at 8 o'clock sharp.
I'm afraid you won't see me there, Horace.
What?
Yeah, looks as though the Jolly Boys Quartet will have to struggle along without me from now on.
Gildy, what are you talking about?
Well, that kind of singing is all right for you fellas, but I've got to save my voice for finer things.
What?
Mr. Gildersleeve is studying for an operatic career.
Opera? That's the silliest idea I ever heard of.
Oh, I don't know. Some people think I sound just like Caruso.
Caruso?
Yes. You're looking at a future star of Grand Opera.
You sing Grand Opera? Why, you can't even remember the words of My Gal Sal.
Oh! Now, look here, you old goat.
Gentlemen.
Just because I won't sing in your small-time quartet.
Mr. Gildersleeve, that's an insult to the Jolly Boys.
Yes.
You fellows are just jealous. You'll be sorry someday when I leave Summerfield and go to New York. You'll miss me.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh! Goodbye.
Bertie, you keep talking about testing parquet margarine.
Uh-huh.
Well, you eat parquet all the time anyway. What's the reason for testing it?
Well, I guess I just like to. Like when I test it out on them sweet potatoes before I serve them. I sure do enjoy that test. Same way when I try parquet out on hot waffles. That's a wonderful test, I'm telling you.
You mean you enjoy testing parquet's taste?
Yes, sir. I keep on testing parquet because that margarine tastes so good. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
No doubt about it, Bertie. Parquet has a wonderfully light, delicate flavor. A luxury flavor. And, friends, here's the reason for it. Parquet margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. Yet, for all its delightful flavor, Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. So, friends, we'd like to ask you to try Parquet on your own waffles or rolls or bread. See if you don't agree with Bertie about the wonderful flavor of Parquet margarine. See if you don't agree that Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parkay margarine made by Kraft. Well, our budding opera star, the great Gildersleeve, is a little upset tonight. He's still determined to win fame, but he doesn't want to lose the friendship of the Jolly Boys. Right now, he's climbing the stairs to their clubhouse over Floyd's barber shop.
Better go up and apologize to Peavy and the judge, I guess. Hope they're not still mad at me. After all, the Jolly Boys are the best friends I've got, even if I can't sing with them anymore. Listen to him. Oh, my goodness. The judge is off key again. They do need me, all right. Well, it's too bad. I've got to save my voice for my career. You just have to understand. Well, hello, fellas.
Now, look who's here.
Hello, Judge. Hello, Floyd.
How do you do, Caruso?
How are you, Chief?
Well, how's the big opera star tonight?
Well, hello, Peavy. Peavy, aren't you going to say anything to me?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Aren't you in the wrong place, Gildy? This isn't the Metropolitan Opera House.
No, we're just a small-time quartet.
Now, fellas, you've got to let me explain. I'm still a jolly boy, just because I can't sing with you.
Oh, we couldn't expect you to sing with us. You got to save your voice for that high-class stuff like the quartet from Rigor Mortis.
Yeah. Fellas, you've got to understand.
Well, if you'll excuse us, Gildy, we're rehearsing our program for Friday night.
All right, I'll just hang around, and when you get through, fellas, maybe we can have a little card game. Huh? What do you say?
Well...
I don't know, Commish.
What?
Gildy, I'm afraid I have a painful duty to perform.
Hmm?
Since you seem to feel that you are too good to sing in our Jolly Boys quartet, perhaps you're too good to associate with our humble members.
But, Judge, I don't feel that way.
Well, we do. So on behalf of the Jolly Boys, I accept your resignation.
Resignation?
You've
Judge...
made your choice, Gildy. You've chosen fame instead of friendship. So there's nothing more to say except goodbye.
Judge, fellas...
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Go on, Commish.
And best wishes from Peavy's Pharmacy.
So you just go your way, Gildy, and we'll go ours.
Well, okay, if that's the way you feel. It's all right with me. I don't care. I got a lot of other friends. I don't have to be a jolly boy. I'll join the Moose. Yeah?
Ma, you're home early.
I guess so.
Uncle Mort, what's the matter?
Marjorie, your old uncle is no longer a jolly boy.
What?
They don't want to have anything to do with me. Just because I can't sing in the quartet anymore.
Can't sing in the quartet? Why not?
Well, I have to save my voice for finer things.
Oh, Unky, you're not taking this opera thing seriously.
There's nothing funny about it, Marjorie. Madam Kimmel thinks my voice has a lot of promise. Someday I might sing at the Metropolitan.
Oh, sure. Uncle Mort, why don't you forget all about this opera business and make up with the Jolly Boys? You know you want to.
Well, if they want to be like that, it's all right with me. They'll be sorry someday.
You poor darling. Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night, my dear. Nobody understands. Well, I guess we great artists have to go through these things. I wonder if Nelson Eddy had this much trouble. Well, let everybody laugh at me now. I'll show them. If I work hard, study, someday I will be singing at the Metropolitan.
You betcha.
can just see it. It's opening night. I'm making my debut.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to you from the Diamond Horseshoe of the Metropolitan Opera House. A capacity crowd is here tonight to hear the debut of the sensational new American baritone, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Among the special guests here tonight are the Jolly Boys from Summerfield. In just a moment, we're ready to begin. A hush falls over the expectant crowd. The curtains part. Mr. Gildersleeve is standing there confident, poised, his manly figure clothed in a red cape. He's about to sing the trolley song from Carmen. The Toreador song.
Toreador, atiento, toreador, toreador, non ampliar che uno chattopador, admirate intento, y que aspetta amor, toreador, aspetta amor, toreador, toreador, aspetta Thank you. Thank you. Hello, TV. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody at the door. Darn it. Just when I was taking my 6th curtain call. Wonder who this is.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Madam Kimmel, come in.
Thank you.
I just sang at the Metropolitan. In Italian, too.
What?
Nothing. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, this certainly is a pleasant surprise. You're coming to see me?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've come to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yeah, I just received a wire. I got my job in New York.
Well, that's very nice, but what about my singing lessons? You were going to make me an opera star.
Mr. Gildersleeve, Madam Kimmel must tell you the truth. For 1,000,000 years you could study and still you couldn't sing opera.
What? But you said my voice had promise.
I know. Madam Kimmel is a naughty girl. What could I do, Mr. Gildersleeve? It was either tell you that or you turn off my water. Your voice isn't bad. It's good enough for singing in what you call barbershop quartets. But for the opera, no. I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but don't feel bad. For 20 years I've worked to be an opera star. I never made it.
But, Madam Kimmel, you said you sang in opera all over Europe.
I did, but only in the chorus. In the back row. Now I'm too fat even for the chorus. So I'm taking this job as a cook in a little restaurant in New York.
A cook?
Yeah. I cook wonderful European style. I work a while in New York, and I send you back your $10. And I hope you forgive Madam Kimmel for telling you a little fib.
Oh, that's all right.
You are a nice man. Anyway, Mr. Gildersleeve, maybe we are happier this way. Me a cook, you a water commissioner. Goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wonder if the Jolly Boys will take me back.
Well, you back, Gildy?
Yeah, you got to give me another chance.
What's that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I was all wrong, fellas. Madam Kimmel told me I couldn't be an opera singer in 1,000,000 years.
I could have told you that, Gildy.
Yeah, you were right. This is where I belong, fellas, in the Jolly Boys Quartet. Please take me back.
What do you think, gentlemen?
Well, I guess the commissioner's learned his lesson.
Sure. Welcome back, Commissioner.
Gee, thanks, Jolly Boys.
It's all right, Gildy.
And believe me, I'll never do another silly thing like this as long as I live.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Come on, fellas.
For it's always fair weather when good fellows get together.
Sure is.
With a stein on the table. And
Taste comes first in a spread for bread. And parquet margarine has such a light, delicate luxury flavor that you might not even suspect how nourishing it is. It might not even occur to you that every pound of parquet is reinforced with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Next time you're at the store, get parquet for its luxury flavor, its unusually large nutritional value. Yes, and for its economy, too. After all, this same delicious margarine costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. That's Parkay, Parquet, the margarine made by Kraft. Parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Leroy.
Yeah? What do you want, Unc?
Leroy, there's something very special about this week. You know what it is?
Sure. Washington's birthday, and I got out of school yesterday.
That's one thing. But this is also American Brotherhood Week.
What's that, Unc?
Well, it's just a way of reminding us that all Americans, young and old, must join in the fight against religious and racial prejudice. You can do your part at school, Leroy, by judging your classmates as individuals, not by their religion or nationality. Remember, it has taken many different kinds of people, Leroy, to make America great. Brotherhood is more than just a word. It means all of us working together in the American tradition of tolerance, freedom, and understanding. Let's all remember that, folks. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, Richard LeGrand, Hope Emerson, Ken Christie, and Arthur Q. Bryan. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's a real bargain, an all-aluminum silent butler. $1.50 retail value, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabst label. This silent butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now, today, just get either regular Pabst or the new Pabst 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum silent butler valued at $1.50 for only 50 cents.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing in Summerfield. The great Gildersleeve left his home a few minutes ago, headed for Peavy's Pharmacy, so let's drop in and wait for him there. Well, there's the great man's little nephew, Leroy, sitting at the counter polishing off a soda. And daintily perched beside him is that pretty little girl who was visiting in the Bullard home across the street. Leroy with a girl?
I just love to have sodas with you, Leroy. You're so sweet to buy them for me. Mine was simply perfect.
Yeah, you make swell sodas, Mr. Peavy.
Well, they sound good.
Gosh, Brenda, you haven't even finished yours. There's half an inch left in the bottom.
My mother says it isn't polite to drink sodas way down to the nose. Huh? She says if you haven't had enough, the polite thing to do is to ask for another one.
Another one?
2 more, Leroy?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, Mr. Peavy. Let's see here.
If you don't have the cash with you, why don't you charge it?
Charge it?
In Baltimore, Mother and I have charge accounts all over the town.
Yeah? But, gee...
I'm making the sodas, Leroy. I think I know somebody I can charge them to.
Gosh, thanks, Mr. Peavy. I'll try to settle with him later.
You're making the same kind, aren't you, Mr. Peavy?
Oh, yes. 2 strawberry agonies coming up.
Isn't this fun, Leroy?
Yeah.
I just love coming to the drugstore with you.
My. Well, here you are. 2 double strawberry agonies made according to the young lady's prescription.
Just like they make them in Baltimore.
Baltimore must be quite a town.
Oh, gosh, here comes Uncle Mort. Hurry up, Brenda. We gotta go.
Why?
Well, I'd rather talk to Unc about this thing in private.
Well, hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, look who's here.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy. Aren't you going to introduce me to your little friend?
Oh, sure. This is Brenda Knickerbocker, Unc. We were having a soda. I'll talk to you later about things. Let's go, Brenda.
Yes. No, wait a minute, Leroy. How do you do, Brenda?
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You're Mr. Bullard's little niece, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
From Baltimore.
Mother and I are visiting Uncle Rumson.
Come on, Brenda.
But, Leroy, I haven't finished my soda.
Well, you said your mother doesn't think it's polite to finish them. Come on, let's go.
Well, we can always come back for another one. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye.
So long, Unc. Thanks, Mr. Peavy.
Call again.
Little Leroy. Guess he was embarrassed being with a girl. Too bad I didn't get here earlier. I'd like to have bought him that soda.
Don't worry, you did.
What?
That's what Leroy was trying to tell you. It seems the young lady wheedled more sodas out of him than he was prepared to pay for.
Oh?
So I put the last round on your bill.
You did?
Of course. If that arrangement isn't satisfactory, the pharmacy will be glad to...
No, that's all right, Peavy. Just can't understand why he doesn't have the cash. It was only yesterday I gave him his June allowance. I better have a talk with that boy.
Well, money doesn't last long when you're buying strawberry agonies.
Strawberry what?
Agonies. Seems to be quite the rage in Baltimore. Tutti Frutti ice cream, chocolate syrup, pistachio ice cream, and strawberry syrup. You care to have one, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No thanks, Peavy.
I'd like to try one out on an adult.
No, Peavy. I'm no guinea pig.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Leroy ain't here, Miss Gildersleeve.
He isn't, Bertie? I I saw him half an hour ago, and he was on his way home from the drugstore.
Well, he's on his way back there now.
What?
Him and that cute little girl from across the street.
But where did Leroy get the money? Last time I saw him, he was broke.
Yes.
Bertie, has Leroy been borrowing money from you?
Me?
I don't want Leroy borrowing money.
I didn't say I lent him any money, Mr. Gildersleeve, but if I did, he promised to pay it right back.
Uh-huh.
Well, he did, Mr. Gildersleeve, right after he paid back Miss Marjorie.
Oh, has he been borrowing from Marjorie, too?
It costs money when you start buying girls' perfume. You know that.
Perfume? Not Leroy.
Well, you have to spend money if you travel in high society, Mr. Gildersleeve, and little Brenda's high society.
Perfume? I don't know what's come over that boy. He's never paid any attention to girls before.
He had no little cutie like her fan them eyelashes at him before.
What?
She sure is cute. You ought to see her turn it on, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just love to have sodas with you, Leroy.
What does Leroy say to that?
He just giggled.
Now I know I'm going to have a talk with that boy. I have a feeling he's letting a girl make a fool out of him. Look, here they come now.
Well, look at Leroy.
Oh, what's he walking on his hands for?
That's puppy love, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Puppy love, huh? Wonder if he walked on his hands all the way from the drugstore, 6 blocks. I better call him in before he cartwheels out of sight. Leroy.
What? Oh, hiya. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hello, Brenda.
Doesn't Leroy have a lot of talent?
Leroy, if you have a minute to spare, I'd like a word with you.
Sure. Goodbye, Brenda.
Goodbye. I just loved having that soda with you, Leroy.
Oh, brother.
And if you'd like to, I'd just love to go to the matinee tomorrow.
Leroy, will you please come in the house?
Okay. Goodbye, Brenda.
Goodbye, Leroy.
Leroy, step inside.
Sure. I didn't want to be rude, Unc.
Yes. Step into the den, my boy. I want to have a talk with you.
Okay.
Now then, Leroy, sit down.
If it's about those sodas at Mr. Petey's, I figured I'd pay you back out of my allowance.
It isn't just that, my boy. You borrowed from Bertie. You borrowed from Marjorie. You're living beyond your means, Leroy.
Yeah, I sure am.
Now then, tell your old uncle everything from the very beginning. Just how did this expensive friendship with little Brenda start?
Well, the day she and her mother came to visit the Bullards, I was showing her how I can stand on my head, and 50 cents rolled out of my pocket.
Yes?
And the next thing I knew, I was buying her a strawberry agony.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Leroy, she places entirely too much emphasis on money. I'm sure Brenda is a very nice little girl, but she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She probably doesn't realize that you can't afford these things. So why don't you take it easy, my boy?
But gosh, Unc, I like to be with her.
Leroy, what's gotten into you? You always avoided girls like poison ivy.
Yeah, but Brenda's different.
Different? In what way?
Well, she says such nice things to a guy.
Oh? What does she say?
Oh, you think it was silly.
Now, my boy, your old uncle understands these things. What does she say?
Well, she says I look like...
Like who?
Like Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck? Leroy, believe me, you don't look like Gregory Peck.
I know. He's taller.
Oh, Leroy, that little girl is just using flattery to get things out of you.
But,
It's an old trick, and you've got to learn to recognize it. Now, let's break it up before she breaks you, and me, too. I want you to promise me you'll stop throwing your money away.
Okay, Unc.
You and the little girl can play together all you want, but stop buying her perfume and things.
Okay. Unc.
What?
What'll I do with this pound box of candy?
Leroy, you haven't been buying candy, too.
Well, she said she just loves candy.
Sodas, movies, perfume. Give me that box of candy. I'm going over to Bullard's and have a talk with her mother about this. It's time they found out my nephews know Ali Khan.
Ransom,
Yes, Ellen?
do you mind driving Brenda downtown? She wants a new dress for tomorrow afternoon. She's going to the movies with Leroy.
She has to have a new dress to go see Hopalong Cassidy? My dear sister, don't you know you're spoiling that child?
Oh, Ransom Bullard.
She's just like you. She gets everything she wants.
Don't be silly. There are lots of things I haven't got. For instance, I don't even have a date for your party at the country club tomorrow night. That shouldn't happen to an attractive widow.
Oh, now, Ellen, really.
Surely there must be some dark and handsome, eligible bachelor around here.
Believe me, there's nobody in this neighborhood who fits that description.
What about Leroy's uncle across the street?
Ellen, I hate to sound uncharitable, but I will not have a bullet of Baltimore escorted by that blustering water buffalo.
He looks like he has possibilities to me.
Oh, Ellen, please.
I suppose I do sound like a desperate woman, but I just dare anything resembling a knight in shining armor to glance my way.
Oh, excuse me. I'll answer the door.
Well, hello, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
I came over to speak to Mrs. Knickerbocker about a personal matter.
Oh, no.
What?
Nothing. Come in, Gildersleeve.
Thank you.
She's in the living room. Our living room is this way.
It is? Oh, yes.
Ellen, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, my sister, Mrs. Knickerbocker.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How do you do, Mrs. Knickerbocker?
We were just talking about you.
You were?
Uh-huh.
Yes, we were. I was just telling Ellen what an unusual neighbor you are.
Oh, well, thank you. Mrs. Knickerbocker, I came over to have a chat with you about Leroy and little Brenda.
Oh, Brenda and Leroy. Well, if you'll excuse me, I can go now. But, Ellen...
Yes, Rumson?
Don't mistake blue serge for shining armor.
What did he mean by that?
Private joke.
Oh, well, Mrs. Knickerbocker, what I came over to talk to you about...
Oh, yes, little Brenda and Leroy. Isn't it wonderful they get along so well together? I consider her most fortunate to have Leroy for a playmate while she's here. He's such a perfect little gentleman.
He is? Oh, yes, he is.
Of course, after meeting his uncle, well, it's easy to see where he gets such sterling qualities.
Thank you.
A friendship like this is very valuable for Brenda.
Well, it's expensive for Leroy, too. I mean, valuable. What I mean to say is, I know little Brenda doesn't mean any harm, but she flatters Leroy quite a bit.
Oh?
Yes. For instance, she tells him he looks like Gregory Peck.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't consider that flattering. After seeing his uncle.
Huh?
Well, you're both dark and rugged and handsome features.
Well, he's taller than I am.
Well, he gives one that impression.
Well, that's the movies for you. Trick shots.
Oh, I knew you'd be a lot of fun. Oh, I hope I see you at the country club tomorrow night.
Country club? Well, I hadn't planned on being there.
Why not?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been such a busy public official, I haven't gotten around to joining the country club yet.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, you must come. The party won't be a success without you.
Well, thank you.
And you don't have to be a member to go tomorrow night.
But I understood that that's a big benefit dinner. All the seats are probably taken in advance.
The seat next to me isn't taken.
What's the matter? Is it broken?
No, silly. How frank do I have to be? I haven't an escort.
You haven't? Say, I just got a great idea. I don't want you to think I'm pushy, but why don't I escort you to that party?
I just love to go with you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, a great idea I had. Shall we say 7-ish?
Whatever you say.
7-ish, then. We don't want to be late for dinner. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, nearly forgot. Here's a box of candy I brought over.
Oh, for me? Jelly beans.
Jelly beans? Oh, I mean, it's for you to give to Brenda from little Leroy.
Oh.
Like you say, a grand little friendship they have. Goodbye, jelly beans at Leroy.
Bertie, I guess everybody who's tried it agrees about parquet margarine.
That's right, Mr. Wall.
Yep. I guess that we all agree that parquet is the margarine with a delicate luxury flavor that costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads.
You say it that way if you want to, Mr. Walls. You got a constitutional right to say it any way you want.
Well, Bertie, that's...
Me, I say parquet tastes real good. It tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, parquet margarine ought to taste that good. It's prepared like a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why parquet is so nutritious. And that's why it has such a light, sweet flavor, whether you use it on hot mashed potatoes or spread it on your Sunday biscuits.
Yes, sir. You got a constitutional right to say it that way if you want to.
Don't you see, Bertie? That's the way.
Parquet tastes so good. That's my way of saying it. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, friends, there's one thing that Bertie and I do agree on. And I think there's only one way to say it. We'd both like you to try parquet.
You're getting better all the time, Mr. Wall. Yes, sir.
That's Parkay, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, the wealthy mother and daughter visiting the Bullards are causing quite a commotion in the Gildersleeve home. The great man didn't think Leroy could afford so many soda fountain dates with the daughter, so he went over to complain and came back with a country club date with her mother. And this morning it's duly recorded in the Summerfield Indicator.
Listen to this, Unky. Society is agog over the dinner party tonight at the country club.
Marjorie, I read that.
I haven't. Read it to me, Marge.
Leroy each approves.
Okay. I think you should hear about your uncle's plunge into society, Leroy. Huh?
Marjorie?
Prominent visiting socialite, Mrs. Ellen Bullard Knickerbocker of Baltimore and Palm Beach.
Hey, that's Brenda's mother.
Will be escorted by Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. That's your uncle, Leroy, of Summerfield in the water department.
How do you like that?
All right, Marjorie, that'll be enough.
Hey, Unc, how come you're taking Brenda's mother to the country club when you won't even let me?
No, Leroy, I've had time to think it over, and I've changed my mind about the Knickerbockers.
Yeah?
By the way, here's $1.
Gosh, thanks. What's it for?
Well, you wanted to take little Brenda to the movies this afternoon, didn't you? I'm not the kind of an uncle who objects to a boy spending a little money on movies and sodas.
What a character.
Don't take too much hair off the top, Floyd, and leave the sideburns long like Gregory Peck.
Okay, Commish. I see by the society column you're breaking bread with the country club set tonight.
Well, I am going out there for dinner, if that's what you mean.
Escorting Mrs. Ellen Bullard Knickerbocker of Baltimore, I see.
Yep.
I've been giving this splurge of yours a little thought, Commish. How about letting me chauffeur you out there?
Floyd, I don't think I need a chauffeur to drive my car.
Commish, you mean you're taking your Baltimore Oriole to the country club in a 1937 touring car?
36.
How are you going to feel when you rattle up to the front portico behind all them Cadillacs and turn your keys over to a sneering attendant?
Now, Floyd...
Worse than that, how's the rich Mrs. Knickerbocker of Baltimore going to feel?
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, start thinking, Commish. Gee, when you take a classy dame like her to the country club, you got to go in style.
Well...
You're the city water commissioner stepping out. You're an important man.
Well, yes, I am.
Of course, your little pal, Floydie Munson, could get you out of this awkward situation.
Oh? What do you have in mind?
You know my brother Al that runs the used car lot?
No. Him.
Well, he just got in a 49 model half a block long. And I think if I slipped him $10 from you, he'd let us use it tonight.
Well, I don't know, Floyd.
Okay, just an idea. But if you'd rather be ostrich-sized...
Yep. it might be worth $10 at that.
Sure.
It won't be putting you out too much, will it, Floyd?
No, anything for a pal. Excuse me a minute, Commish, while I go out back and make a phone call.
Yeah, all right.
Hello, Al. He went for it. $10. Don't forget, I get half for driving.
Well, Gildersleeve, you look pretty handsome in your tux. Getting a little tight, though. I think that cleaner's been shrinking it. I know I haven't put on any weight. Better take this loose change to tip the boys around the club. Yes, sir. Evening clothes certainly make a man feel important.
Unky, why, you look positively dreamy.
Yeah, thank you, Marjorie. I don't imagine those Baltimore boys have much on me.
Oh, Mrs. Knickerbocker called while you were shaving.
She did?
Yeah, she just wanted you to know what color dress she's wearing.
Well, that's strange. I'll see it when I pick her up.
Unky, she wanted you to know so you could send the proper corsage.
Oh, yes, corsage. I almost forgot about that. Thank you, my dear. I'll stop by the florist and get something.
She's wearing black, so she gave me a little hint.
Oh?
White orchids.
White orchids. Oh, that's fine. I'll get a nice bunch of those.
Oh. She'll love that. They're only $10 apiece.
Oop. Well, I'll get one and be sure it's in full bloom. Oh, that must be Floyd. By George, the horn alone is worth $10.
Isn't the evening delightful, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, indeed. Delightful.
It reminds me so much of those early spring evenings motoring along the French Riviera.
The French, well, a little.
It's a lovely automobile you have, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you. Nice horn, too. Munson, the horn.
Wonderful.
Will that be all, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, that's all I can think of right now, Munson. Oh, you might turn on the radio.
Okay, Commissioner Gildersleeve.
We have a loudspeaker in the back seat here, Mrs. Knickerbocker.
Oh, but this must be quite an expensive car.
Oh, yeah, $10 a night. Listen to the music.
Isn't that a lovely song?
Lovely. La 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 la.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're a baritone. I just love baritone.
Oh, you do? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Beautiful. Go on.
I can't remember the worst December. Just watch those icicles form.
Splendid.
What do I care if icicles form?
I got my love.
I've got my love to
keep me warm.
Munson, please. Floyd, pay attention to your drive. For heaven's sake. May I have the waiter bring you another demi-tassy, Mrs. Knickerbocker?
No, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, it's been quite an evening, hasn't it, Mr. Bullard?
Hasn't it?
I'll bet you were surprised when you heard I was escorting your sister, weren't you?
Frankly, Gildersleeve, I was.
And I think my water commissioner is the most attractive escort here.
Well, thank you. I'm going to have to come out here more often. After all, the country club uses a lot of our water.
Oh, hasn't it been fun?
Yeah, it certainly has. Certainly been fun for me. Wonderful dinner. Mr. Bullard, who pays for all this?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, Gildersleeve. It's time I made an announcement. Members of the Summerfield Country Club and distinguished guests.
That's us.
We hope you enjoyed your dinner.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we waited until now to tell you how much it's going to cost you.
What's this?
The dinner is $10 a plate.
Oop, that's $20. That makes $40 I've spent.
The proceeds tonight will be used for a very worthwhile project. This affair is sort of a benefit, you know, so we don't mind giving a little, do we?
This keeps up, they'll have to throw a benefit for me. Oh, well, I won't have to spend any more.
Quiet, please. Now, we only need about $200 more.
I knew I was giving Leroy good advice. Why didn't I take it?
So, would someone present who really enjoyed his dinner care to start the ball rolling?
I think he's looking at you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
He is?
Oh, why don't you start things off?
Well, I'm in this far. Mr. Bullard.
Yes?
I'd like to contribute $5.
Wonderful. I just love a generous man, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What the heck? Make it 10.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Members of the country club, I think you'll agree that this is a most generous gesture on the part of our city water commissioner. Since the club will be using this money to drill a well and install our own private water system.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a moment. You'll know when you try it. Just one bite of crisp toast topped with parquet, and you'll know that this margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food. Because parquet margarine tastes like a luxury. Parquet is nourishing and economical, too. Though it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads, it gives you every bit of their nourishment. And every pound is fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Tomorrow, get Parquet. You'll love its light luxury flavor on everything from breadsticks to Johnny cakes. You'll find it tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, besides the members of our regular cast, we had two charming newcomers to Summerfield tonight. Mrs. Knickerbocker of Baltimore. She was played by the lovely star of the new RKO movie, The Story of Sam Wilson, Miss Martha Scott.
Thank you, Hal. Being in Summerfield tonight with you has been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, Martha. Come to see us again. Say hello to Sam Wilson, too. And here's our other charming miss, and the star of radio's junior miss, Miss Barbara Whiting.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just love being Leroy's girlfriend.
Well, I'm sure he enjoyed it, too. Didn't you, Leroy? Oh, for good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. This is John Wall saying goodnight to the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's a real bargain. An all-aluminum Silent Butler, $1.50 retail value, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabstet label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now, today, just get either regular Pabstet or the new Pabstet 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler valued at $1.50 for only 50 cents.
Hi, Arch. What you doing? Oh, look, Benny, I'm just about to make an announcement that Duffy's Tavern follows immediately.
Yeah, I know. It follows immediately on Nibbuck.
Nibbuck? Finnegan, what is this Nibbuck?
It's easy, Arch. NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Philadelphia brand is far and away America's favorite cream cheese. That's because it's so creamy white, so delicately rich, and so fresh tasting. But remember, there is only one Philadelphia cream cheese. It's the brand that's made by Kraft and guaranteed fresh. So when you buy cream cheese, always look for the name Philadelphia brand right on each silvery package. Well, let's see what's going on in the home of Summerfield's Water Commissioner, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Several weeks ago, Bertie said to the great man,
Mr. Gildersleeve, our kitchen faucet is leaking something awful. Drip, drip, drip. I wish you'd please fix it for me.
Fix the faucet? Of course, Bertie. I'll do that real soon.
1 week later.
Mr. Gildersleeve, that faucet's still going. Drip, drip, drip. Are you going to fix it pretty soon?
Well, not today, Bertie. Maybe next Saturday afternoon.
The following Saturday afternoon, the great man is just coming home from a hard morning at the water department.
Glad to get home. Awful tired. Like to take a little nap this afternoon. Oh, dear. Bertie will probably want me to fix that faucet. Well, maybe I can sneak up to my room without her hearing me. I'll be real quiet. Better tiptoe so she won't...
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, shh.
What? Oh, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, do you have to shout?
Who's shouting?
Well, please keep your voices down. I want to get up to my room without Bertie hearing.
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
I'm sure glad you home, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, you are? Well, see you later, Bertie.
Oh, Miss Gildersleeve, this is the day you promised to fix the faucet.
Oh, is that still leaking?
Yes, it's still going drip, drip, drip.
Oh?
Just like it was a week ago. Drip, drip, drip.
Oh, I see.
Just like it was the week before that. Drip, drip, drip.
I understand, Bertie.
And that's what it's going to keep on doing until somebody fixes it.
All right, Bertie.
Drip, drip, drip. Morning, noon, and night.
Bertie, I...
Just drip, drip, drip.
Okay, Bertie, I'll fix it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sure glad you're going to fix it, because if you didn't, it's just going to keep right on going. Drip, drip, drip.
Crap. Get down cellar here first. Turn the water off before I can fix that faucet. Dark. Not much room either. Better bend down. I'll have to watch out or I'll bump my... Darn that rafter. Whew. Musty down here. Where's that light cord? It's around here somewhere. Oh, my goodness. Stepped right into a tub of water. Must be that rainwater Marjorie saves to rinse her hair in. There. Well, here's the light. Feet are wet, I guess. Oh, brother. Let's see. Water pipe's over in the corner. No! Here's that old camelback trunk Grandma Forrester left down here. Well, I think I'll have a peek in it, just for fun. Spiders. Well, look at this stuff. A celluloid collar like Grandpa used to wear. And what's this? A mandolin. Well, Grandpa must have been a gay old blade. And here's an old newspaper. Turned yellow with age. Summerfield Indicator, August 1903. That looks interesting. Think I'll look it over. Yeah, I can sit in this old chair here. Lean back against it first. Let's see what's in this paper. Whose picture is this? Miss Cora Willoughby. New teacher arrived today to take over duties at Summerfield Grammar School. Kind of pretty, even in those old-fashioned clothes. What's this item? Everyone had a rollicking time at the Summerfield Mandolin Club annual picnic yesterday. Summerfield must have been a lot of fun then. I wonder what it would have been like if we'd lived here in those days. I can just see it. Little Marjorie with a bustle. Leroy in a Buster Brown suit. And instead of a radio, we'd have a player piano. Marjorie! Marjorie?
Yes, Uncle Mort?
Will you please turn off that confounded player piano?
Oh, all right. Unky, that's the latest song, Under the Bamboo Tree.
You call that new stuff music? Give me a nice waltz.
Uncle Mort, you're so old-fashioned. This is 1903, you know.
Well, I guess your old uncle isn't too far behind the times. We're one of the first families in Summerfield to sell our horse and get a gasoline automobile. Imagine that. A horseless carriage. What won't they think of next?
Hi, Unc.
Ah, hello, Leroy.
Gee, what are you all dressed up for?
Well, I'm not all dressed up.
Unky, I suppose that's the outfit you wear every day.
Huh?
White linen suit, high-button brown shoes, and that butterfly stick pin.
And that straw hat with a fancy band. You're a regular dude, Unc.
Dude? No harm in dressing up a little.
It wouldn't have anything to do with that new school teacher arriving from Chicago today, would it? Miss Cora Willoughby?
Well, I am going down to the train to meet this young lady, but strictly in the line of duty as a member of the school board.
Oh, sure.
I understand she's very attractive.
That's what they say, but I'm simply going down to welcome her to our fair city. The fact that she's young and pretty has nothing to do with it. Leroy. Careful, young man, or I'll take away your tiddlywinks.
Only kidding, Unc.
Well, I think I'll drive down to Peavy's Pharmacy now. Pick up a box of candy.
Candy? Oh, for the school teacher.
Well, yes. She might be hungry after that long train ride.
Of course.
Hand me my goggles, Leroy. I'm off in a cloud of dust. Good morning, Peavy.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, you certainly look spiffy in that ice cream suit. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
Yeah, I just thought I'd get dressed up, Peavy, and go down and watch the train come in. Fun to watch the people get off.
You mean like that young school teacher from Chicago?
Peavy, who told you about her?
Judge Hooker. He's going down to meet her, too.
What? Why, that old nanny goat? Oh, well, I'm not worried about him. He's no competition. When that school teacher gets off the train, she won't even look at him with me around.
Well...
Of course she won't. Any woman seeing me and the judge together would prefer me. Just take your wife, for instance.
How's that?
Well, just suppose Mrs. Peavy was getting off the train.
What train?
The train from Chicago.
She couldn't do that. She's never been to Chicago.
Peavy.
She went to Peoria once.
Yeah. All right, but suppose she was getting off the train. Who would she choose?
Well, she'd choose me. I'm married to her.
I know, Peavy, but suppose you weren't married.
Then I'd go down and meet the school teacher.
Forget the whole thing, Peavy. And give me a box of bonbons.
Very well. Which one would you like?
That 1 pound box would be all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, the judge got a 2-pound box.
Oh? You did, eh? Well, give me a 3-pound box.
3 pounds it is. Business good today.
Hooker, eh? I ought to light a match and set fire to his celluloid collar.
I'll wrap the candy up for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, but hurry it up, please. It's almost train time.
Very well. I see the papers making a lot of predictions about the presidential election.
Yes.
You think Teddy Roosevelt will be reelected, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I certainly do, Nat. You can take my word for it, Peavy. This is the last time we'll ever have a Roosevelt in the White House.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Just in time. Train's coming in. Oh, there's the judge.
Well, Gildy, what's your hurry? Expecting to meet someone?
No, Judge. I just came down to wave at the engineer. We're engaged.
Well, if you're waiting for Miss Willoughby, you can go soak your head. I'm escorting her to her boarding house.
That's what you think. She's going with me in my horseless carriage.
Maybe a horseless carriage, but there's a jackass driving it.
Oh, curl up in a hoop and roll yourself away.
Oh, 23 skidoo to you.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen.
Huh?
Are you from the school board?
Oh, you're Miss Willoughby.
Yes, I am.
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Young lady.
This old gentleman just came along to carry your bags.
Gildy. Young lady, I am Judge Horace Hooker at your service.
Don't bow so low, Judge. You'll never be able to straighten up again.
Miss Willoughby, I'll escort you to your boarding house in my horse and buggy.
Horse and buggy? How old-fashioned. Miss Willoughby, I shall drive you there in my automobile.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you have an automobile?
Well, it isn't much. Just a locomobile runabout. Latest 1903 model, that's all.
Well, I am in sort of a hurry. Perhaps I had better go with you.
But, Miss Willoughby...
See you later, Judge. This is a horse on you.
It's very kind of you to take me in your automobile, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all, Miss Willoughby. It's a pleasure.
And thank you so much for the candy.
Oh, that is nothing. Just 3 pounds. Sweets to the sweet, you know.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir. I'll have you home quicker than you can say William Jennings Bryan. Nothing like an automobile to get you where you want to go. What's that? What's the matter with this dog? Whoa!
Good. What was that?
I don't know. Sounded like the engine fell out. Guess we're stuck.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, my fat friend? Having a little motor trouble?
What's it look like?
Well, Miss Willoughby, since you're in such a hurry, perhaps you'd better let me drive you to your boarding.
Now, look here, Hooker.
Mr. Gildersleeve, perhaps I had better go with the judge.
But, Miss
Just
Willoughby...
give me your hand, miss, and I'll help you over into the buggy.
But, Judge, what am I going to do?
If I were you, Gildy, I'd get a horse.
For all careful and thrifty food shoppers, here's a special note. Whenever you're buying cream cheese for sandwiches, salads, or desserts, always say, I want genuine Philadelphia brand. Then notice the name Philadelphia brand printed right on the face of the package. We make this suggestion because some people think just any cream cheese is Philadelphia. Actually, that is the brand name of the cream cheese made only by Kraft. Guaranteed fresh by Kraft. Tomorrow, treat your family to the exquisitely fresh, delicately rich flavor of this famous cream cheese. For tasty, nutritious luncheon sandwiches, in luscious fruit salads, Philadelphia brand cream cheese is simply grand. Or for a wonderful dessert, take a fork and whip Philadelphia brand cream cheese with a little milk, and you have a rich, fluffy, light topping for baked apples, hot gingerbread, or fruit tarts. Remember, when you buy cream cheese, there is only one Philadelphia. It's the brand of cream cheese that's made by Kraft and guaranteed fresh. So always look for the word Philadelphia brand printed right on the face of each silvery package. You can be sure you're getting the finest when you get genuine Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Well, let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. This is the day he was going to fix the kitchen faucet. Our man of action went down to the cellar to turn the water off, got interested in reading an old 1903 newspaper, and fell asleep. And that's where he is now, still dreaming he's back in Summerfield at the turn of the century.
Cora Willoughby. Gee, I'll bet we'll have a lot of fun on the Mandolin Club picnic today. I better go down to Floyd's barber shop and get spruced up.
There you are, Commish. Sideburns look pretty classy now.
Oh, splendid, Floyd.
How about a little wax on your mustache?
Well, all right. The handlebars are drooping a little.
Sure. You want to look your best at that picnic this afternoon, especially since that swell-looking school mom's going to be there.
Yeah. Well, if Miss Willoughby's there, I might just tip my hat and say hello.
Huh? Well, it's going to be some shindig, all right. Croquet matches, a waltz contest, then they auction off the ladies' food baskets. That's when the fun starts. You got to eat supper with the chickadee whose basket you get.
Gosh, it sure would be wonderful if I could eat supper with Miss Willoughby.
Well, maybe you can.
Yeah, but you have to bid sight unseen, Floyd. How am I going to know which basket is hers?
That can be arranged, Commish.
What?
Little Floydie Munson's going to be the auctioneer.
Oh, you are?
Uh-huh.
Well, if you can arrange it, Floyd, there's $1 in it for you.
It's a deal. You're practically having supper with that Peacherino right now.
But, Floyd, the judge likes her, too. What if he catches on and outbids me?
You just leave that to me. I'll give him a bum steer, and he'll bid his head off on the wrong basket.
Wonderful, Floyd. That'll be a good joke on the judge.
Sure, he'll wind up having supper with Mamie Schultz. All she ever puts in her basket is pig's knuckles.
Pig's knuckles, eh? I shouldn't do this to the judge, but I will. Are you having a good time, Miss Willoughby?
Oh, I certainly am, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just love picnics, don't you?
Yeah, you bet I do. Especially this one. Look at the judge over there playing croquet. With those skinny legs of his, he looks like one of the wickets.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, he does. Well, Miss Willoughby, I suppose they'll be auctioning off the ladies' supper baskets pretty soon.
Yes, they will. I hope the man who gets mine likes fried chicken.
Oh, I do. I mean...
Oh, you sound very sure of yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. You have no way of knowing which basket is mine.
That's what she thinks.
Your attention, everybody.
Oh, that's Floyd now.
Come on now. Break up that croquet match. Well, first we're going to have a little entertainment. Then we'll auction off the food basket.
Hurry it up, Floyd. I'm getting hungry.
Poor old judge. I hope he likes pig's knuckles.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our first number on our program, I'm going to call on your friend and my friend, Summerfield's leading pharmacist, Mr. Richard Q. Peavy. Mr. Peavy will favor us with a humorous limerick.
Well, it's just a little limerick. I thought it was rather amusing. There once was a man from Nantucket who kept all his cash in a bucket. But his daughter, named Nan, ran away with a man, and as for the bucket, Nantucket.
Oh, my. Peavy, that's the worst limerick I ever heard.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Now for a moment of melody from that great singing aggregation, the Bachelor Boys Quartet. All right, troubadours.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of Genevieve, sweet Genevieve. The days may come, the days may go, but still the hands of memory weave the blissful dreams of long ago. That's when I told you, Rosie, you are my posy. You are my heart's boot.
Say, you might be little Daisy. If you don't, you'll drive me crazy.
Come out here in the moonlight. There's something sweet, love. I want to
Picking flowers.
Your honey boy is waiting.
work with me to come to Peavy's Pharmacy.
So aggravating, my blushing Rosie, my posy sweet, my posy
When do we eat? We eat right now, folks. Yes, sir, we're ready to auction off the supper baskets prepared by our lovely lady friends present here today. And remember, men, nobody knows what basket belongs to what lady except the auctioneer.
And me.
We'll start with this basket right here. How much am I offered? Well, come on, men, don't be bashful. Hey, Judge, this one ought to interest you. Belongs to a certain lovely lady.
Oh, it does? Well, I'll bid 50 cents.
Lloyd's slick, all right. The judge fell for it, too.
50 cents is bid. Do I hear 60?
I bid 60
Police
cents.
Chief Gates bid 60 cents.
Well, Judge Hooker bid 70 cents.
Wait till he finds out it's Mamie Schultz's.
80 cents.
90 cents.
95.
$1.
That's an awful price to pay for pig's knuckles.
Will anybody go higher? Going, gone. Sold to Judge Hooker.
Whose basket am I getting, Floyd?
Oh, you're a lucky fella, Judge. Your partner for supper is our new school teacher, Miss Cora Willoughby.
Oh! Miss Willoughby, shall we dine under the pepper tree?
Yes, Judge, that would be lovely.
Lloyd, come here. I want to talk to you.
What's the trouble, Commissioner?
You promised me I'd get Miss Willoughby's basket. I was going to pay you $1.
Oh, but that's bribery, Commish. Besides, the judge gave me $2.
Lloyd! What a picnic this turned out to be. Everybody's dancing and having a good time but me, even the ants. Well, I don't care. I'll just sit here by myself, me and my mandolin. That judge, he had fried chicken with Miss Willoughby. What did I have? Pig's knuckles with Mamie Schultz. I had it all planned. I was going to take Miss Willoughby canoeing on the lake in the moonlight. Oh, well. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Dum, ta-dum, ta-dum.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Oh, Miss Willoughby.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Enjoying myself? Oh, yes, of course. I'm having a wonderful time.
I see.
Did you and Judge Hooker have a nice supper together?
Yes, we did.
Oh.
But I would much rather have had supper with you.
Oh? You would?
Yes. Do you mind if I sit down here for a while? We can have a cozy little talk.
Miss Willoughby.
Yes?
Be a lot cozier out in the canoe.
Well, all right. Are you fond of canoeing?
Well, I think I'm going to be. Where's my mandolin?
Oh, isn't it lovely here on the lake, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Sure is.
Stars shining through the trees and that big yellow moon reflected on the water. It's like a beautiful painting.
Yep. Reminds me of the picture on the feed store calendar.
Oh, that's pretty.
Huh?
Won't you sing it for me?
Well, if I can remember it. We were sailing on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices ringing. They seemed to say, "You have stolen my heart. Now don't go away. As
Gildersleeve. Oh, that was beautiful.
Thank you. Miss Willoughby. Cora.
Yes?
You've stolen my heart. Just like in the song.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, we hardly know each other.
Well, now's a good time to get acquainted. How about a little kiss?
A kiss? What an idea.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm coming over there and sit with you.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, here I come, Cora.
You better sit down. It isn't safe to stand up in a canoe.
Don't you worry about me. I'm an old sailor. Admiral Gildersleeve, they used to call me. Oh, help! Cora, help! Save me!
What's the matter?
Save me, Cora!
Who?
Oh, hello, Bertie. Where am I?
You fell in the tub of rainwater.
Oh, my goodness. No wonder I'm all wet. Help me out of here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, you gonna fix that faucet now? It's still going drip, drip, drip.
Yeah, well, so am I, Bertie. This is one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Here's an idea for something special to make breakfast a treat. A quick treat to make your pancakes or waffles, your hot muffins or toast extra good. Set out the syrup or marmalade as usual. And also set out a creamy, white, delicately fresh square of the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese. There's a wonderful richness I just can't describe. You have to taste fresh Philadelphia brand cream cheese melting on the breakfast toast or hotcakes. Once you do, you'll want to have it as a breakfast treat often. Just be sure you get genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft. See the words Philadelphia brand on every package.
Folks, some good news has come to us. It gives me a lot of pleasure to tell you about it because it reflects credit on all my associates on the Great Gildersleeve program. Do you remember a show we did a little over a year ago about the Boys Clubs of America? Well, because of that program, our sponsors, the Kraft Foods Company, have won the bronze medal annually awarded by the magazine Advertising and Selling. The committee felt that our program about boys and their problems was such a real force for social good in this country. We thank the committee for choosing our program, and, well, I guess that's all, except I'd like to once again salute the work that the Boys Clubs of America are doing. Good night.
Here's a real bargain. An all-in-one Silent Butler, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabst label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now, today, just get either regular Pabst or the new Pabst 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler that's worth so much more for only 50 cents.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. No, Duffy ain't here. No, Archie ain't here. It's just Clifton Finnegan. That's right, nobody's here. But they'll be here in a second. The Duffy's Tavern show will be the next program on the National Broadcasting Company. That's right, NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Philadelphia brand is far and away America's favorite cream cheese. That's because it's so creamy white, so delicately rich, and so fresh tasting. But remember, there is only one Philadelphia cream cheese. It's the brand that's made by Kraft and guaranteed fresh. So when you buy cream cheese, always look for the name Philadelphia brand right on each silvery package. Well, it's dinner time at the great Gildersleeve's house, and it looks like Leroy will be the first to finish. I wonder if the fact that little Brenda Knickerbocker's waiting for him across the street has anything to do with it.
I don't want any dessert, Unc.
Leroy, what's wrong with your appetite?
In the spring, a young man's fancy turns to love, Unky, even Leroy's.
Oh, Marge.
Now, Marjorie, don't tease. It's time Leroy learned to be at ease around girls. Is Brenda waiting for you, Leroy? You see what I mean, Marjorie? He needs this sort of thing.
She wants me to meet a friend of hers from Baltimore that just got here.
She does? Well, as long as you're having Brenda over tomorrow night, why don't you invite her visitor to your little party, too?
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Little Leroy with 2 girlfriends.
Aw, that's a switch. Last year, all he wanted to do was wiggle his ears and listen to the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, now, Marjorie.
I wonder who's at the door.
I'll bet it isn't the Lone Ranger.
I'll go see. I'll get it.
Never mind, Bertie. Leroy's gone. Jet propelled.
Hi, Brenda. Hello, Leroy.
Cute little girl.
I just finished supper. I didn't mean to rush you, but it seemed I was waiting for you so long.
Oh, my goodness. That boy. Leroy, where are your manners? Why don't you invite little Brenda in?
Oh, you want to come inside, Brenda? Oh, thank you, but I want you to come out and meet my house guest from Baltimore.
Oh, is she outside?
She? Leroy, it's a boy.
A boy?
What's this?
I thought it was a girl.
Well, I didn't tell you before. I didn't want you to worry.
Gosh.
Come on, Leroy. I want you to meet Gerald. Come on up, Gerald.
Well, Marjorie, it looks like Leroy's going to have a little competition.
Leroy Forrester, this is Gerald Mason.
Hi. I'm delighted to meet you, Master Forrester, I'm sure.
No competition there.
So long, folks.
Bye.
Yeah, goodbye, Leroy. Have a good time.
The Bullards have a lot of visitors, don't they, Unky?
Yeah, but old Moneybags Bullard can afford it.
I think little Gerald's cute. And isn't he intelligent looking?
Well, Leroy'd look that way, too, if he wore those horn-rimmed glasses. And a bow tie. And a little Homburg.
Did you notice that panic-stricken look on Leroy's face when he discovered Brenda's friend was a boy?
Don't you worry, Marjorie. Leroy can hold his own. When he starts doing handstands and cartwheels for Brenda, that poor kid from Baltimore won't stand a chance. Pass me Leroy's dessert.
Doesn't Gerald play the violin beautifully, Leroy?
Yeah.
Oh, that was simply super, Gerald.
Thank you, Brenda.
I just love boys with talent.
Yeah? Hey, Gerald.
Yes, Leroy?
I bet I can chin myself more times than you can.
Well, Leroy, I'm afraid chinning myself isn't the proper conditioning for my fingers. My tutor wouldn't approve.
Okay. I bet I can hold my breath longer than you can.
Oh, Leroy, let's not do silly things. Let's turn on the radio and dance.
Dance? That's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, I don't know. I've had a dancing instructor since I was 5.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. I find it a definite aid to my footwork in fencing. Do you fence, Leroy?
Fence? Well,
you dance, don't you, Leroy?
Well...
Don't you, Leroy?
Sure. Yeah, I dance all the time. Practically.
Well, then I'll have the first dance with you, Leroy.
But, gosh...
Turn on the radio, Gerald.
I don't think I'd better dance right now, Brenda.
Why not?
Well, my uncle says it isn't good to exercise so soon after supper. I'd better get home.
But, Leroy...
Well, if Leroy doesn't want to dance, voulez-vous danser avec moi, mademoiselle?
Oh, mais oui, monsieur.
Merci. Oh, for corn's sake. I'm going home.
Leroy, is that you home so early?
Yeah.
But you could have played till 9 o'clock.
Oh, who wants to play with those smart aleck kids over at the Bullards?
But, Leroy, you and little Brenda have been getting along so well together.
Not since that Gerald came, the sissy.
Yeah. No, Leroy, you shouldn't call him that. Gerald seems like a nice little boy. Why don't you go back and play? You have a whole hour.
And listen to him saw on the violin.
Does he play the violin?
Yeah, and dances.
Oh?
Who wants to dance? I'd much rather go upstairs and listen to my radio.
Well, all right, my boy. If that's the way you feel, go ahead.
Sure. Who wants to dance? I'd much rather go up and play my little radio.
Leroy, come back here. What's the matter, my boy?
He's been taking dancing since he was 5. The little sissy.
Now, Leroy, you shouldn't get upset because a little sissy can dance. I mean the little boy.
He can do everything better than I can. He's got talent and private tutors for everything. I'm no good.
Leroy, that's not true. I bet little Brenda doesn't think that.
Oh, she doesn't even look at me when he's around. That voulez-vous stuff. All they do is talk Spanish to each other.
Leroy, that voulez-vous stuff is French.
It is? You see, Uncle, I'm no good.
Now, my boy, get your chin up off your chest. Gerald may be able to dance and do things like that, but I'll bet you can do things he can't do. You have a lot of talent, Leroy.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, you've always been pretty good at... I mean, you can... Maybe you better go up and play your radio at that. Hello, Floyd.
Well, if it ain't the water commissioner, step right up in the chair, Commish. One bother, no waiting. That's how efficient I am.
I'm not having any work done today, Floyd. I'm meeting Leroy here. He needs a trim for his party tonight.
Oh, kid's birthday or something?
No, he's having a party for Brenda, the little girl staying at the Bullards, and her guest, Master Gerald Mason.
Yeah? Got the kid crashing into society, huh?
It's not that, Floyd. They're well-bred children, and I'm encouraging Leroy to associate with them because I think it'll do him good. He seems to be suffering from an inferiority complex.
Kid feels like a round peg among the squares, huh?
Well, not exactly. He enjoys being with little Brenda, but I think this boy from Baltimore is lording it over him.
Yeah, I know the kind. What's he got that Leroy ain't got?
Well, he plays the violin and dances.
Oh. Leroy don't dance, huh?
With those feet, it doesn't come easy for Leroy.
Commissioner, you know what I'd do if some guy tried to show me up in front of my girl?
Well?
I'd punch him right in the nose.
Now, Floyd, that wouldn't accomplish anything.
It would if he hit him hard enough. Fighting's a great leveler.
Floyd, I can't encourage Leroy to fight little Gerald. He's a visitor in our neighborhood. Besides, a boy with his background wouldn't know how to fight. Against Leroy, he wouldn't stand a chance. Leroy!
What happened, kid?
He hit me in the nose, you dirty guy.
Who hit you?
Gerald.
Gerald? Leroy, how did that happen?
I called him a sissy and he hit me in the nose, you dirty guy.
But, Leroy, why didn't you defend yourself?
I tried to, but he ducked.
Yeah, what?
He's got a boxing tutor, too.
Well, from now on, you're going to have one.
Attaboy, Commish.
Come on, Leroy. Let's go home and find the boxing gloves.
Here's the gloves, Mr. Gildersleeve. They was hanging behind the furnace.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. The heat has hardened the leather a bit. Well, we'll train right down here in the basement. Put on the gloves, Leroy.
But, Unc, what's the use? Gerald's better than me.
Well, that's why we're having this workout, so you'll be able to hold your own with him.
Your uncle's right, Leroy. Everybody ought to know how to box. I learned that when I went with that prize fighter.
Oh? All right, Leroy, my guard's up. You try to hit me.
Okay.
Leroy, you can hit harder than that.
Gosh.
And don't close your eyes when you swing. No wonder Gerald licked you.
Why don't you try the old 1-2, Leroy?
The 1-2?
Yeah. Just lead with your left and cross with your right. That's what Joe Louis would do. 1-2.
Let's see. Lead with my left and cross with my right.
That's it. That's the old 1-2.
All right, Leroy. Now you try to hit me again.
Okay. 1, 2.
Oh. Joe Louis, eh? Nice blow you landed, Leroy. Birdie.
You mean that's all there is to it? 1-2. 1-2.
All right, Leroy, that's enough. I think you're ready for Gerald now.
You bet. I can't wait to get at that guy. Uncle Mort, Leroy.
Yes, Marjorie?
There's someone here to see you.
Oh, who?
Gerald. Gerald? He probably come over here to start something. Let me up those stairs. I'm ready for him. 1, 2.
No, Leroy, you stay down here.
What?
I'll go up and have a talk with him first. Besides, I don't want you to hit him on our property.
Be showing your swelled up nose, Mr. Gildersleeve. He won't want to tackle Leroy.
Now, just leave this to me, Bertie.
Gerald's sitting in the living room, Unky, with his hat in his hand. He certainly is a polite little boy.
Yes, sir.
Here's Uncle Mort, Gerald.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Gerald.
Oh, thank you, Miss Forrester, for conveying my message.
What? Oh, you're welcome, Gerald.
Now then, Mr. Gildersleeve, shall we sit down?
Sit down? Oh, yes. Sit down, Gerald.
Thank you. I suppose you're wondering why I came over.
Well, if you're looking for Leroy, he'll be up in a minute.
Oh, yes, I'm looking forward to meeting Leroy again.
He's looking forward to meeting you again, too.
How nice. Oh, that makes my apology easier.
Apology?
I came over to apologize for my ungentlemanly conduct. I should not have struck Leroy on the nose, even though he insulted me by calling me a sissy.
Well,
After all, even he who wins the fight loses.
Even he... Oh, yes.
Will you accept my apology, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, yes, of course. I think it's very gentlemanly of you to want to apologize, Gerald. It was nice of you to come over.
Thank you.
Okay, what are we waiting for? Put on the gloves, Gerald.
Oh, Leroy, Gerald came over to apologize.
Are you kidding?
I'm sorry I struck you, Leroy. Will you accept my apology?
Oh, yeah? What's the matter, scared? Put up your dukes, you sissy.
Leroy, you go on downstairs and take those gloves off immediately.
What?
There'll be no fighting. After all, Leroy, even he who wins the fight loses.
Oh, for corn's sake.
I'll get going, young man. And when you come back, I want you to apologize to Gerald.
Apologize?
Certainly. And you might try being more of a little gentleman, like he is.
What a character.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think it possible for Leroy to be quite like me.
What?
Well, at least that's Mr. Bullard's theory.
Bullard, eh? What did he say about this?
Well, he said it wasn't Leroy's fault that he behaved as he did.
Oh?
He pointed out that Leroy hasn't had the advantages and training that I've had. And Mr. Bullard says it's difficult for water to rise above its own level.
What did he mean by that?
Well, I don't know exactly what he meant, but he said in this town, the level of the water commissioner is quite low.
Oh! I know what he meant. We'll show him. Leroy!
Now that spring is just around the corner, your folks are probably longing for some of those really fresh-tasting, springy-tasting foods. For instance, crisp salads, fresh vegetables, and that month-in, month-out favorite, wonderfully fresh-tasting Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Yes, this cream cheese is always so exquisitely fresh. Every day, creamy white Philadelphia brand is made fresh in Kraft plants from coast to coast. Then it's rushed to food dealers in ice-cold trucks and cars. That's why genuine Philadelphia brand is guaranteed fresh by Kraft. And Kraft makes this famous cream cheese from fine milk and thick cream to give it a glorious richness that adds so much to your meals and snacks. Try it tomorrow for extra good luncheon sandwiches, for fresh-tasting fruit salads, or for really grand, easy desserts. Just remember, there is only one Philadelphia brand cream cheese. So when you buy, look for the words Philadelphia brand printed right on each silvery package. Then you'll be sure of getting genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft. Well, let's get back to the problems of the great Gildersleeve. It's been hinted that Leroy lacks the social graces and talents of the little boy visiting the Bullards. And not one to ignore a challenge, we find our water commissioner determined to remodel Leroy overnight. In fact, sooner than that, he's going to do it this afternoon.
That Bullard, insinuating I don't know how to raise my boy. Leroy, you've got a lot to learn before that party tonight.
Do I have to have the old party? I want to call it off.
You will not. You invited Brenda over, and you'll have the party. And you'll outshine that Gerald, or I'll know the reason why.
Gosh, what do you expect me to do?
Well, for one thing, you can learn something about politeness.
From who?
What? Leroy, when it comes to the social amenities, your old uncle isn't exactly a bumpkin. You can observe me. Now, let's stop in at Peavy's and get the ice cream.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Hi. Leroy, is that the proper way to address your elders? Say good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Hi.
Yep. Peavy, I'm trying to give Leroy a lesson in politeness.
How's that?
He's having a party this evening, and I want to be proud of it. We'll need a quart of ice cream, I guess. Tutti frutti.
Oh, boy.
1 quart coming up. Tutti frutti.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, Judge.
Well, good afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi. Good afternoon, Judge Hooker.
I'll be right with you, Judge, as soon as I finish packing this ice cream for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I am in a bit of a rush. I've decided to buy that new electric razor I was looking at the other day, Peavy.
My, that's quite an item. I'll be with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, Judge.
If the judge is in a hurry, why don't you wait on him first, Peavy?
Very well.
That's very nice of you, Gildy. May I see the razor, Peavy?
Oh, very well.
You see, Leroy, politeness pays.
On second thought, Gildy, there's no reason why I should make you wait.
No, Judge. We're in no hurry. Right ahead and make your purchase.
No, Gildy, that wouldn't be fair. After you.
Judge, please buy your razor.
But you were here first.
But you're in a hurry.
Would you gentlemen care to draw straws?
Now, go ahead, Gildy. You're keeping me waiting.
I am not keeping you waiting, Judge. I'm telling you to go ahead.
After you, Gildy.
After you, Horace.
Peavy, wait on Gildy.
I've been trying to.
Don't you do it, Peavy. I insist you wait on the judge.
All right. Here's the razor, Judge, and that'll be $20.
Pay the money, Judge, and get out.
Well, if you two are trying to push me into a sale, I won't buy at all.
What's that?
Good day.
Good riddance.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been trying to sell that $20 razor to the judge for 2 months.
Well, Peavy, you can't blame me for trying to be polite.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Leroy, pick up your feet when you dance. Marjorie, make him pick 'em up.
I'm picking them up, but don't put them back down on mine. Gosh, I'll never get it.
And you'll never make an impression with Brenda. That Gerald will dance circles around you again.
Uncle Mort, can't we stop for a while? The record's wearing out. So am I.
Leroy, you have to keep going till you learn at least one dance. And a waltz is the easiest.
Why persecute me to make a social butterfly out of him?
He's your brother, Marjorie. 1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide.
Miss Gildersleeve, I got them little cakes for the party. My goodness, what's going on in here?
Leroy's learning to waltz, Bertie. All right, Leroy. 1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide. Glide, Leroy. Don't slide. You're dancing, not playing baseball. 1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide. 1.
My, this house is getting crazy all the time.
Haven't I practiced this piece enough?
Leroy, when Gerald steps up to play the violin, you're going to step up to play Tchaikovsky. Now play.
Okay. But every time I come to this part, I make a mistake. See?
That's C sharp, Leroy. Right here, the black key. You've been making that same mistake for 5 years.
But, Unc.
Keep practicing, Leroy.
My, what's going on now, Miss Gildersleeve?
Leroy learned his waltz. Now he's getting his Tchaikovsky down perfect. Oh, C sharp, Leroy, for heaven's sake.
Why you got Leroy playing and dancing, Mr. Gildersleeve? Forsyth coming to town?
No. He has to outdo that little Gerald at the party tonight.
He does?
Yes, Mr. Buller doesn't think I've taught Leroy anything. And we're going to show him. C sharp, Leroy! C sharp!
It was a lovely dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, we're glad you enjoyed it, Brenda. Aren't we, Leroy?
Yes, Brenda, we're glad you enjoyed it.
It was a very good dinner. My compliments to the chef.
Yes, I'll tell Bertie. Well, how about a little after-dinner entertainment?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Gerald, did you bring your violin?
No, I didn't think of it. But I could run over and get it.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. We'll have other music.
Oh?
Leroy might think of something to play on the piano, although he hasn't touched it for quite a while.
What?
Shh. Go ahead, Leroy. Don't be too modest about your talents.
Okay.
What are you going to play, Leroy?
This is a little number by Tchaikovsky.
Yeah, Tchaikovsky, Gerald. Russian.
I just love Tchaikovsky. It's so morbid.
And not the way Leroy plays it. Proceed, Leroy. Hope he makes that C sharp. Very good, Leroy. Here it comes again. Bravo.
Oh, I didn't know you could play the piano, Leroy.
No.
Very good, Leroy.
I didn't bring my violin, but I play the piano, too.
What? You do?
I'd like to play an excerpt from Defiance Fire Dance from the ballet El L'Amour Brujo.
L'Amour hoo-hoo? Well, I wonder if we haven't had enough music for one evening.
Oh, no. I'd just love to hear Gerald play the piano.
This is one of the more descriptive passages.
Gods, a young Orson Welles.
Oh, that was marvelous, Gerald.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. All that practice for nothing.
Well, why don't you ask Brenda to dance, Leroy? I'll put a record on the phonograph.
That's a wonderful idea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sure. Well, imagine this. The first record I picked up was a waltz, the Blue Danube.
Come on, Leroy.
Okay.
La, 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 la.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we can't dance to that.
Guess we wore the record out.
Turn it over, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's a good tango on the other side.
Tango? Trapped.
I better go sit down. The Danube's all I know.
Well, you don't tango, Leroy. Voulez-vous danser avec moi, mademoiselle?
No, he's talking French. It's a lost cause.
Wait, Gerald. Look at Leroy.
What?
Look at him. He's wiggling his ears.
Oh, for Leroy.
Yes? Oh, let's see you do it again, Leroy.
Oh, that's nothing.
Gee, I've always wished I could wiggle my ears.
I can wiggle one at a time, even. They gave me send semaphore signals in school.
What's this?
Will you teach me, Leroy?
Teach me, too, will you, Leroy? Why don't you just do it like this?
Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, Leroy, I just love boys with talent.
Little Leroy.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. Most folks agree that an extra good dessert can turn an ordinary meal into something pretty special. And fixing extra good desserts is so easy with Philadelphia brand cream cheese whipped. For instance, you can whip Philadelphia brand into a wonderful topping for baked apples or hot gingerbread or cake or pie or fruit. To fix that delicious topping, just put delicate white Philadelphia brand cream cheese in a little bowl, add a small amount of milk, and whip lightly with a fork. And there you have it. Fluffy mounds of fresh-tasting goodness that'll make any dessert very special. Yes, for glorious rich flavor and exquisite freshness, be sure you get genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft.
Hey, Unc, wasn't the party fun?
You bet, Leroy, and I was proud of you.
Yeah, I was proud of me, too. I even made some money.
What?
I taught Brenda how to wiggle her ears for nothing, but I charged Gerald $1.
Leroy, you shouldn't have taken his money. You give that $1 right back to him.
But, Unc, I want to buy Easter seals with it.
Easter seals?
Yeah. They told us about it in school. Every Easter seal you buy helps a crippled child.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you're doing that, Leroy, because the Easter seals all of us buy will help 8 million handicapped children to walk and play again.
Did you buy some, Unc?
You bet. And how'd you like to buy another $1's worth, Leroy?
Gee, I'd like to.
All right, here's the $1. Teach me how to wiggle my ears. Good night, folks. Let's all buy Easter seals.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White, with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a real bargain. An all-aluminum Silent Butler, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabst label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now today, just get either regular Pabst or the new Pabst 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler that's worth so much more for only 50 cents.
Say, Arch, I was just thinking, I think you and me ought to do a radio show.
A radio? Finnegan, I got news for you. We already got a radio show. Duffy's Tavern. It comes up next on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Philadelphia brand is far and away America's favorite cream cheese. That's because it's so creamy white, so delicately rich, and so fresh tasting. But remember, there's only one Philadelphia cream cheese. It's the brand. It's made by Kraft and guaranteed fresh. So when you buy cream cheese, always look for the name Philadelphia brand right on each silvery package. Well, let's see how Summerfield's water commissioner, the great Gildersleeve, is getting along. History tells us that many great men had woman trouble. Napoleon had trouble with Josephine. Caesar had trouble with Cleopatra. And the great Gildersleeve is having trouble with Bessie, his secretary. After 5 years at the water department, Bessie is a model of inefficiency.
Where is that girl? She's late again.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Bessie.
Huh?
Bessie, you're 1 hour late this morning, and yesterday you were 2 hours late.
Well, anyway, I'm improving.
Oh, brother. Bessie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Look at this letter you typed. I counted 6 mistakes in it.
6 mistakes? Is that all? I counted 7.
Oh. Someday I'll fire that girl. Bessie? Now, where is she? Bessie!
Here I am, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was downstairs getting a malt.
Another one?
Did you want me for something?
No, Bessie. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, hello. Well, guess I'll go down and get another malt.
I'm going to fire that girl right now. Well, tomorrow, anyway.
Uncle Mort, what's the matter with you this morning?
Oh, nothing, Marjorie.
Well, something's wrong. You haven't touched your pancakes.
Well, I don't feel like eating.
Gee, you must feel terrible.
Children, I have an unpleasant duty to perform this morning.
What's that?
I'm going to fire Bessie.
Oh, Unky, you've been saying that for years. Well, you know you're too soft-hearted to fire anybody.
Yeah.
Well, it won't be easy, but it's got to be done. There's a leak in the water department. It's up to the commissioner to fix it.
Uh-huh.
Well, it is. Anyhow, I'm not so soft-hearted. I can be pretty hard-boiled when I want to be.
Oh, sure. Well, I've got to go to school, Unky.
Me too.
Goodbye, you mean old man, you. You're so hard-hearted.
Hard-hearted? Ha!
Leroy. Careful, young man. I'm hard-hearted enough to give you a spanking.
Only kidding, Unc. Bye.
We'll see who's soft-hearted. They think I don't have the nerve to fire Bessie, eh? Maybe I don't. Yes, I do. By George, this time I'm going to do it.
What's more coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks. Bertie, I'm going to do it.
Do what, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm going to fire Bessie. What's the matter, Bertie?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've been saying that ever since I can remember.
Well, by George, this time I mean it.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to shilly-shally around any longer.
No, sir.
I've been soft-hearted long enough.
Yes, sir.
Bertie, this is the morning I'm going to fire Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is it. Be firm now, Gildersleeve. Just walk in the office and say, Bessie, you're fired.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie?
Yes, sir.
Bessie?
Yes, sir.
I'll see you later in my office. This is going to be harder than I thought. Why did she have to look at me with those big brown eyes? Well, it's got to be done. She's worked here long enough anyway. Time she settled down and got married or something. It's your job to tell her, Gildersleeve. Take the bull by the horns. Do it now. Bessie?
Yes, sir. You want me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Better close the door, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, my dear.
Huh?
Bessie, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Bessie, I'm going to lay my cards on the table.
Oh, are we going to play cards?
Figure of speech, Bessie.
Oh.
Bessie, there's something I must tell you. Might as well come to the point. Things haven't been running too smoothly in the water department lately. In fact, there's been an awful lot of inefficiency. Frankly, I'm worried.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're doing the best you can.
Huh?
I don't think you'll be fired.
Oh, I didn't mean that. What I meant, Bessie, was... Well, I've been thinking about you for a long time.
You have?
Yes. It just occurred to me that a young girl like you might not want to waste away your years in the water department. I don't know how to say this, Bessie, but, well, maybe it's time you gave up working and settled down. Got married.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
It's awfully nice of you to ask me, but I couldn't marry you.
What?
You're not my type.
I'm not... Oh, for... Bessie?
Yes?
Nothing. I'll see you later. George, I'll fire that girl right after lunch. Positively. Better start looking for another girl, though. I'll just drop into the employment agency, see if they've got any secretaries. This time I'll get somebody who's efficient and doesn't like malts.
Gildy!
Who's that? Oh, my goodness, Judge Hooker. I'm in no mood to talk to that old busybody.
Gildy!
I'll act like I don't hear him.
Gildy! Gildy!
Listen to him bleat, the old goat. Maybe if I hurry up, I can get rid of him. Yeah, I lost him, all right. Here's the Busy Bee Employment Agency. I'll just duck in here before he sees me again. Guess that's the manager behind the desk.
Well, hello there. What can I do for you?
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, head of the water department.
Oh, head of the water department, huh?
Yes. I'd like to hire someone...
To read water meters? Right. I got just the man for you. Young, energetic, college education, very agile, climbs under houses easy.
No, you don't understand. I want to hire a secretary.
Oh, a secretary? Right.
Yes. I want someone...
Who can type, take shorthand, right?
Well, and she...
Has to be patient experience, right? You're a lucky man, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got just the woman for you. Her name's Miss Zelda Lovejoy. She worked for 10 years in the water department out in Los Angeles. Sounds like just the woman for you, right?
Well, yes, she sounds wonderful.
Good. She'll be at your office 9 o'clock in the morning ready to work, right?
Right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. No wonder they call that place the Busy Bee. Well, I guess I got myself a new secretary. I'm all set. Oop, I haven't fired Bessie yet. Well, I'll go up and do it right now. No, I won't. I'll have a cup of coffee first. Right.
Good morning, Petey.
Well, hello, Judge Hooker. What can I do for you?
Petey, I've got some bad news.
What's that?
I'm afraid our old friend Gildy has lost his job at the water department.
You don't say.
Yes, I just saw him sneaking into the Busy Bee Employment Agency.
Poor fellow. He must feel awful bad.
Oh, he does. I tried to talk to him, but he was so ashamed he ran away.
Poor Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I hope he gets another job.
Yeah, it won't be easy. There aren't many jobs a stout man can fill.
Petey.
Yes?
Here he comes. I'll go out the back way. I don't want to embarrass him.
All right.
And don't tell him I said anything. He's probably pretty touchy about it.
All right.
Goodbye.
I'll try to cheer him up.
Good morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today? Would you care for some lunch?
I'm not going to eat any lunch today, Peavy. Just give me a cup of coffee, black.
Poor fellow, he's starting to economize already. Mr. Gildersleeve, why don't you have the regular lunch?
What?
Don't worry about the check. Peavy's pharmacy will take care of it.
Well, thanks very much, Peavy, but I don't want any lunch.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Gildersleeve. After all, we're old friends.
Peavy, just give me a cup of coffee and leave me alone.
That's pretty touchy, all right. There's your coffee.
Thanks. Peavy, I've got a problem.
Yes, you have. Care for an aspirin, Mr. Gildersleeve, on your house?
No, thanks. You know, when a person has had a job for years, they get pretty upset when they lose it.
Yes, they do.
On the other hand, if someone's incompetent, it's their own fault.
Well...
There's no room at the water department for anybody who's inefficient, lazy, and brainless.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll get another job.
Huh?
But I'm sorry you were fired.
What? Peavy, I wasn't fired. I'm talking about Bessie.
Oh,
for heaven's sake. How could you make a mistake like that? When I said that someone is inefficient, lazy, and brainless, it couldn't be me.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh! Goodbye. Well, this time I'm going to do it. I'll be gentle but firm. I'll say, Bessie, I like you. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. But I'm afraid I'll have to terminate your employment with the water department. That's it. Bessie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bessie, I want to talk to you.
And I want to talk to you, too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I like you.
Huh?
I wouldn't want to hurt you for the world, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to quit.
Quit?
Yes. Since you proposed to me this morning, I've been thinking things over.
Proposed? Oh, yes.
It's just like a love story I read where the boss fell in love with his secretary. He was a man just like you. Well, he was a little thinner.
Yes.
I don't want to see you suffer, Mr. Gildersleeve. So I think the best thing I can do is go away.
So do I. I mean, if that's the way you feel.
Of course, if you can't bear to have me leave, I'll stay.
No. That is, it's better this way.
Then you think I should go and never come back?
I sure do.
Then I'll leave right now. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Bessie.
Next time you want your folks to sit up and take notice, surprise them with an extra special dessert. Something easy, like baked pears or apples or plain spice cake or gingerbread. But any one of these desserts will be super special, topped with fluffy Philadelphia brand cream cheese whipped. That wonderful topping takes just a minute to fix. You simply put a package of soft, creamy white Philadelphia brand cream cheese in a little bowl, add a small amount of milk, and whip lightly with a fork. That's all there is to it. You'll have fluffy mounds of fresh-tasting richness that'll turn an everyday dessert into real company fare. And rich, delicate Philadelphia brand cream cheese is always so exquisitely fresh. In fact, genuine Philadelphia brand is guaranteed fresh by Kraft. It's made fresh daily, rushed to food stores icy cold. That's why it's important to remember there is only one Philadelphia brand cream cheese. When you buy, look for the words Philadelphia brand printed on the face of each silvery package. Then you'll be sure of getting genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft. And now back to the great Gildersleeve. We find the great man down at the water department, bright and early this morning, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his new secretary, Miss Zelda Lovejoy.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I'll just put this vase of flowers on Miss Lovejoy's desk. There. California poppies. She ought to like those. It's going to be a pleasure to have somebody efficient around here for a change. Oh, there she is now. Come in.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. And you're Miss Lovejoy?
Yes, I am.
Well, welcome to the Summerfield Water Department.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's your desk right over there with the flowers on it. California poppies.
Oh, yes.
Well, Miss Lovejoy, you can just take it easy at first. Spend a day getting acquainted with the department.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Gildersleeve. I prefer to begin my duties immediately.
Oh?
I've had many years of experience in a water department.
Oh, yes, out in Los Angeles.
Mr. Morris, he was my employer there, said I was so efficient he scarcely had to do any work at all.
He did? Well, we're going to get along fine.
You just leave everything to me, Mr. Gildersleeve. What would you like me to do first?
Well, here's a water report we've been trying to get out. There seems to be a few mistakes in it.
Let me see it, please. Why, there's a mistake on the very first page.
Oh, there is?
Yes. According to this, there are only 5 gallons of water in the whole reservoir.
Must be more than that. I took a shower this morning.
And there are many typing errors. Mr. Morris would never send in a report like this.
Oh, he wouldn't?
I'll take care of this, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll have it made out correctly in an hour. In triplicate.
In triplicate? Oh, good.
Then I'll check the collections, enter any new subscribers on the books, send out the delinquent notices. Mr. Morris always had me do that every day.
Well, that's good enough for Mr. Morris. It's good enough for me. I can see you're going to be efficient, all right, Miss Lovejoy. Just what this water department needs. I'll be right back.
Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you going?
Well, I'm a little thirsty this morning. Think I'll go down and get a malt.
So your new secretary is really efficient, eh, Gildy?
Efficient? Why, you should see her, Judge. She's a regular dynamo.
Is that so?
You bet. Miss Lovejoy's a real gem. She came in this morning and took right over. She's smart, too. Why, she knows as much about the water department as I do.
That doesn't make her very smart.
You can't get me mad this morning, Judge. I feel too good. Say, Judge, I just got a great idea. How about you and me going fishing?
Fishing?
Sure, why not? We've been cooped up here all winter. A little fresh air and sunshine is just what we need.
Well...
Oh, come on, Judge. We'll put on our old clothes, drive out to the old mill pond, and have a real lazy afternoon.
Well, it does sound rather tempting, Gildy. I'll accept your invitation.
Great. I'll go home and get my fishing pole. And all I have to do is go to the office, sign a water report, and we're off.
All right, Gildy. I'll meet you downstairs.
Wonderful. We'll play hooky like a couple of kids. Goodbye, Huckleberry Finn.
Goodbye, Tom Sawyer.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. Come on, Peavy. It's a beautiful day, and we haven't been fishing for months.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I have the pharmacy to think of.
Oh, Mrs. Peavy can take care of the pharmacy for one day. She won't drive any customers away.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
The fish will really be biting on a day like this, Peavy.
Well, you've sold me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Fine. Meet you down at the city hall. You bring the worms. Hello, Miss Lovejoy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been wondering where you were.
Well, I had a little business to take care of. Did you get the water report all made out?
Yes, I did.
Good. I'll sign it right now. Then I'll be leaving.
Leaving? But you just came back.
Yes, I know. That's the life of a busy executive. In and out all the time.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're upsetting my entire schedule. I had your day's work all laid out for you.
You did?
Yes. Some correspondence, a complete inventory, files.
Well, I'll get right on it tomorrow.
I'm not used to working this way. Never put things off. That's what Mr. Morris always said. And he never left the office except for important conferences.
Well, this is a conference, sort of. With some people.
Is the conference about water?
Well, there's water around there. We're making a little survey.
A survey?
Yeah, I'm going to take a poll.
Oh.
Well, I know I'm leaving the office in good hands. Got to be going now. Can't keep these important people waiting. See you later, Miss...
Are you ready, Gildy?
Oh, hello, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy.
Well, let's get started, Tom Sawyer.
Yes, understand they're really biting today.
Biting?
Biding their time. Miss Lovejoy, these are the two important men I was telling you about. Well, gentlemen, we'd better hurry if we're going to make that conference.
Huh?
Yes. Have you got everything ready for our meeting this afternoon?
Yes, I brought the worms.
Worms?
Of course, you can't go fishing without worms.
Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, so this is the conference you were talking about.
Well...
Come on, Gildy, let's get started.
Gentlemen, Mr. Gildersleeve is not going fishing.
But, Miss Lovejoy...
You said you wanted me to run this office efficiently, did you not?
Yes, of course, but...
And that's what I intend to do as long as I stay here. That means when there is work to do, you'll have to stay here and do it.
But...
I warn you, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you go, then I go too.
You're going fishing with us?
Certainly am not.
That's good. She'd scare the fish away.
Well, Peavy, since our friend isn't going, we might as well get started.
But, fellas...
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
See you later. Well, Gildy, there's nothing like having an efficient secretary. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Just look at all this work Miss Lovejoy's piled on my desk. I wanted an efficient secretary, but this is ridiculous. Lovejoy. Her name ought to be Killjoy. She just let me alone for a minute.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
Yes, Miss Killjoy, Lovejoy.
here are some more reports for you to get out.
Well, I think I've got all I can handle today.
Well, if you can't finish it today, you can take it home and do it tonight.
Oh, thank you.
That's what Mr. Morris always did out in Los Angeles.
Oh, he did.
By the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, I noticed you've made a good many trips to the water cooler today.
Well, the bacon was a little salty this morning.
You know, every drink of water takes 30 seconds, and 60 seconds make a minute. That's what Mr. Morris always said.
How did he ever figure that out?
And another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm afraid you'll have to give up smoking cigars in the office.
Give up cigars?
Yes, I find them very irritating. I'll just take this one out as I go.
What?
Besides, no one can do his best work in a smoke-filled room. That's what Mr. Morris always said.
Why does Mr. Morris go soak his head in the Los Angeles River?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you wanted efficiency, and you're getting it.
I sure am.
Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you going?
If you don't mind, Miss Lovejoy, I'm going to lunch.
Well, I'll expect you back in half an hour.
But I always take an hour for lunch.
A half hour will be plenty, Mr. Gildersleeve. We have lots to do, you know.
Yes, I know, but we have to eat.
We can't do our best work on a full stomach.
That's what
Mr. Morris always said.
How do I get into these things? Wish I had Bessie back, even if she does spell engineer with a J. Miss Lovejoy, you're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. If she tells me once more that's what Mr. Morris always said, I'll...
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
You must have made out this requisition in a hurry. It's all wrong. I've never seen such sloppy work.
Zeef.
We mustn't do things in a hurry. Haste makes waste, you know.
Watch it, Miss Lovejoy.
And another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been observing your posture.
Huh?
You'll work much more efficiently if you don't slump over your desk.
Why doesn't she...
You should sit with your chest out and hold your stomach in. If that's possible.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Faulty posture means faulty work.
Here it comes.
That's what Mr. Morris always said.
Miss Lovejoy, here's something Mr. Morris never said.
What's that?
You're fired.
What?
Mr. Gildersleeve said that. And bring back my cigar. Wish I'd learned how to type. It's going to take me all afternoon to finish his letter. Well, anyhow, I can breathe now that Miss Lovejoy's gone. Smoke-filled room. She should talk with those smudge pots in California.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie!
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been thinking things over, and I've decided to come back.
You have?
It wasn't fair of me to quit the way I did. You need me.
I sure do, Bessie.
But promise me one thing.
Hmm?
That you'll think of me just as a secretary and not as a girl you want to marry. Do you think you can do that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Sure.
You poor man, you working all alone. Here, let me type that letter for you.
All right, sit down, Bessie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I made a mistake.
You did?
Yes, I spelled engineer with a G.
Bessie, you're wonderful. Say, let's go down and get a malt.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. And we have a surprise for you. They say there's a right time for everything, but I think you'll agree that when it comes to eating, any time, mealtime or snack time, is right for enjoying Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Yes, wholesome, nutritious Philadelphia brand always seems to hit the spot. On the breakfast toast, at lunch, at dinner, and between times. It's so creamy white and rich, and so wonderfully fresh tasting. This cream cheese is made fresh every day in shining Kraft plants from coast to coast. Then it's rushed to food dealers and ice-cold trucks and cars. Philadelphia brand cream cheese is guaranteed fresh by Kraft. So for delightful snacks, for good eating any time, keep Philadelphia brand cream cheese handy in your refrigerator. Just be sure when you buy to get genuine Philadelphia brand, the only cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
There's a gentleman here who wants to see you.
Oh, that's so? Probably one of my fans.
Here he is.
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, how do you do, sir? I don't believe I got your name.
My name is Mr. Morris.
Well, I'm... Mr. Morris?
Yes, I'm head of the Los Angeles Water Department.
Well, so you're Mr. Morris.
Yes, I've heard a lot about you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about you, too.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm here tonight for a very special reason.
Oh?
As you know, I'm past president of the American Water Works Association.
Oh, yes.
Our members feel that you have done a wonderful job as Summerfield's famous water commissioner. And so in appreciation of your fine work, they've asked me to come here tonight and present to you, Harold Perry, the great Gildersleeve, this certificate of membership in the American Water Works Association.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Morris.
You're welcome. And remember, Mr. Gildersleeve, you serve the public, and the public will serve you.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Morris always said. Thank you again, Mr. Morris, and good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. In addition to our regular cast, Bessie was played by Gloria Holliday, Miss Lovejoy by Jeanette Nolan, and Mr. Morris by Mr. Samuel Morris of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. This is John Wall saying good night for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You'll like this pleasant, quick way of making leftovers more delicious. Just add a little Kraft prepared mustard, and you add a lot of tang. Hidden flavors in boiled ham, sausage, most any meat pop right out. Every bite tastes better. Now you can get two kinds of Kraft mustard: salad mustard, delicately spiced for those who prefer a milder flavor, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Have both kinds in your pantry. Then with every meat dish, hot or cold, just add a little mustard and you add a lot of tang. Kraft's prepared mustard.
Hello, Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't... Oh, hello, Duffy. No, this is the Great Gildersleeve show. Well, you don't know him, Duffy. He sells water. That's right. Duffy's Tavern comes up next on NBC.